Swallowed Star Chapter 1176 to Chapter 1230. To deal with him, the only way is to suppress and seal him. 9 Abyss Emperor looked at the distant universe lords who were either standing or sitting. However, he isn't stupid either. Firstly, he'll definitely be cautious, because that's the only way to kill him. Secondly, he won't allow us to suppress and seal him. As for what to do, we'll have to come up with a detailed plan. I have a pinnacle domain treasure. My domain can cover a radius of 10 light years. Even if he wants to flee, he won't be able to. I have a sealing treasure. It's at the pinnacle level, enough to suppress him. The universe lords from the various powers all spoke, doing their best. Because they were very clear that the treasures were repelled by the primal universe. Hence, the moment they killed him and brought the treasures outside the primal universe, then, according to their contributions, the rewards they would receive would be different. Naturally, they would all do their best. Ruthless. Luo Feng muttered. Indeed, they were the representatives from the various superpowers. They were all prepared. Just the pinnacle domain treasures alone numbered 3. They were the Golden Horn Lord, Black Lotus Lord and Z-Demon Lord. Like the pinnacle seal treasure, it was carried by the Ice Peak Lord. The 9 powers discussed for a while. All right. 9 Abyss Emperor nodded. The plan is set. We'll do as we say. However, that Yuan Ao Lord isn't stupid. You all have to be on your guard. That's natural. Don't worry 9 Abyss. The other universe lords all spoke. Some were powerful, some hoarse, some ear-piercing. Your plan sounds good. However, with so many universe lords, do you have 100% confidence in forcing the Yuan Ao Lord? To trap him in the sealing treasure? A cold voice resounded within the universe space. 9 Abyss Emperor, Ice Peak Lord, Golden Horn Lord, Flame Emperor and others all looked towards the surrounding space. Luo Feng too looked into the distance. In the endless void, an inexplicable pressure descended. An incredibly strong willpower, it made all the universe lords feel pressured. It's the strongest in the universe. Ice Peak Lord said coldly. I wonder who the strongest expert is, the 9th Nether Lord said directly. Hua, in the endless void, a blurry figure gradually solidified. It was a suit of pitch-black armor, and within the armor, there was a blurry humanoid shape formed from golden flames. The golden flame giant wore black armor, and there was a huge illusory figure in the void behind him. There were countless stars undulating in the illusory figure, as if it was a universe. Hey Zhou! The founder of the Dark Aeon. It's actually him. He's wearing the supreme treasure, black cosmic divine armor. The lords of the universe of the 9 great powers were all suppressed by the sudden arrival of this mighty existence, the creator of the Dark Aeon. Luo Feng looked carefully too. This was the founder of the Dark Aeon. Based on the information he had read, the creator of Black Aeon was originally a life form of fire. Looking at the golden flames, one could feel the endless heat and brightness. However, the gigantic phantom behind the golden flame figure brought with it an endless darkness and coldness. This was the complete opposite of the golden flames. That is the supreme treasure, the Dark Universe divine armor? Luo Feng looked carefully. On the surface of the golden flame was a seemingly normal black armor. This black armor was like a liquid that sometimes merged with the golden flame, sometimes it would reveal itself. I have a suggestion. The golden flame gradually formed a flame head, speaking, I'll be the leader, you all will be my support, and we'll make Yuan Ao Lord fall into the sealing treasure. And I'm a lone ranger, without any power or territory, hence I don't have to worry about taking any of your credit. The masters of the universe on the huge mountain range floating in the void fell silent for a moment. What do you want? The 9 Abyss Lord said. I want that wonder. The golden flame figure surrounded by the black armor said, Don't be agitated, it's not snatching, but exchanging for it. I'm willing to use some of the pinnacle treasures to exchange for the wonder. It's just one wonder, you all have no way to split it, why not just give it to me, I'll give everyone the treasure. What do you all say? The 9 Abyss Lords' gaze swept. Silence reigned. After a while, Black Lotus Lord was the first to speak, her voice sweet to the ear. Since the creator of Black Aeon has personally come forward, our Bug clan has no objections. Our North Border Alliance has no objections either. Our prison clan has no objections. Our human clan has no objections. Ice Peak Lord said. Even the unwilling Flare Emperor and the other universe lords finally agreed. Actually, it wasn't them who agreed, but the strongest person in the universe behind them had agreed. This matter had long involved the strongest people in the primeval universe, and now the creator of Black Aeon had disregarded his reputation and appeared personally. It was just for a wonder, and it was an equivalent exchange. There was no need to offend the strongest person in the universe. After all, it was best not to offend the strongest person in the universe if possible. After all, people like Lord Yuan Ao might be suppressed and sealed, but to suppress and seal the strongest person in the universe, at least the various forces didn't have the ability to do so. I'll control the universe space, and together with your domain-type treasure, the chances of Lord Yuan Ao escaping will be even lower. The creator of Black Aeon continued, of course, if he escapes in advance, even I won't be able to track him down, and we'll have to rely on the Ancestral God Sect. The Ancestral God Sect should be able to easily locate Lord Yuan Ao's location. Yes. The Nine Abyss Lord nodded. It wasn't to locate Lord Yuan Ao, but to locate the wonder. Before, when Lord Yuan Ao didn't take out the black godly wood, the Ancestral God Sect had already noticed that there was a problem with this region and sent Luo Feng. And the moment Lord Yuan Ao took out the black godly wood, he was immediately locked down. Yuan Ao secret region. Many majestic silhouettes, whether they were reptilian life forms, stone life forms, flesh and blood life forms, many powerful universe lords appeared about 10 light years away from the 12 continents. The one leading them was the golden flame giant that emitted an endless pressure that forced the universe origin laws to retreat. Let's go over. The creator of Black Aeon said. Hua, a group of majestic silhouettes appeared in the space outside the Emogao continent. They were extremely close. Lock. The creator of Black Aeon said. Rumble, with the creator of Black Aeon as the center, the space within 100 light years was instantly locked down, and the space restraints immediately rose. I've already locked onto Lord Yuan Ao, you can all make your move. The creator of Black Aeon said. Endless Light Domain. The golden horned master of the Astral Beast Alliance stood in the void and spread his huge wings. At the same time, with him as the center, an endless light domain with a radius of 80 light years appeared out of thin air. The dazzling white light caused the entire place to become extremely resplendent. Every expert present could feel the power contained within the light. The Gold Horn Lord is indeed powerful. Luo Feng glanced, he still doesn't know that I'm the Gold Peak Knight. Rumble, the floating Emogao continent, suddenly a majestic silhouette rushed out from it. He was holding a huge black godly wood, looking up, simultaneously roaring angrily. I didn't expect for just one wonder, you all actually joined forces. No matter what, you all are still a superpower of the primal universe. There's actually the strongest warrior of the universe. Fighting one-on-one, I'm not afraid at all. However, since you all joined forces, don't blame me for fleeing. The Lord of Arcana let out a roar. At the same time, he stomped down. Rumble, the huge foot stomped down on the void, instantly shattering the void within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The space was crushed into a stream of particles that directly entered the void. Within the space layer, there were endless space shards. The Lord Yuan Ao roared, holding the black godly wood and entering the space layer. However, the light from the endless light domain too followed into the space layer. Go. The golden flame giant took a step, space split open and he entered. Lord Yuan Ao, you want to flee too? Flame Emperor roared, fiercely ripping with his right hand. His claw-like right hand caused a huge crack in space and he entered. Luo Feng, let's go. The Ice Peak Lord and Milky Way leader Luo Feng became a silver-white blade light and a golden blade light, piercing through space and swiftly entering the space layer. One by one, the lords of the universe, whether they were powerful or relaxed, entered the interlayer of space one after another. In the space layer, the deeper one went, the more exaggerated the space flow was. Even deeper in, there were many places where universe lords would be destroyed by the huge space shards. However, whether it was the escaping Lord Yuan Ao, or the creator of Black Universe and the many universe lords chasing, they were all much stronger than the universe lords. They didn't fear the space shards at all. Hua! Hua! All of them rushed towards the depths of the space layer at high speeds. The golden-horned lord's gigantic scaled wings flapped recklessly, breaking through the air and directly colliding with the gigantic spatial shards, causing the spatial shards to collapse and shatter. These spatial shards were as fragile as water droplets, unable to stop the golden-horned lord at all. Luo Feng too became a beam of golden light. He used the golden light technique with his god body, along with the Wu killer wings. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Of the pursuing warriors, the creator of Black Universe was naturally the fastest. The other universe lords were either faster or slower, but without a doubt, their speed was far faster than the Lord Yuan Ao. Firstly, the Lord Yuan Ao was restricted by the pinnacle domain treasures. Secondly, he was restricted by the creator of Black Universe's control over space. These two huge pressures caused the Lord Yuan Ao to slow down ridiculously. Obviously the pursuers were swiftly catching up. They've finally caught up. The Lord Yuan Ao's face was filled with rage, but within he was filled with anticipation. After planning for so long, I've been waiting for the other powers, and now they've all arrived. However, the creator of Black Universe's appearance has exceeded my expectations. Even with him here, it doesn't affect the plan at all. Come. As the absolute warriors of the various powers of the primal universe, you actually don't care about your reputation and surround me. How shameless. The Lord Yuan Ao roared furiously as he fled. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. One-on-one, none of you can do anything to me. For this god tree, you actually ganged up on me. Your shamelessness really shocks me. The Lord of Yuan Arcana rampaged through the endless waves of space, shattering one huge space fragment after another. At the same time, he roared and roared, venting his anger. However, no matter how angry he was, with the creator's control of space and the Golden Horn Lord's pinnacle domain treasure, the Endless Light Domain, the two combined, this caused the Yuan Mysterious Lord's speed to be very slow. Behind, the creator of the Dark Universe and the Universe Lords from the 9 great powers were swiftly rushing over. Curse! Curse now, he's about to die. Pitiful bastard. Who can he blame? He's always been alone. How would he know that the items can't be brought into the primal universe? When he first recognized it and brought it into the primal universe, his fate was sealed. The universe lords behind either sneered or felt pity. Even Luo Feng shook his head within. A universe lord that rose so quickly since the birth of the universe was about to die just like that. Luo Feng shook his head. The Ice Peak Lord communicated, even the items that appear in the Universe Sea are extremely rare. Their numbers are about the same as the absolute treasures. Even for me, it was only after my teacher told me back then that I knew these items couldn't be brought into the primal universe. Many of the universe lords here probably only found out about these items because of this incident. It's not strange that the Yuan Mysterious Lord didn't know. Right. Luo Feng sighed. If he knew, he wouldn't have done this. Who can he blame? He can only blame his fate. The Ice Peak Lord said coldly. Luo Feng sighed within. Just like the 8 great beast gods, each of them was born to be the lord of the universe, but every part of the beast god's body was a treasure. In the beginning, the number of experts from the various forces in the universe was small, but when the experts of the countless races grew up, they naturally became envious. Like a pack of wolves, the 8 great beast gods were divided and devoured. Just like the Blood Cloud Palace leader, why was he surrounded and attacked? 1 was because he was crazy, 2 was because he didn't have enough background. Luo Feng on the other hand, even though he used 1 move to kill over 6,000 knights, he was still from the Great Alliance. With the support of the Ancestor God Church, the 3 major alliances could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. If a lone universe lord dared to slaughter so wantonly, the 3 major alliances would definitely go crazy and attack him. Background was a burden to Mountain Passenger, Star Sky Primogenitor, and Giant Axe Creator. However, to Luo Feng and the other universe lords, it was considered a support, without any backing. It was just like how the Lord of Yuan Arcana was repelled by the primeval universe because of his mystical item. Even the ancestral god sect attacked him first. Even the strongest experts of the universe wouldn't be punished for killing him, the various powers naturally wouldn't be lenient. Even the 8 great beast gods, who had the backing of the ancestral god sect, were all killed. One could imagine what kind of scene it would be if all the major powers went crazy with greed. This was also the reason why Mountain Passenger didn't want Luo Feng to reveal the Star Tower. Come on, come on. If you want to kill me, I'll drag a few down with me. The Lord of Yuan Ao seemed to have gone mad, crazily smashing the space fragments one after another, roaring incessantly. He was like a stray dog making its final struggle, causing the many super-existences chasing after him to sigh inwardly or sneer. Endless light enveloped a huge area. And amongst the absolute beings chasing behind, the fastest, the creator of Dark Universe, was swiftly closing in. Dark Universe? The Lord of Yuan Arcana looked behind him, getting even more furious. Give up. The huge golden flame silhouette said. Dream on. The Lord of Yuan Arcana roared. Hua, the golden flame silhouette swiftly closed in. While Luo Feng and the other universe lords were still far behind, the golden flame silhouette had already caught up to the Lord of Yuan Arcana. You can't escape. The golden flame silhouette suddenly extended a palm and the huge palm slammed forward. Rumbled, the surrounding space completely crumbled. A huge black palm tore through space. This black palm was at least a few million km tall. Simultaneously, there seemed to be countless stars revolving within it, almost as though there were countless stars within. This huge palm swiftly arrived above the Lord of Yuan Arcana. You want to kill me? Do you think you alone can kill me? Burn. The Lord of Yuan Arcana's voice rumbled like thunder. A huge flame whirlpool appeared around his body. The glaring flame whirlpool madly contracted and gathered on the black god wood. The black god wood fiercely expanded. Rumble, endless energy gathered on the black god wood. Almost like a pillar that pierced through the heavens, the black god wood smashed into the huge black palm that slammed down from above. Pung pung pung, the Lord of Yuan Arcana's body trembled. His entire body violently fell downwards. Even his body shook violently. Many cracks appeared on it before swiftly recovering. Indeed, the strongest warrior of the universe. To be able to destroy 0.3% of my body in one move. The Lord of Yuan Arcana raised his head and roared madly. If you were alone, without the help of the other universe lords, if I wanted to escape, you wouldn't even be able to stop me. If my armor was any better, you wouldn't even be able to injure me like this. The golden flame silhouette slammed down with another huge palm. Hence, accept your death. The huge black palm infused with countless stars revolving once again ravaged the Lord of Yuan Arcana. Luo Feng and the others watched the scene from afar and swiftly flew over. Even the 9 Abyss Lord was able to make him lose 1/1000 of his body. This Dark Universe creator actually only made him lose 3/1000? Luo Feng thought about it and understood. One was that the strongest warrior of the universe could only unleash a power that was slightly stronger than the 9 Abyss Lord's self-destruction attack. 2 were different attack methods. Just like when the Star River Lord and Luo Feng fought, Luo Feng used the Star Pagoda to block that move. That attack was first weakened by the Star Pagoda before being transmitted to his entire body. It was the same when the Dark Universe creator fought the Lord of Yuan Arcana. That slap from the Dark Universe creator landed on the god wood. After being weakened by the god wood, it was transmitted to his entire body. The 9 Abyss Lord's self-destruction attack was different. It was like the universe exploding. The power immediately shrunk and attacked the Lord of Yuan Arcana from all directions. Even though the Lord of Yuan Arcana used the god wood and used up a portion of the explosion's power, the remaining power continued to attack the Lord of Yuan Arcana from all directions. The Lord of Yuan Arcana could only block one direction. However, it was unable to block the attacks from all directions. Naturally, it heavily injured the Lord of Yuan Arcana. 9 Abyss Lord, 1/1000 of his injuries. The Dark Universe creator, 3/1000 of his injuries. Luo Feng nodded within. No wonder he had the ability to be so confident. If he had the pinnacle treasures, the calamity armor, his losses would be even smaller. Luo Feng thought. Milky Way leader Luo Feng, Ice Peak leader, Black Lotus leader, Golden Horn Leader, Annihilation Leader, Underworld Leader, Sky Wolf Leader, Z-Demon Leader, Yunnan Leader, Flame Emperor. The other absolute beings from the various powers swiftly surrounded the Lord of Yuan Arcana while the Dark Universe Creator was suppressing the Lord of Yuan Arcana. Give up, Yuan Arcana. Lord of Yuan Arcana, you can't escape. The Universe Lords all looked from all directions at the Lord of Yuan Arcana who was in the center being destroyed. Pung, the Lord of Yuan Arcana, held the Black God Wood and flew backwards in space. Under the boundless light, he swiftly stopped. He looked around and gritted his teeth, his only eye filled with madness. I've just acquired a wonder. If I had more time, I'd be able to exchange for a better armor. Or exchange for more precious materials to raise my life force. Even the Dark Universe Creator would find it hard to hurt me. Luo Feng nodded within. Yes. The Lord of Yuan Arcana had acquired a wonder, causing his attacks to reach the level of the 9 Underworld Leader and the Star River Leader. However, in terms of life force and defense, he was still weaker than the Lord of Yuan Arcana, causing his defense to be much weaker. Even if you get a better armor, you won't be able to resist. The golden flame silhouette came again, simultaneously roaring, Ice Peak, hurry up and take out the treasure. Ice Peak. In the distance, the Ice Peak Lord let out a cold roar and tossed out a crystalline palace. The palace rapidly expanded, instantly turning into a towering palace that spanned over 100 million kilometers. The entire palace was engraved with countless mysterious runes, emitting an ancient cold aura. Open! The Ice Peak Leader roared. Hua, the ancient palace's door rumbled open. Inside was darkness, an incredibly powerful swallowing energy immediately enveloped the Lord of Yuan Arcana. This was a peak-sealing treasure. Activated by the Ice Peak Leader, its power was so strong that even the Lord of Yuan Arcana felt his body tremble. You want to suppress and seal me? The surface of the Lord of Yuan Arcana's body burned with energy, resisting with all his might. At the same time, he roared and looked around. At this time, the Lord of Yuan Arcana was like the craziest wolf, he was already at the brink of death. If you don't enter voluntarily, I'll send you in. The golden flame silhouette said, simultaneously waving his palm. Creator of Dark Aeon. The Lord of Yuan Arcana gritted his teeth, seemingly unwilling, shouting, if you help me, I'll give you the black godly wood. The Creator of Dark Aeon suddenly stopped. Dark Aeon. Creator of Dark Aeon. The 9 Underworld Leader, Golden Horn Leader and the others couldn't help but speak, seemingly angry. The Creator of Dark Aeon sighed, Yuan Arcana, even if I don't help you, I can still get the black godly wood. I'll just lose a few treasures, but if I help you, it'll be the same as offending the major powers of the primal universe. The Lord of Yuan Arcana's eyes were filled with madness. Looking around, he gritted his teeth, I still have one more treasure, it's the incomplete map left behind by the strongest warrior of the universe, Xianxia. Pinnacle World Map. What? Xianxia left behind? Pinnacle World Map? Including the Creator of Dark Aeon, all the absolute beings present were shocked. Luo Feng was shocked too. He didn't recognize Xianxia, but he was stunned by the word strongest warrior of the universe that has long fallen. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Just how powerful were the strongest in the universe? They might not be able to kill some heaven-defying existences like the Master of the 9 Underworlds or the Master of the Star River, but to kill the strongest of the universe was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that even the progenitor who fought against the primeval universe was only suppressed for eternity. Killed? The strongest in the universe died? Luo Feng was shocked within. At the same time, his ocean clone immediately connected to the virtual universe and began to investigate Xianxuan's information. With Luo Feng's current level of authority, he immediately obtained the information. Xianxuan, the strongest in the universe before the Great Apocalypse, he loved to adventure and explore. Due to entering one of the 3 danger zones of the Universe C, the Pinnacle World, he died. The 3 danger zones of the Universe C? Explore? Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. To be able to kill the strongest in the universe, this Pinnacle World, just how dangerous is it? The 3 danger zones? It's indeed a danger zone. Just as Luo Feng was investigating the information through the virtual universe, at this time, the Yuan mysterious lord seemed to have grasped the last thread of hope. Right, Shan Yuan. That's the strongest who loves to adventure and explore the universe, Shan Yuan. The Yuan mysterious lord stood in space, the huge space shards flying at him at high speed were immediately shattered by the endless light. Countless smaller shards smashed into him, however he was as steady as a mountain. But Lord Yuan Ao himself was extremely dangerous. He had the Ice Mountain Palace, a peak-ceiling treasure. As long as the other experts surrounded him, he wouldn't have enough power to resist the Ice Mountain Palace. If he was directly sucked in, he would be finished. You said you have Shan Yuan's pinnacle world map, how do you prove it's true? He's going to die, he's probably lying. The universe lords from the various powers watched from afar, including the creator of Dark Universe. They weren't in a rush to make a move. I'm lying? Where do you think I got the black godwood from? The Yuan mysterious lord surveyed his surroundings. I believe you all know this too, these wonders only appear in the 3 danger zones. The universe lords from the various powers of the primal universe were all silent. The wonders indeed only appeared in the 3 danger zones. I was fortunate enough to obtain this map fragment of the toppling peak world, and I've never dared to let the other experts know about it for fear of bringing about a calamity. I relied on this map fragment to explore the pinnacle world. With this map fragment, my luck wasn't bad, and I actually managed to find this treasure. Back then, I was discovered by another lord of the universe, the Lord Swan. I used the black godwood to easily slay him. So you were the one who killed him. So you were the one who killed the master of the swan. The lords of the universe and the surrounding void came to a realization. Some of the lords of the universe who roamed the cosmic sea had perished, and they could not even send a message back. The cause of the fall of some universe lords was very difficult to investigate. Haha, he can only blame his bad luck. Lord Yuanao looked around and said, I just got the item, and the cosmic sea is too dangerous. So, I went back to the primeval universe and tried to find a powerful faction to trade for treasures. After all, now that I have the tree, my offensive treasures are useless. I can trade them for better armor, and I can even buy treasures to improve my genes. However, before I even made a move, that human Luo Feng came. Lord Yuanao looked at Luo Feng from afar, gritting his teeth. Luo Feng. Standing in the distance, the silver-winged Luo Feng with his blade on his back smiled. I don't understand, why is the ancestral god sect so well informed, and still wants to kill me? Lord Yuanao gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Feng. Lord 9, can you tell me, why do you want to kill me? I have no enmity with your ancestral god sect. You deserve to die. 9 said coldly. Tell me the reason. Lord Yuanao roared. Don't talk nonsense. Not far away, Flame Emperor roared coldly, you said so much, it's entirely possible that you're making it up. Who knows if you were lucky enough to get this magical item? There's no way to prove that you really have the pinnacle map fragment, much less that it's left behind by Shan Yuan. There were many fragments of the pinnacle world map. The pinnacle world was one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the cosmic sea. It was vast and boundless. If it only recorded the outer regions of the map, it would be worthless. And the depths of the map, its value would be extremely high. The smaller and larger areas, the value would naturally be different. If it was just 1,000,000 km area, and 100 light-years area, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. As for Shan Yuan, he was the strongest expert of the cosmos before the Great Calamity. He had lived longer than any of the strongest experts of the primeval cosmos. He had roamed the pinnacle world time and time again, exploring the pinnacle world countless times. The pinnacle world map fragment that Shan Yuan carried with him had naturally reached an extremely high level, its value immeasurable. If he obtained this map fragment, he could definitely rely on it to obtain a large amount of treasures, and even obtaining supreme treasures might not be impossible. This is what Shan Yuan left behind. Lord Yuan Arcana roared. At the same time, he flipped his hand, and a black and gold silk cloth appeared in his hand. This is the string map. String is an extremely precious material used to make a map. Even the strongest in the universe can't bear to use it. Strings map. Strings map. It's the strings. The legendary Xianxia, the map he carried with him was the strings map. The universe lords present were all excited to be so extravagant as to use strings to make a map. There weren't many with such extravagance. Virtual universe. Luo Feng and the Ice Peak leader stood before the Primal Chaos City leader. Whether or not his words can be trusted, it's still hard to say. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Senior, that Lord Yuanao just took out the strings map. The Ice Peak leader suddenly said. Strings map? The Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. Lord Yuanao is just a lone universe lord, suddenly obtaining a wonder and taking out the strings map. I'm afraid what he said may very well be true. If it really is the pinnacle world map fragment left behind by Xianxia, then it's very precious. To our race, it's even more valuable than that wonder. Junior, Luo Feng, you two have to think of a way to get the strings map. There's only one of it, there's no way to split it, there'll definitely be a fight, you two work together, do your best. The Ice Peak leader nodded, his eyes gleaming coldly. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng nodded. North Border Alliance. Strings map? Since the Lord Yuanao has the strings map, then what he said must be true. The surrounding space is sealed, I can't directly teleport over. Without using the God Country, it'll take me a long time to get there. I'll depend on you two. First work hard, try your best to get the strings map. Next is the wonder. Yes. Yes. Demon race. They'll definitely fight, there's no way to split the strings map, no one wants to either. That Heiyu is really lucky, he actually got there first. If we want to rush over, we'll need some time too. The battle between the strong is extremely fast, we definitely won't make it. Sky Wolf, Ghost, you two do your best. The moment you get the strings map, immediately flee. Yes. The incarnations of the Heavenly Wolf Lord and the Nether Devil Lord replied. Their clones remained here, to inform Meng Monster Ancestor and Jin Monster Ancestor of any news. Their original target was the Wonder, now they've changed their target to the Pinnacle World Map Fragment. Prison Clan, Crystal Clan, Space Beast Alliance, many powers were envious. One had to know that the Cosmic Sea was a place with more treasures than the primeval universe. The three great danger grounds of the Cosmic Sea gave birth to a large number of peak treasures, even supreme treasures. Hence, the value of the map fragments of the three great danger grounds was very high. The wider the area, the deeper the three great danger grounds, the higher the value. Moreover, the experts of the primeval universe were only born after the Great Calamity. And before the Great Calamity, those experts had lived longer than them. Like the three great danger grounds, they naturally had more experience. The map fragment left behind by Xianxia, its value definitely surpassed a wonder. Hong. 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 Waves of powerful aura soared to the sky. Experts from all directions stared at the Lord Yuanao, then at the founder of Heiyu. Founder of Heiyu, you won't be greedy, right? Lord of Nine Underworlds said. Founder of Heiyu, you have a supreme treasure, and you're the strongest expert of the universe. This map fragment isn't that useful to you, Lord of Golden Horn said slowly. All the experts stared at the founder of Heiyu. Lord of Nine Underworlds, Lord of Golden Horn, Lord of Ice Peak, Lord of ZMO, all of them could hold back the founder of Heiyu. My map, I want it. The founder of Heiyu said, Yuan Ao, I'll protect you. You can't. Attack. Attack. The supreme experts of the 9 factions instantly erupted. The Golden Horned Lord and the ZMO Lord flashed and attacked the creator of Dark Aeon at the same time. The Golden Horned Lord let out a roar and spread his scaled wings as he charged towards the creator of Dark Aeon. Lord of ZMO let out a roar, the white face on his huge body was incomparably malevolent. Kill. Kill. It was completely crazy. Damn it. The founder of Heiyu was also furious, but in the primeval universe, his strength was suppressed. Be it Lord of Golden Horn or Lord of ZMO, they were only slightly weaker than him. In addition, Lord of Golden Horn and Lord of ZMO were both stronger, their armor stronger, and they were peak existences amongst the universe lords of the Cosmic Beast Alliance and Prison Race. Go in. Go in. Flare Emperor, Lord of Yunnan, Lord of Sense Wind, Lord of Black Lotus, Lord of the Milky Way, Lord of the Icy Peak, more than 10 universe lords surrounded and attacked Lord of Yuan Ao. Despair. Lord of Yuan Ao was in complete despair. The universe lords sent by the various factions were either very good at survival or extremely strong. Just Lord of Golden Horn and Lord of Zmo alone could hold back the founder of Heiyu. If the other universe lords joined forces, it would be too easy to seal Lord of Yuan Ao. You want to kill me and take my treasure? Then go ahead and take it. Lord of Yuan Ao roared fiercely, his hands tearing. The silk map was directly torn apart. Boom, it split into dozens of pieces that flew in all directions, causing the gazes of these universe lords to instantly focus on the silk map fragments. If you want to take it, then take it. Lord of Yuan Ao immediately turned and transformed into a stream of light, intending to flee. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Tomato had already sent out a notice previously. However, in case some readers missed it, he would do it again. Yes. According to what he had said previously, Saturday and Sunday would be swapped. Saturday would be updated normally, and Sunday would be New Year's Eve. He could take a day off to accompany his family to watch the Spring Festival Gala, hence, he would take a day off tomorrow. From the 1st day to the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Tomato had just gotten married. From the 1st day to the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, he would visit his uncle, aunt, uncle, and many other relatives. From the 6th day to the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, he would visit his wife's relatives. He would prepare a lot of gifts. From the 1st day to the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, Tomato would write a chapter every day. He would update at night, it could be at 9 o'clock or late at night. I can't guarantee the exact time. After the Lunar New Year, the updates would return to normal. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On New Year's Eve, Tomato was watching the Spring Festival Gala with his family. Of course, before that, he wanted to wish everyone a happy new year. I wish everyone good luck in the year of the dragon. May everyone be healthy and happy. 10,081 words omitted below. Also, there was a red envelope? Tomato would smile till his face turned red if he gave them his monthly or recommendation tickets. Let's go and watch the Spring Festival Gala. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The silk picture was after all a map of the fallen peak world made from special materials, and Lord Yuan Ao's strength could even destroy normal treasures. Just one silk picture was naturally split into 10 pieces. However, this was very similar to the black metal board Luo Feng used back then to record the 9 tribulation manuals. Even though it was already broken, every piece of the picture still had a portion of the contents within. Combining the 10 pieces, it was the complete picture left behind by Xian Yuan. Silk picture. Damn Yuan Ao. The 10 universe lords from the various powers were first enraged before rushing to fight for the pieces. Because they were very clear, even though it was just a piece, it was still something left behind by Xian Yuan. Hence, even the pieces recorded within would be extremely valuable. Luo Feng, get the pieces. Ice Peak leader communicated anxiously. Understood. Luo Feng went all out. Don't fight with me. The white face on the chest of the Lord of Zmo, who had been attacking the founder of Dark Ian, roared ferociously. He ignored the founder of Dark Ian and flew towards the nearest string diagram fragment. That string diagram fragment was one of the larger ones. Get out of my way. Rumble Lord ZZ Devil held a huge whip in his hand, and with a flick, the whip was over 100 million kilometers long. It swept towards Lord Black Lotus, who wanted to snatch the string painting fragment. Lord Black Lotus didn't dare to summon the large number of insectoid warriors under his command while being surrounded by such a frenzied attack. Z-Demon. The Black Lotus Lord's beautiful face was filled with rage. That's mine. Bug, don't even think of getting it. The Z-Demon Lord roared and rushed forward. Rumble, that's mine. Go find the others. Boundless ripples suddenly appeared around Lord Black Lotus. As the ripples spread out, a powerful shockwave repelled the surrounding endless light domain. Naturally, it was also suppressing towards Lord Black Lotus. Humph! The white face on the ZZ Devil Lord's body roared. Instantly, black waves spread out in all directions with him as the center. The surging black seawater also spread out in an instant, crashing into the surrounding endless light domain and ripples. The lords of the universe from the 9 great factions were all prepared for this trip to the Yuan Ao secret realm. There were 3 who possessed peak-grade domain-type cardinal treasures, the Golden Horn Lord, the Black Lotus Lord, and the ZZ Devil Lord. Previously, when they were dealing with Lord Yuan Ao, the Golden Horned Lord had only needed to use a peak domain-type treasure, so everyone was still united. But now, in order to fight for this strings painting, how could they be united? Naturally, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. The strong were ambitious, and they wanted to obtain 1 or more pieces of the strings painting. They wanted to obtain the large pieces of the strings painting. You guys can fight over the string diagram. I don't want it. I just want that mystical item, the creator of Dark Aeon suddenly growled. Alright. Alright. Founder of the Dark Aeon, we will not fight with you. The mystical item is yours. The mystical item is yours, and the silk string painting is ours. The various powerhouses immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In terms of strength, the creator of the Dark Aeon was definitely stronger than them. Previously, when they were united, they could completely suppress the strongest powerhouse in the universe, but once everyone was no longer united. If the creator of the Dark Aeon wanted to seize it, it was unlikely that he would be able to seize more than half of it, but there was still hope for him to seize 8 to 10 portions. Humph! The creator of the Dark Aeon snorted inwardly. If it was the complete toppling world map fragment left behind by Shan Yuan, it would definitely have detailed records of the situation from the outside world to the depths. But now that it's broken, even if I obtain 10 portions, I'm afraid that they will be scattered all over the place, unable to form a clear route. The value will be greatly reduced. I might as well obtain this mystical item. With this mystical item in hand, my strength in the cosmic sea will increase to another level. Boom! The creator of the Dark Aeon hurriedly chased after the fleeing Lord of Arcana. Although the various parties were currently fighting each other, whether it was in the endless light domain, the endless ripple domain, or the endless black water domain, Lord of Arcana would be deliberately suppressed. Since he had agreed to give the mystical item to the creator of the Dark Aeon, he would naturally do the creator a favor. Moreover, the act of Lord of Arcana shattering the string diagram earlier had somewhat annoyed these masters of the universe. Iceberg Lord, help me out a little. Use your full power to control your iceberg palace, the creator of the Dark Aeon said. After this, I will repay you with a supreme treasure. Sure. The Iceberg Lord split a part of his consciousness to control the iceberg palace, desperately trying to suck Lord of Arcana inside. As for the Iceberg Lord himself, he was naturally like the other masters of the universe, madly fighting over the string diagram fragment. Lord of Arcana, you have no hope at all. The creator of the Dark Aeon rapidly approached. Damn it. Lord of Arcana's speed was ridiculously slow. With the creator of the Dark Aeon's control of the space shackles, the supreme treasure of the domain realm, and the supreme treasure of the seal realm, under these 3 layers of shackles, Lord of Arcana's speed was pathetically slow, while the creator of the Dark Aeon was able to maintain his extreme speed. Creator of the Dark Aeon, I'll give you the mystical item. How about you let me go? Lord of Arcana hurriedly sent a voice transmission. The void around his voice had long since been sucked in by the iceberg palace, twisting and distorting. Even his divine power was somewhat dissipated, allowing the Iceberg Lord to sense this transmission. We can't let him go. Creator of the Dark Aeon, he must die. From afar, the Iceberg Lord was constantly paying attention to this side. Kill him. Kill him. The consciousness of the universe lords were extremely powerful. Even though they were fighting for the string picture, they too noticed the scene of the creator of the Dark Aeon chasing after Lord of Arcana. All of them obviously wanted Lord of Arcana dead. The moment he fell, all of them would have done a great service. Their races and powers would all be rewarded by the primeval universe. Give me the mystical item? The creator of the Dark Aeon said. Right, I'll give it to you. Let me go. Lord of Arcana was anxious. killing you, I'll still get the mystical item. I'll also get the large amounts of treasures on you. And I'll even get a great service. Even though it's not that important to me, for the primeval universe, naturally the more the better. The creator of the Dark Aeon laughed loudly. Arcana, die. Service, what service? Lord of Arcana asked. A punk that's about to die, there's no need to know so much. The creator of the Dark Aeon swiftly rushed over. As the creator of the Dark Aeon didn't interfere with the 9 powers fighting for the string picture, the universe space he controlled shrunk to only the area around him and Lord of Arcana, not affecting anyone else at all. Hence, Luo Feng gained a huge advantage. Golden Country. Luo Feng's wings flapped. Endless blurry golden light immediately enveloped an entire light-year area. Other than the area controlled by the creator of the Dark Aeon, the other areas were all under his control. Quite a strong control. The creator of the Dark Aeon looked far into the distance. The silver-winged silhouette within the endless shattered space, after which he continued to deal with Lord of Arcana. Hua hua hua, the golden waves spread out too. The Nine-Ming River immediately covered an area of 3,000 kilometers. With the support of the Golden Country, the Nine-Ming River was extremely arrogant. Other than the Ripple region, the Blackwater region and the Light region, the other warriors' top-level domain treasures were all destroyed by Luo Feng's Nine-Ming River. One had to know that everyone was very clear about the rules. Even though Luo Feng's Golden Country covered a huge area, he definitely wouldn't intentionally destroy the other areas. Because of the distance, even if he destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to get it, and would instead offend the other warriors. As for the Golden Horned Lord, Black Lotus Lord, and ZZ Devil Lord who possessed peak-grade domain-type cardinal treasures, they were clear of their own capabilities. Hence, they chose to use their peak-grade cardinal treasures to restrain them instead of disrupting the movements of the other experts. If they did that, they would become public enemies and be attacked from all sides. Damn. Luo Feng, you dare fight with me? Looking for death? The Flame Emperor raged. He was about to get the string picture shard, but Luo Feng destroyed his treasure domain, passing through the Nine-Ming River and enveloping the picture shard. Flame Emperor, these treasures belong to the strongest. If you have the ability, come and take it. Luo Feng laughed loudly. The string picture shard swiftly flew towards Luo Feng within the Nine-Ming River. That's mine. The Nine-Ming River became a beam of light and rushed straight into the Nine-Ming River. Rumble wielding the Flame God Halberd, the Flame Emperor roared and used the halberd to split open the endless golden waves, chasing after the string picture shard. This made Luo Feng jump in shock. The string picture was still 20 million kilometers away from him. It would take a long time to get there. From the looks of it, the Flame Emperor could easily stop it. Luo Feng wielded the top-level treasure absolute guest. So, he immediately rushed over, simultaneously using the Nine-Ming River to purposely make a turn. The string picture shard swiftly closed in on him, and with a wave of his hand, the string picture was swiftly kept in his world ring. This was the first string picture shard he had acquired. Ha ha ha, Flame Emperor, thank you. Luo Feng glanced at the Flame Emperor. We're just returning the favor. The Flame Emperor's expression was ashen. Of course he understood Luo Feng's intentions. Back then when Luo Feng went to his place to retrieve the armor, he secretly spread the news, attracting large amounts of knights and universe lords to surround and kill Luo Feng, almost causing Luo Feng to lose his life. Even when Luo Feng finally reached there, the Flame Emperor wasn't willing to give it to Luo Feng. He had to use Mountain Guest to pressure the Flame Emperor, forcing him to hand it over. The Flame Emperor's actions back then, Luo Feng's actions this time could be considered payback. If it wasn't for my teacher being biased towards you, allowing you to acquire such a powerful treasure that can control space, how would you have been able to snatch the string picture shard from my hands? The Flame Emperor communicated coldly, in terms of strength and ability, you're not my match. Ha ha ha, if I didn't get it, you're saying the teacher is biased. Luo Feng sneered. So, Luo Feng turned and flew away, too lazy to care about the Flame Emperor. Damn. The Flame Emperor's expression was grim, after which he gritted his teeth and turned towards the distant other string picture shard that he had the most hope of acquiring. Suppress. The creator of the Dark Aeon spent a lot of effort, along with the Ice Peak leader's cooperation, along with the pinnacle of the domain treasures. The heavily injured Lord Yuan Ao finally flew towards the Ice Mountain Palace. Ah 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 ah. Yuan Ao Lord madly roared, "You want me to die? You want the treasure? Don't think it's that easy. Explode." Rumble. The divine power contained in the body of a lord of the universe that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall was terrifying, and yet it instantly self-destructed with such power that it surpassed even the most powerful attack of a lord of the galaxy, completely reaching the limit of what the primeval universe could contain. Boundless energy waves instantly spread out in all directions. Yuan Ao self-destructed. Protect the string picture shard. Protect the string picture shard. P.S. First day of the new year, the year of the dragon is very auspicious. Tomato cupped his hands and wished me a happy new year. If you like this work, please come to Chidin. Come and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Be careful. The Silk Picture. The universe lords of the 9 great factions, who had been fighting each other, were completely stunned by Lord Yuan Ao's self-destruction. That 1,000,000 kilometers tall god body exploded, causing the boundless energy to explode in an instant. The boundless force was like a supernova exploding with trillions of times more power. It destroyed everything in its path. Pung pung pung. In the distance, a few huge space shards that were flying at high speeds immediately became particles. The surrounding space also became particles. And the universe lords of the 9 powers all used all their strength, either using their pinnacle domain treasures or burning their god energies to form a huge barrier. Block it. We can't let that shockwave destroy the Silk Picture. Even the creator of Dark Aeon used all his strength to control space, suppressing and blocking the shockwave. The center of the explosion was extremely frightening. The creator of Dark Aeon, who had been fighting against the Lord of Yuan Ao, was naturally hit the hardest, but with the protection of an ultimate treasure, the creator of Dark Aeon stood in the void and was only pushed back a few kilometers by the shockwave. He was not harmed at all, and the peak ceiling treasure, the Iceberg Palace, which was also very close to the Lord of Yuan Ao, was also sent flying by the shockwave. Rumble rumble rumble. The shockwave flew a long distance and crashed into the combined defense of the 9 universe lords. At this time, the shockwave's power had weakened by quite a bit. However, it still made the 9 universe lords feel a lot of pressure. This was because not only did they have to protect their bodies, they also had to defend against the distant shards of the Silk Picture. Even with a layer of defense, the shockwave that passed through still caused the space to shatter into countless particles. The shards of the Silk Picture floated within. Because of the shockwave, the shards were sent flying in all directions. After a while, the shockwave completely dissipated. We finally blocked it. Phew, even if that Lord Yuan Ao dies, he won't let us have it easy. That shockwave, if not for so many universe lords working together, I'm afraid some of the shards in the distance would have been turned to dust. Luckily. With a glance, the surrounding 10 billion kilometers was filled with countless particles, almost like boiling sand slowly moving. These countless particles were the most basic structure of space. Very quickly, these particles began to condense. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief after blocking the shockwave. Luo Feng, there are 2 very large pieces of the Silk Picture floating towards you. A god energy transmission suddenly resounded in his mind. Ah. Luo Feng's endless blurry golden light enveloped his surroundings and immediately noticed the 2 pieces. He turned to look behind him. Tens of millions of km away, there were 2 pieces floating closer to each other. These 2 pieces were obviously much bigger, even the smaller one was more than twice the size of the one he had before. The larger ones were more than 3 times the amount he had obtained previously. It's mine. Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew over. Don't fight with me for it. An angry roar came from afar through the divine power. That's mine. Luo Feng glanced. In the distance, the huge black heavenly wolf also quickly flew over. At the same time, it roared at the others who wanted to snatch it. Humph, heavenly wolf, you want to fight with me? The tall and sturdy flaming emperor wielded a huge flame god halberd and emitted boundless killing intent. He scanned the surroundings and stared coldly at Luo Feng. He communicated, "My 3rd junior, you got the picture shard last time. This time, don't even think about it. Ha ha ha. I haven't even gotten a single piece yet. The huge bone-winged Yunnan leader laughed loudly. Then we'll see how strong you are, Luo Feng said coldly. At this time, the ones closest to these two enormous pieces were Flame Emperor, Luo Feng, Yunnan leader and Heavenly Wolf leader. Of which, Flame Emperor and Luo Feng had fought over the pieces before, hence they were very close to each other. Other than the four of them, there were two more universe lords nearing. These were the Ice Peak leader and the Netherworld leader. Obviously these two pieces were very close to each other. Along with the large area, these two were equivalent to 6 or 7 smaller pieces. Naturally, everyone was fighting over them. Luo Feng, I'll help you. The Ice Peak leader became a beam of light and swiftly flew over. Heavenly Wolf, let's go all out. The Netherworld leader too swiftly rushed over. It was crazy. The 6 universe lords were either close or far away. They all looked at the two enormous pieces passionately. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. Yunnan leader's flying speed was terrifyingly fast. As he flapped his wings, he became a gust of wind and swiftly flew over. He was the fastest amongst them. Luo Feng used the Golden Country to suppress him. However, he was only blocked by the black mist around Yunnan leader. The distance between the two was relatively far. Nine Ming River couldn't even reach them. Senior uncle, do you have any domain treasures? Luo Feng communicated. Yes. The Ice Peak leader said. Senior uncle, your domain treasure and my Golden Country will work together to block them all. Luo Feng said. Alright. Hua endless white mist immediately spread in all directions. Within the mist were countless ice crystals. The white mist was covered in a blurry golden light. The two simultaneously blocked the others. As the saying goes, when one's strength was applied, it caused the black mist around Yunnan leader to crumble. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng, your wings treasure is really powerful. Its control over the universe space is so strong. Combined with my pinnacle domain treasure, Cold Mist World, it can even compete with pinnacle domain treasures. The Ice Peak leader was usually very solitary. However, at this moment, he was rarely this excited. These two pieces belong to the human race. Luo Feng was excited too. Bastard! Flame Emperor was the first to roar. The endless white mist and the blurry golden light formed 2 layers of resistance. It caused the already slowed down Flame Emperor's speed. Flame Emperor gritted his teeth. However, he could only swallow his rage. He looked at Luo Feng from afar and roared, "My third junior, you win this time." Rumble, Flame Emperor turned and flew in another direction. Since he knew he couldn't get it, he naturally didn't waste any more time. Seizing the time to fight for the other pieces was the most important thing. Ha ha ha, Milky Way leader, respect, respect. Looks like these two pieces are going to fall into your human hands. I'm not fighting anymore. Yunnan leader also realized his speed was too slow under the resistance. Knowing there was no hope, he immediately laughed and became a beam of light and left. Both sides chose to leave, leaving only the demon race and the human race to fight for the two pieces. Human Luo Feng. Black Sky Wolf stared at Luo Feng. Back then you were just a punk. In the blink of an eye you've become so strong. However, compared to the demon race, you humans are still too immature. Rumble illusory rainbow-colored threads suddenly appeared in the endless void, spreading out in all directions and directly colliding with the white mist. The white mist was immediately suppressed and quickly retreated. Even with the help of the Golden Country, even though it didn't collapse from the impact, it was still pushed back. In the distance, the Ice Peak leader's expression was ugly. Dream Ancestor Domain. Luo Feng's expression changed. Dream Ancestor Domain. Demon Ancestor Dream was one of the strongest in the 2 universes of the demon race. The treasures she used were naturally extremely famous. There were at least a few treasures that were famous and were used to attract others. Of which, the Pinnacle Domain Treasure Dream Ancestor Domain was one of them. There's actually a Dream Ancestor Domain. Luo Feng was anxious. This is troublesome. The combination of the Golden Country and the Cold Mist World could barely compare to a pinnacle domain treasure. However, compared to the Dream Ancestor domain, it was obviously at a disadvantage. My god energy isn't strong enough. If I become a universe lord, my god energy will be even stronger. The Golden Kingdom would naturally be stronger, and it would be paired with the Cold Mist World. Together with the Cold Mist World, it will be comparable to the Dream Ancestor domain. Luo Feng was very unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do. There's still hope. The Ice Peak leader communicated. However, Hua, that ugly demon leader suddenly screamed. Immediately, black vines shot out of his body. In an instant, the sky and land were covered with black vines. A total of 81 vines immediately shot through the sky, crossing tens of millions of km and surrounding Luo Feng. Demon Island Vine. Luo Feng's expression immediately became ugly. There's actually a Demon Island Vine. The Ice Peak leader raged too. The Demon Island Vine was also one of Demon Ancestor Dream's signature treasures. It was a Spirit Reader Path's pinnacle attack treasure. Pinnacle attack treasures, in theory they were the least valuable of the pinnacle treasures. However, even among the pinnacle treasures, there was still a huge difference between them. Just like the Calamity Armor, it was considered a pinnacle treasure amongst the treasures. And the weaker pinnacle treasures could only weaken it by 1/10,000. The Demon Island Vine was the same. Its value was extremely high. It could be condensed into one and used like a long whip. It could also be completely separated and used to restrain enemies. Even though it could break, the broken parts could swiftly reform back into one. Haha, the other powers have sent universe lords. Our demon race has sent the weakest universe lords. We don't even have a universe lord at the pinnacle. The Sky Wolf leader communicated, incomparably arrogant. Haha, our demon race, within the 6 pinnacle races, we are the strongest. How can we send the weakest for this mission? The two of us have only appeared to show our weakness. Only at the critical moment will we use our trump cards. Demon Ancestor Dream gave us the Dream Ancestor Domain and the Demon Island Vine. Whether it's escaping, trapping, or stealing treasures, these are our trump cards. Ha, we've hidden these trump cards. You guys don't know about it. You won't be on your guard. That's how we can take advantage of you. If we let you guys know about it and even team up against us, we won't be able to take advantage of you. These 2 larger pieces of the picture are enough for us to truly attack. The Sky Wolf leader was extremely proud. The 81 black vines stretched across the sky, swaying in the void. Luo Feng's speed immediately decreased. Even the distant Ice Peak leader stopped. Bastard. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. The Ice Peak leader's expression too was covered in a layer of frost. The two of them understood that they had been tricked by the demon race. P.S. After returning today, I was in front of the computer preparing to write a novel. However, I fell asleep in front of the computer. When I woke up, I got a shock and immediately started writing. I only finished now. I was extremely ashamed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng looked at the 2 pieces of the picture floating in the distance, and at the 81 black vines that were swaying and emitting immense pressure. He was filled with hatred. Even if I unleash I Am the Universe, along with the Golden Country and the Cold Mist World, I can probably only suppress the Dream Ancestor Domain. Those Demon Island vines can still trap me, 1 versus 1. Even if the Sky Wolf leader had the Dream Ancestor Domain, he would still dare to give it a try. However, the Demon Island Vine and the Dream Ancestor Domain, these 2 pinnacle treasures combined, indeed left him helpless. Luo Feng, let's go and snatch the other pieces. The Ice Peak leader however was very direct, giving up immediately. Luo Feng nodded, looking unwillingly at the distant pieces, after which he became a beam of light and left. Ha, black sky. Wolf flew towards the 2 pieces, feeling incredibly carefree. Human Luo Feng, haha, just your human race and you want to compete with our demon race, what a joke. Back then you were so arrogant when you were weak. Now that you've become a universe lord, you still can't beat me. Sky Wolf, there are more pieces in the distance, I'll head over. the Ghost Lord communicated. The other pieces have been split up, and most of them aren't too big, they aren't worth our combined efforts. Let's split up for now and snatch the pieces separately, we might get more. Skywolf swiftly agreed. Luo Feng and the Ice Peak leader quickly split up too, going to fight for the pieces. After all, there were only about 20 Universe Lords, and there were more pieces than the Universe Lords. With 2 Universe Lords working together, even though the chances of getting the pieces were much higher, they would lose a lot of chances. Unless it was like before, where they could get 6 or 7 pieces at once, they wouldn't have to team up. It's mine. Ice Peak, I'll let you have this. Ha ha ha, 9 Underworld Lord, you're still trying to snatch it? Without a domain treasure, how can you beat us? The fighting was incomparably crazy. Nearly 20 Lords of the Universe from the 9 great factions unleashed their power in the space layer. Some were extremely strong, like the Ice Peak Lord, the ZZ Devil Lord, and others, while others had extremely powerful treasures, like the Nether Devil Lord, the Heavenly Wolf Lord, the Black Lotus Lord, and others. For the universe. Luo Feng used I Am the Universe twice during the process of fighting for the string picture, going all out. But even after casting I Am the Universe twice, he only obtained a fragment of the string painting once. One could imagine the intensity of the competition. When the Universe Lords of the 9 great forces unleashed their respective powers and frantically fought over the string painting fragments. In the distant void, the creator of Black Aeon's huge flaming palm grabbed the Black Divine Tree. I've got the mystical item. The creator of Dark Aeon's voice was low and powerful. His flaming head turned slightly and looked at the chaotic battle in the void. Previously, because Lord of Yuan Arcana had been running for his life, he, the creator of Black Aeon, had been chasing after him, causing Lord of Yuan Arcana's explosion to be very far away from the location of the string diagram fragment. I thought I'd have to pay a price to get it. I've even prepared to give some treasures to the 9 forces. I didn't think that I would be able to obtain such a rare item so easily. The creator of Black Aeon glanced around. In the distant void, a huge spatial fragment was flying at high speed, colliding with a huge shield, causing the shield to tumble and fly everywhere. Shield, round hammer, holy grail, grey armor, treasure after treasure flew in all directions in the void. The power of Lord of Yuan Arcana's self-destruction was too terrifying. Even his world ring had been shattered, and some ordinary materials had been turned into nothingness. Only a few precious treasures had been able to survive that impact. Many treasures flew in all directions, and because of the collision of the spatial fragments, they were also sent flying in all directions. I've got the mystical item. My goal has been achieved. The creator of Black Aeon looked at the chaotic battle in the distance. These treasures are scattered in all directions. Even if I go to grab them, just flying will take a long time. At most, I'll get 1 or 2. To me, it's enough to have a defensive treasure and an offensive mystical divine tree. As for the treasure scattered in all directions, it'll take a while to fly. Let them fight for them. Time to go. Hua, the golden flaming figure tore through the void and disappeared into the endless spatial turbulence. There were only so many fragments. Close to 20 universe lords from the 9 great powers of the primal universe fought with all their might. In a short while, they were all gone. Those who were strong and had powerful treasures like the Chi Demon Lord and the Golden Horn Lord naturally had a huge advantage. Even Luo Feng with his control of space and time had a small advantage. Luo Feng himself didn't get much, only 2. However, he used the Golden Country to help the already strong Ice Peak leader. After all, the Golden Country's area of effect was huge. No matter where the Ice Peak leader fought, he would receive the Golden Country's help. Naturally he was invincible. Haha, our rewards this time are not small. The Ice Peak leader communicated. However, I have to thank you, Luo Feng. With the help of your Golden Country, along with my top-grade domain treasures and my own strength, I've gotten about the same amount as the Chi Demon Lord, a total of 5. Including your 2, our human race has gotten a total of 7. Not bad. It's a pity that the 2 pieces the demon race got this time were huge. What a pity. This time, the 9 great powers got different amounts. The most was actually the Space Beast Alliance, with a total of 10, the least was the 9 regions alliance, with only 3. Of course one couldn't judge it that way, because the pieces came in different sizes. Maybe one large piece could match up to a few smaller pieces. Just like the demon race's Sky Wolf leader and the Netherworld demon lord, they only had 5 pieces. However, if their pieces were combined, the area wouldn't be any smaller than the Space Beasts. Space Beast Alliance has the Golden Horn leader. Prison Clan has the Chi demon lord. Humans have the Ice Peak leader with the Golden Light. The demon race actually brought 2 of Dream Demon Ancestors' powerful treasures. The 4 of them have gotten more than half. Each side probably has about 1/6 of it. The Universe Lords had a clear grasp of the battlefield. They were also clear on how much each side had gotten. And this exchange made them realize the capabilities of the human Luo Feng. The endless golden light actually controls space and time. It's even stronger than the Universe Lord's control of space and time. And that endless golden light seemed to come from the 4 silver wings. This wing treasure may be slightly weaker than a pinnacle domain treasure, but it can actually control space and time. That's unbelievable. In terms of value, it's definitely comparable to a pinnacle domain treasure. Without that golden space domain, how could the Ice Peak leader get so many pieces? Envy. Sky Wolf leader and the other Universe Lords were envious, but they couldn't do anything about it. Luo Feng had killed over 6,000 knights from the 3 great alliances, and they all ended up with nothing. Mountain Passenger is really biased. He only gave me the Soul and Flame God Halberd, and that Calamity armor was only lent to me to use. Finally, when Luo Feng was born, he still gave it to him. In the distance, the Flame Emperor was filled with hatred. Mountain Passenger even gave the Absolute Treasure Star Pagoda to Luo Feng. I already knew about the Calamity armor and the Star Pagoda, however, this wing treasure that can control space and time is so rare and unique, only Mountain Passenger could take it out. And he actually gave it to Luo Feng too. This is simply too biased. Just wait, even if I don't get as much as you, I'll still step on you. Even one day, I'll reach the level of the Ancestor and step on Mountain Passenger too. In the entire universe, I'll dominate the universe. See, I'll be the only one. Flame Emperor's rage and hatred filled his heart. There's a treasure in the distance. It's the treasure left behind by the Yuan Mysterious Lord's self-destruction. The creator of the Dark Universe actually left? Quick, treasure. One of the strongest experts in the universe was a lone traveler. He had no worries, and he had a powerful protective treasure as well as the mystical divine wood. Maybe to the creator of the Dark Universe, the only thing that could attract him was the ultimate treasure. Like the treasures left behind by the Yuan Mysterious Lord, the creator of the Dark Universe didn't really care about them. Just like Mountain Passenger, who directly gave large amounts of treasures to his disciples. Why? He had enough for himself, he had no ties, naturally he didn't need them. Even if he had more, he would just keep them in his treasure trove and never see the light of day. On the contrary, people like the Star Ancestor and the creator of the huge axe had responsibilities to their race, hence they valued the other treasures. So, one by one, the lords of the universe flew off in different directions. The Lord of Yuan Arcane had left behind many treasures after his death, but because the power of his divine body's self-detonation was too great, the treasures were sent flying in different directions. They were now extremely far away from each other. Hence the Universe Lords could only choose one target. Sand Cup. Luo Feng immediately locked onto the Saint Grail. That Saint Grail, its name was Sand Cup, also known as the Flame Sand Cup. It was one of the Yuan Mysterious Lord's top domain treasures. The flame domain he released earlier relied on this cup. That armor, shield, battle hammer etc. are useless against me. I'll unleash the Golden Country now, if I have a top-level domain treasure to work with. Along with the miniature universe, even the top-level domain treasures can suppress me. Luo Feng naturally had to get it. At this time, in another direction, Sky Wolf Leader was also swiftly flying over. Rumble Sky Wolf Leader, Golden Horn Leader, Black Lotus Leader and others with top-level domain treasures, all unleashed them at this time, clashing with each other from afar. Luo Feng's endless gold light too completely enveloped them, however it didn't clash with them at all. The other universe lords couldn't control space and time, nor could they unleash their domains, they couldn't even discern the positions of the distant treasures. That's mine. Sky Wolf Leader swiftly flew over. It's mine. Luo Feng too swiftly flew over. The two of them controlled the flame sand cup from afar to move towards them. However, Sky Wolf Leader's domain treasure was obviously stronger. Xiao. Xiao, Luo Feng and Sky Wolf Leader got closer and closer. When he was about 100 million kilometers away from the sand cup, and within that 100 million kilometers, only he and Sky Wolf Leader were left, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The fight for the treasure is about to end, this sand cup must be in my hands. I am the universe. With the golden horned beast's godly energy replenishment, his earth body was still at its peak condition. Rumble the endless space immediately darkened. Chaos energy rippled out. Within this 100 million kilometers diameter miniature universe, there were only two life forms. Luo Feng and Sky Wolf Leader. It's that small primal chaos world? Sky Wolf Leader was shocked. This trip had been very smooth for him, and he'd acquired many pieces of the silk picture. Finally, this top-level domain treasure would be even more perfect. However, seeing the endless chaos energy, he knew it was Luo Feng's strongest technique. Ha ha ha, human Luo Feng, just you alone, you want to fight with me? The black sky wolf flew within the endless chaos energy, his voice however caused the surrounding chaos energy to disperse. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng looked at the distant Sky Wolf Leader. Back then, he didn't even have the ability to resist the Sky Wolf Leader. However now, in terms of willpower, techniques and treasures, he was definitely on par with the Universe Lords. Even though his divine body was slightly inferior, his supreme treasures made him fearless against any of the masters of the universe. That Yuan Ao leader has the godly wood, he can't do anything to me. Luo Feng thought, Sky Wolf Leader, amongst the 19 beings from the 9 powers, he's completely at the bottom. In terms of true strength, he can't even compare to Flame Emperor and the others. He only has one more Dream Ancestor domain. With the miniature universe, Golden Country and 9 Sea River, I can completely suppress him. My body is slightly weaker now, I can't beat some of the stronger Universe Lords. However, a mere Sky Wolf Leader, Luo Feng didn't even consider the Sky Wolf Leader as a terrifying opponent. Ha ha ha, you want to fight me with this small primal chaos world? Demon Ancestor Dream bestowed upon me a supreme treasure. I'll show you the power of this supreme treasure. Lord Skywolf roared, get out of my way. Rumble countless colored threads formed a dream world that charged in all directions, directly crashing into Luo Feng's miniature world universe. However, this miniature universe used up 10% of that huge god's body and was instantly formed using his strongest technique. How could it be broken so easily? Sky Wolf Leader, you only have this Dream Ancestor domain. Watch me destroy it, let's see. How you fight me? Luo Feng roared. Hua 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 hua, endless golden river surged out and spread out. Haha, the Dream Ancestor domain is a pinnacle domain treasure, you want to, Sky Wolf Leader was shocked. In the distance, the dreamy colored world and the golden river began to clash. With the Golden Country and Miniature Universe's help, the golden river was simply unstoppable. Pung pung pung, the dream world was like a huge starfield, expanding time and time again, only to be forced back by the golden river. Impossible, this is Dream Ancestor Demon's treasure, it can't lose, break break break. Sky Wolf Leader's eyes gleamed fiercely. The Dream Progenitor domain's illusory domain clashed again and again, but it was defeated again and again, causing its range to shrink. Ha ha ha, you've lost for sure, it's useless. Luo Feng laughed loudly. The combination of the Golden Kingdom and the Ice Peak Lord's Frigid Mist Realm was comparable to an ordinary domain-type treasure, only slightly weaker than the Dream Progenitor Realm. The miniaturized universe was stronger than the Cold Mist Realm. Miniature Universe, Golden Kingdom, 9 Darkness River. 3 layers stacked on top of each other. Of course, the 9 Darkness River had the least effect, but it was still slightly stronger than the Dream Progenitor territory. Trapped. Luo Feng roared. The distance between him and the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf was not very far, and he was completely within the range of the Jiuming River, a radius of 30 million kilometers. The Golden River was like a giant egg, wrapping around the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf. The Dream Progenitor Domain surrounded Lord Skywolf like an egg yolk. How is this possible? The Dream Progenitor Realm is at a disadvantage. Lord Sirius was shocked. As soon as he unleashed his miniature universe, the Golden Kingdom, and the 9 Netherworld River, he immediately suppressed Lord Skywolf. However, Luo Feng was immediately faced with a choice. The miniature universe can only last 9 seconds at a time. Even if I fly at light speed, 9 seconds is only a few million kilometers. I'm currently about 18 million kilometers away from the Skywolf leader, and close to 100 million kilometers away from the Flame Sand Cup. Just by flying, I won't be able to reach the Skywolf leader, and I won't be able to get the Flame Sand Cup. I can only rely on the Masha clansman. The Masha clansman could teleport hundreds of times per second, reaching a speed of a few million km per second. Close to 100 million kilometers, he estimated it would take about 30 seconds, 18 million km, he estimated it would take about 5 seconds. I'm already at the end anyway. Getting the Flame Sand Cup is the most important thing. Luo Feng didn't dare take the risk. With a thought, the Masha clansman appeared. So, illusions appeared in the Golden River. The Masha clone used its maximum speed, moving 400 times per second. It only took 24 seconds to reach the Flame Sand Cup. The Flame Sand Cup was a translucent, strangely shaped cup. There was a large amount of sand in the cup, and the sand had a faint flame glow. The Masha clansman grabbed the Flame Sand Cup and immediately kept it in the World Ring. After which it immediately unleashed its natural talent domain to rush towards his main body, spending another 24 seconds before reaching his Earth body and entering the World Ring. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed. As he had to constantly maintain I am the universe, he couldn't enter the World Ring himself, causing the Masha clansman to have to go back and forth. Every 9 seconds of maintaining the miniature universe consumed 10% of his god body. This round trip used up 60% of his god body, plus the 2 times he used it to fight for the string picture, it used up another 20%. Luckily it was all replenished by the golden horned beast, hence his earth body was still able to maintain his peak condition. However, the golden horned beast was already in an extremely weak state. Luo Feng had returned to his god country after his battle with the Yuanao Lord, replenishing his god energy. Damn it! His god body was surrounded by the dream light domain. The black sky wolf charged and broke through the layers of golden waves. However, after 10 seconds, it could only watch as the treasure entered Luo Feng's hands. Even though it struggled with all its might, the golden waves were too wide, plus the golden country and the miniature universe's support, it wasted the 10 seconds just like that. Hua, the miniaturized universe disappeared without a trace. Skywolf leader, last time you had the help of the Netherworld Lord to steal the string picture. This time you alone want to fight me, Luo Feng? You're still lacking. If I didn't have the Dream Ancestor domain, today I would have beaten you to the point of hiding in the Skywolf Palace. Luo Feng laughed loudly. His laughter made the Skywolf leader roar furiously. Human Luo Feng, how long have you trained and you dare compete with me? You've trained for so long and you've been suppressed by me. Not only are you not ashamed, you're even proud. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng's wings flapped, simultaneously releasing the space lock and swiftly flying into the distance. The black sky wolf floated in mid-air and watched, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Universe Lords, unless the difference in strength was huge, it was very hard to kill their opponents, hence they valued their reputation more. From the Skywolf leader's point of view, when he and the Netherworld Lord suddenly unleashed the 2 heaven-defying treasures, the Dream Ancestor Domain and Demon Island Vine, it was natural for them to steal the 2 pieces of the string picture. And earlier, with the Dream Ancestor Domain in hand, he actually lost to Luo Feng in a one-on-one fight for the Flame Sand Cup. It was like Luo Feng slapped him hard in the face. It was a huge humiliation. Damn it. That human punk from back then, he actually dared to follow me, and follow me. The Skywolf leader thought about it. Due to the special circumstances, he was given the Dream Ancestor domain. When he returned he would have to give it to the Dream Demon Ancestor. Even with the Dream Ancestor domain he was suppressed. If he didn't have it, the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he got. If I knew earlier, I would have killed him the first time I met him. The Sky Wolf leader gritted his teeth. Suddenly he saw the distant Netherworld Lord looking over. I'm coming. The Sky Wolf leader immediately teleported and rushed over. When Luo Feng removed the space lock earlier, the Sky Wolf leader naturally removed the space lock too, hence he could teleport. This battle, including the creator of Dark Universe and the Universe Lords of the Nine Great Powers, maybe some were angry, unbalanced, and felt that they were at a disadvantage compared to the other warriors. But on the whole, it could be said that they had gained a great advantage. Every one of them had something to gain. The truly unlucky one was naturally the Yuan-Ao Lord who self-destructed. Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Lord met. Ha ha ha, I looked from afar, it seemed like the Skywolf leader was at a disadvantage. You got the advantage? The Ice Peak Lord laughed. I was lucky, I got the Flame Sand Cup. Luo Feng smiled. Flame Sand Cup? The Ice Peak Lord's eyes gleamed, praising Luo Feng, powerful. The Flame Sand Cup is a top-level domain treasure. Every one of them is extremely valuable, like that Sword River Luo, its parts are scattered everywhere, just collecting them takes a lot of effort. For example, your teacher, the Lord of the Galaxy, there are many famous universe lords in the universe who use top-grade domain-type treasures. Luo Feng nodded. Just like this teacher before him, he too used a top-level domain treasure. This time, the main reason is because the various powers have gathered and fought over it, hence many of them have top-level domain treasures. The Ice Peak Lord said, actually most of those don't belong to them, they're all temporarily lent by the strongest of the universe. You've only been a universe lord for a short period of time, however with treasures, even many universe lords can't compare to you. Luo Feng smiled. Like the Skywolf leader, he too only used top-level treasures. The Skywolf Palace too only had high-level flying palace treasures, comparable to several top-level weapons. Your wings, weapons, armor, Flame Sand Cup, they're all extraordinary. The Ice Peak Lord praised, they're only slightly weaker than your teacher's level. During the conversation, the two had already broken through space and returned to the Yuan mysterious region. In the distance, 3 silhouettes flashed over. It was the 9 Underworld Lord, Yunnan Lord and the Dark Python Lord. Luo Feng, shall we make a trip to the Ancestral God sect? The 9 Underworld Lord flew over and said from afar. 9 Underworld Lord, I've already reported to the Ancestral God. This mission has been completed. Since the Ancestral God already knows, there's no need for me to rush over. Luo Feng smiled, I still have to make a trip back to the human domain. Milky Way Lord, then we'll part ways here. Yunnan Lord and the Dark Python Lord stood beside the 9 Underworld Lord. Hua, the gold light shone and the 9 Underworld Lord, Yunnan Lord and the Dark Python Lord all flew into the light and vanished. Teacher, let's go too. Luo Feng turned to look at the Ice Peak Lord. The Ice Peak Lord nodded. Very quickly, the jade green light shone and Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Lord teleported through the God Country and swiftly left, returning to the human domain. This mission, everyone benefited, only Yuan-Ao Lord fell. After Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Lord returned to the human domain, they quickly connected to the virtual universe and reported everything to the Primal Chaos City leader. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island Peak. Luo Feng and the Ice Peak leader walked side by side in the walkway, their moods happy. Even though the battle on the Primal Star had allowed him to become famous, even making him one of the Universe Lords, Luo Feng was very clear that he was only at the bottom of the Universe Lords. The main reason he had exploded on the Primal Star was because he wanted to regain control of Earth, allowing the people of Earth to truly have their own home. Earth had returned. The people of Earth had slowly become a branch of the universe. Just like the human race's Manka people, the people of Earth had also become an extremely noble race. His goal had been achieved, however Luo Feng knew how weak he was. On Primal Star, relying on the Calamity Armor and the even more powerful Star Pagoda, he was still at a disadvantage against the Star River Emperor. The moment he lost the Star Pagoda, he would indeed be at the bottom. Luckily during this trip to the Primal region, I found another route. The Wu Killer Wings are extremely special, they can actually control space and time. I was lucky enough to obtain a top-grade domain-type treasure, the Flame Sand Cup. Miniature Universe, Wu Killer Wings, Blazing Sand Cup, the three stacked together, can completely suppress a pinnacle domain treasure. Comparable to the pinnacle domain treasures, only the strongest treasures can suppress it. With this move, the opponent's power will definitely be suppressed by 1 or 2 levels. Luo Feng thought. Normally, just the Golden Country and the Flame Domain can barely match a pinnacle domain treasure when used together. At crucial times, the Miniature Universe can be used too. The only weakness is that it consumes 10% of my god body. Luo Feng sighed. Actually, I Am the Universe was the lowest level of usage. Back when he was at the Undying level, 10% of his god body was already enough. The current Luo Feng could indeed use 1% or even 1/1000th of his god body, however the power would be much weaker, and much weaker. It's a pity that I only have one strongest technique, and it's a support technique like the Miniature Universe. Luo Feng thought, if only I had an attack technique. Like the Star River Emperor, Ice Peak Leader, etc. beings, they all had their strongest attack techniques. Before, I was at the bottom, only relying on the Calamity Armor to stay alive. Now, at least I can suppress the Skywolf Leader. Luo Feng looked at the distant silhouette, immediately throwing all his thoughts to the back of his mind, walking over, teacher. Senior brother, the Peak Lord called out as well. Sit. The Primal Chaos City Leader personally poured fruit wine for Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Leader. Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Lord sat down. Judging from your expressions, I can tell that the result is not bad. The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled, it's been hard on the two of you this time. Luo Feng, it's better if you speak, explain everything from start to finish. Luo Feng nodded. The Ice Peak Leader's personality was a bit more eccentric. During the Yuan Mystery Region battle, as he acquired quite a few pieces of the Silk Picture and received Luo Feng's help, he was an exception to Luo Feng. I'm under the orders of the Two-Faced Ancestor God sect. Luo Feng began to explain in detail. This matter, from start to finish, Luo Feng was the one who knew the most, the other warriors only joined later on. The Ice Peak Master was also listening attentively. After a short while, he finished speaking. 2 pieces of the picture, 5 pieces. The City Master looked at the Iceberg Leader. Luo Feng sure is humble. The Iceberg Leader said directly, if it wasn't for his Golden Country's help, fighting with the other Universe Lords, I wouldn't have been able to acquire so much. That Golden Kingdom is extremely powerful, and it can control space-time. It's much more powerful than the Lord of the Universe's space-time control. Combined with my Cold Mist world, it's comparable to a peak domain-type supreme treasure. Golden Country? The Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked, what Golden Country? Luo Feng, when did you acquire another treasure that can control space and time? Ha ha ha, senior, as a teacher, you still don't know? The Iceberg Leader laughed, he rarely saw his senior shocked. I really don't know. The Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng. It's the Killer Wu Feather Wings. Luo Feng said. Killer Wu Feather Wings? The Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked. Luo Feng nodded, back then my teacher gave me the Killer Wu Feather Wings, and with some luck on Primal Planet, I acquired another pair of wings. What shocked me was that the wings actually fused with the Killer Wu Feather Wings, becoming the 4 wings I have now. Fused? An incomplete treasure. The Primal Chaos City Leader was shocked. An incomplete treasure. The Iceberg Leader was shocked too. No wonder, no wonder. Back then, when I obtained the Murdering Wu Feather in the Cosmic Sea, I discovered that the material of the Murdering Wu Feather was special. However, it did not appear to be damaged on the surface. Instead, I thought that it was a treasure made from some special material. The Primal Chaos City Master exclaimed, it's actually a damaged part. Normally, a damaged part's power would be greatly affected. But that Murdering Wu Feather is perfect, and this is just a part. It seems like this treasure is not ordinary. Luo Feng nodded. How's its power? The Primal Chaos City Leader asked. The Killer Wu Feather Wing's greatest power right now is its control of space and time. Luo Feng said, it's stronger than the Universe Lord's control of space and time, but it's weaker than the Universe's strongest. From the pressure alone, it should be a top-level treasure. Top-level treasure. The primal Chaosity leader exclaimed and praised, to be able to control space and time, it's considered a very special treasure. It should be the best of the best, even more valuable than normal domain treasures. Right, is that four-winged treasure complete? I feel, it's not. Luo Feng said directly. His current position was different. Even if he had a domain treasure, he didn't have to hide it, and the killer Wu feather wings were given to him by his teacher. In the future, when he acquired the third part, the primal Chaos City leader would understand, hence it was better not to hide it. It's not complete? The primal Chaos City leader was shocked. It's not? The iceberg leader was shocked too. Haha. The primal Chaos City leader laughed. It's definitely the best of the best, and it should be a very unique one. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, don't tell me it can't be a part of an absolute treasure. Haha, part? The primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Feng, the absolute treasures are all perfect and indestructible. Even in the universe's three great danger zones, they're all perfect and indestructible. Hence over the countless years, the moment an absolute treasure is born, it's always complete. Unless the owner of the absolute treasure takes the initiative to break the parts of the treasure, and it's the parts that are easily broken, otherwise, how could the parts be broken? As for destruction? No one can do that. Luo Feng nodded within. For supreme treasures like the Star Tower, only the Tower Pearl, the Ceiling Star, and some other parts that were easy to take out could be temporarily dismantled. As for destroying them, it was impossible. Senior. The iceberg leader interrupted, this disciple of yours didn't just make a huge contribution with the Silk Picture, he even suppressed the Sky Wolf leader. With the Dream Ancestor domain one-on-one, taking the Flame Sand Cup. Flame Sand Cup? The primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed. It was luck. Luo Feng said. The primal Chaos City leader looked carefully at Luo Feng. Even Luo Feng himself was suspicious. It wasn't luck. The primal Chaos City leader stared at Luo Feng, gently shaking his head. Luo Feng, my teacher knows you haven't truly stepped into the Universe Lord level. Your God energy is weaker than the other Universe Lords by a level, compared to the Star River leader and me by 2 levels. However, you were actually able to suppress the Sky Wolf leader with the Dream Ancestor domain and steal the Flame Sand Cup. Originally to protect you, I wanted you to step into the Universe Lord level before entering the Universe C. However, from the looks of it now, you can enter the Universe C. The primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng was stunned. Universe C? Enter the Universe C? Senior? The iceberg leader frowned. The primal Chaos City leader shook his head at the iceberg leader, after which he looked at Luo Feng and exclaimed, the Universe C is very dangerous, however some of the pinnacle Universe Lords would occasionally go in to explore. In theory, with your strength, you can naturally enter. However, once you step into the Universe Lord level, you'll become another pillar of our human race. To protect you, I originally wanted to wait until you stepped into the Universe Lord level before entering. However, from the looks of it, your strength is obviously much stronger, you can definitely enter the Universe C. In comparison, the Primal Universe is just a cradle. It's the cradle that nurtures us, it's very safe, the danger level is very low. The Universe C is the true battlefield. Large amounts of absolute beings from before the Great Apocalypse, even the strongest warriors of the universe are all in the Universe C. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng, it's even more dangerous there, especially the depths of the 3 danger zones, even the strongest of the universe can fall there. Luo Feng held his breath. That's where the true warriors gather, large amounts of treasures, precious treasures are all born in the Universe C. The primal Chaos City leader exclaimed, the primal star only opens once in countless years, and every time it opens, the most valuable treasure is only a pinnacle domain level treasure. However, in the depths of the 3 danger zones, rumor has it that in the depths of the 3 danger zones, there are many powerful treasures. The pinnacle treasures are even more shocking. Of course, not just the depths, you definitely can't even enter the inner regions. The primal Chaos City leader said, right now, you can only occasionally explore the outer regions. There, you'll receive true training. The warriors from before the Great Apocalypse, any one of them are older than our Primal Universe warriors. The experts of our primeval universe were all born after the Great Apocalypse. Those ancient experts are extremely powerful. Fighting with them will stimulate many of your ideas, and your strength will also increase even faster. The Primal Chaos City Master praised. Luo Feng nodded. Great Apocalypse, the primal universe's birth, evolution, operation, weakening, destruction, this was a cycle. Once the Great Apocalypse, everything within the primal universe would be destroyed. When the primal universe once again produces a new race, that would be a new cycle. And the beings from before the Great Apocalypse, naturally some were able to survive the apocalypse and preserve their lives. Go back and prepare first. The Primal Chaos City leader said, and send me the entire contents of the picture. I'll pass it to the creator of the huge axe, and let him and the virtual universe system jointly appraise it, after which I'll tell you how much contribution points the two of you will receive. Luo Feng nodded. His contribution this time was huge, however the Primal Chaos City leader obviously didn't have the authority to directly appraise it. Senior, Luo Feng's contribution this time is the greatest. If he didn't inform us beforehand, we wouldn't even know about the UNO secret region. The Ice Peak leader said, even me getting the 5 pieces of the picture was thanks to his help. If not for your own strength, even with my help, it would be useless. Luo Feng said. Relax. The race won't mistreat any large contributor. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Luo Feng, go back and prepare. The Universe C isn't like the primal universe. Yes. Luo Feng replied. Universe C. Luo Feng muttered, his gaze getting sharper and filled with anticipation. The vast Universe C was endless and boundless. Till now, not a single strongest warrior in the universe had discovered its end. The Universe C was filled with endless chaos energy. Within the endless chaos energy, the primal universe was the largest known celestial body. The primal universe had already reached an unbelievable level. Other than the primal universe, there were other smaller universes. The other smaller universes couldn't even compare to a billionth of the primal universe, just like an endless ocean and a drop of water, about 10 billion light-years away from the primal universe. Within the endless chaos energy, there was a smaller universe. Within the smaller universe. Ha ha ha, the plan has been laid. The group of immature punks in the primal universe didn't even have a shred of doubt. Instead, they all fought madly for the treasures. I gave up the Yuan Ao Lord's soul slave, I didn't want to give it up so easily. However, it's a pity he didn't manage to escape. Hao Lei also threw in a godwood, giving up so much, but it's still worth it. A tall and majestic figure, his entire body almost like it was made of steel, his eyes like 2 burning fireballs. This fireball was even more terrifying than a trillion stars. The endless power caused the surrounding earth to tremble. Don't be happy too early. A reptile whose entire body was covered in brown rocks like a towering mountain let out a low rumble. It's just that the plan has just been laid, the real harvest will still take some time. In midair, there was a huge shadow of a thunder giant, and on the chest of the thunder giant was a ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was like a star, emitting endless lightning. The thunder giant rumbled, this universe era is our last chance. If we don't even grasp this last chance, the 3 of us will definitely fall. Without us, our race will also perish forever. Silence. The 3 great existences were silent for a long time. The plan this time has been laid. We've made ample preparations and sacrificed a lot. We must succeed in one go. For eternity, for our race, we must succeed. The thunder giant said slowly. For eternity, for our race. The brown rock crawling mountain also said slowly. For eternity, for our race. The steel creature also said slowly. His voice contained absolute conviction. The 22nd chapter, Milky Way Lord, ended. This chapter was considered a turning point. Even though Luo Feng was behind in the Universe Lords, he still had his own unique methods. The next chapter began. The entire background of Swallowed Star was about to be fully revealed. The first chapter ended. It's already the end of the month. If you have monthly votes, support Tomato, count it as a red packet for the new year. Sweat, the monthly votes are indeed behind by a lot. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the vast God country, the endless dark ocean had huge waves. Universe ocean? Luo Feng stood at the edge of the plaza in the shrine, gazing down at the endless dark ocean. His consciousness had already connected to the virtual universe and began his own investigation. Universe ocean, a truly boundless existence. The universe ocean was filled with endless chaos energy, with many dangerous places within. The most dangerous were the three great danger zones: Peak World, Flow Mountain, and Universe Boat. Other than a few dangerous places, the most commonly seen things in the universe ocean were universes. There were two types of universes. One was the primal universe that was naturally born within the universe ocean. The primal universe was the strongest existence within the universe ocean. It was unique. The primal universe's birth, nurturing trillions of races, reproducing to its peak, falling and being destroyed. This was a cycle. After the Great Apocalypse, it returned to its starting point and began a new cycle. The primal universe thus gave birth to trillions of races and countless warriors. The second type was the universe created by the universe's strongest. The strong's training was split into many levels. Undying, one would have a god country. As one's strength rose, the god country would gradually be perfected. After becoming the universe lord, the god country's space and time laws would be perfected. When one took the final step and became the universe's strongest, the entire god country would undergo a final transformation, becoming the initial small universe and gradually evolving. A small universe, it was actually created by the universe's strongest. No wonder even the universe primogenitor had a universe. Luo Feng exclaimed. As he was about to head to the universe ocean, it was rare for him to be able to concentrate and read through all the information. Right, our human race's primal universe should be the primogenitors. He was suppressed, hence the primal universe's evolution stopped, remaining in its initial state. The primal universe was the source of everything. It gave birth to trillions of races, different life forms and warriors. It gave birth to the universe's strongest and created many small universes. In comparison, those small universes couldn't even compare to the primal universe. They weren't even on the same level. One cycle of the primal universe will give birth to countless races and large amounts of warriors. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The so-called warriors from before the Great Apocalypse were the beings from the universe era. Even the virtual universe network didn't have any information on the warriors from the Great Apocalypse, at least Luo Feng couldn't find any. However, it was very obvious that from his previous conversation with the Primal Chaos City Lord, many of the experts from before the Great Calamity were still alive. The experts of before the Great Calamity were all more ancient than the experts of our primeval universe. Luo Feng thought, those old fellows, they've trained for countless years and survived in the universe sea. I'm afraid none of them are easy to deal with. Teacher was right. Compared to this, the primeval universe was like a cradle. No wonder teacher didn't prepare to let me enter the cosmic sea earlier. This time I've revealed another ability, and that's why I've been acknowledged. 3 days later. An email arrived. Luo Feng, through the appraisal of the creator of the huge axe and the virtual universe system, your contribution this time is huge. However, the pieces of the picture are only pieces, they aren't connected. Hence, you'll be awarded 1,200 treasures points and the Ice Peak Leader 600. You should focus on preparing first. My true body is rushing back from the cosmic sea. This time, my true body will personally bring you into the cosmic sea. The content of the Primal Chaos City Master's mail was simple. Teacher's main body? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, anticipating within. Teacher has a total of 3 godly bodies. One oversees Primal Chaos City, another oversees the primeval universe, and another roams the cosmic sea. It's said that the main body roaming the cosmic sea has the strongest battle power. I've never seen it before. 1,200 treasures points, that's actually double of my teacher's. Looks like I've contributed more by informing the clan and helping my teacher. Luo Feng began to ponder on how to use the 1,200 treasures points. With 1,200 treasures points, he could roughly buy a normal pinnacle treasure weapon. Of course, like his own blazing sand cup, as a pinnacle domain treasure, it was more expensive. It was about 3,000 treasures points. Even a slightly inferior top-grade domain-type treasure would cost 2,000 treasure points. Pinnacle Flying Palace treasures, Pinnacle Soul treasures, they were all very valuable. Soul treasures, he already had them. Flying Palace treasures, even though he had the Blood Cloud Palace, they didn't dare take them out. The moment they did, it would be equivalent to revealing himself as the Blood Cloud Palace leader. 1,200 treasures points. To buy a Pinnacle Flying Palace treasure, that's simply not enough. Luo Feng shook his head. As for high-level Flying Palace treasures, it's not worth it. Forget it, I'll wait for when I need Teacher Mountain Traveler to craft treasures in the future, then I'll use these 1,200 points. Luo Feng had already made his plans. This time heading to the Cosmic Sea, his Earth body would definitely bring along the Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansmen. With the combined powers of the three bodies, spending 1,200 treasures points on high-level Flying Palace treasures was indeed not worth it. Whatever. I'll first familiarize myself with my Blazing Sand Cup. With the miniature universe, Blazing Sand Cup and Wu Killer Wings, I'll have the resources to roam the Cosmic Sea. Luo Feng stood in the air above the endless dark sea. Rumble, immediately the endless scorching flames spread in all directions. In the center of the God Country, a huge golden fireball appeared. Luo Feng was in the center of it. In the blink of an eye, close to a month had passed. Primal Universe Human Territory, Primal Region Primal Chaos City Leader's location. The Thousand Treasure River flowed majestically for a few light years. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Are you ready? Dressed in a golden robe, the Primal Chaos City Leader had green scales on his head. His face was similar to an Earth person's, his eyes were calm like the endless starry sky. Even standing there, he had an overpowering aura, almost as though the surrounding space and time could explode and shatter at any moment. This was an extremely aggressive aura. Luo Feng nodded, simultaneously observing his teacher's body. His teacher's body was exactly the same as the one in the virtual universe. And the one in Primal Chaos City seemed malevolent, the one in the Primal Universe should be a special life form. Follow me. The Primal Chaos City Leader nodded, bringing Luo Feng. Schwa, first a teleportation followed by a God Country teleportation. In a desolate area of the Primal Universe, there was a huge black hole. The black hole had long caused the surrounding star fields to sink into darkness. Two silhouettes flashed and appeared, it was the Primal Chaos City Leader and Luo Feng. There are two ways to head to the Cosmic Sea. The Primal Chaos City Leader said, the first is to enter the space layer and teleport until you reach the end of the space layer, passing through the endless universe membrane. Even though the obstruction of the universe membrane is strong, even the universe lords are able to break through it. Luo Feng nodded and listened carefully. The second way is to go through this Toya black hole and leave the Primal Universe. The Primal Chaos City Leader said, the Toya black hole is the strongest black hole in the entire Primal Universe. The black hole's powerful tearing and twisting force is constantly destroying the membrane. Hence, once you enter the black hole, you can exit through it. Luo Feng was shocked, this Toya black hole is that strong? Black holes have their own strengths and weaknesses. The Primal Chaos City Leader said, of course, if it's just an easy exit, it wouldn't make so many strong warriors leave. Actually, the main reason is, the region outside the Toya black hole has a total of 39 natural wormholes. Natural wormholes? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Cosmic Sea is vast and boundless. The Primal Chaos City Leader exclaimed, the moment you enter the Cosmic Sea, you're no longer in the Primal Universe. You won't be able to rely on God Country teleportation or Dark Universe flight. To travel in the Cosmic Sea, you have to rely on teleportation and the natural wormholes. The Cosmic Sea is shockingly huge, the Primal Universe is just one part of it. Just relying on teleportation, how long would it take? The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled, hence the importance of the natural wormholes is obvious. Luckily, the Cosmic Sea is filled with strange illusions, there are many natural wormholes too. Following the natural wormholes, from one end to the other, it could be tens of billions of light years. The Primal Chaos City Leader said, the normal way to travel in the Cosmic Sea is to use the natural wormholes to get through most of the journey. There are still some journeys that rely on teleportation. Of course, after an endless amount of time, the large amounts of natural wormholes that connect to each other have been recorded long ago. From there, one can find the fastest route to the destination. Luo Feng nodded. Remember, the cosmic sea is different from the primal universe. The primal universe's special structure allows one to determine the coordinates anywhere. However, there's no way to determine the coordinates in the cosmic sea. The primal chaos city leader said, hence, in the cosmic sea, a map is extremely important. The reference points on the map are extremely important too. According to the map and reference points, one won't get lost in the cosmic sea. Getting lost in the cosmic sea is extremely terrifying. The moment one gets lost, if one has to rely on teleportation to find the way back, the more he teleports, the further he gets. Eventually, he'll be forever lost in the cosmic sea. If one's luck is good, he'll be able to find his way back after an endless amount of eras. Luo Feng was shocked. Lost? Hence, any universe lord has to leave a clone in the primal universe. To prevent any special circumstances in the cosmic sea from causing one to be completely lost, with a clone, at least you can get the map. However, even if you get the map, the moment you get lost too far and can't find the reference points on the map, you'll be finished. The primal chaos city leader said, hence, in the cosmic sea, you can't run around randomly. If you want to explore the cosmic sea, you have to rely on flying. Because wherever you fly, you can record the details of the map. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Places marked clearly on the map, you can teleport. Unknown areas that aren't covered by the map, you're forbidden from teleporting. The primal chaos city leader emphasized. I'll now give you the map of the cosmic sea. This is the most detailed map of the human race. Of course, it's just a small part of the cosmic sea. The primal chaos city leader said, at least the 3 great danger zones are included. Luo Feng very quickly received an extremely complicated huge map, so complicated that it made his heart tremble. Let's go. Let's head to the cosmic sea. The primal chaos city leader immediately brought Luo Feng. Rumble, the two immediately flew into the depths of Toya's black hole and quickly vanished. P.S. The cosmic sea has officially begun, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Toya Black Hole, the strongest black hole in the primal universe. How the powerful devouring energy worked on his body. If it was a normal night, he would have instantly turned to dust. However, to Luo Feng, after the armor weakened it to 1/100,000th, it was no threat at all. Luo Feng and the primal chaos city leader quickly arrived at the deepest part of the black hole. That's the main body of the black hole. The primal chaos city leader pointed ahead. Luo Feng looked over. It was a 3 m tall, completely black ball. On its surface were dark golden engravings. Countless engravings formed a very peculiar picture. This dark golden engraved ball was the main body of the black hole, producing that endless and terrifying devouring energy. Around it was one of the membranes of the primal universe. The membranes too had a 10,000 kilometers diameter hole torn open by the twisting energy. Shwa. Shwa, Luo Feng and the primal chaos city leader flew past the main body of the black hole, completely resisting the suction of the black hole, following the hole and flying out. Outside was the cosmic sea. The moment Luo Feng flew into the cosmic sea, he looked at the mist like primal chaos energy flow. The endless chaos energy produced a pressure that filled the skies. The pressure was so strong, it was simply shocking. Even though the chaos energy didn't intentionally attack, just the pressure it emitted was enough to destroy an undying. What a strong pressure, it's much stronger than my miniature universe chaos energy. Luo Feng exclaimed to himself. Chaos energy flow, the energy source of a universe. The primal chaos city leader stood in mid-air, looking at the endless chaos energy flow. I have no confidence in the primal universe, however the strongest of the universe's small universe, they all use the chaos energy as their energy source. The purity of the chaos energy in the cosmic sea is the highest, at least much purer than the chaos energy in our primal universe. Luo Feng nodded. What a joke, the primal universe was merely a small universe. In its initial state, the chaos energy within had no pressure at all. Hence back then Luo Feng and the other star level 9 punks were able to live comfortably in Primal Chaos City. After leaving the Primal Universe, we'll be exploring the Cosmic Sea. The Primal Chaos City leader turned to look behind. Luo Feng turned too. Standing in the void and turning around, not far behind him was the irregularly torn hole in the membrane wall. At a glance, the huge membrane wall spread out in all directions. It was like a huge curtain wall with no end in sight. It was as if the other half of the cosmic sea had been covered. This is the primeval universe, the cradle that nurtured billions of races, and also the cradle that nurtured me? Luo Feng thought within. At the same time, he couldn't feel the pressure of the primal universe at all, only feeling that it was too high to reach. Ordinary people wouldn't feel any pressure even if they looked up at the sun. He only felt that the sun was too high to reach. Luo Feng looked at the primal universe, it was the same. How did the ancestor dare to go against the primal universe back then? Luo Feng said softly. The higher you stand, the further you can see. The Primal Chaos City Master also looked at the boundless primordial cosmos membrane before him. Even the strongest experts of the cosmos, or even the strongest experts of the cosmos before the Great Calamity. He had never heard of anyone daring to go against the primeval universe. Teacher is the only one. Perhaps when you're able to move unhindered through the cosmic sea, to the point where even the strongest experts of the universe before the Great Calamity are no match for you, you'll understand why the Origin Ancestor dared to resist. Luo Feng nodded. Let's go. The Primal Chaos City Master brought Luo Feng and with a teleportation, they arrived in space. There were a total of 39 warped space wormholes around, they were all natural wormholes. 39 natural wormholes, their sizes are all different, and the distances they lead to are all different too. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled, you should be able to accurately identify the number 1 to 39 wormholes, right? Luo Feng nodded. The map's description was still very accurate, and there were many different ways to describe it. The only thing he was afraid of was making a mistake. Going the wrong way in the cosmic sea was a very terrifying thing. Luo Feng pointed to a slightly larger warped space wormhole not too far away. Our route this time will be following this natural wormhole 15. Right. The Primal Chaos City Master nodded in satisfaction, let's go. Endless cosmic sea, everywhere was filled with chaos energy. However, at the Universe Lord level, one didn't just rely on sight to see. For example, the God energy that emanated from the surroundings allowed them to accurately see the situation around them, much clearer than with their eyes. Natural wormholes, teleportation. 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 Every teleportation had a limit of 10,000 light-years. The Universe Lord's willpower and consciousness could maintain an extremely high frequency of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 silhouettes walked out of a space whirlpool. Ah! Luo Feng was shocked. Not too far away, there was a huge celestial body in space, a huge universe membrane extended outwards, one couldn't see the end of it. It was just that this universe membrane was too broken. With a glance, Luo Feng could see hundreds of broken irregular holes and cracks, allowing the chaos energy to completely pass through the universe sea and the universe membrane. This is... Luo Feng was shocked, this is the reference point of the small universe? A small universe with a diameter of about 100 million light-years. The golden-robed Primal Chaos City Master looked at the distant small universe, saying softly, a small universe that has long fallen and broken. Broken? Even though Luo Feng had the map, it was after all too complicated. He only had a simple understanding of the reference points, he didn't read the detailed information. The strongest of the universe has fallen, his small universe would naturally be broken. The Primal Chaos City Master looked at Luo Feng, when a warrior trains to the pinnacle, he becomes the strongest in the universe. And when a god country develops to the pinnacle, it becomes a small universe. If an undying were to fall, his god country would be broken. If the strongest of the universe were to fall, his small universe would be broken too. The Primal Chaos City Master exclaimed, let's go, I'll bring you to see this broken small universe. So, with a teleportation, the shocked Luo Feng was teleported to the edge of one of the cracks in the universe membrane. Universe membrane. Luo Feng looked over, only to see the chaos energy constantly roaming about, crashing into the cracks, causing the edges of the universe membrane to tremble. Passing through the 30,000 kilometers tall and 100 kilometers wide crack. This is. Luo Feng looked into the distance. Broken space shards, within the shards were continent shards. Huge mountain ranges floated. Some huge broken god corpses floated too. Whoosh. High up in the distance, a piece of the cosmos membrane fell off. At a glance, the entire cosmos seemed to be in the process of collapsing. Occasionally, the cosmos membrane would fall off, and the spatial shards would collide with each other, causing it to split apart again, causing some of the continents to become even smaller. The entire universe was constantly collapsing. The primal universe has nurtured trillions of races and countless warriors. As time passes, the primal universe will reach its peak before swiftly falling and being destroyed. After which it will begin to nurture again. Every reincarnation will nurture trillions of races and geniuses, the strongest of the universe and large amounts of universe lords. Each reincarnation is incomparably long. Every reincarnation has a group of universe's strongest, and every universe's strongest corresponds to a small universe. The small universe floats in the universe sea, drifting further and further. Many of them have long since exceeded the range of the universe sea that we can detect. Just the number of discovered small universes alone number 18,022. The primal Chaos City Master looked at the floating continent shards and god corpses within the chaos energy and said slowly. Luo Feng held his breath. Think of our reincarnation as the third universe era. The primal Chaos City Master said, the one before us will be the second universe era. The one before that will be the first universe era. In the entire universe sea, other than the two sacred lands, there are only 3 universe eras warriors that have survived. The other reincarnations have all been destroyed. 3 universe eras? Luo Feng was shocked. The primal Chaos City Master nodded, yes, in the endless universe sea, there are the first universe era, second universe era and our third universe era. Our third universe era is still in the process of reproduction, and the previous 2 reincarnations already had a complete reincarnation. The number of experts that were born naturally far exceeds us. The primal Chaos City Master said, our third era is the weakest era. The first era is the strongest. Luo Feng understood too. As the universe develops, the rate at which the strong are born is very slow. This is because the techniques etc. have to be created and perfected. As time goes on, the rate of nurturing the strong will increase. His own third universe era may have only gone through half of the reincarnation. The previous 2 were complete, the number of warriors would naturally be different. The primal Chaos City Master shook his head and laughed, of course you don't have to belittle yourself. The ancestor roamed the universe sea back then, he was definitely invincible. The other universe's strongest all took a detour. Teacher, you said 3 universe eras. 2 sacred lands? Luo Feng frowned, what are these sacred lands? Actually from the 10,000 over small universes that have been discovered, it's easy to tell how many of the strongest have been born, however over 99% of the small universe have already been destroyed. The primal Chaos City Master said, obviously those strongest have all fallen. Luo Feng nodded. The destruction of the small universe meant the fall of the strongest. Other than the 3 great universe eras, there are still 2 other powers in the universe sea, they each belong to a small universe. The primal Chaos City Master sighed, those 2 small cosmos should be the strongest small cosmos of the cosmos before our first 10 or even the first 100 cosmos reincarnations. Luo Feng was shocked. The primal universe had reincarnated time and time again. In the distant reincarnation eras, there were actually still survivors? Those 2 small universes are also extremely huge. The primal Chaos City Master said, the strongest of the known universe's small universe, usually at most 100 million light-years in diameter. Those are 2 small universes, one is 1 billion light-years in diameter. The other is 2 billion light-years in diameter, it's the largest of the 2 small universes. There's no way to verify the reincarnation era. Luo Feng was shocked within. Countless reincarnation eras were destroyed. However, those 2 small universes were still able to survive, this was naturally extraordinary. 3 universe eras and 2 sacred lands, these are the powers of the endless universe sea. Of course, every universe era isn't united, just like our third universe era, we have 9 great superpowers, 12 great powers, etc. That first universe era and second universe era, similarly have 10 powers, hence within the endless universe C, it can be said to be extremely chaotic, any power that isn't on your side can suddenly attack you. The Primal Chaos City Master said. The updates are irregular, everyone please forgive me, after the last few days of the new year are over, the updates will return to normal. It's the end of the month, this month is about to end, if you don't vote, it'll expire, and the recommendation votes. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, the more the better, I really want them all. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come vote, monthly vote, your support is my biggest motivation. The 3 universe eras can be divided into dozens of powers, said Primal Chaos City Leader. There are almost 100 powers in total, and none of them can compare to the 2 Holy Lands. Primal Chaos City Leader stood in the space and sighed. The 2 Holy Lands, each of them is extremely powerful. One-on-one, none of the powers can compare to them. Of course, if we count the entire universe era, even the original universe, which is the weakest, is still stronger than any of the Holy Lands. I think the 2 Holy Lands combined are comparable to the original universe. Luo Feng was shocked. The power of the entire original universe? There were more than a dozen Universe Supreme Masters. There were more than 30 Universe Masters in the Hong Alliance, and there were 9 superpowers and 12 top-tier powers. The top-tier powers didn't have any Universe Supreme Masters, but they weren't weak in terms of Universe Masters. There were also some Universe Masters who traveled alone, and some who had gone missing. In the entire Primal Universe, it was estimated that there were close to 1,000 Universe Masters, more than a dozen Universe Supreme Masters and 1,000 Universe Masters. The 2 Holy Lands combined were comparable? Don't be shocked. Primal Chaos City Leader sighed. Although the 2 Holy Lands don't have as many Universe Masters as the original universe, the 2 Holy Lands have existed for countless reincarnations. They're inferior in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, they're superior. At least those who dare to come out have all comprehended supreme techniques. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Supreme techniques, those who came out all knew them? This is the information recorded by the great beings of the original universe, the first and second universe eras, and the 2 Holy Lands. The Primal Chaos City Leader flipped his hand and took out a transparent crystal ball that glowed with golden light. He said solemnly, these are all extremely high-end information that we humans have collected over a long period of time. Some of them are even related to some extremely confidential matters. Even if we do exchange information, some confidential information is kept secret. You can destroy it after reading it. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. He understood that Primal Chaos City Leader had brought him to Universe Ocean to tell him some information. If Luo Feng had been given a lot of information in the original universe, he wouldn't have been too vigilant. However, in Universe Ocean, he had seen the broken universe. After experiencing the shock, he started to pay more attention to the information. Holding the crystal ball, Luo Feng sent a trace of his godly power into it. Immediately, countless pieces of information rushed into his mind. In this collapsing universe, some godly bodies were floating in the distance. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Luo Feng, who was receiving information. This. Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. Do you feel the pressure? Primal Chaos City Leader laughed. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. After reading the confidential information, Luo Feng felt an endless sense of crisis. Too weak. His side in the primal universe was the weakest. He was at a disadvantage in terms of godly power. With Miniature Universe, Sherwu Wings, and Flame Sand Cup, he was considered to be doing well in the primal universe. However, in Universe Ocean, he was obviously ranked behind. For example, the 2 Holy Lands. Their godly powers were definitely stronger than Luo Feng's, and all of them had comprehended supreme techniques. Even if Luo Feng relied on Miniature Universe, Sherwu Wings, and Flame Sand Cup, he would definitely be at the bottom when compared to the 2 Holy Lands. I was going to let you become a Universe Master before coming here, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Although you can't beat me, you can at least protect yourself. More training will help you become a universe master. Luo Feng nodded. Let's go. Primal Chaos City leader took Luo Feng with him. Shua. They teleported out of the collapsing miniature universe and continued their journey. High-frequency continuous teleportation. Occasionally, they would rely on natural wormholes. On the 6th day after Luo Feng entered Universe Ocean. In the endless chaos airflow, ahead of us is the dangerous land, Shaking Sand River. Primal Chaos City leader pointed ahead. Although Shaking Sand River isn't as dangerous as the 3 lands of extremis, you'll still be in danger if you trespass. Even I have to explore carefully. If I dare to teleport recklessly in Shaking Sand River, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying. Luo Feng nodded. On the map of Universe Ocean, there were indeed many descriptions of dangerous lands, and Shaking Sand River was one of the most common ones. In Universe Ocean, there are more than 3,000 dangerous lands known to the human race, and as time goes by, the number is increasing. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Universe Ocean is too big. The 2 holy lands probably know more dangerous lands, but they won't tell us. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day in Universe Ocean. Soon, we'll be able to see Tilted Peak Sector, one of the 3 lands of extremis. Compared to Tilted Peak Sector, the other dangerous lands are nothing. Primal Chaos City leader took Luo Feng and teleported again. Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader stood side by side in space, looking into the distance. Woo! Luo Feng squinted. It was too beautiful. Looking into the distance, there was a towering mountain in the distance, and the peak of the mountain was halfway up the mountain. It was as if a being with endless power had cut the mountain, causing the peak to fall to the mountainside. Wawa Wawa on the flat main mountain, there was an enormous waterfall pouring down in torrents, crashing into the mountainside below. The water pervaded the surroundings, submerging a small portion of the mountain peak that had fallen down. At the same time, countless rocks were flying around the mountain. That's Tilted Peak Sector, said Primal Chaos City leader. Tilted Peak, the peak of the mountain that fell. Look, those rocks are small, right? Primal Chaos City leader pointed at the rocks flying around the mountain and smiled. We're more than 100 million light-years away. How big do you think those rocks are? Luo Feng was dazed. The Universe Ocean map he'd gotten described Tilted Peak Sector in detail. For example, the main mountain of Tilted Peak Sector was about 98.02 million light-years tall, and the peak had a diameter of 12.26 million light-years. Outside the mountain was the outer domain, and the danger level was lower. However, some of the more dangerous places could still cause universe masters with weaker survival abilities to die. Inside the mountain was the inner domain, and the danger level was extremely high. Even the most powerful universe masters could die there. In the core area of the mountain, even universe supreme masters could die there. Rocks? Luo Feng muttered. The map didn't describe the sizes of the rocks, but the main mountain is about 98.02 million light-years tall. Those rocks should be proportional. Luo Feng estimated. They should be measured in light-years. Luo Feng was shocked. At least in the original universe, it was impossible for a mountain to be 100 million light-years tall and a rock to be measured in light-years. This could only happen in Universe Ocean, which nurtured the original universe. Let's go, said Primal Chaos City leader with a smile. We're still far away from it. We still need to teleport for a while. After a short while, Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader entered the outer domain of Tilted Peak Sector. Whoosh whoosh, giant rocks that were so tall that they seemed to be boundless were flying at high speeds. Previously, they looked like small rocks from hundreds of millions of light-years away, but now, they were so big that they seemed to be boundless. They were also flying at several times the speed of light. The speed limit in Universe Ocean wasn't the speed of light in the original universe. Look, that's a great being from one of the pinnacle races from the first universe era. Primal Chaos City leader pointed in the distance. It was a strange beast with giant scales and wings, and it was red all over. It was looking in their direction. Primal Chaos City leader. A hint of fear flashed across the avian beast's single eye. Immediately after, it teleported and disappeared. The Geo race. Luo Feng said to himself. The races that were nurtured in the two universe reincarnation eras before the Great Apocalypse were still different from the original universe. The Geo race was once born in the original universe, but it was exterminated. However, it developed into a pinnacle race in the first universe reincarnation era, Xua. Xua. Xua, he kept teleporting, after a long time. They passed many celestial rocks that were flying at several times the speed of light and finally landed on a celestial rock with a diameter of 8.2 light-years. There are countless celestial rocks in the outer domain of Tilted Peak sector, and they're flying at high speed. Primal Chaos City Leader stood on the surface of the celestial rock and looked at the space around him. However, you'll notice that the other rocks are relatively still. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. The rocks near the main peak flew slowly, while the rocks far away flew quickly. That was why the rocks were always at a distance from each other. Hugeax's creator is now in Tilted Peak sector, said Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. That's why the great beings of the human race in Universe Ocean are mainly at Tilted Peak sector. No wonder Hugeax's creator didn't notice you on AO secret region. It's here. Luo Feng understood. This celestial rock is the temporary gathering place of the human race, Primal Chaos City Leader said. Of course, the universe masters of the other races in the Hong Alliance are also gathering here. Follow me. He teleported Luo Feng. Xua, they arrived at another place 3 light-years away from the celestial rock. A random groove on the surface of the celestial rock was more than 1,000,000 kilometers deep, and there was a godly palace in the canyon. Two beings were talking outside the godly palace. Suddenly, they saw Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City Leader. Chaos. Chaos, you're here. You brought Luo Feng here? Luo Feng had just landed in the canyon when he sensed that there were 5 universe masters inside and outside the godly palace. He had seen all of them in the virtual universe, and the virtual universe simulated all the forces, so he could tell that 3 of the 5 universe masters were from the human race, and the other 2 were from the non-human race in the Hong Alliance. Chaos. Chaos. 3 beings came out of the godly palace to welcome them. Apparently, Primal Chaos City Leader had a very high status. Milky Way Horde Leader, welcome to Tilted Peak sector. A friendly laugh was heard. It was Remote Lord Master, whom Luo Feng was familiar with. P.S. End of Chapter 1. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Within the shrine, the 7 universe lords sat around a round table. We knew you were coming, hence we all rushed back from various places in Qingfeng world just to welcome you. Yuho smiled. He and Luo Feng were both from the primal ancestor bloodline. One was the disciple of the Darkness Lord, the other was the disciple of the Primal Chaos City Leader. Naturally they were much closer when they conversed. Luo Feng smiled and looked around. Peng Worker Leader, Darkness Absolute Leader, Flint Leader, Swan and I Leader, I'll have to trouble you all to welcome me. This is your first time entering the Universe C, we will naturally welcome you. Master Peng stroked his beard as he laughed. Some of the other universe lords have entered the Leaning Peak world's water domain or the inner domain of the Leaning Peak world. Just to come out, they have to fly and avoid many dangers. The shortest would be 100 years, the longest would be in eras. Hence they couldn't make it in time. Luo Feng nodded. The more dangerous the place, the more one couldn't blindly teleport. One teleport could result in death. Luo Feng has just entered the Universe C, according to the old rules. The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled and waved his hand. Immediately the 7 universe lords all had a cup filled with wine. Milky Way Leader, I wish you endless treasures and eternal life. The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled and said to his disciple. Endless treasures and eternal life. The other 5 masters of the universe said. Luo Feng nodded, endless treasures and eternal life. He knew this rule too. After all, coming to the Universe C was a risk. Even universe lords with clones had a chance of dying. Even the strongest of the universe could die, who could say they wouldn't? At most, if they were careful and avoided the dangerous areas, they could live longer. However, without a doubt, here, it was a risk, for the treasures. Milky Way leader, even though endless treasures and eternal life. However, there are still some things I have to say. Flint Lord said directly. Luo Feng frowned and smiled. Flint Lord, please speak. Flint Lord was naturally stubborn and blunt. Luo Feng had long heard of him. With your strength, if you were to travel with the other universe lords in the outer regions of Qing Feng world, it's still alright. However, if you were to travel alone and search for treasures, that's far from enough. Flintstone Lord's voice was deep and resounded throughout the hall, especially the craziest First Universe Era's warriors. If you move out alone, the moment you meet a First Universe Era's warrior, there's a high chance you'll die. Of course, I know that you have the ability to create clones, but at the very least, the treasures on your human clone are all gone. In my opinion, the value of the treasures on you is not low. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. This Flintstone master really lived up to his reputation. His words were really blunt. He knew that he was still lacking, but there was no need to slap him in the face like this. Yes, the powerhouses of the First Universe era are all crazy. Seeing this, the Lord of Nether Marquis hurriedly changed the topic. Who knows, they might go crazy and fight to the death. They are the hardest to deal with. I can't blame them for being crazy. The Lord of Absolute Darkness said hoarsely, the primeval universe reincarnated for generations, even if they managed to escape the destruction of the primeval universe. But according to what we know, experts can only live for 3 reincarnation eras at most. Once the time is up, their first universe's reincarnation era will all fall, including the universe's strongest. Yeah, he can only live for 3 reincarnation eras at most. The primeval universe reincarnates one by one. Just looking at the 10,000 broken little universes in the cosmic sea, one would know how many of the universe's strongest have fallen. There's no way they can surpass the 3 reincarnation eras. Only the 2 sacred lands are special. The 2 sacred lands are just 2 universes. Luo Feng nodded within. The cosmic sea indeed had many unsolved mysteries. Why can they at most live for 3 reincarnation eras? Why are the 2 sacred lands an exception? Just how big is the cosmic sea? Just how many little universes are there? How many danger zones? How many danger zones? Are there really only 3? Is there a possibility that there's a 4th that's on par with Qing Feng World, Flowing Mountain, and the Universe Boat? The First Universe era is facing the threat of destruction. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Hence they are even crazier to train themselves. Without a doubt, the stronger one is, the more likely they are to break through. After all, the 2 sacred lands have succeeded before, naturally they wouldn't give up easily. Luo Feng, you have to be wary of the strongest of the First Universe era. Luo Feng nodded, yes teacher. Not just the First Universe era, all the pinnacle of universe lords, you have to remember them all. Flint Emperor emphasized. If you meet them, avoid them as soon as possible. And the 2 sacred lands, you have to avoid any one of them. Your current strength is much weaker than theirs. Luo Feng frowned. I know you're unhappy, but I'm doing this for our great alliance. Flint Emperor said, if you meet with any danger, immediately ask the virtual universe system for help. The virtual universe system will immediately send a message to all the warriors of the Great Alliance, getting the fastest warriors to rush over immediately. I understand. Luo Feng nodded, not saying much. Luo Feng was indeed unhappy, however he didn't argue, letting the truth speak for itself. Very quickly. Lord Yuho, Lord Pungong, Lord Dark Absolute, Lord Firestone, and Lord Bai all left the gathering place and started their adventure in the Leaning Peaks world. Flint, on account of the Primal Chaos City leader, speak less, and that Luo Feng isn't as weak as you make him out to be. Swan and I and Flint Emperor conversed in space outside the Qing Feng world. What, we have to lower our heads before the Primal Chaos City leader. And I wasn't wrong at all, I even said it lightly. Flint Emperor spat out 2 balls of fire from his nose. That Luo Feng battled with Banfa Lord. What did Banfa Lord do? That's because he's proficient in illusion attacks, his material attacks are weak, he doesn't even have his strongest techniques. Luo Feng however, was suppressed, he had to use that miniature Primal Chaos world at the end to be on par with Banfa Lord. The miniature Primal Chaos world can at least kill so many knights in one hit. Swan and I Lord said. Humph, it can only deal with the weak in a large area. Flint Emperor said, the miniature primal chaos world is similar to a domain treasure, it's fine to deal with the weak in a group. However, against the strong in a one-on-one? It can only add power, and this large area's strongest technique consumes a lot of God energy. It consumes God energy, it can only add some power, even if it does, it's about the same as Banfa Lord's material attacks. If not for this miniature primal chaos world, I'm afraid anyone can bully him. Flint Emperor spat out another ball of fire from his nose. Humph, I said it lightly, he's at the bottom, those old fellows from the first universe era that have trained for countless years are all crazy, the two sacred lands can easily trample on him. Am I wrong? Humph, if he dies, at least his treasures will be taken. How long has he been training? The treasures are probably given to him by the human race. Flint Emperor said, we worked hard to get just one good treasure, he just became a universe lord and already has a pile of treasures on him. Look, this Luo Feng will definitely suffer a huge loss. You put it that way, his strength is indeed weaker. Swan Ni Lord nodded his huge head. Humph, who asked him to be a human, even if he encounters danger, his teacher Primal Chaos City leader will save him. In terms of true strength, without his teacher, he'll be roaming outside Qing Feng alone, it'll be weird if he doesn't die. That Heaven Body Mountain Surface Canyon, within the shrine, only Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader were left. Luo Feng, I have to go roam too. The Primal Chaos City leader said, if there's anything you can contact me through the virtual universe. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng nodded. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and glanced at Luo Feng, after which he teleported and vanished. Watching the Primal Chaos City leader disappear, Luo Feng looked at the shrine behind him, in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. It seemed like the experts who roamed the cosmic sea were indeed tempering themselves. The Universe Sea map has information on Qing Feng world, and the large powers information, I still have to carefully study it. Outside the shrine on a boulder. The silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng immediately sat crossed-legged and closed his eyes, carefully organizing the information, summarizing the important points that he had to pay attention to. While the Heaven Body Mountain rock maintained a speed many times that of light, Luo Feng within the canyon was very calm, he wasn't in a rush to enter Qing Feng world's outer region. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out a tag. Teacher Mountain Passenger contacted me? No wonder it's a treasure-level tag, I can even contact you in the Universe Sea. Luo Feng's consciousness permeated the tag. A message was within it. Luo Feng, you're in the Universe Sea? Mountain Passenger sent a message. Yes. Luo Feng replied. Which of the 3 great danger zones? Mountain Passenger asked. I'm in Qing Feng world. Teacher, how do you know it's definitely in the 3 great danger zones? The 3 great perilous lands have the most treasures. Almost all the major forces have gathered in the 3 great perilous lands. If you don't go to the 3 great perilous lands for the first time, are you going to some remote place that is extremely dangerous but has very few treasures? You humans aren't that stupid. Alright, if you meet with any danger, you can ask teacher for help, only, I hope you don't. Understood. Luo Feng replied. Universe Sea, within the endless chaos energy flow, the core of the dangerous North China snow mist region. Surrounded by endless energy flow, a lonely palace emitting green light floated. Within the palace, there were silhouettes of servants, every single one of them was a universe knight. This was where Mountain Passenger's true residence was. The North China snow mist region, this dangerous place, also represented Mountain Passenger. There were close to 100 powers in the Universe Sea, yet none of them dared to provoke Mountain Passenger. Everyone knew. Mountain Passenger wasn't to be trifled with. Great Hall. On the throne, a 90,000 kilometers tall majestic old man sat. A snake man expert with a human body and the tail of a snake was waiting in front of the Great Hall. Haha, Pootie, your little junior has entered the Universe Sea too. Mountain Passenger's voice rumbled. Congratulations, teacher. Pootie said. It's too early to congratulate him, his strength is still far from enough. Mountain Passenger gazed at Pootie below. Pootie, you followed me the longest, you understand me the best. I'm very disappointed, I've almost given up already. You're hardworking, however I know, among my 3 disciples, Luo Feng has the highest potential, your second junior is second, your potential is the weakest. However, you're the strongest now. Pu Ti bowed, I've only trained the longest, and I've always been by your side. I've seen a lot, so I've comprehended a lot. He's always been low-key, never showing off, even Flame Emperor looked down on him, thinking that he was just a servant before. How could he know that Pu Ti's true strength has long since surpassed him? I'll give you a chance. The same chance as your second and third juniors. You should also go to the university and train. Mountain Passenger looked at Pu Ti, flipping his hand and a broken piece of green wood appeared. I'm unable to prepare a treasure that suits you the best, so I'll give you this wondrous godly wood. It's been in my hands for countless eras, it's just a collection, in your hands, it should be able to unleash its full power. Pu Ti's body slightly trembled. The same chance as his second and third juniors, how long had he been waiting for these words? Yes, teacher, I'll definitely do my best, I won't disappoint teacher. Pu Ti bowed, his voice filled with confidence. Go. Mountain Passenger nodded. Pu Ti bowed again, then left the main hall. Mountain Passenger's gaze passed through the door, seemingly passing through the endless chaotic airflow, looking at the distant leaning peak world, slowly saying, I've waited for too long, asterisk. Although it was late, the update was completed. It was already the 10th of the new year, the busy period would soon pass, and the update would be regular. It was now February, the new month had just begun, I'm looking for monthly votes, thank you. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On the surface of the celestial mountain rock was a dust particle-sized life form. 1,000 kilometers tall human Luo Feng. Pinnacle world. Luo Feng stood on the celestial mountain rock, gazing at the endless space around him. In the distance, there was a majestic mountain peak and the huge waterfall that poured down. It emanated endless energy. That energy caused countless celestial rocks to revolve around it, causing large amounts of chaos energy to be forced away. From today onwards, I, Luo Feng, will begin exploring the universe ocean. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Shua, he immediately vanished from the celestial mountain rock and entered the distant space. After which he continued to teleport, heading straight for the endless water region formed by the waterfall. The pinnacle world's outer region could be split into space and water regions. The space region referred to the space with many huge celestial rocks. The danger level was extremely low, only within some of the rocks would occasionally be dangerous. Countless celestial rocks, over the long years, many had already been explored. Hence the warriors in the pinnacle world's outer region were mostly referring to the water region. The water region formed by the waterfall surrounded the entire main mountain. The water region was filled with strange rocks and dangers everywhere. There were many places where even universe lords didn't dare teleport. They had to carefully fly forward. Only at the edge of the water region would one teleport after a domain treasure had checked and found no danger. Pinnacle world's outer region's water region, the most commonly seen and terrifying danger is the water spirits. Luo Feng stood in midair and gazed down at the endless water region. The water region was vast, with a diameter of a few 100 million light-years. It was even bigger than a human universe country. Even bigger than the ancestor god's secret region. Water spirits have no intelligence. They only have instinct. The moment I get close to them, they will attack. A water spirit in this region, borrowing the power of the water region, is comparable to a universe lord. Luo Feng was shocked within. After which, he carefully rushed into the water region below, causing a few waves. In the universe ocean, even undyings would be instantly destroyed if they entered. And for this endless water region to exist, it was obvious the water was extraordinary. Every drop was like a star, the waves raged and the impact was terrifying. However, universe lords could easily defend against these. The water region is filled with danger and treasures too. Luo Feng was clear. The treasures in the water region had many ways to exist. To acquire them, 1 needed luck, 2 needed strength and 3 needed courage. When Luo Feng entered the water region, in the vast and endless depths of the water region, about 100 million light-years away from him. Large amounts of mountain rocks rose up and down, the pressure of the water had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even a universe paragon would be instantly turned to dust. Rumble, a celestial mountain rock slowly rose up, causing the surrounding mountain rocks to shake. The celestial mountain rock slowly rose up, and continued. The entire process lasted for a while before it stopped. The celestial mountain rock had already protruded out to a height of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Everything returned to normal. Luo Feng, who was over 100 million light-years away, didn't sense anything at all. He continued to carefully explore the water, and only at the shallowest part. About 3 million light-years away from Luo Feng, the towering Flintstone Lord, whose body was faintly surrounded by flames, was flying slowly in the water. Naturally, he had already separated from the Taowu Lord. After all, in the cosmic sea, the chances of finding treasures would be higher if they went their separate ways. Humph. The humans brought Luo Feng to the cosmic sea to train him and nurture him well. Our great alliance's non-humans don't have such a chance. Flintstone Lord was infuriated within. Without taking any risks, he already has so many treasures on him. It's said that he already has a few at the Sector Lord level. Let's see. Let's see how much trouble this punk will cause. He'll probably make the other parties ask for help very soon. Flintstone Lord was filled with disdain. Such a thing wasn't unheard of. Just like back then, the primal universe demon race nurtured and trained Xianxia Lord. Xianxia Lord was an absolute genius of the demon race back then. His potential was extremely huge. He had been training in the cosmic sea for a long time and was given powerful treasures to protect himself. If he met any danger he couldn't defend against, the other demon race warriors would immediately save him. After so many years of training, Xianxia Lord had indeed become one of the most terrifying universe lords of the demon race. His position was only lower than Monster Dream and Jin Yao. Obviously, these two were very insightful and could see through Xianxia Lord's potential. However, this couldn't hide the fact that back then when Xianxia Lord had asked for help many times, the entire demon alliance had rushed to save him. This Luo Feng's potential is indeed high. He's indeed an absolute genius. However, right now, he's obviously at the bottom. If he meets those old geezers of the Universe Lord, he'll probably be at a disadvantage and have to ask for help. Flintstone Lord shook his head. Let it be, let it be. I just don't know if he can reach Xianxia Lord's level in the future. Even though he was unhappy, Flintstone Lord understood that the moment Luo Feng asked for help, if he was close, he would immediately rush over. If he asks for help and I save him, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Flintstone Lord thought. He understood that this would make Luo Feng unhappy. However, after training for so many years and becoming a Universe Lord, did he still need rules and regulations to restrict himself? If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. If he wanted to scold, he would scold. So what if he was stubborn? If he didn't like you, he would scold you. So what if he didn't like Luo Feng? The Flintstone Master carefully avoided some water spirits in the depths of the water. Those water spirits were all white in color. White air currents were sometimes in the shape of humans, sometimes in the shape of beasts. They were in all kinds of shapes and sizes, floating in the water. This place was already very deep and extremely dangerous. Even flying speed was very slow, much less teleportation. He didn't even dare to teleport. After all, the moment he was caught by the water spirits, the outcome would be terrifying. Flintstone Lord was suddenly shocked. Space lock? The ripples in the surrounding water suddenly stopped. This made Flintstone Lord know something was wrong. He carefully looked around and saw a speck of light in the distance. Ha ha ha, Primeval Universe Human Alliance's Flintstone Lord? That speck of light laughed loudly. His laughter passed through the water and instantly reached Flintstone Lord. That speck of light, it was a human-shaped being. His entire body was emitting a hazy white light. Behind his head were circles of white light. Within the white light, there was a huge eye silhouette. God-eyed race. Flintstone Lord turned and became a beam of light to escape. The God-eyed race was one of the pinnacle races of the First Universe era. They were also the strongest race of the first universe era. They had a total of 7 strongest warriors of the universe. This was a very secretive and terrifying race. It should be considered that during the reincarnation of the universe, when the primeval universe evolved, there might have been some special accidents that led to the emergence of such a heaven-defying race. Can you escape? The god-eyed race expert said. Rumble. Countless specks of sand appeared out of thin air. Countless specks of sand instantly filled the surrounding area with a radius of 3 light years. One had to know that the surrounding space was already sealed. Actually, even if it wasn't sealed, no one would dare to teleport recklessly. After all, this was considered a deep and dangerous place. A radius of 3 light years, how could Flintstone Lord fly out in a short period of time? Xianxia. Flintstone Lord gritted his teeth. He turned back to look at the human-shaped being that was emitting white light. He snorted angrily and spat out flames from his nostrils. Master and Young, I didn't obtain any amazing treasures. When I saw you, I immediately escaped. Is there a need for you to chase me so relentlessly? Life is limited. The human-shaped being that was emitting white light said slowly. Eternity is hard to come by. Finding the path to eternity through endless slaughter is my only path now. Firestone Master, it's better to die. Hua, shrouded in white light, behind his head was a white halo and a single eye silhouette. And Young Lord was rushing at Flintstone Lord with extreme speed. Damn. Flintstone Lord roared. You want to kill me? Dream on. Simultaneously, he continued to flee, trying his best to stall for time. At the same time, in the primal universe, his body was swiftly sending out a distress signal in the virtual universe. Before, I was still saying Luo Feng was asking for help. I didn't expect that. In the blink of an eye, I'm asking for help. This first universe era madman, he's really a madman. I'm unlucky to actually meet Master and Young. Flintstone Lord was filled with anxiety. He knew that his life was truly in danger. I need either the Primal Chaos City leader or the Pung Worker Lord to rush over. Only then will I have a chance of surviving. Flintstone Lord was clear that the only ones that could rush over in a short period of time were the few he met at the assembly area. Like Nether Ho Lord, Swan Eye Lord and Absolute Darkness Lord, they weren't strong enough. Even more so for Luo Feng, only the Primal Chaos City leader or the Pung Worker Lord could save him. It was just that the Primal Chaos City leader and the Pung Worker Lord were very strong. They could very well have gone to the inner region of Qingfeng World. If they were in the inner region, it would take a long time for them to rush over. The moment the distress signal was sent, the virtual universe system immediately relayed it to the universe lords of the Human Alliance in the Universe C. Flintstone's distress signal? The first universe-era god-eyed race's Master and Young is chasing after him? Deep within the mountain of Qingfeng World Lord. Rumble flames rushed into the sky. Every single flame attack was enough to kill a universe lord. The savage giant's every step was like a phantom, flashing past the irregular eruption of flames. I'm deep within. It'll take me a long time to rush back. I won't make it in time. Flintstone, it'll depend on your luck. Master and Young? At this time, the Swan Eye Lord was the closest to Flintstone Lord. It was over 1,000,000 light years away from Flintstone Lord. Its huge head blinked its eyes. This is troublesome. I'm afraid I won't be of much use even if I go. However, I'll try my best and see if I can help. Hua, the Swan Eye Lord swiftly rushed into the sky. With a teleportation, he arrived in the sky above the water region. After which, he continued teleporting and headed towards his destination. Luo Feng too received the distress signal. Distress signal? Flintstone Lord's distress signal? Looking at the marked location, it's only about 3,000,000 light years away from me. Even though Luo Feng wasn't too happy with the Flintstone Lord, he was after all on the Human Alliance's side. Master and Young isn't to be messed with. Shua, Luo Feng immediately teleported out of the water region. After which, he immediately teleported again and again, swiftly heading towards his destination. Seeking recommendation votes * to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Deep within the dark waters of the Pinnacle Realm, two towering figures were madly fighting. The Master of Security and Yong held a golden scepter in his hand. Sometimes, he would use it as a staff, and sometimes, he would use it as a heavy hammer. Regardless of whether he used it as a staff or a heavy hammer, the secret technique he used was always the strongest secret technique he had. And every time they clashed, Master of Yong didn't even block Flint Lord's attacks. It was a complete exchange of blows. Madman. Everyone from the First Universe era is a madman. Master of Yong is a madman among madmen. Ah. Flint Lord roared in pain and anger. He tried his best to dodge as far away as possible. Every time they clashed, the longer the better. That way, he would be able to stall for more time. However, in this ice and sand sea, his speed was clearly much slower. He was also at an absolute disadvantage. Naturally, Master of Yong caught up to him time and time again. Primeval Universe Human Alliance Flint, fall in peace. Become my sacrifice on the path to eternity. Master of Yong's voice was gentle. However, that scepter seemed to have pierced through the universe. Hong long long the golden scepter struck out. The scepter's head was shaped like an ellipse, and the tip of the ellipse was like the mouth of a gourd. Selah, the scepter whistled over. Space and time twisted as it easily dodged Flint Lord's roaring long spear. The tip of the scepter directly smashed into Flint Lord's chest. Without being blocked by any treasures or weapons, the full power of Lord of Yong's attack landed on Flint Lord's chest. Crack crack, his armor shook, and Flint Lord's chest shook violently. Cracks appeared on his divine body, and at the same time, he flew backward without any resistance. Of course, before he flew backwards, his long spear also smashed into Master of Yong's body. Pung! This strike created an incomparably low sound. Master of Yong suffered this strike. His divine body's strength was immediately affected. However, it quickly recovered. He only paused for a moment before continuing his attack. Madman. Super madman. Why did I meet him? Even if I met the other powerhouses of the universe's first era, I wouldn't be so miserable. As the Flintstone Lord was sent flying, his heart was filled with hatred. In terms of strength, he, the Flintstone Lord, was also at the peak of the masters of the universe. He was an existence comparable to the Flare Emperor. The Master of Yong used a better treasure, and his divine body was slightly stronger, so his overall strength was only one level higher than the Master of Flintstone. The Flintstone Lord was at the pinnacle level. The Lord of Peace and Yong was at the pinnacle level, comparable to the peak of ice. Logically speaking, a difference of one level should not be enough to threaten one's life. However, the Master of Safety and Yong's fighting style was to exchange injury for injury, purely relying on the rapid consumption of his divine body. Even a powerhouse of the same level as him would have a headache, let alone the Flintstone Master who was a level lower than him. Back when Luo Feng fought against the Star River Emperor. The Star River Lord's strongest move, the River in the Night, Luo Feng used the Star Pagoda to block it, but it still took a toll on his body. If he didn't have the Star Pagoda to block first, and instead traded injury for injury, Luo Feng's body would probably be destroyed in one move. Exchanging injury for injury, it wasn't something he could do just because he wanted to. If Flintstone Master's huge axe was extremely strong, and he could block the scepter time and time again, naturally the Master of Safety and Yong wouldn't be able to exchange injury for injury. However, the reality was that the Master of Safety and Yong had the advantage in terms of techniques. Using his strongest techniques and turns, sometimes as a hammer, sometimes as a rod, sometimes as a spear, it was unpredictable and every move was terrifying, causing Flintstone Master to be unable to block most of them. Daring to exchange injury for injury. He still had to have enough confidence in his defense and body. After all, while he was attacking the opponent was attacking him too. If his body was too weak, not only would he not be able to exhaust the opponent to death, he would instead exhaust himself to death. That would be a joke. Flintstone, I don't dare recklessly enter the area covered by the ice sand ocean. I can't help you either, you can only rely on yourself. A voice resounded through the water. Swan and I leader. Flintstone Master was first delighted but soon disappointed. It was useless. The Swan and I leader's strength was similar to his. Just the area covered by the ice-sand ocean was a few light years away from teleportation. Just flying alone would take a long time, there was no way to save him. Even if he could fly here, the Swan and I leader's strength was not enough. No one can save you. You have less than 50% of your divine body left. Probably another 10 moves will be enough to kill you. The Master of Safety and Yong wielded a scepter and instantly arrived with a smile. Damn it. Isn't he just relying on his armor and his divine body clone? Flintstone Master roared in his heart. The reason why he had fled earlier was because he knew the Master of Safety and Yong's fighting style. The Master of Safety and Yong's armor was a top-grade peak-grade armor. It was said that it could weaken an attack by 1 in 100,000. The genetic level of Yong's divine body was nearly 10,000 times higher, and Yong carried a clone with him. It was a plant life form with a massive divine body that was millions of kilometers long. Even if he was exchanging injury for injury, with the plant life form's massive clone constantly replenishing him, he could still use this move with great ease. My divine body is also a special life form divine body, and it is also 100,000 kilometers tall. If I were to block it with a weapon, it would probably take him a very long time to exhaust me to death. Exchanging injury for injury, the rate of consumption of the divine body is clearly 100 or 1,000 times faster. No matter how hard Flintstone Master fought, he was still hit by the hammer. Rumble his divine body was weakening, 42%. 37%. 31%, be willing to die. The Master of Safety and Yong smiled. No, no. Flintstone Master tried everything, be it dodging or using his weapon to block, but it was useless. The Master of Safety and Yong's techniques could instantly change, it was unpredictable and unpredictable, making it hard for him to defend. The Swan and I Master was in the shallow water region, looking at the endless ice-sand ocean. He could only sigh, Flintstone, other than Pungong Leader and the Primal Chaos City Leader who can rush over to save you, no one else can help you. Rumble, a silhouette appeared beside him. Swan and I Master. A familiar voice resounded. The Swan and I Master's huge head turned fiercely, a silhouette appeared beside him, it was the silver-armored black-haired human. Luo Feng? The Swan and I Master was disappointed, communicating mentally, Luo Feng, right now Flintstone Master is being chased by the Yong Master. Unless Pungong Leader and the Primal Chaos City Leader appear, we have no other way. Don't rush in too, the moment you enter the ice-sand ocean, you'll be in danger too. I may not be able to defeat the Yong Master, but I'm not afraid of him. The black-haired human said directly. The Swan and I Master was shocked. Following closely, a hazy and boundless golden light instantly appeared in the boundless domain of water. Along with the appearance of this boundless golden light, a rumble could be heard as violent golden flames surged out. With the support of the Golden Kingdom, the surging golden flames destroyed the sea of ice and sand as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Wu slaying wings, fire sand cup, the two stacked together, despair. Flintstone Master was truly in despair, his divine body was already depleted to 20%, his resistance was much weaker. Fall. The Yong Master continued smiling as he walked forward. Suddenly, the Yong Master's expression changed greatly. Who is it? The Yong Master roared furiously. Rumble as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering, the sea of ice and sand that trapped the Flintstone Lord like a swamp, causing the Flintstone Lord's movement speed to be ridiculously slow, instantly crumbled. The surrounding boundless water instantly turned into a sea of fire. Under the endless flames, the Flintstone Lord immediately revealed an excited expression. Flintstone Master, why aren't you leaving? A voice resounded in his ears. This voice. The Flintstone Master was stunned. That familiar voice, wasn't that the human he scolded, Luo Feng? Why aren't you leaving? Quickly. The voice urged. So, the Flintstone Master immediately fled for his life. This escape made him feel incomparably carefree. Before in the ice-sand ocean, it was like he was stuck in a swamp. However, now the endless golden flames didn't obstruct him at all, instead constantly helping him, pushing him from behind, causing his speed to rise rapidly. And Yong Master's fate was the exact opposite. His speed decreased. Who is it? And Yong Master raged, This is your primal universe's Yuan Ao Lord's flaming sand cup. That golden domain can actually control time and space. Just who are you? His god energy was clearly stronger than Luo Feng's, yet he was still at a disadvantage. This was because treasures, secret techniques, and so on had different requirements for divine power. Treasures and techniques all had a minimum requirement and a maximum limit. Just like the miniature universe, Luo Feng had only reached the minimum requirement back when he was at the undying level, and it consumed at least 10% of his god body. That was the minimum requirement. However, as Luo Feng's strength continued to rise, he would get closer and closer to the maximum limit. If Luo Feng became a universe lord, his god body would rise by 100 times. Then just his strongest technique, miniature universe, wouldn't be able to consume 10% of his god body at once. Like those universe lords who used their strongest techniques over and over again, the consumption was limited too. Ultimate secret techniques and strongest. Secret techniques naturally consumed different amounts of divine power. Treasures were the same. Only when one's strength reached a certain threshold could they be used. The higher one's strength, the stronger the treasure's power. However, there was a limit to the treasure's power. Hence normal treasures were abandoned by the universe lords. They were more interested in the pinnacle treasures or even the strongest treasures. Top treasures. Pinnacle treasures. Ultimate treasures. If I had a pinnacle treasure, I wouldn't have let you escape. And young Emperor was incomparably furious, simultaneously releasing the space lock. Hua, in the distance, Flint Emperor was overjoyed, immediately teleporting to the shallow water region. I want to see just who it is. And young Emperor relied on his space senses. Naturally he could feel that Flint Emperor had only teleported a few light years away, hence, he too teleported over. Luo Feng and Swanan Emperor were both in the water region. Beside them, Flint Emperor appeared out of thin air. Flint Emperor saw Luo Feng and immediately felt awkward. Luo, we'll talk later. Luo Feng's expression changed. Not far away, another figure had appeared, a humanoid figure wielding a scepter. His entire body glowed with a hazy white light, and behind his head were circles of white light, within which was the shadow of a single eye. It was the Lord of Peace and Yong. And young Emperor's eyes were filled with rage, staring at Luo Feng who had spread his wings. Human? I've never seen you before. And young Emperor raged. You'll know me in the future. Luo Feng glanced at an young Emperor. Shua, Luo Feng and the other two immediately teleported. This time they teleported out of the water region, fleeing far away. Human, silver-winged black-haired human. And young Emperor madly let out a sharp roar. His roar was filled with rage. P.S. Chapter 1, the holidays are over, the updates are back to normal. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The master of Anyang stood in the shallow waters, the one-eyed figure in the halo of light behind his head looking incredibly ferocious. Silver-winged, black-haired human. Since he's here to save the master of Flint and is with the master of Taowu, it seems like he's also a human from the primeval universe. The master of Anyang pondered. The three great eras of the universe had given birth to the human race, and in the first and third eras, the human race was ranked as the peak race. Only in the era of the second universe, the human race was considered a weaker force, and only one of the strongest beings in the universe was born. Perhaps in the primeval universe, a race with the strongest expert in the universe could be called a peak race. However, in the eras of the first and second universes that had gone through a complete cycle of reincarnation, the number of the strongest experts in their universes was much higher. Hence, the humans of the second universe era and Luo Feng's primal universe were similar in strength, however they weren't considered the pinnacle races of the second universe era. I've never seen him. And in the database that my holy-eyed clan has collected, there is no such expert. The Master of Safety and Yong pondered. This should be a newly emerged expert. What's more, he's using the flame sand cup of Lord Yuan Arcana. The last time the Lord Yuan Arcana appeared, he used the flame sand cup. Clearly, he hasn't had it for long. Could it be that Lord Yuan Ao is dead? Otherwise, why would the flaming sand goblet fall into the hands of this human? Lord of Anyang's heart was filled with many doubts. In the first era of the cosmos, the holy-eyed race had 7 of the strongest experts in the cosmos. Naturally, they also had 7 small cosmos. Within one of the small-scale cosmoses. 7th True Lord. The incarnation of the Master of Anyong walked out of the beautiful translucent palace that was emitting white light and looked up at the sky. Has the human race of the primeval universe given birth to a new Master of the universe? I was just about to kill the Flintstone Master, but I was stopped by a silver-winged black-haired man. I want to know his information. Stop me? Is he stronger than you? A voice came from the sky. No, of course he is far inferior to me. Lord of Anyong's avatar looked up and said, however, he has the flaming sand cup and a special treasure that can control spacetime, so he is able to suppress my ice sand sea. Moreover, he, the Master of Taowu, and the Master of Flint were all there. I had to deal with 3 of them at the same time. Even if I were to continue fighting, it would be difficult to determine the victor, so I didn't chase after them. Before, when the Anyong Emperor teleported over, he discovered Luo Feng and the other 2. If he was confident, the Master of Anyong would immediately cast a spatial seal and continue to tangle with them. However, he was clear that the other party was suppressing him in terms of domain. If he wanted to escape, he could. Secondly, there were 3 of them. Hence he watched as Luo Feng and the others left. Wait a moment, I'll contact them and investigate. A voice came from the sky. Thank you, Lord 7th True. The Lord of Anyong's incarnation bowed gratefully. Moments later, actually, there were close to 100 forces in the cosmic sea. Some of them were killing each other, while others were secretly trading with each other. For example, exchanging treasures, exchanging information, etc. As long as there were benefits, there would naturally be all kinds of transactions. As for the Holy-Eyed clan in the era of the First Universe, as a super strong force, there were indeed many who tried to curry favor with the Holy-Eyed clan. I've already found him. A voice rang out from the sky. The Lord of Peace and Yong immediately looked up. Silver wings and black hair. You've never seen them before. That should be the new universe Lord of the Primal Universe humans, Milky Way leader Luo Feng. The voice in the sky said, his strength is average, and his material attacks are only on par with the Lord of Banfu. The only strongest secret art I know is something like a miniature chaos world. Ah, a new punk? The Lord of Anyong laughed. Banfu Lord specializes in soul attacks, but his material attacks are very weak. Looks like this punk is very weak. There are 6 levels of Universe Lords, he should be at the 2nd level. The voice in the sky said. Looks like his treasures are special, and the humans gave him precious treasures to protect himself and escape. The Lord of Anyong laughed. A punk that was only good at escaping was weak in close combat, there was nothing to fear. Just the 2nd level. In the First Universe era, the Universe Lord's strength was divided into 6 levels. The first level was when one had just entered the Universe Lord level, their life force genetic level was 100 times, they hadn't even created their ultimate techniques, and their treasures were average too. The second level was when their life force genetic level was 1000 times, they had created their ultimate techniques, and their treasures weren't bad. It was the normal level. The third level was the pinnacle, like the Flaming Emperor, Flintstone Emperor, etc. The fourth level was the pinnacle, like the Ice Peak leader, the Anyong leader, or the Star River leader who didn't use his ultimate techniques. The fifth level was the pinnacle of the pinnacle, the level of the Star River leader and Primal Chaos City leader. Normally, they either created their strongest techniques, or acquired treasures, etc. The sixth level, in the Primal Universe, there wasn't such a division. This sixth level referred to the Universe Lords that had the strongest treasures. Just a second-level punk. The Anyong leader laughed. The Anyong leader's strength was at the fourth level. However, he had the plant life god body, his life force genetic level was close to 10,000 times, and his armor could weaken attacks to 1/100,000 th. Even Luo Feng would have to become a Universe Lord before he could match up to him. If he relied on exchanging blows, the Ice Peak leader and the others could only dodge. Pinnacle domain treasures are simply too rare. Our holy-eyed race has close to 100 Universe Lords, and the pinnacle domain treasures have long been taken by the strongest. If I can get one, human Milky Way leader, you're dead. The Inyong leader anticipated. The Holy-Eyed race was after all the strongest of the first universe era's pinnacle races, the strongest of the 7 universes. Close to 100 universe lords, all of them had lived for an incredibly long time, and Inyong leader, amongst the close to 100 universe lords of the Holy-Eyed race, could only be considered average. Wait and see, human Milky Way leader. This is the first time we've met. In the future, we'll have plenty of chances to spar. In space outside the Pinnacle World region, on a celestial mountain rock, 3 majestic silhouettes stood there. Flint leader, there's no need. Luo Feng said. My life was saved by you, this is the greatest favor. Flint leader raised his head, my promise before was only to repay you, you don't have to be humble. In the future, if you need anything, just inform me, no matter what I'm doing, I'll immediately rush over. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't retreat. Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. Flint leader's personality was just like that. Stubborn, incomparably stubborn, if he wanted to scold, he'd scold, no matter how high his accomplishments were in the future. The moment he made a promise, he wouldn't turn back even if he had to go through fire and water. Flint leader, you can't handle this danger? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very curious. Being able to survive in the cosmic sea for so long, he should have some life-saving methods. Even if I meet the strongest warrior of the universe, as long as he doesn't have an ultimate treasure to attack me, I can withstand it for a long time. First, I use my ultimate treasures to block. Normally I can weaken 90% of the power. Then, when it hits my armor, the threat is very small. The Flintstone Master sighed. Unfortunately, this Master of Safety and Yang's battle style just happens to counter me. He is unpredictable and can easily change his moves, but I charge forward bravely and am not good at blocking. He even wants to trade blows with me. Actually, my god body is very strong too, 100,000 kilometers long, I'm not afraid of exchanging blows. However, Inyong leader's attacks are even stronger than mine. Knowing a few ultimate techniques and being able to instantly change moves, such unpredictable moves, there aren't many to begin with. To be able to make me unable to block them is even rarer, and to have a god body that's even stronger than mine, that's even rarer. Flint leader said, in the entire cosmic sea, there are only a few. Usually, the moment I discover them, I don't even need to run. I didn't expect to lose this time. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Knowing a few ultimate techniques and being good at changing moves, his attacks were known for their speed. And his body's defense was even stronger than Flint leader's. Everything matched, it was indeed rare. I've decided to lose this time too. Flint leader said, my god body has taken a lot of damage this time, it'll take a long time to recover. During this period of recuperation, I'll properly study my shield defense. I'm a Flint special life form, naturally not agile enough. It's better to create a shield technique, with a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, it'll be much safer. You should have done this earlier. Swan leader said. Luo Feng nodded. Different life forms had different battle styles. Yuan Ao Lord was like that, his body was huge, his agility wasn't enough, hence he too used a shield. Of course, like humans, they were naturally agile, Luo Feng's blade was naturally able to swiftly block. Those huge rock life forms were much weaker in this aspect. I was too overconfident, Luo Feng, Flint, will never forget your kindness, just tell me if you need anything. Flint leader's voice rumbled, then I'll first return to the primal universe, the next time I come, I'll bring a shield. I won't send you off. Luo Feng smiled. The Flintstone Master spoke to the Taowu Master and left with a teleportation. Even though my armor's defense is 10 times stronger than Flint leader's, his god energy is 10 times stronger than mine. Combining the two, his defense is indeed stronger than mine. In terms of body, it's also slightly bigger than mine. Luo Feng exclaimed within, luckily he was more agile, even if he met a Inyong leader, he could still block. And with his killing of Wu Yui and the blazing sand cup, he could fight and flee whenever he wanted. I have to train myself. Right now my weakness is my attack techniques, and they're only the ultimate techniques. Luo Feng thought, like Flint leader, Swan leader, these pinnacles have already created their strongest techniques. The master of Anyong even created several sets of the strongest secret arts. After which, Luo Feng and Swanan leader separated and once again roamed the outer regions of Qingfeng world. Time passed. While Luo Feng was roaming the Qingfeng world, he would occasionally meet some alien race warriors from before the Great Apocalypse. However, with his killing of Wu Yui and the Blazing Sand Cup, he didn't really meet with any danger. After all, the pinnacle of the universe lords and the strongest warriors of the universe all entered the inner regions of Qingfeng world. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The primal universe human Luo Feng's name slowly spread throughout the other 2 universe eras. They too knew that this human Luo Feng's strength may be average, but he was hard to deal with. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the blink of an eye, it was already Luo Feng's 16th year in the universe C. Deep within the water region of Qingfeng. I've been in Qingfeng world for 16 years and I haven't even seen a single treasure. Luo Feng leaned on the rock behind him and looked at the white water spirits 10 million kilometers away. Beams of white flowed about within, some in white human form, some in white beast form. The water spirits of all shapes and sizes were purely attracted to each other, playing with each other and occasionally letting out ear-piercing screams, wantonly floating about in the depths of the water region. The celestial mountain rocks within the water region were also incomparably huge. Actually, every celestial mountain rock was like a majestic mountain range. A depression was a huge canyon, a protrusion was a huge mountain peak, its flat surface was a vast plain. At least to Luo Feng, who maintained his body at over 1,000 kilometers, it was like that. However, after these 16 years of over 100 exchanges, my beast god path has improved a lot. Luo Feng was satisfied. These 100 exchanges were all against the warriors of the First Universe Era and Second Universe Era. Because the Primeval Universe, Universe 3 Era, was very weak, the experts of the Primeval Universe's 9 great powers, 12 great powers, and many others, whether in the Primeval Universe or in the Cosmic Sea, unless there were treasures to attract them, they would rarely fight each other. However, the First Universe Era and Second Universe Era, even without treasures, they would still kill on sight, a few brand new styles of battle. Their new usage of the origin laws made Luo Feng's eyes gleam. Comprehending by analogy, his improvement in the beast god path was swift and violent, 10 times faster than training in the primal universe. Even his progress in the engraving school was very fast. It's a pity I haven't been able to create the strongest technique. Luo Feng thought, the 3rd level of Star Pagoda is still far away. I'll wait. Roaming the Qingfeng world is like this. Most of the time it's peaceful. However, the moment the opportunity arises, I'll have to risk it all. Luo Feng immediately became a beam of light and flew, once again exploring. The water region was simply too huge. Countless warriors from the 3 universe eras spent countless years and still couldn't explore the entire water region. Luo Feng too slowly explored. Last time, when I discovered the Firestone Master, I quietly followed him. When the distance was close, I immediately released a domain-type treasure and sealed the space. And young Lord shook his head in space and sighed. That stupid Flint Emperor, I was able to counter him. Just as I was about to kill him, who would have thought that primal universe human Luo Feng would ruin it? If I can successfully kill the Firestone Master, I'll get my hands on many treasures. Together with some of my own treasures. I'll probably be able to exchange for a peak domain level treasure. Master of Anyong shook his head and sighed. He was unwilling to give up. Beside him stood an expert from the Holy-Eyed clan. There was also a one-eyed shadow in the halo at the back of his head. This was the characteristic of the Holy-Eyed clan. Anyong, did you gain anything in the inner area this time? The expert from the Holy-Eyed clan asked. The inner region is too dangerous. I only wandered around the safer places in the inner region. Those places have long been searched. Even though they had fought more than a dozen times, and even though they managed to push their opponent to the brink of death in one of the battles, their opponent still charged straight into the dangerous regions of the inner region in a frenzy. I don't dare to chase after them. And young Lord was helpless. I didn't gain anything. It's better to slowly explore the waters. There's less danger, and occasionally I'll get treasures. Who knows, I might even meet some weaker universe lords that I can kill. The holy-eyed clan warrior said. Jiayu, did you gain anything? An young lord asked. A small gain. Jiayu smiled. Jiayu and an young lord only conversed once before parting ways. It was rather lonely in the pinnacle world, hence they would usually chat when they met. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Hua Jiayu's face was handsome. His entire body glowed with a white light. There was a halo behind his head, and within it was a one-eyed shadow. He was flying slowly at the bottom of the waters. He explored the mountain peaks at the bottom of the water, the protrusions on the natural mountain rocks, and the canyons, without a trace of impatience. As an absolute warrior with an endless lifespan, even 10,000 eras of exploration would be peaceful. Cave. It looked like an ordinary mountain cave, and Jiayu directly flew inside. The cave's diameter was tens of thousands of kilometers, and its depth was tens of millions of kilometers. Jiayu carefully flew inside. Sometimes, seemingly ordinary caves and valleys in the waters might actually contain treasures. Eh? Jiayu sensed an extremely weak energy ripple. Energy ripple. Could it be? Jiayu's eyes instantly lit up, and his entire aura changed. His gaze swept across every region in front of him, and he even used his divine power to scan them. He advanced very slowly. The cave was deep and winding, and Jiayu suppressed his excitement and slowed down even more. After nearly 6 hours, Jiayu had just turned a corner when he saw a bright light in the distance, which made him even more excited. Haha, there might be some treasures hidden in the waters, perhaps even some special gains. Although Jiayu's speed was slow, he quickly arrived in front of that bright light. Treasures. Great treasures. Master Jiayu looked up and saw that there was a screen of light blocking his path forward. The screen itself was emitting extremely weak energy fluctuations, but strangely. Master Jiayu had used his divine power to scan the area before, but he hadn't found this screen of light at all. Light screen, only some extremely powerful supreme treasures in the fallen peak world would cause special scenes to appear. For example, there might be danger in the surroundings, or this kind of light screen that can't be detected, etc. Jiayu was incomparably excited. As an expert of the first Cosmos era, he naturally had ample experience. According to his past experience, the light screen itself didn't pose any threat. Be careful. Jiayu flipped his hand. Hua, a blue sphere appeared out of nowhere, and it rapidly expanded, reaching a height of 10,000 kilometers. Jiayu maintained a height of 1,000 kilometers, and entered it with a single step. This is a peak-grade ceiling palace-type supreme treasure. If I hide inside, even the strongest expert of the cosmos won't be able to kill me. Jiayu was incomparably excited. Although he had lived for countless years, he had seen special scenes because of a certain treasure, but that was with the other experts of the holy-eyed race. It was the first time in countless years that he had monopolized such a treasure. Such a commotion, it should at least be a peak-grade domain-type supreme treasure. Who knows, it might be a mystical item, or some extraordinary special item. Jiayu controlled the peak-grade ceiling palace-type supreme treasure. Hua, he flew slowly. When he touched the light screen, it was as though he was breaking through a layer of water, without any obstruction. Eh? Another layer of light screen? Jiayu was shocked to discover that there was another light screen behind the light screen. Hua. He passed through another layer. Third layer. Jiayu was even more excited, and he continued to pass through. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Sixth layer. A total of 9 layers. It must be an incredible treasure ground. Haha, looks like my luck isn't bad. Jiayu passed through the 9th layer. No. Everything returned to silence. The deep and winding cave was as quiet as ever, and the light screen was still there, without any changes. It was as though Jiayu had never entered before. One of the 7 great miniaturized cosmoses of the first universe era of the holy-eyed race. No. Jiayu's incarnation was filled with excitement and anticipation, but he only had time to reveal a look of fear. Pung, the incarnation was destroyed. The moment the incarnation was destroyed, the master of the entire miniaturized cosmos, the third true lord of the holy-eyed race, immediately discovered it. Jiayu has fallen. A sigh resounded throughout the entire miniaturized cosmos. On the highest continent of the miniaturized cosmos, more than 10 universe lords were scattered everywhere, and immediately, their incarnations appeared. The third true lord, Jiayu has fallen? How did Lord Jiayu die? Who killed him? How did he die? Instantly, they all asked anxiously. After all, according to their classification, Jiayu was a peak level 4 universe lord. Even if he met the strongest expert in the universe, he would have a chance to survive for a short period of time. To the entire holy-eyed race, the fall of a universe lord was something that would only happen once in a long time. Jiayu fell instantly, and his incarnation did not even have time to leave a detailed message. A voice came from the sky. He fell so quickly that he did not even have time to leave a message. If he really met with a terrifying danger, he should have contacted other experts for help. The voice in the sky said slowly, so. Jiayu probably did not discover the danger beforehand, and when he discovered it, he fell immediately. He doesn't even know the reason for his fall? Even the strongest expert in the universe would not be able to do that. How could it be so terrifying? Looks like only some of the terrifying dangers in the pinnacle realm would be able to do that. Just the strength of an expert would not be able to reach such a level. These incarnations of the universe lords all said. The holy-eyed race was split into 7 miniaturized cosmoses, and naturally had connections with each other. The fall of Jiayu quickly spread to the upper echelons of the holy-eyed race. Jiayu, he was exploring the water region. The danger should have come from somewhere in the water region. For a danger to appear in the water region that could cause Jiayu to fall instantly. Looks like this place is not ordinary. According to the last information that could be found, Jiayu should have fallen in the area of the 193293 reference system. Now I order, the 3 universe lords of our race in the pinnacle realm's water region, Master of Anyong, Master of Array Mending, and Master of the Time Chariot to head to the water region of the pinnacle realm to explore. You must be careful. If you discover any suspicious or dangerous areas, do not directly enter. Yes. 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 Master of Anyong, Master of Array Mending, and Master of the Time Chariot immediately responded, and rapidly teleported in the void of the pinnacle realm, before entering the water region, heading towards the 193293 reference system to explore in detail. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the sky above the waters of the Qingfeng realm, a huge celestial mountain rock was flying at several times the speed of light, while 3 figures emitting hazy white light were gathered together. Jiayu didn't even have time to leave a message before he died. What kind of danger did he encounter? Even in the pinnacle realm, there are only a few places where Master Jiayu didn't even have time to leave a message before he died. Only the core of the pinnacle realm is more common. One of the holy-eyed race experts said. And it was indeed very dangerous this time. We followed the first true lord's instructions. Once we find a dangerous place, we will immediately report it. I'm afraid we've wasted our efforts. The place where Jiayu died is probably not in the 193293 region of reference. Yes. This is where Jiayu was a few days before he died. His true place of death should be around here. He might even teleport to the inner region of the pinnacle realm and die there. Whatever, we will follow your orders. I will be in charge of a third of the region. And Yong will be in charge of this third. Sui Ji, you will be in charge of this third. Okay. Hua. 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 The 3 experts of the holy-eyed race instantly split up and flew down to the vast water region to begin their search. The pinnacle realm was simply too big and there were large numbers of water spirits in the depths. Even 100 factions didn't dare to say that they had searched the entire water region. As time passed, the structure of the water region would gradually change. 6 days later. Simple search complete. I've also searched. Not yet. The 3 universe lords met and looked at each other. They didn't find any clues. What should they do? A single region of reference is too big. We have to rely on domain-type treasures to search within a few light years. Master Xianxia said. Although this method is fast, the true treasures are affected by the pinnacle realm and can't be found with domains. Of course we know that. What should we do? Do we really have to search one by one? How do we search? How long would it take to travel a distance of a light year if one walked slowly from one place to another? How long would it take to cover an area 1 light year long, 1 light year wide, and 1 light year high? Searching wasn't flying. Just like the deceased Lord Xiaoyu, he would carefully explore some caves, and when he didn't find any treasures, he would retreat. He continued on to the next canyon, cave, mountain, vegetation, and so on. His speed was extremely slow. Perhaps even 10,000 epochs would not be enough to cover a distance of 1 light year in a straight line. And 1 light year in length, width, and height, even 100 million epochs was far from enough. It's impossible to explore in detail. We can only do a simple exploration. Report. Yes, report back. Master Xianxia and the others could only report. Continue. Long before Xiaoyu perished, he was in that frame of reference. When they truly died, it was very likely that they would leave the frame of reference and explore the surrounding area. The three of you, go and search the 100 frames of reference around the 193,293 frame of reference. The first true lord ordered. Yes. Master Xianxia and the others followed. If it was just a simple search, they wouldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. The three of them had used their domain treasures to search through the surrounding 100 reference systems. They were even lucky enough to find a high-grade treasure weapon hidden in the depths of a canyon. They also found 2 strange places. When the 6th true lord of the holy-eyed race personally came to investigate, he didn't find anything. We've really been busy for nothing. Who knows where Xiaoyu died? Maybe he died in the inner region of Qingfeng Realm Lord Mountain. They had been busy for nothing. The holy-eyed race also investigated for a long time. Firstly, they investigated the most likely water region. Secondly, they investigated whether the treasure used by Master Xiaoyu was in the hands of other foreign race experts. Thirdly, the 6th true lord personally investigated. In the end, they could only admit defeat. There were no results. Normally, if a holy-eyed race expert was killed, the other existences of the holy-eyed race wouldn't let it go so easily. But this time, they couldn't find any traces. They could only swallow their anger. Master Xianxia, Master of the Year Chariot and Master of the Array Mending were naturally dismissed. Master Xianxia and Master of the Year Chariot and Master of the Array Mending left. Only the Master Xianxia continued to head deeper into the water region. A few years before he died, I met Xiaoyu. Back then, he seemed to have some gains in the water region. And he continued to investigate the water region. There's a 90% chance that he died in the water region. I'll use the 193,293 frame of reference to carefully investigate. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 12th year since Master Xiaoyu died. It's been said that the Qingfeng world is dangerous. It's one of the 3 great danger zones. I've been here for 30 years and I've never met any true danger. Luo Feng flew in midair. Looking at the distant majestic Qingfeng Realm Lord Mountain, the endless waterfall poured down. Rumble, this huge waterfall was tens of millions of light years tall. Every drop of water was comparable to a star. How terrifying was this endless waterfall! If this impact could be gathered at one point, even the strongest warrior in the universe would be destroyed. However, when it was spread out, it constantly struck the water region below. This caused the vast water region to constantly change. I'll go to the main mountain of Qingfeng World to take a look. Anyway, as long as I don't enter the mountain, the danger isn't that great. Luo Feng teleported again and again. Shua. Shua. Shua, swiftly heading towards the main mountain of Qingfeng World. This was the first time he got so close to the main mountain in 30 years. Looking at the mountain, even Luo Feng's teleportation was rather tiring. After teleporting over 30 million light years, he was already very close to the main mountain. Shua. Luo Feng suddenly stopped in midair. Ahead was almost the entire universe sea of Qing Feng World's main mountain. However, Luo Feng frowned as he gazed below. What, my Slayer Wu wings? Luo Feng turned to look at the Slayer Wu wings behind him. The wings would occasionally tremble. Summoning, almost like magnets attracting each other, the Wu killer wings were attracted. A very weak summoning, it seems to be from that direction? From the depths of the water region. Luo Feng gazed below and frowned. This wasn't something he didn't have experience with. Back then Tian Tai Knight's flowing light wings and his own wings were attracted to each other, and that attraction was terrifyingly strong. This attraction was very weak, extremely weak. Don't tell me the third pair of wings is below? Luo Feng thought. Let's go take a look. So, Luo Feng teleported 10 light years downwards. It's much stronger. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The trembling of the Wu killer wings behind him intensified. Obviously the summoning was very strong. Go down. Luo Feng teleported again. Rumble, he had already entered the shallow water region of the endless water region. Rumble, the Wu killer wings behind him were madly trembling. What a strong summoning. Luo Feng revealed a look of excitement. He immediately unleashed the golden country. The blurry golden light immediately spread out, forming a 10 light-year radius huge blurry golden region. Of course this wasn't the limit of the golden country. However, in the dangerous water region, Luo Feng didn't dare to teleport too far. Shua, Luo Feng once again advanced another 3 light years. After which he entered the dangerous region. He couldn't simply teleport as he wished. The mid to long distance teleportation in the water region was normally only used in the shallow water region. In the deep water region, even with the help of the domain, he could only teleport very short distances. Shua. Shua. Shua, Luo Feng relied on the strong summoning. He was incomparably familiar with the direction of the summoning as he got closer. However, every time he teleported, the distance was incredibly short, only over 100 million kilometers. It must be the other parts of the Wu killer wings. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew there were other parts. However, I didn't expect to find them in the pinnacle region. Luo Feng was very excited. Back when he acquired Tian Wu Knight's pair of treasured wings, it allowed the Wu killer wings to become 4 wings. After studying it, he discovered that the third engraving was incomplete. Obviously there were other parts. Originally, Luo Feng thought that it could have been obtained by other warriors of the cosmic sea. After all, there were many warriors with treasured wings. Also, these warriors who obtained a pair of treasured wings felt that it wasn't powerful enough, so they bestowed it to other warriors of the universe. This was one possibility. The other possibility was that it was in the pinnacle world. I didn't expect it to be so easy for me to sense it. I don't know if it's on the warrior or somewhere else. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng flew at high speed and swiftly landed in a cave. It's inside. The summoning is coming from within. Luo Feng looked at the deep cave before him and carefully proceeded. The cave was wide and twisted, deep and unfathomable. Weng, the Wu killer wings on Luo Feng's back were madly vibrating. Luo Feng could only use his god energy to suppress it, preventing it from flying out. This summoning is too strong. The last time I faced Tian Wu Knight, the summoning wasn't this strong. Luo Feng muttered, is it because my Wu killer wings are more complete, hence the summoning is stronger? Luo Feng was very suspicious about this. He carefully proceeded. After spending a total of 3 hours, under careful observation, Luo Feng finally saw the distant screen. Screen? Luo Feng carefully approached, frowning as he looked at the screen. Even though the Wu killer wings behind him struggled with all its might, almost as though it was trying to leave him, Luo Feng was very calm and cautious. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Luo Feng frowned. If there are other parts of the Wu killer wings within, and they have no owner, under normal circumstances, they should automatically fly over. The parts have an owner, and the owner is suppressing it. Then the owner should be able to feel the summoning. Wouldn't he be curious and not come over to check? Luo Feng looked at the screen before him. According to my understanding of Qing Feng World, normally only special treasures would have a screen and other special scenes. Like normal treasures, high-level treasures and top-level treasures, they were usually casually hidden in some corner. Only some powerful treasures, or even mystical items, would cause such a phenomenon. Screen? The Wu Killer Wings summoning. That part didn't automatically fly over. Even though Luo Feng's heart was filled with desire, even wanting to rush in, with the notoriety of Qing Feng World, he didn't dare mess around. Something's very wrong. I'll let the Masha clansmen go take a look. Luo Feng naturally made the decision. These few years of exploring the Qing Feng World, whenever there was a special situation, he would let the Masha clansmen handle it. Shua, a black-cloaked Masha clansman, appeared beside him and flew straight ahead. The moment it touched the screen, it easily entered. Tomorrow is a rest day, Saturday no updates, just what was inside the cave? It will be revealed the day after tomorrow *, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Masha clansman's body was small, his god energy purity was low, and he didn't have any treasures. Even if he sacrificed one, with the golden horned beast and his earth body, he would be able to recover in a few breaths. Hence, during the 30 years in the pinnacle world, whenever he encountered something he wasn't confident in, he would let the Masha clansman do it, while passing through the screen. The Masha clansman looked ahead curiously. There was actually still a tunnel ahead, and there was even a new screen. 2 layers of screens? The 3 great danger zones are the scariest places in the universe. See. Only a few special areas will have special scenes appear. The Masha clansman was curious, 2 layers of screens, just what's inside? So, agilely moving forward, he easily passed through the screen. The screen itself couldn't stop anyone from entering, however it could make all domain scanning and god energy scanning useless. My god, 3 layers of screens? The Masha clansman was shocked. He continued to pass through, 4th layer. 5th layer. 6th layer, the Masha clansman was completely shocked. Previously, in the information given by the human race regarding the pinnacle world, flowing mountain and the universe ship, there were indeed descriptions of the birth of some terrifying treasures. There were even records of the birth of the strongest treasures. Of course, the scenes were different. There were a total of 12 records regarding the screens. 3 of them were about treasures, 9 of them were about rare treasures, etc. The scenes of the 3 treasures, they were pinnacle treasures with 1 layer, pinnacle treasures with 3 layers, pinnacle treasures with 3 layers. 7th layer, 8th layer, there's actually a 9th layer. A huge treasure trove. It's definitely an extremely huge treasure trove. If a warrior says there's an absolute treasure within, I'd believe it. The Masha clansman looked excitedly at the 9th layer. However, from the crazily struggling of the Wuxia wings, there should be other parts of the wings within. Even if it's an absolute treasure part, its power shouldn't be that strong. There shouldn't be a 9th layer, right? The Masha clansman was curious. Actually, Luo Feng was filled with questions. Firstly, the damaged part didn't fly out. Secondly, the summoning was too intense, far more powerful than when he first encountered the flowing light wings. Thirdly, the 9-layered light screen was too inconceivable. Could it be that there aren't just parts of the Wu slaying wings inside, but other treasures as well? For example, a supreme treasure? The Masha clan's clone immediately suppressed the many thoughts in his heart. When faced with treasures, one would think too much, but reality was sometimes cruel. Whatever, I'll know once I see it. He easily entered the 9th layer of the light screen. Here. The moment the Masha clone passed through the 9th layer, he found himself surrounded by a dazzling space. Before he could take a closer look, several huge blade-like rays of light swept past the Masha clone. An intense pain assaulted his entire body. The Masha clan's clone was instantly destroyed. Outside the 1st layer of light, Luo Feng stood there. What the hell? Luo Feng blinked, completely shocked. This, my Masha clansman is after all a universe knight, to be able to instantly destroy a knight without even thinking. How terrifying was that attack? It's probably comparable to an attack from a universe lord. Luo Feng pondered. Again. Another Masha clan clone appeared next to him and entered the light barrier in a flash. Before the 9th layer. The Masha clansman gritted his teeth. The moment I enter, I'll unleash my natural ability domain. I'll definitely be able to stay alive for a short period of time. I want to see just what kind of treasure this place is, to be able to emit such terrifying energies around. In just a blink of an eye, he had already entered the 9th light screen. As soon as he entered, he immediately cast his innate secret method, territory. Within the incomparably vast space, the Masha clansman had already completely merged with the space within 10,000 kilometers. Countless blade-like lights surged and swept through everything. In this vast space, the universe space itself had long become an endless flow of particles. The moment the Masha clansman transformed into his domain, he felt the destructive energies invade him, causing him to be instantly destroyed. Luo Feng stood in the depths of the cave before the first layer. After a while, his eyes gleamed. Destroying the skies and lands. Destroying everything in the universe space. Time, space, these are the structures of the universe. My Masha clansman unleashed his natural ability domain and still couldn't survive. This is simply. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Simultaneously, his heart was filled with excitement. Treasure, this was definitely the pinnacle of treasures. There could very well be an absolute treasure within. Using strength to break through all laws. Before absolute strength, they had to retreat. Just like the strongest of the universe, with their words, even the origin laws of the universe had to retreat. Furthermore, the power unleashed by these supreme treasures could also form an absolute domain within a certain range. Within this domain, all laws could be forced to retreat. Even the lords of the universe could perish. That mysterious place behind the 9th layer is already strong enough to destroy space and time. Using strength to break through. I'm afraid it's the strongest of the universe, the absolute treasure level. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. He didn't feel any fear, only excitement and joy. The stronger the power, the better. The stronger the treasure, the more terrifying it was. Luo Feng wasn't worried he wouldn't be able to acquire it. I have the Blood Cloud Palace and Star Pagoda with me. The Blood Cloud Palace is a pinnacle flying palace type treasure. Its power is extremely strong, and it specializes in material defense. Even the strongest of the universe couldn't destroy it with a full-powered attack. Luo Feng thought. Even an absolute treasure's power shouldn't be able to easily destroy a pinnacle flying palace. This was common sense. A pinnacle flying palace type treasure, with it, one could dominate the universe sea. However, Luo Feng didn't know that before him, the god-eyed clan leader Jia Yu had tried to barge in, and he hid in a pinnacle flying palace type treasure. His ending was tragic. Blood Cloud Palace, Star Pagoda, especially the absolute treasure Star Pagoda. Luo Feng thought. According to what my teacher said, any one of the 3 danger zones has no way to destroy an absolute treasure. However, before I enter, I have to investigate the situation inside. I don't believe that the blade light that ripped me apart is everywhere. Luo Feng thought. The Masha clansman had fallen twice before. He didn't even see the situation inside clearly. He only knew that the glaring blade light had killed him. The Masha clansman tried to barge in again. Similarly, in an instant, it was swept away by the vast and endless blade lights, killing him. The 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time, I'll try 100 times, I don't believe I'll fall every time. Luo Feng wouldn't easily take the risk. After all, even though the Star Pagoda was safe, it only meant it could block all material attacks. However, if the Star Pagoda were to fall into a dangerous situation where he couldn't escape, the information given by the human race had many such dangerous places recorded. Sending the Masha clansman to his death time and time again, to gather more information, was also for safety reasons. As for the Masha clansman? Even if he fell 100 times, the god energy he lost, his earth body and the golden horned beast would only require a short while to recover. Shwa. 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 Shwa, madly falling again and again. Every time he was swept away by the vast and extremely dense blade storm, he was instantly destroyed. The 39th time. The Masha clansman charged in again. The Masha clansman was overjoyed to see that the endless blade-like glaring lights had gathered into a storm. Around him were endless storms, however none of them touched him, causing the Masha clansman to immediately scan and swiftly observe everything. Not even a millionth of a second. However, Luo Feng's consciousness revolved quickly. He could already see everything clearly. This was an incomparably vast space. The pitch-black space was filled with countless rumbling primal chaos particles, and the glaring endless blade-like storm engulfed everything. The area was so vast, just one glance and one could see it in light years. In this endless space, the most dazzling thing was in the distance, that huge, what completely made Luo Feng dumbstruck, wings, seemingly endless, a pair of wings that were even more dazzling than the sun by trillions of times. The two wings were incomparably huge. That dazzling white wing light emitted a pressure. That terrifying pressure from above caused Luo Feng's consciousness to pause, following which, Rumble the Masha clansman was already killed by the endless blade storm. Deep within the winding cave, outside the first layer of light, Luo Feng stood there stunned, his mind filled with the shocking scene before him, the endless pair of wings, even more dazzling than the sun by trillions of times. It felt like an incomparably huge light wing. That absolute superiority even made Luo Feng feel a sense of submission. Wings. A wing? This mysterious place is actually a feather? Luo Feng was stunned. Don't tell me that extremely terrifying wing is a part of my killer Wu's wing. Is that possible? Is this possible? What a joke. Luo Feng had seen many treasures before. Absolute treasures, he had seen them before. He even had an absolute treasure star pagoda. The power of the star pagoda was extremely huge. Just the 9-spiral nebula that it swallowed was already that strong. As for the true power of the star pagoda, Luo Feng wasn't too sure. After all, the star pagoda had always been quietly in space. He only knew that the 4 pinnacle races had once fought for it. Many of the strongest warriors of the universe had tried to steal it, but they all failed. That glaring to the extreme, that huge light wing, it must be an absolute treasure, it must be. Being this strong, it would be weird if it wasn't an absolute treasure. And from the looks of it, looking at that incomparably crazy blade tornado, it should be an attack-type absolute treasure. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Any absolute warrior in the universe who could acquire an absolute treasure would be excited too. Following which, Luo Feng's mind was filled with endless questions. He couldn't help but frown. Very peculiar. That incomparably huge glaring light wing, even though he could vaguely see it through the endless storm, he could tell that it didn't have an owner. However, it didn't fly over. The killer Wu wings on his body. Wanted to fly over, is it a part? Luo Feng muttered to himself, my 2 pairs of wings added together are only at the pinnacle level. That pair of wings is already that strong. Furthermore, how could a part of a supreme treasure be so powerful? P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Just the pressure emitted by those seemingly endless wings of light was enough to cause his consciousness, which was at the level of a lord of the universe, to freeze instantly. It was truly unbelievable. Don't tell me, the 2 wings on my body are related to the light wings like the pagoda pearl, the ceiling stars and the star pagoda? Luo Feng guessed, I'm just 2 small parts of the light wings? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, Rumble the entire deep cave was suddenly filled with endless ice-white sand. Countless sand particles flowed and filled every corner of the cave. They even easily penetrated the thick rocks and swept through every corner. At the same time, the sea of sand also swept through the light screen. The light screen slightly rippled, as though the surrounding space and time had already distorted. No matter how he looked, he couldn't discover the secrets within. Domain treasure, Ice Sand Ocean? Luo Feng was shocked. Ice Sand Ocean was the domain treasure of the Young Master. He had experienced it before when he saved the Firestone Emperor. Ha ha ha, human Milky Way leader Luo Feng? A voice resounded in his ears through the endless sea of sand. While the surrounding space ripples immediately froze, space lock. He's actually here, what a coincidence. Luo Feng cursed within. That pair of light wings was without a doubt an absolute treasure, incomparably precious. Its power was heaven-defying, and it had a special relationship with his Wu killer wings. Even though the Masha clansman only glanced at it briefly, he could tell that it was extremely proficient in attack. If he had the star pagoda and wings, these 2 absolute treasures, that would really be heaven-defying. Absolute treasures, just how precious are they? To get them, it won't be easy. Luo Feng muttered within. The Star Pagoda back then already made the strongest of the universe helpless, even before them they couldn't do anything about it. Even when Mountain Guest left it for him, he had to spend a lot of effort and go through life and death situations to get it. This light wing was probably about the same, however, with the sudden appearance of a young master. I can't let him discover the secrets of this cave. The God-eyed clan's power is overwhelming, it's an absolute power, much stronger than our human race. The moment he finds out and notifies the God-eyed clan, I won't be able to get the wings. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind, after which he made his decision, immediately becoming a beam of light and swiftly flying out. The master of Anyong stood at the peak of a mountain in the depths of the water domain, looking at the cave entrance in the distance with a rare look of excitement on his face. All these years, he had been searching slowly and meticulously in the area of the reference frame number 193293. However, searching through caves, valleys, mountain bellies, aquatic plants, and so on was simply too slow. Usually, after a period of searching, he would use his domain-type treasure to scan through the area within 100 light-years when he felt bored. A combination of detailed exploration and simple exploration. Occasionally, with such a large area sweep, he might be able to find some clues. He didn't expect that during this random sweep out of boredom, he would actually discover the primal universe human Luo Feng. Actually, during these years of his large-scale exploration, he had met two other universe lords that passed by. Luo Feng was the third to be swept out. I actually found this human Luo Feng, haha, what luck. Yes, he's weak and doesn't dare to enter the inner region. He's probably searching in the outer regions, since he actually came to my reference frame number 193293, he can't blame me. The master of Anyong had a sense of superiority towards Luo Feng. Because, in his eyes, Luo Feng had just entered the universe lord level, his strength barely at the second level. He was only good at escaping. His domain is quite powerful. One-on-one, I probably won't be able to kill him. The one-eyed silhouette behind the master of Anyong's back seemed ferocious. Universe C, the God-eyed clan had a total of 7 small universes. Within the 7th true Lord's universe, I've already intercepted the primal universe human Luo Feng. Right now he's at reference frame number 193293, 329491, 100939. That Luo Feng's domain control is extremely strong. With the help of a pinnacle domain treasure, we'll split the treasures evenly. Who can reach first? The master of Anyong stood before a mirror. Many images appeared in the mirror. Haha, Anyong, your luck is really good. The news of the primal universe human's new universe Lord Luo Feng has long spread. He has a special treasure that can control space and time, it's very hard to deal with. Indeed, only those with pinnacle domain treasures have a chance. Anyong, I'll need close to 40 minutes to reach. Translated from the God-eyed clan's words, it's 3 hours, equivalent to 40 minutes. Anyong, I'm in peak world too. However, from the inner region it'll take a few days. It's a pity I'm in the universe boat. Even if I teleport over, it'll take about 2 hours. Many images appeared in the mirror, speaking continuously. Later on, even the fastest one would need close to 40 minutes to reach. Master Golden Lion, please hurry over. I'll rush over as fast as I can. That primal universe human Luo Feng, I'll have to rely on you to hold him back. Alright. Golden Lion and Anyong, I wish you success. Don't get beaten back by the human warriors. The human race will definitely protect that human Luo Feng. If you guys move slowly, the primal universe human warriors may arrive. Especially that primal chaos city leader, he's not to be trifled with. Hua in the inner region of the pinnacle realm, the wind howled. Countless grains of sand and stones flew at 100 times the speed of light. Occasionally, there were some transparent grains of sand and stones. When they flew by, cracks silently appeared in the space. Dang! 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 A golden flying ship whizzed past, but it was struck by some sand and rocks, causing it to shake uncontrollably. However, it passed through with difficulty. Within the ship, a completely golden armored humanoid life form, his entire body was emitting white light. There was a halo behind his head and within it was a single eye silhouette. Human Luo Feng, a treasure that can control time and space? The god-eyed clan warrior muttered softly. When the Golden Lion Emperor and an young Emperor's clones agreed, deep within the water region 193293 a peak world, Luo Feng and an young Emperor had already met. Luo Feng flew out of the cave and floated in the center of the water region. Not far away at the peak, an young Emperor stood and gazed at Luo Feng. Rumbled a golden flame swept through everything. All the sand and stones were dispersed. With the help of the Golden Country, the endless flames formed by the flaming sand cup enveloped the surrounding light years. Luo Feng was in the center of the endless flames. His 4 wings extended and he faced an young Emperor. "And young Emperor, I really see you everywhere." Luo Feng roared. "Ha ha ha." And young Emperor laughed loudly. "I didn't purposely look for you. I've searched this water region for a long time. You were the one who found the treasure and came here. You didn't walk this path of survival and chose to walk the path of death. Who can you blame?" "Path of death?" Luo Feng sneered. "Life is limited. Eternity is hard to seek." And young Emperor looked at Luo Feng. "Killing is the only path." And young Emperor wasn't in a rush to make a move. He was intentionally stalling for time. Because, one-on-one, he had 100% confidence in defeating Luo Feng. However, killing Luo Feng was an impossible task. Luo Feng replied verbally. However, he was wary within. He searched this region for a long time? Luo Feng immediately became wary. Why so long? Did he get some information? That pair of wings was filled with endless power. Luo Feng was afraid of anything happening along the way. He had to minimize any unexpected factors. Looks like he doesn't know yet. He's just busy searching everywhere. The entire bottom of the water region is filled with endless celestial rocks. There are countless caves, valleys, mountains, etc. If he keeps searching like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to find my cave even after 10,000 eras. Luo Feng nodded. Before, when he came out of the cave, it seemed like the young Emperor didn't suspect anything. Actually, not suspecting anything was normal. Because there were countless caves in the water region. Searching for treasures in the water region was usually done through various caves. When the young Emperor discovered Luo Feng was in the cave. And young Emperor thought that Luo Feng was searching for treasures too. He didn't notice anything special about the countless caves. Killing is the only path? Luo Feng smiled savagely. It's hard to say who will kill who. Rumble, Luo Feng wielded his blade. He immediately became a beam of light and rushed towards the young Emperor. He actually dares to fight me? The young Emperor was shocked that Luo Feng didn't immediately flee. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Little punk, over the countless years, I've killed more warriors than you've ever seen. Fight me? Die. The scepter in his hand was incomparably glaring. The scepter pierced forward. In an instant, a beam of light appeared in space. There was only one word, fast. Dang. The beautiful golden blade flashed. It struck the tip of the scepter. The powerful impact caused Luo Feng to be flung away. So fast that I could barely block it. No wonder even the Flint Emperor couldn't block it in time. The power is not small. The master of Anyong looked at Luo Feng and praised, "Your blade isn't bad, it's a pity that the power of your blade is a little weak, your blade technique is probably just an ultimate technique." As he praised, his speed was terrifyingly fast, almost immediately catching up to Luo Feng. Luo Feng felt his entire body tremble. Powerful, he had the killing Wu wings and the blazing sand cup to support his blade technique. However, he was still at a disadvantage. I'm afraid I'll have to unleash my universe technique to be able to fight him. Luo Feng thought. Haha, the young Emperor's footsteps were slow. With one step, he passed through the layers of flames and arrived beside Luo Feng. The huge scepter in his hand immediately waved. It was almost as though the entire universe's energy was gathered at the tip of the scepter. It smashed fiercely at Luo Feng. This smash was definitely heavy, the move before was fast. This move was heavy. A lightning-fast glaring stab suddenly lit up. Bastard! And young emperor immediately roared. He wanted to wave the scepter in his hand to change directions. However, this sneak attack was simply too sudden. Chi. The incomparably glaring long spear pierced right into the young emperor's left palm that he was trying his best to block. Die. A low roar resounded. A red silhouette appeared in the distance. His tail waved slightly. He wielded a huge spear. It was the Blood Cloud Palace leader. Rumbled a star pagoda transformed into a long spear. This extremely powerful treasure's second-level power was unleashed. Without any weapon to block, it pierced into an young emperor's body. And young emperor immediately roared. His entire body trembled violently. He could feel his divine body's energy rapidly weakening. I am the universe. Luo Feng too unleashed his strongest technique. P.S. Second chapter here. I'll continue writing the third chapter for the climax. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. That stab earlier caused the surrounding golden flames to form a whirlpool. The incomparably heavy water around too formed a huge whirlpool. This stab, fierce, fast, and young lord had just unleashed his strongest technique with his scepter. He couldn't defend against this sudden sneak attack in time. He could only use his left palm to unleash his strongest technique, sealing the skies. However, this move was originally unleashed from the scepter, hence its power was weakened through his palm, and he didn't have any treasures to defend against it. The tip of the long spear pierced into his palm. Ah! Lord of Peace and Yang's divine body trembled. Instantly, a great deal of his divine power was consumed, and his aura rapidly weakened. In an instant, he was only 50% or less powerful. However, in the blink of an eye, boundless divine power was transmitted to him through the divine body of his doppelganger in his world ring, allowing him to recover rapidly. Rumbled the surrounding waters darkened, entering the chaos world. Chaos energy filled the area. Wu Killer Wings, buff. Fire Sand Cup, buff. Miniature Universe, buff. Luo Feng's aura was like a rainbow. After unleashing the miniature universe, even without attacking, he could rely on the terrifying pressure to completely take the lead. And not far away, the tall blood cloud leader who was emitting endless killing aura wielded the 10,000 kilometers long spear and similarly attacked an young lord. Luo Feng and the blood cloud leader had joined hands. Actually, everything was within Luo Feng's plan. Before, when he used the Golden Country and the Flame Domain to destroy the Ice Sand Ocean, everything around was under his control. And young lord had no way to scan his surroundings. Naturally he didn't know that Luo Feng had already secretly released the golden horned beast that looked like the Blood Cloud Leader. Blood Cloud Leader. When Master of Anyong saw this, he flew into a rage and sent a voice transmission. Palace Master Blood Cloud, although you've been in hiding for a long time, you're still quite famous. In the primeval universe, you don't make friends with anyone. Today, you actually disregarded your identity and ambushed me. And even helped this human Luo Feng to ambush me? Hee, I'll make friends with whoever I want. What can you do about it? The Blood Cloud leader was incomparably arrogant. Luo Feng, I like him, and he's from the primal universe. If I don't help him, why would I help your first universe era? Blood Cloud, let's join hands and finish him off. Luo Feng shouted. Alright. The Blood Cloud Hall Master let out a strange cry. The Master of Anyong retreated, anxious and furious. Originally, the situation had been good. Unexpectedly, the Blood Cloud Hall Master suddenly appeared. One had to know that all the major factions were looking for information on high-end experts. Even Luo Feng's information was gathered clearly. The God-Eyed clan naturally had information on the Blood Cloud leader too. The Blood Cloud leader battled against the Star River Lord on Primal Star. Even though he was at a disadvantage, his strength was almost undamaged. The Star River Lord went all out and could only give up in the end. This battle caused nearly 100 forces of the Cosmic Sea to immediately raise their evaluation of the Blood Cloud Hall Master. The information is indeed correct. My defense is extremely strong to begin with, and I dare to exchange injury for injury. Who would have thought that one stab from the long shuttle would cause my original body from the Holy-Eyed race to lose over 50% of its power? And young master swiftly retreated to stall for time, while anxiously thinking of a plan. Even if it's one-on-one, it'd be hard for me to gain the upper hand against this blood cloud leader. Now that the two of them are teaming up, the leader even has Luo Feng's support, Luo Feng's domain and miniature primal chaos world, completely suppressing me, the blood cloud leader, and I have no chance of winning. The thought flashed across his mind. The speed of the strong was extremely fast. Awesome, unleashing the miniature universe in the cosmic sea, it's really awesome. Luo Feng roared excitedly within. This cosmic sea was filled with chaos energy, and it was extremely pure. And even though the chaos energy around the pinnacle world was thin, it was still extremely pure. After unleashing the miniature universe, Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover the chaos energy he could control, mixed with the pure chaos energy, his power immediately increased greatly. Miniature universe, chaos energy gather. Luo Feng roared fiercely. Hua, two huge tornadoes formed in the miniature universe, revolving around Luo Feng's blade and the Blood Cloud Hall Master's Star Pagoda shuttle. The Star Pagoda shuttle once again pierced towards the Master of Anyong. Xiao. The glaring golden blade also slashed towards the Master of Anyong. Bastard. The Lord of Anyong was anxious and angry. The scepter in his hand turned into a blurry shadow as he used his strongest secret technique, Seal the Heavens. With a loud bang, the Lord of Anyong felt his divine body shake. The dazzling golden saber light behind him slashed his body, causing his divine body to tremble. His divine body immediately weakened by about 10%. Damn. The Master of Anyong was completely enraged. Ha, Anyong, today is the day you die. Luo Feng seemed very mad. You're dead for sure. The Blood Cloud Hall Master smiled savagely. Rumble. The two combined attacks, if they could block the Blood Cloud Hall Master, they wouldn't be able to block Luo Feng. If they could block Luo Feng, they wouldn't be able to block the Blood Cloud Hall Master. After all, the Blood Cloud Hall Master's second level of the Star Pagoda shuttle was extremely fast. Luo Feng's blade golden light was also known for its speed. Along with the miniature universe, flame ocean and golden country buffing, it was even faster, causing the Master of Anyong's weapons to slow down. No matter how strong he was, he could only block one of them. Without a doubt, he chose to block the Blood Cloud Hall Master. The Blood Cloud Hall Master is indeed at the 4th level. And with the surrounding domain support, he's probably comparable to the 5th level. That human is only at the 2nd level. Only with the surrounding domain support can he compare to the 4th level. The Master of Anyong was extremely anxious. The higher one's strength went, the higher it went. The golden horned beast had an ultimate treasure, only then could it be considered a 4th level warrior. And normal universe lords with ultimate treasures could only reach the 6th level. Firstly, Luo Feng could only comprehend the 2nd level of the Star Pagoda. Secondly, Luo Feng's god energy was too weak, hence the ultimate treasure wasn't able to unleash its full power. Along with the 3 buffs, it was indeed comparable to the 5th level. However, the true level 5 existences, such as the Primal Chaos City Master, Star River Master, etc., usually had a peak level domain treasure when they roamed the Cosmos Sea. With their abilities, using a peak level domain treasure was much stronger than the Sky Wolf Master. I'm weaker than the Star River leader and Primal Chaos City leader teacher right now. However, if the two of us work together to destroy the Master of Anyong, I'm confident. Rumble. 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 The Blood Cloud leader and Luo Feng's true body attacked wantonly, surrounding the Master of Anyong and beating him up. Still arrogant. Still trying to kill me. Dream on. Luo Feng shouted as he surrounded and beat him up. This caused Master Anyong's face to turn golden, and the illusory one-eyed figure in the halo behind him became distorted. He was already going crazy from anger. He was an apex existence of the Lord of the Universe, the 4th level, and his defense was extremely strong. In a one-on-one fight, he would not be at such a disadvantage even if he faced the strongest experts of the universe. But now, there were 2 of them ganging up on one, and he could only block one side at a time. His body weakened. Recover, weaken. Recover. He really can take a beating. Luo Feng cursed within. That Master of Anyong had been blocking the Blood Cloud leader's attacks, allowing Luo Feng to attack. Every time his body weakened a little, it would swiftly recover. In the blink of an eye, 9 seconds had passed. Luo Feng immediately stopped maintaining the miniature universe. Immediately the endless universe dissipated, the surrounding chaos energy dissipated, the pressure on the master of Anyong immediately weakened, the master of Anyong couldn't care less, he became a beam of light and fled. Trying to flee? The Blood Cloud leader roared. Don't chase. Luo Feng shouted, this master of Anyong is a punk that can't be beaten to death. Luo Feng retracted the space lock too. The master of Anyong had already released the space lock when he was surrounded. The moment he felt the ripples, he immediately teleported far away. He really didn't want to be surrounded and beaten up. The loss of his god energy was a small matter. It was just that the helplessness of being surrounded and beaten up was too unbearable, too humiliating. In the depths of the water, Luo Feng and the Blood Cloud leader stood shoulder to shoulder. He teleported away. Luo Feng smiled, with a thought. He had already kept the Blood Cloud leader, Golden Horned Beast, into his world ring. Even if the news of me and the Blood Cloud leader working together to deal with the master of Anyong spreads, it wouldn't matter. After all, the Blood Cloud leader had no enmity with the human race. Luo Feng thought, what's more, with the master of Anyong's reputation, this news wouldn't spread. Whether it spread or not, it didn't matter. He had long offended the 3 great alliances, Demon, Automaton and Bug Race. Ancestral God Sect, Space Beast Alliance and his own human race that were on good terms with him. They also wouldn't do anything to him because of his relationship with the Blood Cloud leader. Shua, Luo Feng immediately flew into the cave. The vast universe C, the God-eyed clan's 7th small universe. Within the palace, the master of Anyong sat on his throne, his expression furious, his rage was hard to suppress. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The master of Anyong roared. Suddenly he frowned, flipping his hand and a mirror appeared before him. On it was a golden armored silhouette. Anyong. Golden Swan. Anyong, I'm rushing out from the inner region of Qingfeng world, why did you suddenly contact me? Golden Swan leader, I've disappointed you. The master of Anyong lowered his head in apology, after which he looked up. When I was dealing with that primal universe human Luo Feng, I didn't expect him to have a helper, the Blood Cloud leader. With the Blood Cloud leader and the human Luo Feng working together, even I'm at a disadvantage. This mission has failed. Failed? The Golden Swan leader was furious. You didn't have 100% confidence and immediately asked for my help. I've already passed through many layers of danger, and now you want me to return? Don't let such a thing happen a second time. Rumble, the silhouette in the mirror immediately vanished. The master of Anyong could only snort softly. There was no choice. In terms of strength and position, the Golden Swan leader was higher than him. To be able to have a pinnacle domain treasure, to a certain extent, it reflected the Golden Swan leader's strength. Blood Cloud leader, human Luo Feng. When I discovered Luo Feng back then I used the space lock. That Blood Cloud leader can't rush over from the outside world, he should be in his world ring. Even if our relationship is good, there's no need for him to follow so closely, unless... The master of Anyong's gaze flickered, immediately gritting his teeth. I know, the human wants to protect Luo Feng, this Blood Cloud leader was arranged by him. No wonder the Blood Cloud leader hasn't acted against the human race, and always wears a mask. I'm afraid he's a human. P.S. 3 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Blood Cloud leader is a human, and he's secretly protecting Luo Feng? You're not joking? Who knows, this news has been spreading amongst the universe lords. Since it's spread like that, it's probably possible. Haha, no wonder the Blood Cloud leader hasn't acted against the humans, so that's why. Damned humans, back then they actually secretly let the Blood Cloud leader act against the Northern Border Alliance. The news spread. The God-eyed clan and some of the powers within the primal universe had some information. Under the intentional efforts of the Anyong Emperor, the news naturally spread. This made some of the powers that had suffered at the hands of the Blood Cloud leader unhappy. Some even went to question the human warriors. Is the Blood Cloud leader a human? For no reason to let the Blood Cloud leader go on a killing spree. What's wrong with you humans? He's not? He still doesn't admit it? Good, good, you humans are vicious. Those that went to question the humans all received similar replies. The humans obviously didn't recognize the Blood Cloud leader as a human, naturally they wouldn't care about other matters. As for the other alien races asking if the human Luo Feng was with the Blood Cloud leader, the humans didn't care at all. Who Luo Feng befriended is none of our business. Our human race doesn't restrict our universe lords from befriending. If he really did befriend the Blood Cloud leader, we wouldn't care either. As for whether he's with the Blood Cloud leader, I'm sorry, there's no need to tell you. His backbone was strong, the human race didn't care about the other powers. However, the Primal Chaos City leader, Void Gold Lord and the other universe lords, even though they were tough on the outside, they were still shocked within and questioned Luo Feng through the virtual universe. To this, Luo Feng's reply was simple, the Blood Cloud leader and I met in the Qingfeng World Water region. We got along very well, hence we roamed together. Actually, all of this was caused by the Anyong Emperor behind the scenes. Before, he was surrounded by Luo Feng and the Blood Cloud leader, causing his plan to fail. This made his own Golden Master very unhappy. This naturally made the Anyong Emperor even more unhappy. Since he couldn't do anything to Luo Feng, he would add more trouble for him, hence he began to spread the news. The Blood Cloud leader has many enemies. His enemies will also view you as enemies, Luo Feng. Humph, the more enemies I have, the higher the probability of someone hitting me while I'm down will be. Just wait, just wait. Master of Peace and Yong was very patient. As a supreme existence, his lifespan was incomparably long, and the enmity between supreme experts of the same level would usually last for a very long time. In fact, it was very rare for one side to perish even after countless years. A little fellow like you dares to bully me. I definitely won't let you off. I won't. Lord Anyong was a vengeful person. Once the great calamity arrived, as an expert of the first era of the universe, he would definitely perish. At the very least, he had yet to find any hope of escaping the great apocalypse. Thus, he naturally acted even more crazily. The methods of the Anyong master, to Luo Feng, would at most give him a few more enemies. Luo Feng didn't care about that. Ordinary experts are usually afraid of having too many enemies and are unwilling to make more. I have the Star Tower. From the looks of it, there is hope for me to obtain another supreme treasure. I am destined to be extraordinary. A treasured sword will be sharpened, a few more enemies will only be able to sharpen me even more. In the depths of the cave, between the first and second light curtains, Luo Feng was here. He was afraid that it would be like the last time and he would be discovered by the other warriors. Hence he decided to charge through the first light curtains. With the curtains blocking, the other warriors wouldn't be able to detect him at all. 100th time. The Masha clansman entered the mysterious wing space and attempted to charge through it for the 100th time. However, the moment it appeared, it fell. I've attempted it a total of 100 times. There were 2 times where I had the time to observe my surroundings. Luo Feng nodded within. 2 times of observation. Within the wing space, other than that seemingly endless and incomparably glaring huge wings of light, there was also the endless blade-like storm that engulfed the entire space. To have more confidence, I'll let the Star Tower go. Luo Feng made his decision. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged on the ice-cold stone ground between the first and second light curtains. Closing his eyes and meditating, he allowed his excited heart to calm down. After all, any supreme treasure wasn't that easy to obtain. Even if it was right before his eyes, it would still be hard to make it recognize him as its owner. He couldn't be arrogant or careless. Meditating for 5 minutes, getting rid of his impatience and excitement, like a calm lake without a single ripple. Let's go. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Hua. Beside him appeared the masked blood-red armored man. It was the Blood Cloud Palace leader. The golden horned beast will stay here, I'll go in. Luo Feng thought the reason why he let his earth body enter was mainly because he had the Wu-slaying wings on him. This time, he wanted to get his hands on the extremely powerful light wings. Luo Feng had a feeling that his Wu-slaying wings would have some use. Big. 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 Luo Feng raised a pagoda in his hand. It was the Star Tower. Hua hua hua, the Star Tower expanded rapidly. In an instant, it became a 10,000 kilometers tall star tower. Luo Feng took a step and entered the tower. Within the tower, the control core room. On the 9-sided metal floor, the surroundings were all transparent. Luo Feng stood there. Everything outside will appear. Luo Feng was connected to the core consciousness of the star tower. The star tower itself had a certain level of intelligence, just that it was very low. Its calculation speed might be terrifying, but its emotional intelligence was like a baby's. The surrounding scenery changed, everything appeared. It was a little like an external simulation, allowing Luo Feng to clearly see the surrounding rocks, lights, etc. Advance. Luo Feng controlled the entire star tower and began to fly. Schwa, 2ND screen. Luo Feng muttered softly, continuing to control the star tower. The star tower's flying speed was very slow, however it continued to pierce through layers and layers of light, quickly reaching the 9th screen. I'm about to reach that mysterious space. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to lose this time, bringing along the star tower, Wu killer wings and the plunder armor. I'll definitely succeed. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, controlling the star tower to enter the 9th screen. Endless vast dark space. The storm formed by the dazzling blade lights swept everything. When the star tower, which was only 10,000 kilometers wide, appeared, it was immediately struck by the blade storm. It was like a small fishing boat in a surging tsunami. It was instantly sent flying far away when it was struck by the blade storm. Damn. Luo Feng could only feel an incredibly terrifying force engulfing the entire star tower. Rumble ray after ray of blade light struck the star tower. Every time, there would be hundreds of huge blade lights striking the star tower. The power was so strong that the star tower was like a toy that was sent flying far away. Time and time again, the star tower was sent flying. In front of these attacks, it was simply unable to resist at all. Clash, clash, countless blade lights surged violently, sweeping over and over, clashing against the star tower. The star tower was constantly tossed about, almost like a soccer ball being kicked by countless giants. My God. Luo Feng was in the control core room, allowing the star tower to be thrown about randomly. However, he couldn't feel anything from within. Even though he couldn't feel it being thrown about randomly, as the surroundings were all revealed, Luo Feng could easily see that under the blade-like storm attacks, his star tower was pitifully being thrown about, almost like a toy. Obviously the star tower he controlled had no way of defending against such attacks. Too strong. Too strong. Those blade lights, aren't they too ridiculously strong? Luo Feng couldn't feel it himself, however he was the master of the star tower. His god energy was infused into every part of the tower. Hence he could clearly feel the attacks. Every blade light, the power of it, far exceeded the strongest attack of the Star River Lord. Hundreds, thousands of times stronger. Every blade light is unbelievably strong, probably even stronger than the strongest attacks of the universe's strongest. Luo Feng thought. Even though he had never truly fought against the strongest in the universe before, even in the Universe C, the strongest in the universe compared to the Star River Lord level had its limits. And these blade lights, any one of them made Luo Feng feel that the strongest attack of the Star River Lord paled in comparison to these blade lights. Too strong. If I didn't have the Star Tower and barged in alone, I would have been destroyed in an instant. Luo Feng thought. Back when he used the Star Tower shuttle to fight the Star River Lord, he was slightly injured. Every blade light was hundreds, thousands of times stronger. It was normal for him to be destroyed in an instant. Luo Feng's guess was right. Jiayu's master rode in a top-grade palace treasure, even the strongest in the universe couldn't destroy it. However here, it was destroyed in an instant. Obviously the blade storm's power had already surpassed the strongest attacks of the universe. Every blade tornado had that kind of power. At every moment, there would be a large amount of blade tornado clashing. No matter how strong Luo Feng's control was, he couldn't control the movement of the Star Pagoda. The Star Pagoda could only be knocked around randomly. Shrink. 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 Luo Feng continued to control. Schwa the Star Tower shrunk rapidly, instantly becoming a speck of dust. The Star Tower itself was 9 light-years tall, it could be even bigger. To become a speck of dust, that was already an absolute treasure. And the space within the star tower, even if the tower itself shrunk, the space within it wouldn't be affected at all. Actually, it wasn't just the star tower. Normal treasures could do this. Like the ceiling star, it could also be shrunk to the size of a glass ball. However, it couldn't reach the size of a speck of dust. Once it shrunk. Plus the blade storms were all incomparably huge. Actually, there was some distance between each blade. This made it so that only one blade storm would occasionally hit the speck of dust. Even if it did, it would at most be one blade storm. It was impossible for two blade storms to hit the star tower at the same time. Just one blade storm, with the power of the star tower itself, I can at least fly without too much influence. Only now did Luo Feng feel that he could completely control the star tower. Before, it was purely flying around randomly like a toy. There was no way to control it at all. Now that it occasionally clashed, the star tower was after all an absolute treasure. Just one attack wouldn't be able to affect its flight. Wings of light. Luo Feng was within the speck of dust-like star tower. Looking at the endless storm outside, he could also see the distant glaring wings of light. After which, he immediately controlled the star tower to fly over. Today is Monday. I'm begging for a recommendation vote. If you have a recommendation vote, please support it, thank you. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The speed of the star tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, continued to rise, but the entire space was filled with an endless storm of blades. Every blade of light was extremely large, and there were far too many of them, causing the star tower to be struck from time to time, causing it to fly crookedly, unable to guarantee that it would advance in a straight line. So far. Luo Feng looked at the distant glaring huge wings of light. The entire mysterious space probably has a diameter of over 10 light years. From here to the wings of light, there's a distance of a few light years. And this space has been engulfed by the endless blade storm. Space and time have been completely shattered. I can't even teleport. Teleportation required space ripples as a medium. A ripple would suffice. However, those glaring blade lights, every one of them was even more terrifying than the strongest warrior's attack in the universe, and the countless blade lights formed an endless storm, completely shattering space and time into nothingness, leaving no ripples at all. To reach the wings of light, one could only rely on flying. Luckily it's in the cosmic sea. The highest speed in the cosmic sea far exceeds the limit of the actual universe. Luo Feng thought, in the cosmic sea, the maximum speed is 100 times the speed of light. Because of the blade storm, the star pagoda can't maintain its maximum speed, however it can still accelerate and decelerate, maintaining about 50 times the speed of light. Flying, so small that it was almost negligible, the star pagoda became a speck of starlight, swiftly flying in the endless blade storm space. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The star pagoda had already flown over 5 light years, getting very close to the majestic huge wings of light. So this blade storm is emitted by the wings of light. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the outside world from within the star pagoda, only to see that incomparably huge and dazzling wings, constantly emitting endless blade lights. Countless blade lights swept through the mysterious space. Some of the blade storm that touched the wings of light would be absorbed without a sound. Emitting a blade storm. Absorbing the blade storm. Emitting and absorbing, causing energy to be conserved? Luo Feng thought, it looks like its power is endless. In truth, the energy consumption of the wings is extremely small, powerful, truly powerful. For a treasure to reach such a level, at least it's much stronger than the 5-colored lake I've seen. The 5-colored Aurora Lake was a domain-type supreme treasure, and its offensive capabilities were naturally inferior. Moreover, during the battle between the two-faced ancestral god and the void fiend god, the 5-colored Aurora Lake hadn't been unleashed to its full might. It wasn't because the two-faced ancestral god hadn't fully comprehended it. After all, it wasn't easy to unleash the full might of a supreme treasure. After flying for another 3 days, they were extremely close to the dazzling wings of light. Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed. Before, his face was filled with shock, this is simply not giant wings of light. No, looking at it from an extremely far distance, it was indeed a gigantic and incomparably beautiful pair of light wings that were more dazzling than billions of stars. However, when Luo Feng's star pagoda was already extremely close to the huge wings of light, he could clearly see that it wasn't a huge wing of light at all, it was simply countless blade lights stacked on top of each other, forming an extremely huge wing of light. Heavens! Luo Feng looked at everything in front of him in shock. In the distance, countless blade lights stacked on top of each other. At the edge of the huge wings of light, it was the most sparse. Countless blade storms immediately spread out in all directions, sweeping through the entire space. However, the closer the entire wing of light got to the bottom of the core, the more exaggerated the number of blade lights became, even completely stacking on top of each other. Countless blade lights forming a wing of light. Luo Feng exclaimed softly, then how are these countless blade lights formed? There must be a very terrifying treasure. Luo Feng was getting more excited. Continuing to fly, the star pagoda flew for close to a day. Luo Feng stared at it every moment, he finally saw it clearly. At the core of the entire huge wing of light, there was a white feather at the middle and bottom. That white feather had a ring of vacuum around it, this ring of vacuum naturally resembled the outer appearance of the wing. Outside the vacuum around the white feather, was an endless accumulation of blade lights. Those blade lights, forming a few light years of huge wings of light, even the blade storm that engulfed the entire space, the source is this white feather. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, at the same time the Wu killer wings on his back began to tremble madly, almost as though it was roaring and flying towards the white feather. I have to get it. Luo Feng held his breath. As the distance got closer, the speed of the star pagoda gradually slowed down. 100 million kilometers, 10 million kilometers, 1 million kilometers, it actually looks like this. Luo Feng looked carefully. With his eyesight, he could naturally clearly see that the white wings were about 100 meters tall and were currently unfolded. The reason why it was called white was because the wings themselves had a layer of white light. The wings themselves were mainly made of white material, but they were slightly gray and dirty. Get closer. As he got closer, Luo Feng could see more clearly. That 100 tall white feather was gray and had traces of blood. 100,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers. 30,000 kilometers, scram, scram, scram. An endless willpower suddenly pressed down on Luo Feng, causing him to be stunned. That willpower that pressed down on him was filled with absolute arrogance and madness. Before this willpower, Luo Feng felt like an ant in front of a tiger, trembling. However, Luo Feng maintained his consciousness. Not right. Luo Feng suddenly felt that the willpower that pressed down on him was very weak. Scram, howls of rage from his willpower assaulted him, however Luo Feng remained calm. Very empty, very weak. Even though it seems terrifying, even more terrifying than the creator of the huge axe, it feels like a paper tiger. Luo Feng's willpower condensed, continue forward, slow down, 20,000 kilometers, 15,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, even though that incomparably arrogant willpower roared and attacked time and time again, the initial feeling was terrifying, it wasn't too tiring to actually defend against it. Scram, 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 scram. The willpower that pressed down on him continued to roar. Luo Feng however remained calm, not afraid at all. With the star pagoda itself had the ability to protect the soul. Soul attacks could be easily blocked, and material attacks were nothing to fear. As for the willpower pressure, it was actually similar to the killing aura attack back then, the moment he couldn't block it, at most his willpower would temporarily collapse. As long as he swiftly distanced himself, he would recover very quickly. He wouldn't die, the star pagoda's speed gradually slowed. 5,000 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers, the distance was getting closer. The willpower pressure was getting stronger and stronger, bringing with it an incomparably arrogant feeling, roaring again and again, scram, 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 otherwise I'll kill you, kill you. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Luo Feng sneered, what's more, I'm within the star pagoda. Even if the strongest warrior of the universe personally came, He wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Why would I be afraid of a stupid paper tiger willpower attack? Fighting alone was stupid, Luo Feng wasn't wrong. Just from sensing it, the willpower pressure seemed to be very high level. However, it seemed to only know how to stupidly roar and roar. Just like back when he absorbed the Blood River crystal, the killing aura attack created many illusions etc. It was even smarter. This willpower pressure didn't seem to know how to think, it was very stupid, it only knew how to roar and threaten. You bastard. Lowly bastard, scram, otherwise I'll definitely kill you and rip your soul apart. I'll make you suffer eternally, I'll make you regret it, I'll make you regret it. The willpower pressure was getting crazier and crazier, almost as though Luo Feng's approach was making it crazy. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered with it at all. If this willpower could easily deal with him, or if it had complete confidence, it wouldn't even try to threaten him. What's more, all it did was threaten him, its intelligence was too low. Probably even the slightly more powerful monsters on Earth back then had higher intelligence. Bastard, I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you. You'll regret it, 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers, the willpower pressure was getting stronger and stronger, causing Luo Feng to feel a strain. This made him tremble within. In terms of willpower, he was definitely at the Universe Lord level. If it were any other Universe Lord attacking him, it wouldn't affect him at all. Probably only the strongest in the universe would be able to make him feel threatened. However, this willpower shouldn't be a strong warrior, otherwise its intelligence wouldn't be so low, yet its willpower strength was so terrifying. How strange. Normal willpower pressure, to an absolute warrior, within a certain range, the distance doesn't affect the willpower pressure at all. Luo Feng thought. When two absolute warriors battled, with a distance of 100,000 kilometers, the willpower pressure released was no different from 10,000 kilometers. Don't tell me it's scattered? Luo Feng thought, immediately controlling the direction of the star pagoda. It was originally moving in a straight line. However, now it was moving in a curved line. Even at a distance of 800 kilometers, the impact is the same. That willpower pressure seems to be everywhere. Extremely low intelligence. The willpower pressure can't be focused in one direction. Even though he was filled with suspicion, Luo Feng continued forward. 800 kilometers. 600 kilometers. 400 kilometers. 200 kilometers, the willpower pressure on Luo Feng was getting stronger and stronger. Luo Feng's forehead was dripping with sweat, his eyes were getting more and more fierce and frenzied. So strong, 100 kilometers. Luo Feng continued to persevere and advance. However, it was very slow, the willpower pressure was getting more and more terrifying. If the long-distance pressure was like a paper tiger, then the close-distance pressure was much denser, the pressure was much stronger by who knows how many times. The closer he got, the higher the pressure was. 80 kilometers. Luo Feng's expression was ugly. 60 kilometers. Luo Feng's body was trembling. 50 kilometers. Luo Feng knelt on one knee, his body trembling, gritting his teeth as he watched. It was almost as though he was facing an incredibly terrifying huge beast's willpower pressure. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked 50 kilometers away at the 100 m tall white feather. The white feather was dirty and had 3 bloodstains on it. This was what he had seen before. And at this time, 50 kilometers away. Luo Feng realized that the white feather's incomparably exquisite engravings had 3 glaring marks. They looked like they had been slashed by a weapon and left behind 3 scratches. Those scratches had also directly damaged some of the exquisite carvings. Damaged feather? Luo Feng was stunned. Update complete. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. There were 3 scratches on the blood-stained white feathers. Exquisite engravings, it completely stunned Luo Feng. One had to know that the endless blade storm that covered the entire space, any one of them was even more terrifying than the strongest warrior's attack. This white feather was without a doubt an absolute treasure. According to common sense, an absolute treasure wouldn't be damaged. Even in the 3 great danger zones, it was the same. Damaged? How could it be damaged? Luo Feng was stunned. Scratches? How did it happen? Was it caused by some incredibly terrifying punk? Or was it caused by some special dangerous environment in the 3 great danger zones? Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. To be able to cause scratches and blood stains on this absolute treasure wing, there had to be a story behind it. Even though he was shocked, Luo Feng was still calm. Because when he first stepped into the Universe Sea, he understood some things after understanding some information about it. The Universe Sea was too mysterious. Like any warrior from the Rebirth era, they could at most live for 3 rebirth eras, other than the 2 sacred lands. The Universe Sea, till now, no one had been able to find its borders. Large amounts of small universe, including countless destroyed ones, were only that big. Only the 2 sacred lands universe was huge. One had to know that the small universe was created by the strongest warrior of the universe, then the 2 beings that left behind the 2 sacred lands universe back then, what level of power did they reach? Till now, there was no relevant information. To actually be able to damage such a treasure wing, I guess only the 2 beings that created the 2 sacred lands universe without any information can do it. Luo Feng guessed within. Of course it was just a guess, as there were too many secrets in the Universe Sea, even he was confused. Luo Feng looked at the distant white feather, the glaring white feather. Something must have happened to it, however, I can't be bothered. What I need to do now is to get my hands on this supreme treasure. Luo Feng knelt on one knee, his hands already on the ground, resisting the maddening willpower pressure. That willpower high above roared, "Scram! Scram! Otherwise, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Advance." Luo Feng gritted his teeth as he controlled the star pagoda. This willpower pressure was terrifying, however compared to the life and death calamity he went through to acquire the star pagoda back then, it was extremely painful. Even though it was extremely painful now, he was still quite a distance away from that state. 45 kilometers. 40 kilometers, this crushing will spread out in all directions. The closer one got to the white wings, the stronger the crushing will. 36 kilometers. 34 kilometers. 32 kilometers. 30 kilometers. 28 kilometers, ah. Luo Feng's entire body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot and his blood was boiling. The space around him was shaking. His muscles, organs, and bones were all screaming. This made Luo Feng unable to help but make a sound. Ouch, the pain was extreme. Endure. I haven't reached my limit yet. Luo Feng forcefully endured. The distance continued to close, 22 kilometers. 20 kilometers. 18 kilometers. Luo Feng was already feeling waves of dizziness. That terrifying willpower pressuring him almost made him fall asleep. That willpower seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Bastard, damn bastard, just you and you want to get close to me? Haha, you won't be able to get close. Trash, leave quickly and I'll spare your life. Stop. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, they were trembling. He finally stopped when he was 16 kilometers away. Maybe he was still a bit away from the true limit of life and death, but he was already very close. Luo Feng didn't dare to continue forward. The white wings continued to release countless blades, forming a glaring huge wing of light. 16 kilometers away from the white wings, the star pagoda stopped there. Within the control core, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and quietly resisting the willpower pressure. As he got used to it, the pressure gradually decreased. After a whole half a year, Luo Feng finally opened his eyes. Under this willpower pressure, my willpower has been tempered. It's also a reward. Luo Feng smiled and looked at the white wings outside. I have to get this wing. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a thread of God energy flew out of the star pagoda. The white wings released light that formed the wings of light. Hence, there were no blade lights in front or behind the wings. The area of 10,000 kilometers was empty. The huge eye-catching wings released a blade storm that engulfed the space. However, the closest area of 10,000 kilometers on both sides of the wings didn't have any blade lights at all. God energy, get close. Luo Feng controlled a thread of God energy to fly towards the white wings. Get lost. The crushing willpower immediately crashed into the God energy. Pung, the God energy dispersed. Every bit of God energy had a life mark and willpower. Naturally, it was easily destroyed. Looks like it won't work. The star pagoda has to grow. Luo Feng controlled. Grow. 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 The star pagoda swiftly grew. The tip of the pagoda approached the white wings. However, the God energy within the pagoda was still being crushed by the terrifying willpower. Even though the pagoda grew, the God energy could only spread through a portion of the pagoda. The tip and the top of the pagoda couldn't absorb the God energy. Hook it. The star pagoda was a 9-level pagoda. The sides of the pagoda could naturally hook onto the wings. As the pagoda grew, it gradually got closer to the white wings. Finally, it touched. The sides of the pagoda were over 100 kilometers long. The white wings were only 100 m long. Theoretically, it should be able to easily hold on. The moment the tip of the pagoda touched the white wings, it felt like an ant smashing into a huge mountain. It didn't even budge. It can't even budge? Luo Feng didn't believe it. He first controlled the pagoda to retreat and then suddenly accelerated. Smash! Rumble! The tip of the pagoda smashed fiercely into the white wings. The white wings continued to release countless blades that formed the glaring wings. As for the pagoda's attack, it didn't budge at all. Damn, this. Luo Feng stared. Back when the star pagoda was in the foreign battlefields, it was an ownerless treasure that couldn't be moved. However, because it was too big, other warriors couldn't move it either. This white wing is so small. It's a 100 m tall wing. My pagoda expanded to a few thousand km and it still can't budge? Pung. The star pagoda was like a wooden pillar striking an ancient bell. It continuously smashed into the white wings at high speeds. It even retreated and accelerated to tens of times the speed of light. It's really not budging at all? Luo Feng was stunned. What do I do? My God energy can't even get close. I can't even get my hands on the white wings. Luo Feng was worried. There was clearly an extremely powerful treasure 16 kilometers away in midair. It was releasing endless power and displaying its power. However, Luo Feng had no way at all. Time passed day by day. Luo Feng was thinking of ways to try. However, he failed again and again. No matter how many times he failed, he wasn't willing to give up. After all, it was an extremely powerful treasure before him. Luo Feng finally understood the helplessness of the 4 pinnacle races back when they fought for the star pagoda. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Trash, scram. You have no way of getting your hands on it. Scram, don't look for death. The willpower pressure never stopped. Luo Feng was used to the willpower pressure. Suddenly, a formless ripple immediately spread out from the white wings. It entered the star pagoda and entered Luo Feng's mind. Human. An ancient voice resounded. Who are you? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he sat cross-legged. He could clearly feel that this willpower was different from the willpower pressure from before. I am the spirit of the treasure. The ancient voice said. Luo Feng was shocked. However, it wasn't that shocking. Just like his own treasure, the star pagoda, it had a spirit. However, its intelligence was very low. It was like a child that was easily tricked. However, this treasure spirit seemed to have matured quite a bit. I didn't expect that I would still have a part outside. The ancient voice said. You didn't expect. Luo Feng was shocked. I once followed my master through a huge battle. My master fell and his wings were damaged. The original spirit of the wings was destroyed too. I am a newly born spirit. I only remember a few scenes of the battle back then. I only remember the enemy's blade. I've forgotten everything else. Ever since I was born, I've been here. The ancient voice said, I originally thought I existed alone. Now, it seems like there are 2 other pairs of wings. However, from the looks of it, I should be the core. Those 2 pairs of wings are just parts. Luo Feng was shocked within. Huge battle, the wings were damaged. The original spirit of the wings was destroyed? How do you know your master has fallen? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. I'm an item without a master. My previous master has naturally fallen. The spirit of the wing said, Human, I've been trapped here for countless years. I want to leave. However, I can't leave. I need your help. Help? Luo Feng asked. How can I help you? My wings originally had 4 bloodstains. The spirit of the wing said, the bloodstains have terrifying power and willpower. I've been suppressing it for countless years. I want to destroy it. After spending countless years, I've only managed to get rid of 1 bloodstain. There are still 3 more bloodstains left. Only by completely suppressing it and getting rid of it can my full power be unleashed. Do you see the scars on my wings? I do. Luo Feng continued. I'm injured. Getting rid of these 3 bloodstains is very difficult. I need some precious treasures and materials. I want to swallow these treasures to repair my body. The spirit of the wing said, right now I need your help. As long as you give me enough treasures and materials to help me repair my body, I'll be willing to recognize you as my master. However, my requirements are very strict. 1. You must have perfect genes. 2. Your willpower must be strong enough. If you're an undying, your willpower must be comparable to a universe knight. If you're a universe knight, your willpower must be comparable to a universe lord. If you're a universe lord, your willpower must be comparable to the strongest in the universe. It's a pity your willpower is only at the universe lord level. You still need to improve. Luo Feng listened to the spirit of the wing's voice. He was extremely calm. Suddenly, Luo Feng's heart trembled. Not right. It's lying to me. Luo Feng thought. P.S. First chapter's up. The update was a little late. However, the 2 new chapters weren't short. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Even though the common knowledge of the universe was that there was no danger in owning a treasure, at most it would fail. However, Luo Feng was different from other warriors. He had the history of owning a star pagoda. He was very clear on how dangerous it was to own a star pagoda. If he were to be killed, and another warrior obtained the pearl, if he were to carelessly choose to own it, then, the pearl would be enough to kill the other warriors. Hence when the winged treasure spirit's willpower entered Luo Feng's mind and communicated with him, it made Luo Feng extremely cautious. He didn't want to lose his life to the treasure. Hence the winged treasure spirit's words were something he constantly pondered over. Owner requirements: 1. Perfect genes. 2. Willpower must be strong enough. He met all of them. He had the perfect genes, he was a universe knight, and he had the universe lord willpower. Let's see what it's up to. Luo Feng thought. A weak ripple emanated and permeated his mind. The 2 continued to communicate. Ha ha ha, you said these 2 requirements? Luo Feng was overjoyed, saying, I meet these 2 requirements, my life genetic level is already perfect, and I'm a universe knight. You meet them both? You're actually a universe knight? Aren't you a universe lord? I'm a universe knight. Luo Feng confirmed. Don't lie, if you don't meet the requirements, you won't be able to succeed. The wing spirit said. Wung wung wung, the 4 wings behind Luo Feng were madly vibrating. Actually, back in the cave outside, the wings were already struggling intensely. After being in this mysterious space for a few months, the wings had been constantly vibrating, and as they got closer and closer, the vibrations were getting stronger and stronger. Even Luo Feng could only guarantee that the wings wouldn't fly out. I'm not lying, I'm indeed a universe knight, and my life genetic level is perfect. Luo Feng said, I meet the requirements, it's just that I can't even recognize you. Even God energy can't get close to you. You're talking about the crazy willpower that's attacking you? The wing spirit said, that's the crazy willpower of the 3 bloodstains. It's being suppressed and chased away by me. Naturally it's struggling. Naturally it doesn't want any other life forms to get close to me. The moment I recognize it, with its help, I'll recover faster. It'll be chased away faster too. Hence it'll think of ways to stop you. So it was like that. Luo Feng said. As for you recognizing me as your master, it's simple. Although you can't get close to me, I can make one of my core parts fly out of my body. As long as you grab that core component and make it recognize you as its master, then it'll naturally recognize me as its master, the wing spirit said. Luo Feng said excitedly, right, I can't get close, but as long as your core part leaves your body, I'll definitely be able to grab it. Human, why should I believe you? The winged spirit asked. What? Luo Feng was stunned. I'm damaged and I need to recover. I need some precious treasures and materials to recover. I also hope that my master can help me, the winged spirit said. I said before that if he helps me repair my body, I will recognize him as my master. Now, I need you to show me your sincerity and provide me with precious treasures and materials to help me repair my body. Precious materials? Luo Feng was stunned. At the very least, it has to be a material that can be used to refine a supreme treasure, the winged spirit said. Where would I get these materials? Luo Feng said. Or a supreme treasure. The winged spirit said, I know, you have a supreme treasure on you, like that blade on your back. Luo Feng was hesitant. I need to repair my body. With me here, why would you need that blade? I'm definitely much stronger than it. The winged spirit was slightly angry. This is the time for you to show your sincerity. Give me precious materials, I'll absorb some and naturally give you my core component. Don't tell me you don't even have this bit of sincerity? Now that you've lost a supreme treasure, the more you invest in me, the more you'll value me, in the future you'll invest even more precious materials for me. The winged spirit said, I have to confirm that you have the determination to help me repair. Otherwise, if you don't help me, the moment you recognize me as your master, I won't be able to regret it. If you can't even do this, I won't be able to trust you. I'll wait for the next warrior to come. I'm the first to come here? Luo Feng suddenly said. No, 2 of them were here before. The winged spirit said, one was a universe lord from a while ago. The moment he entered, his palace was destroyed by my endless wing tornado, killing him. The other one was even earlier. A very, very long time ago, when I had just been born, and had just begun to think. He was riding a supreme palace treasure, and we chatted for a long time. He was the one who told me a lot about the outside world, about the lords of the universe, and about the paragons of the universe. He was the first life form I saw. My intelligence back then was very low. I wasn't willing to recognize him as an owner. It's a pity. His willpower wasn't enough, unable to recognize me as an owner. However, he often trained his willpower here, and even helped me find materials. Only later on, he lost contact with me. It's been countless eras since he last came here. He's probably fallen. The winged spirit sighed. Luo Feng listened to everything the winged spirit said, carefully thinking about it. That crazy, Lofty will continue to attack. It's the wings. It's the wings, it's him, it's very terrifying. It'll kill you, it'll kill you. If you don't leave, it'll kill you. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. The roars resounded again and again. Luo Feng was still calm. Give me 1 pinnacle treasure material, or 1 pinnacle treasure. The winged spirit said, to show your sincerity, even if you lose 1 pinnacle treasure, with your strength, you probably won't mind too much. You don't even dare to bet on this? The willpower of those 3 god blood traces have scared you. That willpower is afraid I'll chase it away and destroy it, hence it'll think of ways to let you leave time and time again. I won't rush you. You decide. The winged spirit was quiet. Luo Feng began to contact his Star Pagoda spirit. Star Pagoda, that white wing just communicated with me. He told me his conditions for recognizing me as an owner. Luo Feng told everything to the Star Pagoda spirit. The spirit's intelligence was very low, however its working speed was probably even faster than the strongest warriors in the universe. Are there any traps? Luo Feng asked. Master, over the countless years, many sector lords and undyings have entered my pagoda. Even the strongest warriors of the universe have entered before, even though I've gathered a lot of information. A willpower rippled over. This was the Star Pagoda spirit's ripple. However, I don't understand the other absolute treasures. I know very little. The winged spirit said I can't find any traps. Luo Feng nodded. Silence. The Star Pagoda shrunk to a 100 m high and hovered there, adjacent to the white wing. Actually, hesitation was very normal, as the absolute treasures had a hard time recognizing an owner. this was publicly known. When a warrior wasn't confident, he wouldn't be willing to part with an absolute treasure was normal. To bet or not, to normal warriors, they would bet on it. After all, to be able to stand in front of the White Wings, one had to have at least one Apex Palace treasure. Powerhouses with such wealth would usually take out an Apex Palace treasure to bet on an extremely powerful Apex Palace treasure. After all, if they missed this opportunity, there would be no next time. Hence the winged spirit wasn't in a rush, slowly waiting. I'm not in a rush either, I'll use this time to train my willpower. Luo Feng thought, since it's set up, it won't be able to hold on for long. I want to see what other tricks it has up its sleeves. As long as I don't leave the Star Pagoda, it can't do anything to me. Luo Feng was 99% sure that the winged spirit was lying to him. It thinks it's smart, it doesn't know it's already exposed its tail. Luo Feng thought. I'll wait and see. Luo Feng began to wait quietly. 1 month passed. Luo Feng controlled the Star Pagoda to get closer to the White Wing, causing the willpower to crazily press down. This high-level willpower pressure was a rare environment to train one's willpower. Luo Feng challenged the limits of his willpower time and time again, slowly advancing. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. The distance between the Star Pagoda and the White Wing had shrunk to 15 kilometers. As the distance shrunk, the Shiwu wings on Luo Feng's back trembled even more intensely. It hadn't stopped trembling all these years. A ripple suddenly emanated from the Shiwu wings. Luo Feng was shocked, his mind was in a mess. The terrifying willpower pressure that he was barely able to resist immediately rumbled and charged, causing Luo Feng to use all his strength to control the Star Pagoda to retreating 20 kilometers away from the White Wing in one breath. Only then did he easily block the pressure, regaining his calm. That ripple just now? Luo Feng was shocked. An extremely weak ripple emanated from the Shiwu wings. Shiwu wings? Shiwu wings? Luo Feng revealed a look of shock. His Shiwu wings actually had ripples. Did it have a spirit too? A top special treasure could have a spirit too? No, it should be a part of an extremely powerful treasure. Actually, that White Wing was also a part, just much stronger. That White Wing could have a spirit so early on. It wasn't like his Shiwu wings couldn't have a spirit too. The only thing was, it hadn't given birth over the countless years. Why did it have a spirit now? He was waiting here, waiting for the White Wing's next move. He didn't expect his Shiwu wings to have a spirit. A very weak ripple, almost as though it was hard to even transmit a message. After a long time, a total of 6 days later, it barely managed to transmit the first message. My master, just like a baby, this Shiwu wing spirit had just been born. It was very weak. However, Luo Feng was extremely patient. As time passed, the Shiwu wing spirit grew faster day by day. After another half a year, it was finally able to communicate with Luo Feng. Master, I want to go out. A ripple transmitted over. Go out? Luo Feng asked, where to? I want to eat the light outside. A weak ripple said, light, the light of the source, the source. What is the source? Luo Feng asked. The source is within it. The weak ripple said, shattered memories. Within the shattered memories, there were 6 pairs of wings, 6 pairs of wings. The source is within it, within it. I want to eat the source's light. I want to eat the source's light. Luo Feng's mind rumbled, as though lightning had struck. Wings, 6 pairs of wings? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Shiwu's wing spirit had just been born not too long ago, hence the meaning it expressed wasn't clear enough. Luo Feng was extremely patient, spending close to half a day to understand it. Even though this spirit had just been born, it still had some memory fragments. It didn't remember the battle scene, but it remembered how its previous owner looked like back then. The previous owner, according to Shiwu's description, was a majestic god body, a 2-horned giant, with 6 pairs of wings on his back. And Shiwu's wings were 2 of those 6 pairs. Also, Shiwu's wing spirit was incomparably sure. The 6 pairs of wings didn't differ in strength. Every pair was very important. Within the entire structure of the treasure, every pair had its own special function. Without even one, it wouldn't be perfect. Then why is it so strong? Luo Feng asked. Shiwu's answer was because of the source. The source was the core of the 6 pairs of wings. According to Luo Feng's understanding and communication, the source should be similar to a car's engine. And it had the ability to store energy. The owner of this pair of wings was extremely powerful. Much of his god energy was converted and stored by the source. It was because of the source's existence. That's why the wings were so powerful. If I want to steal it, how? Luo Feng asked. Master. Shiwu said. How do I do that? Luo Feng asked. Master, imprint your god energy on the wings, imprint your life energy and you'll be able to have it. Shiwu said urgently, however Master, I'm a newly born spirit, the wings too have a spirit. The moment they finally merge, the 2 spirits will definitely clash and kill each other, one swallowing the other, finally only one spirit will remain. Master, if it does, you have to help me, as long as you help me, I'll be able to eat it. Luo Feng sighed within. After just half a day of communication, the more he spoke, the stronger Shiwu's ability to communicate. Alright, I'll definitely help you. Luo Feng nodded. Shiwu had always been with him and was newly born. And that white wing spirit didn't have good intentions. If he had to choose, he would naturally choose Shiwu. Shiwu, however my god energy can't even get close to the wings, what do I do? Luo Feng asked. Recognizing a master is very difficult. Shiwu was the spirit of a priceless treasure. When he was born, he naturally knew the conditions for him to recognize a master. That's because there's a source in that pair of wings. The source is the core, so the spirit born in the white wings is actually a spirit born with the source as its main body. Our other wings can easily recognize a master, but the white wings can't. The difficulty for it to recognize a master is the same as a complete set of wings. What conditions? Asked Luo Feng. It requires a lot of willpower. A sector lord must have the will of a universe paragon. Undying requires the will of the Lord of the Universe. A universe paragon must have the will of the strongest expert in the universe. The Lord of the Universe must have a will that surpasses the strongest expert in the universe, said Shiwu. Luo Feng was shocked and asked, surpassing the strongest in the universe? Do they really exist? Yes, in my fragmented memories, I vaguely remember that there are existences even stronger than the strongest experts in the universe that Master knows of. Shiwu said, my previous master was one of them. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Really, it was indeed true. In fact, countless powerhouses in the cosmic sea had some speculations about this, especially the lords of the universe of the 2 sacred grounds. Those lords of the universe were especially proud and claimed that their universe primogenitor far surpassed the strongest powerhouses in the universe. They even claimed that he was stronger than the previously invincible primogenitor. Their mouths were incredibly powerful, claiming that their universe primogenitors were invincible. Claiming how strong their universe primogenitors were? It was just that no one had ever seen them before. However, whether it was the primogenitors, or the strongest in the other universes, even the large amounts of broken small universes, they were all just that big. Only the 2 sacred lands' 2 universes were huge, and the 2 sacred lands had existed for who knows how many reincarnations. This made the other close to 100 powers fear the 2 sacred lands' universe primogenitors. In their hearts, they all agreed that the 2 universe primogenitors were very terrifying. It was just that no one had ever seen them before. Endless eras, they had never seen them before, hence they treated them as if they didn't exist. Shiwu's previous master was actually in existence even stronger than the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng exclaimed, it's true, so it's true. There's actually an existence stronger than the strongest in the universe. Looks like the 2 sacred lands universe primogenitors probably exceeded that level. Don't tell me, to allow the small universe to exist eternally, one has to surpass the strongest in the universe? Luo Feng made this deduction. Eternity was very difficult. Countless small universes were destroyed, with only the 2 sacred lands surviving. One could see how difficult it was. Looks like this involves some secrets of the universe sea. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng buried all these thoughts within his heart. After all, in the endless universe sea, the strong were as numerous as trees in a forest. With his current strength, he was still far from being able to unravel such secrets. Shiwu, you said master recognition? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, the requirements are that high? The master is a universe knight, he has to have the willpower of the strongest in the universe. Sherwu said, I don't know about the other powerful treasures, I only know that the white feather is like that. After all, they came from the same source, naturally he understood it the best. What if he doesn't reach that level of willpower? Luo Feng asked. He won't succeed, however the most he'll do is fail, there won't be any danger to his life. Sherwu said directly. Master recognition has nothing to do with one's genetic level? No problem. Sherwu was very certain. Luo Feng squinted, he had long felt that there was a problem with the white feather. Now that Sherwu had been born, from the information he had transmitted, the master recognition had nothing to do with one's genetic level. Actually, back when he recognized a star pagoda, it didn't involve the genetic level. And that white feather spirit even lied to him that the universe knight needed the willpower of the universe lord. However, the truth was that the universe knight needed the willpower of the strongest in the universe. Sherwu. Luo Feng said, earlier when I was conversing with that white feather. Luo Feng told Sherwu everything. It's lying to you, master, it's lying to you, master, your willpower is not enough. Sherwu said, it's very dangerous, I suspect that the master recognition is fake, it's very likely to kill master, as long as it uses that wing's light, it'll be enough to kill master. I understand, Sherwu, tell me, how do I get it? Luo Feng asked. When the master's willpower reaches a certain level, there are two ways, one is to imprint his god energy on the wing, the imprint will naturally spread to every part of the wing. Sherwu said, the other way is for the white feather to hand over its most important core, the source, and it will fly to the master. Once the master imprints his god energy on it, it'll recognize the master. It has to be the source, the other parts are useless. Luo Feng nodded, he understood. Just like the master recognition of a star pagoda, it had to be the pearl infused into the soul. And within the star pagoda, for example a ceiling star to recognize the master, it was useless against the star pagoda. Master, wait first, slowly wait, if that white feather is anxious, there's a chance, as long as it sends the source out, I'll be able to clearly determine whether it's the source, when that time comes, master will trap the source within the star pagoda. Sherwu said, the star pagoda's power is extremely strong, if the source is trapped within, it won't be able to escape. Master can easily wait and train his willpower, until it reaches a certain level. He'll be able to recognize the source. Sherwu said. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, I'll wait. As time passed, Sherwu's spirit grew at a visible rate, its intellect level wasn't high, however its processing speed was extremely high, naturally it was able to transmit information more clearly and clearly. Sherwu organized his fragmented memories, combining them with the information from the universe C, he made large amounts of deductions. Another 3 years passed. The white feather sent a ripple towards Luo Feng. Human. The white feather spirit finally contacted Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed within, it really did find him. You're purposely wasting time with me? The white feather spirit said, you know I really want to repair my body, and your lifespan is incomparably long, coincidentally this is a precious place to train your willpower. Hence you're not anxious at all, right? Right. Luo Feng said directly. You're very direct, however you're not even willing to take out a top treasure, it really disappoints me. The white feather spirit said. I'm not willing to gamble, if I fail, wouldn't I lose a top treasure? Luo Feng said, a top treasure is still very important to me. I'm much stronger than a top treasure. The white feather spirit said. But you still haven't recognized me as your master. Luo Feng said, why are you so stubborn that I have to give you a top treasure first? Once you've recognized me as your master, with such a powerful treasure like yours, naturally I'll think of ways to make you even stronger. An absolute warrior only needs a few suitable treasures. There's no expert who has such a treasure like you who would let it go and not increase its power. Silence. Following which, the white feather spirit retreated. Luo Feng closed his eyes, continuing to train his willpower, not anxious at all. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. That ripple once again transmitted over. Alright, I admit defeat. The white feather spirit said. Ha ha ha, relax, Once you've recognized me as your master, I'll definitely think of ways to repair you and increase your power greatly. You're my trump card after all. Luo Feng guaranteed, wings, for you to recognize me as its master, I'll need your core parts, right? I'll now separate a core part, grab it, imprint your god energy, and you'll be able to recognize me as your master. The white feather spirit said, I hope you don't disappoint me. I definitely won't disappoint you. Luo Feng said. A speck of light suddenly flew out from the side of the white feather spirit, following which it was immediately blasted away by the dense number of blades. In an instant it was blasted 1,000,000 km away, flying far away. Occasionally it would be slashed by a blade light. In the distant endless blade storm, that speck of light constantly flew about. Sure Wu, is that the source? Luo Feng asked. No, master, the source is the source of the light. If it flies out, the countless blade lights will follow it. It's the true core of the endless light. Sure Wu said, that's fake, I'm sure there's a hidden light within. The moment it recognizes the master, the blade will immediately attack, the master will definitely die. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng was shocked as he heard this. Luckily the spirit of Killer Wu was born, otherwise even if he knew the enemy's plan, it would be hard to see through every trap. Human. The ripple came, grab my core part. In the distance, the dot of light that was being sliced by the countless blade lights suddenly felt attracted and swiftly flew towards the white wing. As the distance between the star tower and the white wing was very close, not even 15 kilometers, hence as the dot of light got closer and closer to the white wing, it got closer and closer to the tower. Grab it, I'll tell you how to recognize it and imprint your god energy on it. The ripple came. I've grabbed it. Luo Feng was in the star pagoda, but his god energy seeped out of the star pagoda and instantly grabbed onto that light spot. That light spot was a peculiar white pearl. My god energy has already grabbed onto it, but I can't leave a life mark on it. Don't rush. The white wings waved. The stronger the treasure, the more complicated it is for it to recognize its owner. Grab this core part of mine first and then merge it into your divine body. This made Luo Feng laugh coldly to himself. That core part was fine on the outside, but once it was absorbed into the star pagoda and in front of him, it would probably instantly release the light hidden within it. Absorb it into my body? Before I have a guarantee, I don't dare to do that. Hence I've decided to let my soul slave try it first. Luo Feng said. Soul slave? Your soul slave won't be able to succeed. The white wing spirit said, the owner recognition requires the life and genetic level to be perfect, and the willpower requirement is very high. Undying requires the Universe Knight's willpower, the Universe Knight requires the Universe Lord's willpower. Do you have such a soul slave? No, but I can at least try. At most it'll fail. Luo Feng said. Then go ahead and try. The white wing spirit said. It waited silently, waiting for Luo Feng to absorb the part into the star tower. As long as the pearl neared Luo Feng, without the tower's obstruction, it would be able to kill him. The star tower first retreating until it was 1,000 kilometers away from the white wing. Shua, a black silhouette flew out from the star tower and arrived in mid-air outside. It was the Masha clansman. Under the master's orders, I'll try to recognize the owner. The Masha clansman flew towards the pearl. One had to know that the space tens of thousands of kilometers around the white wings was silent. There was no blade storm, which was why the Masha clone could exist in such a space. You made a soul slave recognize you as its master in the outside world? The spirit of the white wings was shocked. If they were in the outside world, they wouldn't be able to attack Luo Feng. At most, they would only be able to kill a soul servant. What, I can't? Asked Luo Feng. The Masha race had already tried to recognize him as its master, but to no avail. There were no signs at all. Only those who meet the conditions will be able to trigger a reaction from the core component. Your servant will not succeed at all, nor will he be able to trigger any reaction, the white-winged spirit said. Why didn't you tell me when I asked my soul slave to check? Wait until you find out that my soul servant has come out, then you will say that. Luo Feng asked, and for a powerful treasure, even if the conditions are difficult, other warriors can still try, at most they will fail. It was impossible for there to be no reaction at all. But when my soul servant tried to recognize me as its master, there was no reaction at all. I dare say, this is fake. Take out the real core. Supreme treasures are different. But I dare say, you're lying to me. Luo Feng said, take out the true core. That ripple went silent for a while. You will never be able to leave here. You have to have a master, take out your true core. Luo Feng said, the moment it goes through my servant's experience, I will naturally recognize it as its master. Damn. Damn, damn human. Suddenly a mad roar resounded. Tell me, how did you find out? How did you find out? Finally no longer pretending? Luo Feng laughed coldly. You are too smart. Luo Feng laughed coldly. The first time I spoke with you before, you probably already started plotting. First, you used your shattered memories as an excuse, saying that your master's battle caused you to be damaged. First it shocked me, right, I was very shocked, such a treasure could actually be damaged. Next, you told me that the conditions to recognize me as its master are very strict, with perfect genes and high willpower requirements. Finally, you made me pay the pinnacle treasure. Ha ha ha, one trap after another, I'm afraid it's to lower my guard, after all you've been raising conditions time and time again to stop me. Luo Feng laughed, the strong are mostly despicable, treasures are easy to obtain, they will suspect, however if you set a series of harsh conditions, when they break them one by one, they will get even more excited, they won't suspect anymore. How did I suspect myself? The white-feathered spirit asked. You said you needed my help, needed me to provide you with materials to repair your body, urgently needed my help. And then you said the conditions were very strict, and that my willpower is the universe lord, I need to raise it. Luo Feng laughed, these 2 points are completely contradictory. Contradiction? What contradiction? The white-feathered spirit still didn't notice any problems. If I'm really the universe lord, Luo Feng said, with my god energy, that would be 100 times the life force, 100 times the life force, yet you say you want a perfect life force. Ignoring willpower, just this point alone is a harsh hurdle, with such a huge difference, how can I reach a perfect life force? Luo Feng laughed, so desperate, if I was a real universe lord, I'm afraid I'd be very discouraged and have no more motivation to help you. You need my help again, pretending I'm a universe lord. However the conditions you raised, would make a true universe lord very discouraged, he wouldn't be able to pay a huge price to help you, isn't that contradictory? Luo Feng laughed. And you know I have an absolute treasure on me, for me to have the fortune to acquire it, how could I be a universe lord with 100 times the life force? Haha, both are contradictory. That's right. You set up this trap to put yourself in my shoes. If I'm excited, knowing I've fulfilled the conditions, naturally I won't notice. But you forgot. If you look at it from your point of view, what you said is very problematic. You've set yourself up as an idiot. Luo Feng laughed coldly. The white-feathered spirit was actually a setup, if one was in the middle of it, it would be very hard to notice, it was only because Luo Feng was cautious from the start that he noticed this small flaw. The setup is too complicated, it's actually made me notice it. Stop struggling, hand over the core. Luo Feng said, you'll eventually have a master. Just you, wanting to be my master, you're far from it. To be my master, you'd have to be the pinnacle of the universe. See, if you were to be my master, even after countless years, you wouldn't be able to unleash my power, that would be my humiliation, and also my previous master's humiliation. A roar resounded from within the ripples. What a disappointment. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. Absorb. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, master. Sherwu had endured for a long time. Rumble, the originally shrunken star pagoda, had 4 exits, suddenly 4 wings extended, madly growing, the silver-feathered wings went from the size of a speck of dust, swiftly growing bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, even bigger than a star, instantly reaching over 100 million kilometers. It was almost as though the star pagoda had grown 4 wings. Light, light, the light of the source. Sherwu was excited. rumble within the mysterious space, the majestic and glaring huge wings that were even more dazzling than a trillion stars suddenly trembled. The countless blade lights also began to tremble, almost as though an incomparably majestic skyscraper was trembling and about to collapse. No. The white feathered wings were shocked. Spirit, your wings have spirit too? How is this possible? The countless blade lights at the edge of the huge wings of light seemed to be blown by the wind. They changed direction and flew directly towards the 4 silver wings. The countless blade lights flew like moths to a flame. The entire huge wings of light were also trembling, as if the countless blade lights were about to move. No. No. The white feathered wings tried its best to control. Simultaneously a ripple was transmitted to Sherwoo's wings. You, stop. Why stop? Sherwoo was very simple. This energy is mine, it's mine. The white feathered wings said. We are one. It's yours, and it's mine. Even though your damage is more severe, I too am damaged, I too need energy to recover. Relax, I won't take it all, I just want to completely recover from that battle back then. Sherwoo was trying his best to absorb the blade lights. One was trying his best to control. The other was trying his best to absorb. However, the countless blade lights were simply too much, the white feathered wings couldn't control them all. Hua hua hua, countless blade lights flew madly towards the 4 huge silver wings. When they came into contact, it was like water hitting a dry riverbed, completely devoured. The 4 huge wings started to glow, and their aura started to change. And this was only on the surface, the inside of the wings was changing even more violently. Luo Feng, as the owner of Sherwoo's wings, could naturally feel these changes. Wu Slayer's wings were extremely intricate, and it was normal for them to grow to the size of a few light years. The countless tiny components within the wings were rapidly transforming after absorbing the light from the blade, like a decaying piece of wood suddenly turning into a brand new piece of wood. Ah, it's too comfortable. Sherwoo was obviously very excited. Master, my fragmented memories are clearer. Luo Feng was curious. I vaguely remember that battle, it was terrifying. That battle immediately caused my wing's treasure to completely disintegrate. That white wing was the uppermost pair of wings, it was immediately damaged. Our other 5 pairs of wings were also damaged internally. After countless years of being tortured by the terrifying environment, they looked fine on the surface, however the insides were damaged internally. Like my wing's treasure, it should be able to recover on its own, however it requires energy. Master, your god energy isn't strong enough, there's no way to recover. The source light is formed from the previous owner's god energy, it can completely recover the internal damage. Only the severe damage like that white wing would require swallowing other materials to recover. Sherwoo's 4 wings continued to expand. A few 100 million km, a few billion km, tens of billions of km, 1 light year, 2 light years, it was madly expanding. The 4 wings got bigger, swallowing more blade lights. Countless blade lights were like moths to a flame, entering the silver wings, never to return. This also caused the energy emitted by Sherwoo's wings to grow stronger. No, it's mine, it's mine. The white wing was incomparably furious. Stop. P.S. Update complete. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Get bigger. Get bigger. Get bigger. Master, grow even bigger. Sherwoo sent Luo Feng messages. Luo Feng too went all out. The original Sherwoo's wings, countless years ago in an incomparable battle, had 6 pairs of wings split apart, and all of them were secretly damaged. The 6th pair of wings at the top, the white wings, had the energy to support it. Even though it had been floating, at least some of its internal damage had long recovered, leaving only the 3 extremely serious injuries that required it to swallow many precious materials to recover. However, it still had the energy, hence it was able to unleash its power. The other 5 pairs of wings were much worse off, they had long been scattered, drifting to God knows where, and all of them had their internal damage and power greatly reduced. Plus they didn't have the energy as the core, hence they had been through many dangerous situations, like the 3 great danger zones, which could easily cause the strongest warriors of the universe to fall, or even destroy pinnacle treasures, Even though these wings had survived time and time again, the internal damage had only gotten worse. Until today, when Luo Feng had acquired these two pairs of wings, he was finally able to swallow the energy of the energy source and recover. Stop, stop. The white wing shouted with all its might. Get bigger, get bigger. Shiwu kept rushing Luo Feng. Shiwu's wings were getting more and more perfect, growing bigger became easier. The bigger it was, the more blade lights it could absorb at one time. For wings, were infinitely tall, they all spanned a few light years, the entire wing was comparable to that huge wing of light. The wing of light had already begun to tremble as though it was about to collapse. Large amounts of blade lights flew towards Shiwu's wing and entered it. Master, over the countless years, my countless parts have long been damaged. It's already 10% healed. Shiwu was obviously excited. Only 10%? It's been half a day. Luo Feng was shocked within. Such a powerful treasure was indeed harsh to recover. Luckily he had the energy source, otherwise, just relying on himself, at least for a short period of time, his god energy wasn't enough. You thief. You thief. This is my energy, mine. The white wing initially tried to stop him, but eventually started scolding him. Come on, kill me if you have the ability, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Shiwu shouted, what's more, the energy belongs to our 6 wings, is it wrong for me to use some too? Recover, you want to monopolize it? I am the wing and also the source, the white wing said angrily. Haha. It's just a spirit, it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. I already have a master. Just you wait, I know everything about you. In the future, my master will definitely take you in. Shiwu was proud. Yeah, dream on, dream on. Your master still wants to accept me? Impossible. I will find a master in advance and have my new master kill your human master, then eat you, White Wing said hatefully. The two spirits transmitted their energy waves. Although the two of them had intelligence, they couldn't be considered as living beings, nor could they fight. Furthermore, they were spirits born from different parts of the same supreme treasure. If one day, the slaying Wu Wing and the White Wing really fused, then only one of the two spirits would survive. Either one of them would perish. Hence, Shiwu and the spirit of the White Wings gave it their all. Shiwu was trying to think of a way to help Luo Feng keep the white wings. And the white feathered wings were originally created purely because Luo Feng's conditions weren't good enough. They wanted to kill Luo Feng and devour all the treasures on Luo Feng to repair themselves. Now that Shiwu had been born, the White Wing had even less of a chance to help Luo Feng. It was very clear that human would definitely trust the newly born spirit more. You still want to find your master? A universe knight with the universe's strongest willpower can come before you? Or a universe lord with an even more terrifying willpower can come before you? Shiwu was extremely proud. Haha, you're destined to die. Even though you know you're going to die, you can't do anything about it. Even if you want to escape, you can't move. Spirits were just that tragic. They couldn't control their treasures to move. You. I will definitely find a new master and devour you. You will definitely die. You will definitely die. The white-winged spirit seemed to have gone mad. It did not hate the human much, but it hated Shiwu even more. Of the two, only one could survive. Time passed. I've already recovered 30%. Recovered 40%. Master, I've recovered 50%. After a period of time, Shiwu would excitedly inform Luo Feng. In the blink of an eye, about 30 hours had passed. At this time, Shiwu's wing had already recovered 90%. Close to 30 hours, constantly devouring large amounts of blade lights, and it's an existence that surpasses the universe's strongest. Its energy stored through the source. Luo Feng was shocked. This level of energy surpassing the universe's strongest, it was extremely rare. That majestic huge wing of light and the silver wings were a few light years apart, facing each other. The huge wing's countless blade lights flew towards the silver wing. At first glance, the huge wing seemed unaffected. However, compared to 30 hours ago, the huge wing had actually shrunk by a size. Its diameter had shrunk by half a light year. One could only imagine how much blade lights it had lost. Damn. Damn, I'll definitely eat you. The White Wing was already at a loss for words. It could only curse. Come on, come on. Sherwu was extremely proud. Master, I've already completely recovered. Sherwu suddenly transmitted a message. Luo Feng was slightly stunned, after which he was overjoyed. A day and a half. Spending a day and a half, absorbing the high-level blade lights. Every blade light was stronger than the universe's strongest attack. And it took a day and a half to fully recover the two wings. Completely? Your power has recovered too? Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Right, I'm already completely healed. Wu Yui said hurriedly, of course, I'm only 2 of the 6 pairs of wings. Master, you can only use 2 secret techniques at most. Of course, these 2 pairs of wings have already reached their peak state. Even if you had all 6 pairs of wings, if you could only use the first and second techniques, it would be the same as Master using them now. Luo Feng was suddenly stunned. Sherwu, you mean, I can still unleash at most 2 forms? However, my power has increased greatly? Right, Master, I've expended a lot of energy before. When I used my god energy to unleash the engravings, I had to expend twice the effort for half the result. I could only unleash a little of its power. And now, I can unleash 100% of its power. Sherwu said. Luo Feng understood the moment he heard. Just like a machine, when it's old, it only has 10% or 20% of its power left. And when it's at its peak, it's at its peak. Can you still swallow the light? Luo Feng asked. I can't. Sherwu said helplessly, I was injured before. After swallowing it, it automatically absorbed and used up. However, now that I'm completely healed, even if I swallow it, it won't be used up. It will still fly out of my body. Because there's no place in my body that can store the light. The source is the only thing that can store the light. And only through the source can one control the light. Sherwu said. Luo Feng sighed within. It's a pity Master couldn't get the White Wing to summon the source out. As long as the source came out alone, Master could immediately trap it within the Star Tower. Without the source, the White Wing would have no resistance at all. Master could easily keep the White Wing within the Star Tower. When that time comes, Master can slowly train his willpower. When the time is right, Master will be able to recognize him as Master. Sherwu said helplessly. Right now, Master has no other choice. Luo Feng nodded. Right. After spending so much time and effort with the White Wing before, even knowing the White Wing had a trap, he still endured. However, the White Wing was very alert and didn't bring out the true source. What do we do? Luo Feng was troubled. There's no choice, we can only leave it here. Sherwu said, with the source, just like back then when the Star Tower was in the battlefield outside, no one could move it, no one could move this White Wing. Luo Feng nodded. When he used the Star Tower to clash with it earlier, it didn't even shake the White Wing. It's a spirit, it can't control the White Wing to slip away. Sherwu said, plus, the owner recognition process is very strict. I don't believe that a universe knight with the strongest willpower in the universe can appear in such a short period of time, and coincidentally find this, and still live to see the White Wing. As for a universe lord, to have willpower that surpasses the strongest in the universe, that's even more unrealistic. Sherwu was very confident. We can only do this, we'll leave it here for now. Luo Feng nodded. However, I'm not in a rush to leave. Luo Feng smiled within the Star Tower as he looked at the White Wing not too far away. That endless and crazy willpower continued to attack Luo Feng time and time again, never stopping. Such a sacred place to train willpower, it's exactly what I want. Even though there are other places in the cosmic sea, going there will be incomparably dangerous. The 4 silver wings that extended out from the 4 pathways of the Star Tower swiftly shrunk and vanished. The Star Tower became as small as a speck of dust. In this silent space, the White Wing and the Star Tower faced each other, the distance between them shrinking. Human, you will regret this. The White Wing was a little crazy, however it was after all a spirit, it could only watch as everything happened. Years passed. Luo Feng was doing his best to train his willpower. Amidst the training, he would occasionally stop to study the diagrams and the beast god path, especially with his ocean clone roaming Earth and other planets. Many of the insights he gained from the world made Luo Feng's willpower even more resolute under the terrifying impact. In the blink of an eye, 1,200 years had passed. The two white wings and star tower that had been gradually getting closer for a long time finally got close for the first time. The dust-like star pagoda stuck to the white feather. More accurately speaking, this dust-like star pagoda touched one of the bloodstains on the white feather. That bloodstain was at least half a meter in diameter, and a crazy and terrifying aura emanated from it. I've finally touched it. Just the willpower and energy within the bloodstain is already so terrifying. Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged, opened his eyes, already seeing the bloodstain outside the star tower. P.S. First chapter has ended, Tomato will continue writing the second chapter. Not finished yet. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. This is the strongest attack from the blood on the wings. Luo Feng communicated with the Shiwu wings on his back. Shiwu, can my willpower make that white wing recognize me as its owner? Sure. Wu knew best, Shiwu was after all a part of that treasure. You're still far from it. Master, your willpower has grown a lot these 1,200 years, it's already at the pinnacle of the Universe Lords. However, from Universe Lord to the strongest of the universe, it's a huge leap. And your willpower will experience a qualitative leap too, Master, you're still far from the threshold. Shiwu said mercilessly. Luo Feng was still calm, after all his gains this time were already huge. Back then in the beast god world over 100 million years, his willpower couldn't even compare to these 1,000 years. One had to admit, the high pressure was indeed a way to train willpower, however if one stayed under it for a long period of time, it would cause one to crumble and damage the willpower. It was a double-edged sword. Willpower wasn't like origin law comprehension. One had to progress step by step in comprehension, willpower however tested the strength of one's inner heart. I've been here for over 1,000 years, it's time to go. Luo Feng looked deeply at the white wings, after which the star pagoda began to fly. He had to continue training his willpower. And there were too many dangerous places in the universe. See, just the 3 great danger zones alone, what kind of environment wasn't there? Illusions, willpower attacks, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, all sorts of natural powers, basically there were all sorts. The 3 great danger zones all had many places to train willpower. It all depended on whether he dared to go or not. Human. I'll make you regret it, I'll make your 4 wings regret it too. A ripple came through. The next time I come, it'll be the moment I take you in. Luo Feng transmitted his consciousness. Impossible, impossible. Dream on. While the star pagoda had already flown away, Luo Feng no longer cared about the white wings. Just like back then when countless warriors in the primal universe couldn't do anything to the star pagoda, the current Luo Feng indeed couldn't do anything to the white wings. Even if the strongest of the other universe came, they could only stare blankly and give up. Next time. Luo Feng thought. Shiwu's wings have already undergone a complete transformation, I wonder how strong it is now. Luo Feng thought, the energy released by the Wu killer wings when it expanded to its maximum was definitely top quality even amongst the pinnacle treasures. It was probably on par with the mystical divine wood. This was what Luo Feng felt. Give it a try. Golden Country. Luo Feng immediately ignited his god energy. Completely silent, a hazy and thin golden light appeared in an instant and enveloped the entire mysterious space. It even invaded some of the rock walls at the edge of the mysterious space. The radius of this golden kingdom could reach up to 80 light-years, which was far larger than the space within the wing. Naturally, it was able to cover the entire area. However, the endless blade storm was still wreaking havoc, shattering spacetime. Even the golden kingdom could not control the spacetime here. Only the stable space in front and behind the white wings, as well as some space in the rocks at the edge, were completely under his control. Too powerful, Luo Feng was stunned. In that instant, he felt that the golden kingdom that Shi Wuyui had cast in his peak, perfect state was comparable to the combination of the miniature universe, the Golden Kingdom, and the Sea of Fire. This too. Luo Feng was incomparably surprised. One had to know that his god energy was weaker than many universe lords. For the Golden Kingdom to be this powerful, it was probably comparable to the mystical divine wood. Where is this? Luo Feng was stunned. He couldn't be bothered to be surprised. Instead, he was shocked. Because the Golden Kingdom had enveloped the entire mysterious space, even penetrating into the rocks at the edge. Hence he was shocked to discover, this mysterious space, other than the tunnel that Luo Feng had entered from before, there was actually another tunnel that led in another direction. There's another tunnel? Where does it lead to? Right, this white wing can't have been born out of thin air. It should have floated here from somewhere. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Let's go take a look. Luo Feng immediately made his decision. Firstly, he was worried that the other warriors would discover this tunnel. Secondly, he was curious. Hence Luo Feng sat on the Star Pagoda and swiftly flew over. However, after spending over a month, the Star Pagoda finally reached the tunnel. There's a light screen too. This was a dark red cave passageway. The Star Pagoda directly passed through the layer of light and entered a dark passageway that was suffused with traces of dark red. The Star Pagoda continued to fly. After passing through 9 layers of light, there were no more. The Star Pagoda carefully flew. Dark red tunnel. Luo Feng was within the Star Pagoda. He let the Star Pagoda fly through this 1 million kilometers tall, endlessly deep dark red tunnel. He didn't dare take the risk and head out himself. Hence, he let the Masha clansmen give it a try. So, the Masha clansmen exited the Star Pagoda and flew ahead of it. The Masha clansmen and the Star Pagoda, the two flew one after the other in the dark red tunnel. Luo Feng also unleashed the Golden Kingdom, maintaining a 10 billion kilometers radius, guarding against any danger. So hot. The Masha clansman flew within the tunnel. However, he felt the surrounding temperature was so hot it was unbearable. The walls are dark red. The Masha clansman flashed and flew to the side of the wall. He extended his hand to touch the dark red walls. A peculiar heat swiftly traveled along the Masha clansman's palm. The Masha clansman's arm was like a melting candle that swiftly fell. This heat swiftly traveled into his body, scaring the Masha clansman violently, sending half of his body flying. After which, the life crystal once again appeared and the energy formed his god body. I'm after all a universe knight's god body. The Masha clansman looked shocked at the walls. The peculiar heat within the walls can burn me? Forward. Luo Feng was curious. The Masha clansman and Star Pagoda, one in front and one behind, maintaining high speeds. Occasionally, he would teleport 1 billion kilometers to 1 billion kilometers. So far, I've already followed this tunnel for a few light years. Luo Feng was shocked. A few light years away, this tunnel would occasionally have forks. Naturally, Luo Feng would choose the largest one and memorize the map. One had to know that the consciousness of an absolute warrior was extremely fast. Memorizing the map was a piece of cake. He continued forward. The wing space should be at the side of the main mountain of Leaning Peak World. And now that I've headed in this direction for a few light years, wouldn't I be inside the mountain? Luo Feng thought. Leaning Peak World, the main mountain was majestic and mysterious. There were many caves that led to the outside world. Often there would be treasures floating through these caves into the water region. Normally, many warriors wouldn't dare head into the cave, it was after all too dangerous. Luo Feng relied on the fact that the Star Pagoda was a palace-level treasure, plus he was curious about the origin of the white wings. Hence, he followed the cave and headed in. After a long while, there were many forks in the tunnel. Luo Feng simply chose the largest one and proceeded forward. As he proceeded, the temperature got higher and higher. Even the Masha clansman was kept. Because the temperature outside was already high enough to burn the Masha clansman into ashes in the air. Legend has it that the Leaning Peak World region is filled with danger. Even the Primal Chaos City leader and others can fall. The core region, even the strongest warriors of the universe can fall. Luo Feng was shocked within. Even the outside temperature can burn a knight to death. The inside of the mountain is indeed terrifying. The Star Pagoda, it could block physical attacks and protect the soul. Both physical and soul defense. Only then did Luo Feng dare to take the risk. Just what is at the end of this cave? Luo Feng thought. After flying for over 30 light years, they finally saw the end of the Star Tower. At that moment, the Star Tower had already flown to a vast and huge place that looked like a flaming karst cave. Rumble streams of white flaming lava rumbled and rolled. Hundreds of flaming lava flows intersected with each other, passing through this huge flaming karst cave and extending to an unknown end. The lava flows were surrounded by red, green, and gray halos. And there were also endless flames that filled the surrounding space. The surrounding space was strangely congealed, there was no sign of it breaking. And there was no space ripple at all. In here, there was no way to teleport. Qi Luo Feng tried to send a thread of God energy out of the Star Pagoda, but it didn't even touch the flames. Just the surrounding space was instantly destroyed. If a universe lord doesn't have armor to protect him, he'll be destroyed in the surrounding space. Luo Feng muttered. I came from the mysterious space cave and entered here. I wonder if this is the inner region of the Leaning Peak world, or the core region. With a thought, the Star Tower slowly flew forward and came into contact with a wisp of flame in the surroundings. The flames burned the Star Pagoda. Within the Star Pagoda, the temperature didn't change at all. Absolute treasures are indeed absolute treasures. Luo Feng complimented. This was within his expectations. After all, according to common sense, the absolute treasures in the 3 great danger zones wouldn't be damaged. Even though he saw the white wings that were damaged before, that was also caused by an incomparable battle. What a huge cave. Luo Feng didn't dare follow the lava flows. After all, if he continued to head into unknown areas, it would be hard to turn back. Luo Feng sat in the Star Pagoda and flew within the flame cave. The Star Pagoda didn't even enter the lava flows. Occasionally, the lava would splash out and touch the Star Pagoda, but it was fine. To be able to withstand such flames and lava flows without any damage to the stone pillars, it's very special. Luo Feng carefully observed. He discovered that the many stone pillars seemed very normal. However, upon closer inspection, it was almost as though every grain of sand could reflect light, almost as though there were many spaces within. The Star Pagoda suddenly vanished before one of the stone pillars and immediately appeared in the outside world. Space? Every grain of sand has a space within? Luo Feng was shocked too. Before, the Star Pagoda had only touched the grain of sand before entering the space within. That empty space, Luo Feng had after all comprehended the space laws, he easily exited the Star Pagoda very quickly. Every stone pillar is probably made up of countless grains of sand, and every grain has a space? What are these stone pillars? Why haven't I seen such information before? Don't tell me this place is an extremely dangerous place in the Leaning Peak world, and no warrior from my human race has ever come here? Luo Feng was suspicious. The human race didn't have any records of these stone pillars. Very quickly, Luo Feng's attention was attracted by another stone pillar not too far away, that is, P.S. Update complete, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. There was another stone pillar not far away. At first glance, it looked the same as all the other stone pillars. However, upon closer inspection, there was a faint claw print on the surface of the stone pillar. The claw print was equivalent to the size of an ordinary earthling's palm. There were 4 fingers that were deeply engraved on the stone pillar. Claw mark? Who left this mark? Even a normal lord of the universe wearing a supreme treasure armor would be incinerated by this stream of lava. Who came here? Luo Feng was suspicious within. The entrance to the Peak World's main mountain was at the broken section, and Luo Feng had entered the mountain from the mysterious space within the water region. From the position, he should be below the Peak World's main mountain. From top to bottom, and the deeper he went into the Peak World, hence the region he was in was definitely not a normal region. Even the human race didn't have any records of this stone pillar. The ones that came here are definitely not normal warriors, they could very well be the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng thought. The star pagoda flew to the stone pillar's claw mark. It was the size of a sesame seed and was carefully inspecting the claw mark. The center of the claw mark. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The stone pillar was made of countless grains of sand, the claw mark naturally affected large amounts of it. Even though the countless grains of sand were incredibly beautiful and reflected space, the center of the claw mark emanated energy, an extraordinary energy. Let's go in and take a look. The star pagoda gently touched the sand. Shua, his entire body was sucked into the space contained within the gravel. Within the sand space, the temperature was obviously much lower. It was about the temperature of a star's core. At least compared to the outside world's temperature that could burn a universe lord's god energy, it was much better. Shua. The Masha clansman appeared in mid-air and the star pagoda landed on its shoulder. This space. The Masha clansman surveyed its surroundings. With a glance, the vast space was deathly silent. Other than the endless rocks that formed the mountain ranges and land, there was nothing special about it. Luo Feng had entered the sand space once before. It was also deathly silent, there was nothing special about it. This sand is obviously different. I don't believe there's nothing special about it. Golden country. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Boundless hazy golden light instantly descended upon the gravel space. The rocky ground and mountains in the space were not that special. The rocks in the leaning peak realm were very special. Firstly, they were extremely hard. Even if you destroyed a few rocks with great effort, the damaged parts would reform and grow back. Secondly, it was extremely difficult for divine power and domains to penetrate it. The rocky mountains in the gravel space are nothing special. They're just normal rocks. There's really something special about this gravel space. The Masha clan's clone revealed a look of joy. Shua, with a single step, he traversed tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived on a mountain. There was a smooth rock wall on the mountain, and there was a strange ripple on the rock wall. There were two items on the ground in front of the rock wall. One of them was a green pendant with strange beast carvings on it. The other was an incredibly beautiful silk cloth. It was black and gold, and it gave off waves of aura that made the Masha clan clone feel extremely comfortable. These two items, the Masha clone was overjoyed. After all, he had the human race database to rely on. There were very few items he couldn't recognize. At least he could recognize the two items before him. It's actually one of the 3 great danger zones, the universe boat token. Luo Feng looked at the green beast carving. It said that with this token, one would have special privileges within the universe boat. The danger level would be much lower, and there's even a specialized training space. The universe boat was an incomparably huge damaged ship. A damaged ship, how could it be one of the 3 great danger zones? Firstly, the universe boat was ridiculously huge. The entire ship spanned over 100 million light years, and it could even swallow the endless chaos energy. This caused the surroundings of the universe boat to be filled with dangerous environments. Within the universe boat was even more dangerous. It had appeared here countless eras ago, even before the birth of the 2 sacred lands, the universe boat had been here. No one knew the origin of the universe boat. And the universe boat loved to swallow small universe. A few damaged small universe were often attracted by it and swallowed. Because of this, it was known as the universe boat. This was a damaged super spaceship with endless power, but it was filled with endless dangers and endless treasures. Danger, enough to make even the strongest of the universe fall. Treasures, enough to make anyone in the universe see go crazy. And the token was a special item within the universe boat. As long as one carried it, even if one didn't dare say all the dangerous areas were safe, at least some of them wouldn't be considered dangerous. Moreover, each token corresponded to a huge secret room, and each secret room was an independent space. Silk picture. Luo Feng looked at the other item. The first item was the universe boat token. The second item was the silk picture. The Yuan mysterious lord back then took out a silk picture, causing everyone to go crazy and fight over it. Silk was a very precious material. It was used to create illusion-type treasures. It naturally had a calming effect. Luo Feng only got a few pieces back then, it was too small. And this silk picture before him was even larger than the complete picture the Yuan mysterious lord took out back then. The energy it emitted made the Masha clone feel extremely comfortable. To be able to extravagantly use silk to make such a large piece of cloth. Luo Feng thought, how extravagant. Probably only the strongest of the universe can do this. The Masha clone extended his hand and grabbed at the silk picture. A strand of divine power seeped into the strings painting. His consciousness also entered the strings painting. Instantly, he felt as though he had entered a virtual space. Within this virtual space, it was a virtual huge universe boat. A red silk thread pierced through a part of the universe boat. Every part's danger was completely simulated. It also described how to avoid the danger and how to pass through the dangerous areas. This is a part of the map of the universe boat? The Masha clone immediately retracted his god energy. He immediately understood and was overjoyed. The three great danger zones were about the same. Pinnacle World, Universe Boat, Flow Mountain, these were all places that could produce powerful treasures. The pinnacle treasures were even more common. Of course, along with the treasures came terrifying environments. A detailed map was incomparably precious. This map, it wasn't any weaker than the one the Yuan mysterious lord took out. In terms of value, it wasn't any weaker than a god would. And Luo Feng had it all. Rumble, a ripple suddenly emanated from the wall ahead. Luo Feng, who had just picked up the green token, looked up. An image began to appear on the wall ahead. Two silhouettes began to appear. Those two silhouettes, one was an incomparably beautiful lady covered in endless green leaves. Looking at her was like looking at the most abundant life force in the universe. It made Luo Feng feel extremely comfortable. The other silhouette was dressed in a gray robe. He looked almost like a piece of dead wood. His head was like a crystal. He had no hair, no ears or nose, only 3 eyes and a mouth. Xianxia. The gray-robed silhouette said. Zhenlin. The beautiful lady surrounded in countless green leaves said too. The gray-robed silhouette continued, when you pick up the 2 items I left behind, you'll be able to see this image. It's just that I don't know, when you see this image, which era it is from. The gray-robed silhouette's mouth was moving. Simultaneously, there was a peculiar ripple. Even though it wasn't a language Luo Feng knew, the ripple reached Luo Feng's mind and he naturally understood it. At a certain level, there was no need for a language at all. Just the willpower ripple would allow one to understand the other. Which era? Luo Feng was shocked within. These 2 punks, the human database had already told Luo Feng about the terrifying beings of the 3 great universe eras and the 2 sacred lands. However, there were obviously no such beings. Xianxia and Zhenlin, he had never even heard of them. Obviously they weren't beings from these 3 universe eras. I'm the strongest warrior in the solo world. Before the final battle, I didn't want to waste my inheritance and countless efforts. Hence, during the journey to the next era, I left the universe boat token and map here. The gray-robed silhouette said, that token represents an independent space within the universe boat. Other than bringing the treasure with me to the next era, I left everything else there. I only hope that the later generations will be able to bring out the light I left behind. If possible, I'll pass down the many techniques I've created. This isn't a request. I can't ask for it either. The gray-robed silhouette said. Luo Feng's heartbeat sped up. Damn. The green token for the silk picture and universe boat, so it was just a key. A solitary universe's strongest expert would carry the most powerful treasure with him and leave everything else behind? The wealth of a universe's strongest warrior was terrifying. Just like the creator of the huge axe, how much did he contribute to humanity? Just like the lone traveler, he didn't care about the treasure at all. Just like the creator of the dark universe, back then he said he wanted the god wood and was willing to use the treasure to compensate everyone. To the solo universe strongest warriors, some of the treasures were useless. Junior. Another ripple filled with life force rippled over. The beautiful lady spoke, I, Zhenlin, have left my inheritance too. As for the token and map, they're about 300 light years away. If you're strong enough, you can search around. Whether or not you can find it will depend on your luck. Don't listen to her. This is already the core area of the pinnacle world. There are dangers everywhere. Even the strongest warriors in the universe can fall. Even though some of the strongest warriors who attempt the next era will leave their tokens around, finding them depends on luck. It's too dangerous to search around. The gray-robed silhouette said, I've already lived for close to 3 reincarnation eras. My time is almost up. I can only gamble and attempt the next era. If I can pass it, I'll be able to exist for eternity and build a sacred land universe. Right now in the cosmic sea, there's only one sacred land universe. The lady surrounded by green leaves said, I want 2 sacred land universes to appear in the cosmic sea. Haha, Zhenlin, let's go. Let's go. The gray-robed silhouette and the green leaf lady's silhouette flashed and vanished. Following which, the images also gradually faded. Luo Feng stood in front of the wall, stunned for a long time. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. After passing the reincarnation, one can exist eternally? Luo Feng muttered softly. This so-called reincarnation was probably one of the great secrets of the cosmic sea. However, it's still very far from me. 3 universe reincarnation eras. How long have I lived? Luo Feng suppressed all these thoughts within his heart. Through the Golden Country, he didn't discover anything special about this space. And so, Luo Feng sat on the Star Tower and left this space. First, he explored the lava cave for a long time, but he didn't have that kind of luck again. Also, from the message left by an unknown expert from the reincarnation era, Xianxia and Zhenlin, it was clear that the lava cave region was already the core area. In such an area, even the strongest experts of the universe could fall. I was lucky enough to be able to discover some of Xianxia's remains. This core area isn't a place I can barge into right now. If I'm not careful, my Star Tower will be stuck somewhere and I won't be able to come out forever. By then, it'll be too late for regrets. Luo Feng immediately turned around and started to return along the tunnel from before. It was a relaxing journey. Luo Feng sat in the Star Pagoda and quickly returned to the wing space. Following that, he didn't even bother with the white wing spirits cursing and cursing. Flying for another 2 months, passing through the entire wing space, only then did he finally return to the cave from before. After reaching the water region, Luo Feng didn't have any thoughts of searching for treasures, he immediately began his journey back to the primal universe. A month later, the primeval universe, the human domain, Earth. In one of the cities of the Asian continent, a black-haired young man in casual clothes was sitting in the corner of a casual restaurant. There was a pot of tea and a teacup in front of him, and he was drinking by himself. The investment in the Moya galaxy this time was made by joining hands with the local tyrant of that galaxy in hopes of making things more convenient. Giving him 10% of the shares was a huge mistake. The local tyrant of this galaxy, he's too greedy, often trying to earn money from there. He really thinks that just because he's far away from our Ganwu universe country, we can't do anything to him. It would be too easy to toy with him to death. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a test given to me by the family, and that every move I made was in the family's assessment, I would have killed him long ago through the higher-ups. I'm still so close. I'm still so close to becoming an area lord. That was easy. In order to give birth on Earth, I bribed 3 habitable planets. All sorts of conversations were taking place in the dining room. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Those who could live on Earth were all from large families, elites, etc. Just from listening to these small conversations in a restaurant, one could come to this conclusion. Feng. A voice rang out. Luo Feng looked up. A seemingly humble middle-aged man walked over, smiled towards Luo Feng, and sat across from him. Wei Wen. Luo Feng smiled. They can't hear us? Wei Wenlian looked around. Even if we speak in converse, they won't remember us. Luo Feng said directly. Awesome. Wei Wen gave a thumbs up. Don't you know who I am? Luo Feng laughed. You're awesome, said Wei Wen. Who doesn't know how awesome you are? Why did you choose this place? Wei Wen asked. Listen more and see more. Living on Earth, they are all elites of the human bloodline. From their conversations, we can feel the situation of the entire human bloodline. Luo Feng said. Wei Wen nodded. Wei Wen, why are you still Domain Lord level 9? With the resources I've given you, it should be easy for you to train to Undying. Luo Feng said. Wei Wen and he were brothers who grew up together. Their relationship was deep, just like his and Luo Hua's. Back when he was the supervisor envoy of the Ganwu department, Wei Wen was already a star level, after which he quickly stepped into the universe level. In terms of resources, Luo Feng gave his parents, wife and brother Luo Hua a large amount, at least ensuring they could all reach Undying. As for his sons Luo Ping and Luo Hai, their demands were much harsher. As for his grandchildren and countless other disciples of the Luo family, they had to rely on themselves. There was no such thing as unlimited resources. Just like the brothers Luo Feng made on Earth back then, even though their relationship was close, it was limited. Isn't it still early? Domain lords can live for 1,000,000 years. I'm still early. Alright, I'll train to Sector Lord later. Wei Wen said. That's right. Even though his position was constantly rising, he had never put on airs with his brother Luo Feng. As he had always treated him as an equal, hence even though Wei Wen knew Luo Feng's position was extremely high, as he was used to making friends, plus Luo Feng was like a normal person in front of him, he could still chat casually. Drinking tea and chatting with Wei Wen, they waited till the sky turned dark before separating. Walking on the streets, Luo Feng's thoughts were all over the place. I have 3 things right now. First, I have to keep the white wings, however I have to train my willpower, reaching the universe's strongest willpower to do that. The 3 great danger zones all have places to train willpower. The second is the treasure left behind by Xianxia. Xianxia, I know you're strong. It's one thing for you to leave the map and the keepsake in the core area of the Leaning Peak world, but you even left the treasure in the depths of the spaceship. Aren't you torturing me? Third is Teacher Mountain Passenger. From the broken white wings, the distant reincarnation era Xianxia and Jinlin entering the reincarnation cycle, all these show that even the universe's strongest have their own worries. Teacher Mountain Passenger still spent so much effort to nurture his disciple under such circumstances, even giving him a treasure. I don't believe he didn't have a plan. Luo Feng thought. Mountain Passenger's plan, Luo Feng remembered it. Even though he respected and trusted Mountain Passenger, he still had to be vigilant. He didn't want to be betrayed and still count the money for him. Teacher Mountain Passenger's matter is still far away. No matter what, the stronger I am, the more methods I have to deal with difficult situations. Luo Feng thought, right now I have to increase my strength. Keep the white wings. And the white wings are already damaged, I need to swallow large amounts of precious materials to recover. The treasure left behind by Xianxia is perfect to use to recover the white wings. Luo Feng's plan was good, however obviously the white wings and Xianxia's treasure weren't easy to get. The place where Xianxia's item was placed was actually very dangerous. It was in the core area of the Qingfeng world. Luckily Luo Feng's luck was good, riding the Star Pagoda and traveling upstream, he coincidentally found the treasure. However, to get the treasure in the universe boat, there was no such shortcut. There was a map, he had to explore it himself. Since that's the case, I'll train my willpower in the universe boat. Luo Feng thought, before I move, I have to gather more information about the universe boat. That's one of the 3 great danger zones, heading deeper in, even the Primal Chaos City leader teacher could fall. I can't be reckless. The treasure left behind by Xianxia wasn't actually for any disciple, it was obviously for a warrior of the same level. Because the location, whether it was the core area of the Qingfeng world or the depths of the universe boat, even with the Primal Chaos City leader's ability, he didn't have a guarantee of entering. Reincarnation. Looks like there's reincarnation in the depths of the Qingfeng world. Maybe many of the strongest warriors of the universe left their treasures, or those who failed in the reincarnation, left their treasures in the depths. Luo Feng guessed, the core area probably had many treasures left behind by the strongest warriors of the universe, however he didn't dare to recklessly search. Luo Feng began to gather information about the universe boat. In the vast universe sea, within the inner region of the Qingfeng world Lord Mountain, there were two silhouettes in space where the cold winds howled. Primal Chaos City Leader, today you have to fight, even if you don't want to. The golden armored figure had 3 faces and 8 arms. Each of the 8 arms held a divine hammer, and each hammer was of different sizes. Moreover, it used a secret technique that caused the image of a massive hammer to appear behind the golden armored figure. Technique illusion? The golden-robed Primal Chaos City Leader looked from afar. You're from the Purple Moon Sacred Land. I've never seen you before, and I've never heard of your information. It should be your first time leaving the Sacred Land universe. Don't tell me you're choosing me as your opponent in your training battles? Universe C, 2 Sacred Land Universe. The smaller one was called the Purple Moon Sacred Land. Indeed, the Primal Chaos City Leader, right, my training battles are choosing you as my opponent. The golden armored warrior had 3 faces and 8 arms. He had a savage face, a kind face and a cold face. At this time the savage face was facing the Primal Chaos City Leader. If I have to choose, I'll choose the strong. I don't want to choose those weak universe lords. Tough, make your move. The Primal Chaos City Leader said. Alright, I want to see just how powerful the famous Primal Chaos City Leader of our Sacred Land universe is. The golden armored warrior immediately became nothing and began his attack. Rumble like a huge wheel slowly rolling, the 8 hammers, big and small, all turned into blurry phantoms and merged with the huge hammer phantoms behind the golden armored powerhouse. The phantoms solidified and turned into an incomparably huge hammer. The divine hammer flew slowly, crushing every inch of space and annihilating every inch of it. The first is the strongest technique. The Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. Primal Chaos, open. The Primal Chaos City Leader welcomed it with a palm. The palm swiftly expanded, becoming a huge golden glowing palm. Within it a universe was born. The Primal Chaos split, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and many other energies were born. Pung! The huge golden palm directly smashed against the huge hammer that seemed like it could destroy the world. Rumble, the huge divine hammers collapsed and turned into a golden armored expert. The golden armored expert with 3 faces and 8 arms grabbed the 8 divine hammers and threw them far away. They collided with a whistling cold wind in the distance and froze him. Following which, there was a pung sound as the ice shattered. The golden armored warrior came out from within and shouted, "Amazing, amazing." As expected of the city leader. No wonder the ancestor said that he had the highest chance of becoming the strongest in the universe. Your palm, finger, fist, just one palm and I lost. I was too arrogant. Rumble, a beam of light flashed, the warrior had left. The next most likely to become the strongest in the universe? The Primal Chaos City Leader muttered to himself, shaking his head and sighing, the 2 Sacred Lands universe's universe primal ancestor. No one in the 3 reincarnation eras has seen him before. That Purple Moon universe primal ancestor actually said that about me, causing all the universe lords from the Purple Moon Sacred Land to frequently find me for training battles. It was too common. The Primal Chaos City Leader often met people from the 2 Sacred Lands looking for him. In terms of body, he was far from being as strong as the Star River Lord. His body could only be considered average in size, unable to compare to the heavenly special life forms. However, in terms of battle strength, the Primal Chaos City Leader was publicly acknowledged to be strong. And he was considered to have a high chance of becoming the strongest in the universe. Primal Chaos, Primal Chaos. Ha ha ha, I've been extremely lucky, coincidentally acquired an ultimate treasure called Huge Axe. It's already recognized me as its owner. Haha, tell me about the other universe lords. This is a joyous occasion for our human race, ha ha ha. At this time, the creator of Huge Axe in the virtual universe sent a message to the Primal Chaos City Leader. Ultimate treasure? Did Great Axe obtain a supreme treasure? The Primal Chaos City Leader was extremely excited. This was a grand occasion for the entire human race. He couldn't care less. He immediately told the other universe lords about it. Very quickly, Luo Feng, Darkness Lord, Void Gold Lord and the others all received the news. They were all shocked and excited. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tomorrow is Saturday. The latest update has some readers unhappy. Tomato will use tomorrow's rest day to sort out the plot. Seeing the dissatisfaction with Luo Feng's discovery of the treasure in the review section, thinking he was too lucky, I explained, in truth, there were too many strongest warriors in the universe. with batches and batches of them falling. There were many of them, hence it was normal to find a few treasures. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Absolute treasures were race protection treasures. As the pinnacle races, if they didn't have an absolute treasure within their race, the many absolute beings of the human race would always feel uneasy. And now that the creator of the huge axe had acquired one, this was simply a strong alliance. It made all the human warriors excited. Virtual universe, that independent space, the absolute beings of the human race gathered together. Ever since the ancestor was suppressed, our human race has been waiting patiently. Until today, with the creator of the huge axe having an absolute treasure, our human race's position in the primal universe is unshakable. I was stunned when I first received the news, only now can I confirm it. Ever since the ancestor was suppressed, the demon race, bug race, and automaton race that didn't dare to fight us before have always wanted to suppress us, especially the demon race. Now that the huge axe has an absolute treasure, the two demon ancestors won't dare to be so arrogant anymore. On the long table, plates of delicacies and flasks of wine were served. The creator of the huge axe and the 19 universe lords all sat there, drinking wantonly, discussing loudly and excitedly. Everyone keep it a secret for now. The creator said, I'm still in the inner region of Qingfeng world, it'll take me some time to rush back. And the news of me obtaining an absolute treasure, other than the strongest of our human race, no one else knows. Keep it a secret for now, when the time is right, I'll use the treasure to obtain its miraculous effects. Yes. Right. The universe lords all nodded. The secret of having an absolute treasure would definitely be made public in the future. After all, one couldn't just keep it a secret forever. The creator of the huge axe wasn't like Luo Feng. Luo Feng was only a universe knight right now, even with his high attainments in the engravings and the absolute treasure star pagoda, he wasn't even at the pinnacle amongst the universe lords. At most, his survival abilities were extremely strong. The creator of the huge axe was completely different. A celebration, everyone was happy. This was a huge event for the human race, it represented the final leap of humanity's strength. Naturally everyone was excited, hence they first gathered to drink and celebrate, following which they chatted and laughed. Luo Feng. The primal Chaos City leader carried a black wine cup as he walked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng too carried a flask. Teacher. Luo Feng replied. Ha ha ha, I'm happy today, really happy. Huge Axe is most proficient in axe techniques, and he used it to step into the strongest of the universe. Chaos sighed. This time, he just happened to obtain an omnipotent treasure, a great axe. With such an omnipotent treasure in hand, Great Axe's strength will definitely reach a new height. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Ultimate treasures also depended on whether it was suitable or not. For an axe user to suddenly obtain a sword-shaped ultimate treasure, although it could increase his strength, it was not enough. However, in the end, it was still inferior to using an axe-type supreme treasure. Of course, axe-type ultimate treasures might seem like they belong to the offensive category, but as ultimate treasures, they usually possessed various powers. Luo Feng, you asked me for the detailed information on the universe boat before. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed. I gave you a copy before, I just chatted with Giant Axe, he has even more details, I'll send it to you now. Thank you, teacher. Luo teacher. Huge Axe's creator's map information. Naturally, the more detailed the information about the spaceships, the better. After all, the string map left behind by that Jiafanzi, who came from an unknown reincarnation era, only recorded a very small part of the spaceships. The 3 great danger zones, they were all danger zones. Over the countless years, there wasn't a single warrior who had a complete map of the danger zones. No one had the ability to clearly explore every single area within the danger zones. Teacher, I too have a map related to the universe boat. Luo Feng said. I coincidentally acquired it in the Qingfeng world, I'll send it to teacher. Where did you get it from? Which power? The Primal Chaos City leader carried his wine cup and smiled. However, his smile froze. He held the cup and was stunned for a while, after which he looked shocked at Luo Feng. Good punk, you actually recorded the core regions of the universe boat? Even the information our human race has gathered on the universe boat is only comparable to the one you have. Did you get it from the powerhouses of the first universe era? Normal warriors, even if they look at the map information, they would swiftly destroy it, they wouldn't carry it with them. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Just like our human race, the last time I let you look at it, it was for you to swiftly destroy it. And those who actually carry the map with them are all extremely confident. Like me, or Hugh Jax, or some of the universe lords with extremely strong life preservation abilities, and many of the strongest warriors in the universe. The primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng nodded. The map of the danger zones was a race's secret. Only the highest level of the race could share it. Like the creator of Hugh Jax, he would give it to the other universe lords for free. After Luo Feng gave it to the race, everyone would share it for free. The free sharing here was shared within the race. And no matter how much the external powers paid, the human race wouldn't easily trade with them. Even if they did trade, it would have to go through the upper echelons of the race before they could do it. Or maybe only the creator of Hugh Jax had the right to trade with them. To be able to carry the map with them, they aren't normal beings. I still don't have the ability to kill them. Luo Feng shook his head. I was searching for treasures in the Qing Feng world's water region. I coincidentally acquired a silk map, within it is the map of the universe boat. Silk map? So extravagant? It should be the strongest in the universe. The primal Chaos City leader exclaimed. Right, from the many reincarnation eras, who knows how many strongest have fallen in the distant past. The maps they left behind, or treasure shards etc., can often be found in the 3 great danger zones. The universe lords were drinking and chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Come over. Haha, our human race has another joyous occasion. The creator of Hugh Jax shouted. The eyes of some of the surrounding universe lords lit up as they sat back in their chairs. Some even shouted, Founder Great Axe, what's the good news? Has someone acquired an absolute treasure? Pungong, how do you think an absolute treasure is so easy to acquire? The creator of Hugh Jax smiled and looked at Luo Feng, saying, Luo Feng, in the Qing Feng world's water region, he coincidentally acquired a silk map left behind by an absolute warrior from an unknown reincarnation era. That map has a portion of the map of the universe boat's region. Hua. Silk map? Universe boat? How big is the area? Such a complete map of the string diagram would normally be very large. The various masters of the universe were all very excited. The creator nodded, his voice booming. The inner region of the universe boat has doubled in size, and there are some core regions. Immediately, there was another round of celebration. Many universe lords raised their wine cups to find Luo Feng. Some thanked Luo Feng, some congratulated him. Amidst this excitement, Luo Feng could feel the unity of the human race. At least in terms of the race, everyone's goal was the same. Luo Feng. Hugh Jax personally walked over to Luo Feng, looking for him alone. Creator Hugh Jax. Luo Feng replied. You've given the map for free, and it's a danger zone map. The creator's gaze was sharp, exclaiming, it's a huge contribution to the race. However, the stronger the warrior, the stronger the race, the stronger the warrior's contribution. Logically speaking, this map of yours should be worth more than 10,000 supreme treasure points. However, the race's treasures are limited, it's also because of the countless years of contribution by the universe lords. Hence when the contribution is too big, the race can't give you anything in return. Hugh Jax looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed too. He understood. The race's treasure trove was limited too, just relying on the contribution of the 10 universe lords and the strongest warriors. The universe lord's contribution was still lesser, mainly the creator. The creator's large amounts of treasures were all placed within the race, completely free of charge. The maps he collected were all given to the race, almost like a leader taking care of the race, protecting it. Hence I can only give you 5,000 treasures. The creator said. Creator Hugh Jax, you're giving it all for free. Luo Feng said. What you need is power. The creator smiled and glanced at Luo Feng, no need to reject, 5,000 treasures, that's all. You can't get more even if you want it. You can't reject it either. As for wanting to contribute more to the race, do it as soon as possible. Step into Universe Lord. Luo Feng nodded heavily. He felt more and more that the human race relied on these 19 masters of the universe and one creator of Giant X. Of course, there was also the formless influence of the ancestors. With such a group of beings fighting, huge acts, primal chaos, and the others were the leaders, any problems that needed to be solved by them. I too will contribute more to the race and hold up the skies. Luo Feng thought. The detailed information from the race on the universe boat, combined with the detailed map. Trouble. Luo Feng sat in a corner of a restaurant very close to the Luo residence in Yangzhou City. The sunlight shone through the glass and shone on his body. Luo Feng held a cup of tea and frowned. According to the information, the so-called keepsakes of the Cosmos boat of the three great Deathlands are also divided into different grades. From the lowest to the highest, they were the black token, the green token, and the silver token, these three grades. And the black token usually requires an extremely strong universe lord to be lucky enough to get it. The green token is usually in the hands of the strongest in the universe. The silver token seems to only be in the hands of the two sacred lands. Luo Feng frowned. The green token represented the secret room space. It was deep within the universe boat's inner region. It was considered the border of the core region. It was already extremely dangerous. Normally only the strongest in the universe had the ability to get the green token. Jiafanzi. If you left your treasures, you could have chosen a place that was easier to reach, like the black token secret room space. I would have had a chance. But you insisted on hiding it in the green token room space. Even my teacher Primal Chaos City leader doesn't have a guarantee of entering that place. You want me to? Luo Feng sighed within. Even though he was helpless, 3 months after returning to Earth, Luo Feng left the primal universe alone and entered the Universe Sea, this time heading towards the universe boat. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. About swallowing the star, Tomato would also like to talk about it seriously and analyze my real state. When he was writing Stellar Transformation and Coiling Dragon, the more he wrote, the more he would fall into a bottleneck state. There would be many states such as irregular updates and frequent leave to make up for updates. Now the same situation had happened to Swallowing the Star. The first reason for this was that after writing for a long time, he would be mentally tired. An online writer would be full of passion when writing a novel at the beginning. When he first started writing, he would feel like pissing himself and writing to his heart's content. But as time went by, he would be mentally tired and feel bored. So there were many eunuchs in online novels and so on. It was because he was tired that he needed to adjust his state and put himself into the world of Swallowing the Star again to find that kind of surging passion. With passion, he would write to his heart's content. Without passion, he would be very, very tired. The second reason was also because of the plot. When a book was first written, it was like a blank piece of paper. Naturally, he could write to his heart's content. But after writing 2 or 3 million words, every plot had to be considered before and after, and even the overall layout, and so on. Thinking about the plot was like pulling his hair out. The third reason was that Swallowing the Star was the longest I had ever written. Every other book took about a year to write, but now I had been writing for a year and a half. I hadn't had a long vacation to relax my mind for a year and a half. 3 reasons. Now many people in the book review section were talking about Tomato, saying that Tomato was not as passionate as he used to be. They said that he was disappointed. Tomato was ashamed. In the past, he would sit in front of the computer with bright eyes, surging with passion, fingers flying, and quickly finish a chapter. He would write to his heart's content. But now he was sitting in front of a blank document for a long time. Every chapter was written with passion. If there was no passion at all, the article would be like chewing wax. Tomato thought about it. If he didn't make a decision, he would be in trouble. I haven't been able to really stop for several months. I'll stop for a while this time. Tonight, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. I'm completely emptying my mind. I don't write novels but relax myself, then let my thoughts wander in the world of novels and let my passion burst forth. On Wednesday, I started to update again. the 5 chapters 10 will be made up later, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The vast universe sea was filled with endless chaos energy. A silver-winged black-haired man. Shwa. 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 He left behind many afterimages as he teleported through the endless universe sea. It was Luo Feng who had left the primal universe and was heading towards the universe boat alone. It was different from the first time he went to Qingfeng world. Even though it had only been over 1,000 years, because he absorbed large amounts of origin energy in the wing space, it allowed the Wu killer wings to recover and reach a perfect state. The moment that golden light spread out, its power would make even Luo Feng speechless. As the saying goes, every move would be weaker than the last. Other warriors might have strong attacks, strong defense, strong god bodies, strong techniques etc. However, no matter how many weaknesses he had, just relying on the perfect Wu killer wings, the blazing sand cup and the miniature universe combined, at least this alone was enough to sweep away all other pinnacle domain treasures. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, and if he wanted to leave, he could leave. Everything was in his hands. I really can't wait. This journey, once my willpower reaches the universe's strongest level, I'll be able to return to Qingfeng world and retrieve that white wing. I'll be able to return to Qingfeng world and retrieve the white wings. Luo Feng couldn't help but anticipate. As he leisurely thought about it, he continued to teleport at a high frequency. Hua. Suddenly he stopped. Natural wormhole. Luo Feng looked at the distant huge twisting space whirlpool and revealed a smile. Rushing through the universe sea was simply too boring. There were chaos energy currents everywhere. Sometimes he would teleport for 1 to 2 days at a time, and at such a high frequency of teleportation, everywhere he passed, there was no sense of up or down, left or right, there was only the eternal chaos energy currents. It was indeed boring. Hence when he saw this natural wormhole, it was like a piece of green on a piece of white paper. This trip to the universe boat, I'm afraid I'll have to stay there for a very long time. Luo Feng muttered softly. Before he left, he had already looked up large amounts of information on the universe boat to determine where to train his willpower. The universe boat was simply too huge, and the inner region was too dangerous. There were many places he couldn't even teleport to. His destination was a place to train his willpower. The universe boat was one of the 3 danger zones, with countless dangers. Just the internal training grounds alone, according to the human race's information, there were many places with different environments. There was a place called the Black Engraved Stone Pillar. Luo Feng's human race called it the Heavenly Demon Pillar. It was one of the countless wonders within the universe boat. There were a total of 16 heavenly demonic pillars, black patterned stone pillars. Each of the 16 heaven-reaching demonic pillars was over 1,000 light-years tall and contained boundless might. No attack could damage them, nor could they be taken away. These 16 demonic pillars propped up a strange space. Within that strange space, there were huge secret rooms, each with its own independent space. Each chamber corresponded to a black token, and only those with the black token could enter the chamber. As for Jia Fanzi, he had left behind an even higher grade azure token. Similarly, the secret room corresponding to the green keepsake was even deeper. It was at the end of the inner region and could be considered as the edge of the core area. Even the strongest people in the universe have to be careful. Even the primal Chaos City leader and the others didn't dare venture that far, and the heavenly demon pillars were much closer, the difficulty was much lower. At least the primal Chaos City leader, Star River leader, Ice Peak leader, and Yong leader etc. all dared to attempt it. Spending hundreds or even thousands of years in the inner region would be able to reach there. The heavenly demon pillars were very mysterious, emitting endless willpower attacks. The closer one got, the more terrifying the willpower attacks were. And the closer one got to the heavenly demon pillars, the faster the time flow, a time flow ratio of 100 to 1? 1000 to 1, it was because of the time flow that Luo Feng decided to head towards the heavenly demon pillars. After all, just by going deeper and deeper into the inner region to reach the training grounds, it would probably take hundreds or even thousands of years. Going back and forth would take a very long time. Not to mention the time needed to reach the strongest willpower in the universe. The heavenly demon pillars could save time. Naturally, it was Luo Feng's first choice. Primal Planet's biggest treasure trove is within the Divergent God Palace. There will definitely be pinnacle domain-level treasures and many parts. Luo Feng had to make a decision. He had acquired a Qi Mirror Stone, he had the right to enter. However, he might not be able to make it in time. After all, the moment all 36 stones were produced, the Divergent God Palace would open. Those with the stones would be able to enter. If the palace opened and he was at the Heavenly Demon Pillar, by the time he rushed back, it would be hundreds or thousands of years. The fight for the treasures in the palace would probably be over by then. The Qi Mirror Stone, I'll leave it in my god country. If the palace opens and I can rush back in a short time, I'll go personally. Otherwise, I'll immediately hand it over to my teacher and the others, at least I can't waste it. Luo Feng valued the Qi Mirror Stone, but comparatively, he valued the damaged white wings more. Hua Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew into the natural wormhole, very quickly teleporting to an extremely distant place. Time passed. After spending a total of 12 days in the vast universe sea, he finally reached one of the 3 forbidden grounds, the universe boat. Ahead is the universe boat. Luo Feng continued to teleport for a few minutes. Suddenly the scenery before him changed, the chaos energy became much thinner, and in the distance an incomparably shocking scene appeared. Luo Feng stood in space, looking at the unbelievable scene a few 100 million light-years away. Even though he had read about it before, this was the first time he saw a real universe boat, he was still incredibly shocked. An incomparably majestic universe boat, it was an incredibly huge damaged ship. It was tens of millions of light-years tall and over 100 million light-years long. Its entire body was a mix of deep black and enchanting purple, and the hull of the ship, even Luo Feng from a few 100 million light-years away, he could still see the hundreds and thousands of large amounts of cracks and holes on it. Almost like a ship that had been pierced by large amounts of lasers, and then sliced by large amounts of huge blades, it was extremely damaged. Rumble, an incredible suction force was emitted from the universe boat, madly swallowing the chaos energy around it, causing the chaos energy around it to be extremely thin. As it devoured the chaotic air currents, the entire Cosmos ship released an endless amount of power. Circles of huge flaming rivers surrounded the Cosmos ship, and there was also a vast sea of cold air surrounding it. Amidst the cold air, one could faintly see crystal clear, mirror-like ice. At the same time, huge wind vortexes were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Pa. Huge lightning snakes that were tens of thousands of light-years long wreaked havoc, roaring. Beams of resplendent colored light beams were extremely eye-catching. Huge dark green vines crawled all over the surface of the universe boat, it seemed extremely peaceful. Flames, cold energy, wind, lightning, vines, light beams. At the outer perimeter, there were large amounts of shards that revolved around the universe boat at high speeds. These shards should be the shards that broke off from the ship's body, the countless shards maintained their high speeds. This wasn't what shocked Luo Feng the most. What was most shocking was that beneath the universe boat, there was a dense mass of primal chaos qi. Within the mass of primal chaos qi, one could faintly see gold, red, blue, green, and many other colors flickering. Amidst the primal chaos qi, there was a huge, damaged miniature universe, a mini-universe. Swallowing the mini-universe, it's indeed swallowing the mini-universe. Luo Feng was shocked, the upper half of the mini-universe can no longer be seen, has it been swallowed? The universe boat itself was only over 100 million light-years long. Even though the mini-universe was damaged, its largest diameter was still over 100 million light-years. If one considered the height, the mini-universe was actually even larger. Just what is the origin of the universe boat? Luo Feng couldn't help but think, no other warrior can directly swallow the chaos energy, only the mini-universe can absorb it and convert it into universe energy. However, the universe boat can also swallow the chaos energy, and can even swallow the mini-universe. And it can convert all the energy it absorbs into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, time, space, etc. There are many secret rooms in the universe boat that contain independent spaces, and there are also many places where the flow of time is strange. To be able to do this, it's basically comparable to a mini-universe source. This universe boat, just how was it created? And why is it damaged? It's just that, the legends of the 3 great danger grounds have already been passed through countless eras. Luo Feng thought. Countless warriors would often discover the items left behind by the strongest warriors of the universe, discovering some information. However, no matter which era it was, there would always be records of the three great danger grounds. The eternity of the three great danger grounds was already comparable to the generations of reincarnation in the primal universe. No one knew how the three great danger grounds were created. Luo Feng was shocked by the scene of the universe boat. After teleporting for a long time, he finally arrived at the high-speed universe boat with large amounts of broken pieces. Countless pieces, the smallest was 10 billion kilometers, the largest was a few hundred light years. So, Luo Feng teleported and landed on one of the broken pieces. This piece had a diameter of about 0.6 light years. Other than a few purple markings, the rest were all dark black. This caused the entire piece to emit a pressure that made Luo Feng's heart tremble, and this piece seemed to have some connection with the distant universe boat. Over the countless years, countless warriors had tried, but none had been able to take away a piece of the universe boat. Even when they used all their strength to attack the piece, they couldn't even make it fly around randomly. It was almost as though there was a formless rope tying it to the universe boat. I've already arrived at the universe boat, I'll first head to the human gathering area to take a look. Luo Feng thought. His silhouette flickered in space. After spending about 5 minutes, Luo Feng teleported and appeared on a distorted universe ship fragment that was flying at high speed. This was where the humans of the primal universe gathered in the universe ship. Humans were in the pinnacle world, the universe ship and flowing mountain. These three great danger zones had their own gathering spots. As they had to be extremely careful during the exploration, they would return there to rest after a long period of time had passed. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. After resting, I felt much better. Thank you everyone for your support of Tomato. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The universe boat fragment was very close to the huge wind whirlpool. Even though it was only a little bit of the wind that was dissipating, it caused the universe boat fragment, which was already traveling at many times the speed of light, to be filled with endless howling winds. The winds were like countless blades, enough to shatter a neutron star, madly slashing Luo Feng's body, his hair, his eyelids, his pupils. To Luo Feng, it was like a gentle breeze. Luo Feng. In the distance a silhouette appeared and walked over. Master. Luo Feng looked shocked at the Ice Peak leader. Why are you on the universe boat too? During the battle against Lord Yuan Ao, he and the Ice Peak master had worked together to snatch the string painting. They had fought together against the enemy, and he had even helped the Ice Peak master. Furthermore, they were martial uncle and martial nephew. Therefore, the Ice Peak master, who was widely rumored to be cold and unapproachable, was very close to him. Why can't I be here? The Ice Peak leader said. No, don't our human race in the universe see mainly use the Qingfeng world? Luo Feng said, that's why I thought you would be there. It was indeed the Qingfeng world before. The Iceberg Lord explained, however, you've just contributed an extremely detailed and large map of the universe boat. A new map would always be more rewarding the first time you explore. Naturally, many of our human race's experts would be tempted to come here. What's more, the creator of the huge axe wants to explore the universe boat after acquiring the ultimate treasure. He's currently leaving the Qingfeng world. With his speed, he should be able to reach the universe boat in about 100 years. The creator of the huge axe isn't exploring the Qingfeng world anymore? Luo Feng was shocked, simultaneously flying alongside the Ice Peak leader. He may continue in the future. The Ice Peak leader explained, during the battle with the Yuan Ao Lord, the creator of the huge axe didn't actually reach the depths of the map we acquired. He was very lucky. In the inner region, he found a special place, or maybe some other things happened. Anyway, in the end, he acquired the ultimate treasure. He got it in the inner region? Luo Feng was shocked. Ultimate treasures were usually found in the core region, very rarely appearing in the inner region. Of course it wasn't impossible for it to appear in the inner region. Even the white wings could appear in the water region. What else was impossible? It's in the inner area, so he came out quickly. The Glacial Peak Lord said, right now, our human race's main focus is on the universe Arkansas. As for the unexplored regions of the Pinnacle Realm, we'll probably delay that. Luo Feng understood. The map that he had contributed was much larger, while the map that the Lord of Arcane had obtained was only a few of the dozens of pieces of the map of strings. The description of the map was fragmented, and there was no complete route from the outer realm to the core area. Moments later, a white temple with a round dome was built. In a scar on the broken piece of the spaceship, which was a huge canyon for human beings. Naturally, we're going to enter the inner region of the Cosmos ship's map. Therefore, the peak forces of the human race will come one after another. The Ice Peak Master walked towards the White Palace. Now, 3 have arrived. Me, Master of Void Gold, and Master Xianxia from the other clans of the Hong Alliance. Including you, that makes 4. Xianxia Lord? Luo Feng was shocked. After all, the Hong Alliance is an alliance. With the map that you contributed, we'll also create about 20 to 30% of the map for them. The Ice Peak Lord said, however remember, the foreign races are still foreign races. Even if they're an alliance, we can't give them 100% of our secrets. These secrets were obtained by our human race with our lives. Those who aren't of our race are definitely not loyal enough. There are many who secretly trade with the other powers. Luo Feng nodded. These foreign races relied on humans to survive. When other powers tempt them, they naturally would rather sell information in exchange for benefits. As long as they didn't leave any evidence, there was no way to investigate. Even some of the foreign races, due to certain circumstances, they left the Hong Alliance and joined another alliance. This had happened before in history. Even the human Flame Emperor had left the human race, much less the foreign races leaving the Hong Alliance. Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Lord communicated through their divine energy. The warriors within the shrine couldn't hear them. Luo Feng, Ice Peak. Milky Way Leader, Ice Peak Lord. 2 silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the shrine, welcoming Luo Feng and the Ice Peak Lord. Master of Void Gold, Master Xianxia. Luo Feng shouted. Like the Ice Peak Lord and the Void Gold Lord, they weren't in a rush to enter. Instead, they were waiting for the other human warriors. Luo Feng naturally couldn't be too hasty. He waited patiently. As the days passed, more and more human warriors arrived. Like the Pung Worker Lord and the Desolate Mirror Lord, they were all pillars of humanity. One of the days. Outside the shrine, at the highest point of the canyon. Luo Feng and the Void Gold Lord stood at the edge of the cliff, allowing the winds to howl. What do you have to say to me alone? The Void Gold Lord's eyebrows drooped, his aura was as steady as a mountain. Void Gold Lord. Luo Feng said, back then, our Earth had 3 brothers. Hong was the big brother and I was the third. I believe the Void Gold Lord knows this too. My big brother later became your disciple. At the start, I was still able to contact him. However, he never appeared again. It's been a long time since I've been able to contact him. I wonder what's the situation now. You mean Hong? The Void Gold Lord revealed a rare smile. No wonder he's your big brother. He's indeed a genius. At the start, his improvement wasn't that fast. However, he's special. Normally, warriors progress slower and slower. However, he's different. At the start, his training speed wasn't that fast. However, towards the end, he continued to break through. Shihui was the disciple of the Void Gold Lord. Just how fast was Shihui's training? Compared to him, Hong's training speed was indeed extremely slow. When he first became my disciple, other than willpower and illusions, his other aspects were ordinary. Out of all my disciples, he was the weakest. The Void Gold Lord said. However, towards the end, he was already able to catch up to my other disciples. Tens of thousands of years ago, he went to the Starfield prison to train. After which, he broke through to Undying and reached Emperor level. His name was Fantasy World Lord. Hence, he was directly taught by Hugh Jax and entered Hugh Jax's universe to nurture him. I don't know anything else, you can ask Hugh Jax. In Hugh Jax's universe? Luo Feng nodded. No wonder I couldn't contact him. The human race had 2 small universes, one was the primal universe and the other was Hugh Jax's universe. The ancestor unleashed his heaven-defying technique, the virtual universe, which could cover the entire primal universe. However, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't reach the universe C, hence it couldn't reach the other small universes. As for the primal universe, it was an exception. Because the primal universe was the ancestors, hence it too could be affected. Hence, the virtual universe's range was the primal universe plus the primal universe. And Hong was in Huge Axe's universe, naturally he couldn't contact him. However, I can't compare to you. The Void Gold Lord looked at Luo Feng. In such a short time, to step into the ranks of universe lords, Luo Feng smiled. However, you aren't suited to come on this universe boat. The Void Gold Lord said. Before, when you were adventuring in the outer regions of Qing Feng world, people like the Primal Chaos City leader wouldn't venture too deep into the inner regions. The moment you met with danger, he would rush over to save you. However, this time is different. This is a new map. Many warriors will venture deep into the inner regions to scout. If you met with danger in the outer regions, he wouldn't even be able to save you in time. No problem. Luo Feng replied. I know you have that feather that controls space and time. The Void Gold Lord shook his head. However, if you meet an enemy with a pinnacle domain treasure, breaking that move of yours, you'll really be in danger. Even though you have the ability to form a clone, the moment it's killed, the feather treasure and many other treasures will be taken. That'll be a huge loss. I won't say much. Your treasures are after all your own. If you take the risk, I have no right to interfere. Shua, the Void Gold Lord, flew downwards. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the cliff and gazed down, speechless. After waiting on the universe boat fragment for close to a month, the 16 universe lords from the Great Alliance had gathered here and finally decided to leave. A portion was to explore the outer regions. A portion was to enter the inner regions. The inner regions are dangerous. Even I, your teacher, if I'm careless, will fall. The group of warriors from the Great Alliance flew out of the shrine. The Primal Chaos City leader instructed Luo Feng. Those who dare enter the inner regions are usually at least Ice Peak or Void Gold level. Unless it was someone with a heaven-defying ability to protect their own life. You must not barge in. Luo Feng was speechless. He had to go to the Demon Pillar to train his willpower. He didn't even mention anything about heading to the Green Token Room area, that was already the edge of the core area. If he dared to say he wanted to go, the Primal Chaos City leader teacher would definitely be furious. Primal Chaos, Luo Feng isn't stupid. The Void Gold Lord said beside. He'll occasionally meet danger in the outer regions. In the inner regions, not mentioning the other races, just the natural dangers within the inner regions are something he won't be able to pass. If he goes, he'll just be sending himself to death. He won't be so reckless. The Primal Chaos City leader frowned. He's my disciple. The Void Gold Lord's eyebrows twitched. He revealed a smile. He's a part of our human race. I'm doing this for his own good. Let's go. Worker Pung said. Shua. Shua. Shua, one by one, they swiftly teleported away. The Primal Chaos City leader glanced at Luo Feng with concern before teleporting away. The Void Gold Lord smiled peculiarly at Luo Feng and said, Don't cause trouble. Your teacher and I are in the inner regions. We won't be able to help you in time. Following which he teleported away. They all left, leaving behind those who were prepared to stay in the outer regions. Some wanted to ask Luo Feng to explore with them. No need, I'll go alone. Luo Feng swiftly teleported away. Teleporting time and time again, he spent a total of 20 minutes before reaching the surface of the huge broken universe boat. According to the map left behind by Jia Fanzi and the human race's original map, there were over 100 routes into the inner regions. The human warriors naturally split up, and Luo Feng's destination was the Tong Tian Demon Pillar. Naturally, he chose a route that was closer and less dangerous. According to my calculations, this route has a total of 892 extremely terrifying danger zones. A few safer areas can be teleported forward. However, the more dangerous areas can only be flown slowly. I'll probably need about 500 to 600 years to reach the Tong Tian Demon Pillar. Advance. Luo Feng soared and flew down towards a huge broken entrance that was covered in large amounts of vines. This entrance was a huge crevice. It was about 280,000 light-years long and 92 light-years wide. Around it were huge vines and at the edges of the crevice were countless ice crystals. So, Luo Feng had already entered the dark and cold crevice. P.S. The second chapter has arrived. There will be 3 more chapters today. Tomato is writing the third, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The moment he flew in, all he could see was endless darkness and coldness, with only the ice crystals reflecting the light. So cold. Luo Feng flew at high speed, simultaneously unleashing the golden country. The blurry golden light immediately spread out, enveloping an 80 light-year area. However, some of the ice crystals were unable to penetrate too deep. Within this 80 light-year area, there were still over 1,000 areas with abnormalities that the golden light couldn't penetrate. Only the more normal areas could be clearly scanned. Of course, Luo Feng kept the golden country's power, only using it to scan. After flying for a while, noiselessly, an ice blade sliced through space, sweeping over. From the looks of it, it would reach Luo Feng. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately the golden country's power that was initially kept exploded. Rumbling, it immediately clashed with the ice blade. Receiving this strong external force, the ice blade's direction immediately changed, very quickly flying above Luo Feng. Luo Feng's flying speed quickly reached 90 times light speed. As he flew deeper, the noiseless ice blades grew in number. As the numbers increased, Luo Feng felt that it was getting more troublesome. Flame Ocean. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, activating the blazing sand cup. Rumble, a glaring golden flame immediately spread out. However, the flame ocean's power was much weaker than the golden country. Even with its support, it still didn't make much of a difference to Luo Feng's situation. Hua hua hua, a blur of tens of thousands of ice blades sliced through space, wreaking havoc. As they clashed, they would shatter into countless smaller ice blades, sweeping towards Luo Feng's area. And the flame ocean, the golden country, even if they were to affect it together, it would at most cause the blur of ice blades to slightly change direction. However, the area was too wide. Even if it changed direction slightly, it would still affect Luo Feng. Flame blade. Luo Feng frowned, with a thought. While within the endless flames, the core energy swiftly gathered, immediately forming a over 100 million km long golden blade. The golden blade even had flames revolving around it. This was indeed a usage. Many domain treasures could gather their power to bind and attack an enemy. Nine Ming River was one of them. Like the pinnacle domain treasure Sword River Net, the sword it formed was comparable to a pinnacle treasure weapon. The flaming sand goblet wasn't good at this, but it was a top-grade domain-type supreme treasure after all. The weapon it condensed into would also have the power of a top-grade supreme treasure. Break! Luo Feng began to control the over 100 million kilometers long golden blade engulfed in flames, unleashing its ultimate technique, golden light. His powerful willpower and consciousness used his god energy to control the huge blade, and after over 1,000 years of training in his winged space, Luo Feng's willpower was much stronger than when he first entered the universe sea. Hua, fast as lightning, a poignant yet beautiful golden saber light, bolstered by the full power of the Golden Kingdom, was definitely comparable to an attack from a peak lord of the universe. As the huge blade light slashed at the center of the endless ice blades, some of the blades in the center suddenly trembled and then exploded, causing a large number of ice blades in the explosion area to collide with each other, shattering even more and then scattering in all directions. It caused a hole of about 10 million kilometers in length to appear in the core of the ice blade storm. Whoosh, Luo Feng passed through the hole in a flash and flew past. This is just the first region of the route. It spans about 2,100 light-years. The only problem is the ice blades. The closer I get to the core, the more ice blades there are. Every one of them is comparable to a normal universe lord's full-powered attack. If I were to be surrounded and attacked by large amounts of ice blades, I would indeed be in danger of getting heavily injured. Luo Feng said softly, however, this isn't considered a dangerous region. There were 892 extremely dangerous regions along the route. According to the simple classifications of normal, dangerous, and extremely dangerous, the first region he entered could only be considered normal. Firstly, its power wasn't terrifying enough. Secondly, he could use his domain to scan and teleport to avoid it. Luo Feng flew for 3 days. After experiencing it for a while, he began to advance with high efficiency. If he could teleport, he would rely on it. If he needed to use the extreme long-distance blazing blade to open the path, even if he needed the star pagoda, he would definitely rely on it. It was a dangerous journey. Luo Feng's golden horned beast within his world ring was always within the star pagoda. Even if he met with sudden danger and his earth body was instantly destroyed, at least the golden horned beast within the star pagoda could survive the danger and retrieve the Wu killer wings and other treasures. In the blink of an eye, 21 years had passed. In these 21 years, Luo Feng had truly witnessed how terrifying the inner region was. Compared to some of the extremely dangerous regions, the Iceblade region at the start was simply a vacation spot. Afterwards, he had no way to escape from the many dangerous regions. The Golden Country, Flame Blade, and other techniques couldn't save him at all. He was forced to use the Star Pagoda. He had used it tens of times to withstand the terrifying dangers. Exploring the inner region, a palace treasure is a must. Luo Feng thought, even a top-grade palace treasure. A top-grade palace treasure, even the strongest warriors of the universe couldn't destroy it. A palace-type treasure of this level was enough to withstand a lot of dangers. Hua hua hua, huge jade-green ropes flew out of the endless black ocean and enveloped Luo Feng. In this black ocean nightmare region, Luo Feng was incomparably relaxed. Using the Golden Country, he could accurately find a safe spot and immediately teleport over. Time and time again, teleporting, occasionally relying on the Golden Country to suppress the ropes, bordering the black ocean was an endless expanse of black rock land. Above the black rock was the molten magma. The floating magma would frequently fall, at the same time large amounts of peculiar flaming boulders would fall from the magma ocean and smash downwards. The black ocean region ahead is really relaxing. However, it's rare to have such a relaxing day. It's going to be troublesome down there. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the black rock land, looking up at the floating endless magma ocean. This region was called the God Annihilating Stream. Out of the 892 extremely dangerous places he had chosen, this place was the most dangerous, enough to be ranked in the top 3. The God Annihilating Stream was separated into an endless magma ocean above and an endless rocky land below. To pass through, one had to travel between the two. Along the way there would be many dangers. The other dangers were fine. Luo Feng believed that with the Golden Country, Flame Blade, and Star Pagoda, he would be able to pass through. However, the most terrifying thing about the God Annihilating Stream was the lava demon. The lava demon was close to 10 billion kilometers tall. Its entire body was made of thick rock and endless magma. It only had 3 eyes and a ferocious fangs that revealed its mouth. It had 4 huge arms. Its intelligence was very low. It could even be said to have no intelligence at all. However, its strength was incomparably terrifying. The lava demon only used its huge body to fight with its fists and legs. However, its fist and leg techniques were incomparably profound. In a battle, even the strongest with powerful treasures in the universe would be at a disadvantage. Its body was indestructible. Till now, no one had been able to injure it. The moment it fought, only the strongest of the universe could barely escape from it. And universe lords would definitely fall if they fought it. Xianxia's information and humanity's information both had an introduction to the God Annihilating Stream. Xianxia's introduction was more detailed. All in all, there was a common understanding. As long as one was caught by the lava demon, those who weren't the strongest of the universe would definitely die. Even if I hide in the Star Pagoda, if I were to be caught by the lava demon, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I wanted to. I would be trapped forever, and in history, even those who hid in the pinnacle of palaces and treasures would quickly fall. Luo Feng sighed. How was the lava demon born? No one knew. Many experts even guessed that the lava fiend god was formed from the remains of a group of users of the Cosmos boat. Hence it could withstand the universe's strongest attacks without suffering any damage? However, these were all guesses. One only knew that the lava demon had no intelligence at all. Yet its strength was incredibly powerful. Luckily, it had domain concept. It definitely wouldn't leave the area of the God Annihilating Stream. Within the God Annihilating Stream, there were a total of 9 lava demons. The lava demon is close to 10 billion kilometers tall. Luo Feng thought. And its fists and legs are extremely fast. The moment I get within 10 billion kilometers of it, even the star pagoda won't be able to escape. Even the creator of the huge axe would have to hide. 9 lava demons. Let's hope my luck is good and I can dodge them. The god-annihilating stream spanned close to 10,000 light years. There were even some regions where the space was completely frozen without any ripples. There were very few regions where one could teleport. And there were many places where one couldn't even see through the golden light. Forward. Luo Feng's wings flapped. The endless golden light first spread out 80 light years and then flew straight into the god-annihilating stream. The scorching temperature made Luo Feng crease his eyebrows. It was enough to destroy a universe night. Hua. 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 Occasionally, large amounts of magma would fall from the sky, crashing towards the ground. Luo Feng had to dodge carefully. The magma that fell was the most common, and the danger was very low. The most dangerous were the huge rocks that hadn't even melted in the magma ocean. As these rocks fell at high speeds, the force of impact was enough to smash a universe lord to death. However, since they were dead objects, they could still be dodged. Break! The golden flame blade that spanned over 100 million kilometers fiercely slashed down on a huge rock that was tens of millions of km long. This slash immediately caused the huge rock to fly to the side. Lava fell, celestial bodies and rocks fell. Luo Feng carefully advanced. On the 11th day since Luo Feng entered the god-exterminating stream, in a corner where Luo Feng's domain couldn't reach, a head popped out from one of the caves on the black stone ground. The head had sparse fiery red hair, and on the head's one eye was looking at the silver-winged silhouette swiftly advancing in the sky. There's someone who dares to enter the god-annihilating stream. Ah, isn't this the new universe lord of the primal universe humans? Silver Wing Leader? The head creased his eyebrows and muttered. Even though the human race announced Luo Feng's title as Milky Way Leader, however Luo Feng's fame in the Qingfeng world was due to his silver wings, hence the other races called him Silver Wing Leader. Little punk, you've only become a universe lord not long ago. With the silver wings that can control space and time, you actually dare to overestimate yourself and enter the inner region? And you still dare to enter the god-annihilating stream? Hee, looks like this silver wing will fall into my hands. A human childlike fiery red silhouette flew out of the cave. P.S. Today's 3rd chapter is completed. Today's 3rd chapter is the first of the 5 chapters that I have yet to make up for. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. It had been 11 days since he entered the god-annihilating stream. Luo Feng was getting more and more careful. This was definitely the most terrifying danger he had faced within the universe boat so far. Even without considering the lava demon god that had yet to appear, he still couldn't be careless within the god-annihilating stream. Rumble rumble rumble. Occasionally, lava would fall from above, causing the temperature of the god-annihilating stream to reach an unbelievable level. Space itself was already warping, and occasionally, huge rocks would fall from above. Luo Feng, who had been flying carefully, suddenly frowned. His golden country had actually discovered a strong life form behind him. He is the first universe. Reincarnation Erazine Tua? Within his memories, he swiftly matched this warrior's aura and appearance. In Tua, a warrior from the first universe reincarnation era, a special life form. He looked like a child, however he was actually a unique special life form In Tua from the first universe reincarnation era. Even in Luo Feng's era, this special life form didn't appear. He was extremely strong. Coincidentally, he trained in the Gold Beast God path. He was extremely proficient in close combat, simultaneously he was proficient in spirit weapon attacks. His spirit weapon was the famous pinnacle of spirit weapon treasures, the golden sulfone armor. In terms of battle strength, he should be at the pinnacle of the universe lords. He was probably comparable to the Ice Peak Lord and the Void Gold Lord. Of course, because he was a special life form, his natural god body was very special. To kill him, it was simply too difficult. Of course, the foundation of the ancestral god sect was the primal universe origin laws. And after the first reincarnation, the ancestral god sect had escaped from the first universe era, unable to return to the primal universe. Without the primal universe origin laws to support them, the ancestral god sect's strength was naturally gone. From a strong power before, it had become a loose alliance. However, Xianxia himself was definitely an extremely difficult being to deal with in the first universe era. He was even more difficult than the Yin Emperor. It's actually him? Luo Feng frowned. Even if the Void Gold Lord stops me, it's still better than him. He can't be killed. Suddenly Xianxia, who was chasing behind, suddenly tried to seize control of space and time. The endless blurry gold light shook slightly before forcefully repelling him. In terms of control of space and time, even before his trip to the wing space, Luo Feng had already surpassed normal universe lords. Not to mention the current situation. Ha ha ha, little human fellow. A sharp voice suddenly resounded in Luo Feng's ears. You sure have guts, actually daring to come to the god-destroying stream. Hee hee, your silver wing treasure is indeed special. This blurry golden domain is indeed as strong as the legends say. As long as you give me this silver wing, I'll spare you. How about it? Xianxia, you really know how to dream. Wake up. Luo Feng laughed coldly. Boom! Through his golden kingdom, he controlled a huge celestial rock that suddenly plummeted from the endless sea of lava. The largest diameter of the celestial rock was about 300 million kilometers, and it was already crashing downwards at a terrifying speed. It should be noted that as long as this celestial rock reached 100 million kilometers in diameter, it could easily smash most lords of the universe to death. Moreover, this celestial rock had the support of the Golden Kingdom, which greatly increased its power. It changed direction slightly and directly enveloped Xianxia below. Rumble! The celestial rock caused space to distort even more, transforming into a dazzling illusory stream of light that fell downwards at a speed of 100 times the speed of light. Xianxia, who was chasing behind, fiercely roared. Immediately golden shards shot out from his body, trillions of them instantly floated in midair and revolved around his body. At first glance, the countless golden shards were so dense that they seemed to be able to touch each other. Following which large amounts of origin law threads weaved within, the golden shards began to embed, connect and fuse. Crack, chi, hua, the dense sounds instantly formed into a huge golden one-horned lizard that was about 100,000 kilometers long, the golden beast god. It looked exactly the same as the golden beast god. This one-horned lizard exuded the aura of a beast god. As for Xianxia himself, he was inside the body of the giant one-horned lizard. What a profound golden beast technique. Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was simply the rebirth of a beast god, he still couldn't reach such a level. Howl along with the golden-horned lizard's roar, facing the incoming huge celestial rock, it actually didn't dodge at all. Instead, it roared and welcomed it head-on. It was as if he was facing a crazed wolfhound charging at the locomotive. In an instant, the two collided. Pung! At the moment of collision, the golden-horned lizard slightly changed its form, its huge tail fiercely lashed out, hitting the celestial rock, causing it to shake slightly and change its direction, continuing to fall downwards. And the boundless force of the celestial rock exploded the moment it clashed with the tail. Rumble! The golden-horned lizard felt the force and immediately changed direction, flying at high speed towards Luo Feng. It actually dared to borrow strength? Luo Feng was shocked within, indeed the undying Xianxia. Little human punk, you've angered me. The golden-horned lizard opened its mouth and spoke. Ha ha ha, this is called angering me, won't you be angered to death in a while? Luo Feng turned to look, the golden-horned lizard was still waving its tail in mid-air, easily changing directions and dodging the falling lava. It had already unleashed the golden beast's godly path to an unbelievable level. Luo Feng sighed within, this was simply like watching the beast god revive, he felt like he was battling the beast god from back then. I didn't expect that I, Luo Feng, would instantly have the strength to battle the beast god. Luo Feng was still happily thinking about this, suddenly in the distant sky above the lava sea suddenly formed a huge whirlpool, the originally still magma sea began to spin. Magma whirlpool? Luo Feng was shocked within, the magma whirlpool was one of the most terrifying threats in the god-destroying stream, it was only second to the lava demon god, one of the 7 greatest threats. There weren't many records of lava whirlpools among the human race, but Xianxia's records were extremely detailed. He had even described what would happen if one were to fall into a lava whirlpool. Clearly, Xianxia had entered one of those whirlpools many years ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the magma whirlpool spun, a terrifying gale began to form in the surrounding few light years, causing some of the huge rocks that had fallen from the black rocky ground to actually leave the ground and begin to spin in mid-air. The speed was different, and as time passed, the huge rocks began to spin faster and faster. Ahead is the magma whirlpool. And as time passes, the magma whirlpool will get bigger and bigger, the area it affects will get bigger too. Its expansion speed will definitely be faster than your escape speed, and the surrounding space has long been frozen. There's no space ripple. Even if you want to escape, you won't be able to. Haha, you actually dare to come to this god-destroying stream. I've already roamed here for hundreds of years. This is like my home. You want to fight me? Haha. The golden-horned lizard's voice resounded. Like your home? Will the lava demon god show mercy if it sees you? Luo Feng's words caused the golden-horned lizard to be speechless for a while. Just speak, you won't be able to speak in a while. After a while, the golden-horned lizard said this. The more the magma whirlpool spun, the bigger it got, the area it affected expanded madly. In a blink of an eye, it reached Luo Feng and the others. Rumble, the endless gale was extremely powerful. Trapped in this gale, every 0.01 seconds was equivalent to a full-powered punch from an expert who had just entered the Lord of the Universe. Even though an early Universe Lord's full-powered punch didn't seem very powerful, one had to know that within the endless gale, one would be hit constantly, every 0.01 seconds was that strong. Just 1 second was equivalent to being hit by over 100 punches, and this would continue on. If it was a Universe Lord with weaker defense, even if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Luo Feng was able to withstand it, only his flying speed was completely reduced. Ha ha ha, in these hundreds of eras, I've endured over 100 million times in the magma whirlpool. Arrogant human, you're dead. That golden-horned lizard however moved with the gale, constantly spinning, simultaneously its tail swinging, making it like a fish in water, easily moving forward in the gale. Hua, the golden-horned lizard very quickly flew to the surface of a huge celestial rock. Ka-cha, its 4 claws fiercely extended and pierced into the rock. Following which, with its divine energy, it began to fly at high speed towards Luo Feng, borrowing the strength of the wind. It seemed as though it was flying in arcs and was being suppressed by the Golden Country, however its speed was still much faster than Luo Feng's. Rumble. Under the guidance of the golden-horned lizard, that huge celestial rock that was close to 1 billion km in diameter became faster and faster. The moment it got faster, it would be hard to even slow down. It immediately rushed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression changed as he saw this. Immediately flapping his wings, he flew towards a distant celestial rock that was flying at an extremely high speed, very quickly landing on the largest rock with a diameter of close to 300 million kilometers. You really know how to dodge. The golden-horned lizard controlled the huge rock. Luo Feng was on a slightly smaller celestial rock. Rumble, rumble. Just like Mars colliding with Earth 1 trillion times stronger, rumble rumble within the endless raging winds, the huge celestial bodies finally collided. The powerful force caused them to finally break apart, breaking into many huge rocks, and Luo Feng, who was only slightly affected, still felt his divine body tremble. Hua, a huge golden claw passed through the heavy rocks, grabbing at Luo Feng's head. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The shattered rocks flew in all directions, causing the space around to distort. The golden claw passed through large amounts of rocks and arrived before Luo Feng's eyes. Scram! Luo Feng's body slightly moved. Slash! The glaring silver blade's light flashed in an instant. The 4 silver wings on Luo Feng's back suddenly enlarged, and the edges of the wings became incomparably sharp. He directly unleashed the blade technique golden light and slashed onto the scales of the golden claw, clashing head-on with the golden claw. Pa! The silver blade light clashed with the scales. Following a huge rumble, the golden-horned lizard slightly swayed to the side, after which it was pushed back by the flying rocks. Luo Feng too was pushed back. Good wings, even using them as blades are so powerful. The golden-horned lizard roared and rushed forward again. Luo Feng laughed coldly. What a joke. Ever since his Wu Slayer wings developed a spirit and gained some of its fragmented memories, Luo Feng finally knew the true nature of the Wu Slayer wings. Although the Wu Slayer wings contained many functions, its main purpose was to fight. It was like a saber. The other 5 pairs of wings were the back of the saber and other supporting parts, while the uppermost pair of wings was the blade. That damaged white wing was the blade of the sword, of course one was the blade, the other the back. It couldn't be said that the other wings of the Slayer of Wu's wings were inferior. In terms of toughness, the Slayer of Wu's wing was superior. The white wing was sharper, and so after that battle, the other wings were not damaged except for the white wing. The white wing's main point was its sharpness. Even though the edges of the Wu Slayer wings were already very sharp, they couldn't compare to the white wing. After going through the energy conversion, the white wing's blade light was terrifyingly powerful. And the white wing itself was naturally even more terrifying if it was slashed. The Wu Slayer wings weren't that powerful. However, he was still a part of the original wing treasure. And after absorbing the energy to repair itself, it had already reached a level comparable to a miraculous item. Just using it as a blade, it was definitely comparable to a pinnacle treasure blade. Clang! Luo Feng immediately pulled out the blade on his back. Intua, you think I'm afraid of you, aren't you just called undying? But ravaging you isn't a problem. Luo Feng wielded his blade and immediately became a beam of light flying through the countless shattered rocks. With a stomp of his feet, a 10,000 kilometers large rock flew in the air. Whoosh, he charged directly at the golden one-horned lizard. How insolent. The golden-horned lizard rushed over angrily, lowering its head, its single horn headed straight for Luo Feng. However, what welcomed it was an endless blazing flame. The sea of flames and the golden kingdom overlapped each other. A golden saber light flashed, followed by a silver light. Luo Feng's blade and the left wing on his back simultaneously unleashed the secret technique golden light, and under the support of the flame sea and the golden country, they seemed to strike the golden-horned lizard's sturdy head one after the other. The point of impact caused cracks to appear in the black space. Following which, the golden-horned lizard and Luo Feng were both blown away. Even some rocks that were flying at 100 times the speed of light were knocked away. You have time-space and domain buffing, that's why you're on par with me. Obviously your god body technique is very weak. I don't believe you won't die in this god-destroying stream. The golden-horned lizard roared. Luo Feng glanced at the golden-horned lizard. From the start of the battle till now, he had yet to unleash his true trump card. The golden country's power that he was controlling had always been at the same level as when he first entered the cosmic sea. He hadn't truly unleashed it to its absolute limit yet. The golden country along with the sea of flames, back then it was already able to suppress the Young Emperor's pinnacle domain treasure. Under normal circumstances, he could only maintain it to that level. As for the limit, the golden country, the moment it was unleashed to its limit, it would be at the level of a wonder. Just the golden country alone, even if Luo Feng's godly strength was weak, it was still comparable to a universe lord's pinnacle domain treasure. And it wasn't the likes of the Sky Wolf leader and the others, but the Primal Chaos City leader and the Star River leader, these absolute pinnacle beings. If I unleash the full power of the golden country, the news of Wu Yuyi's killing power will spread even further, causing even more warriors to covet it. Luo Feng thought, if there's no need, I'd better not use this move. Luo Feng wasn't afraid of being exposed. So what if he was exposed? Who could snatch it away from him? It was just that. Intua alone didn't have the right to force him to use it. Intua, you only have this little bit of strength. It's enough to spar with you, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Luo Feng stood in midair in the distance, his gaze focused. Immediately the endless sea of flames condensed into a huge flame blade. He immediately unleashed his blade technique and slashed at the golden-horned lizard. Luo Feng turned and immediately flew forward at high speed, only using a portion of his consciousness to control the flame blade to battle the golden-horned lizard. Pung! Pung! The flame blade was comparable to a pinnacle treasure. Along with the golden country's support, even though it was weaker in battle. It was only at the level 3 universe lord level. Even if it couldn't defeat the golden-horned lizard, it could at least obstruct it. Human, don't flee. The golden-horned lizard roared. So, Luo Feng continued to fly at high speed. The golden-horned lizard clashed with the flame blade again and again, yet still persistently chasing. Even though he knows he can't catch up, and can't do anything to me, he's still chasing? Luo Feng frowned. Gazing ahead, the power of the magma whirlpool was getting more and more terrifying. The black stone ground was cracking and large amounts of huge stones were spinning and flying at high speed in midair. Luo Feng laughed as he watched. This old bastard, so he's trying to bully me because I don't know the true secret of the magma whirlpool. No matter how the flame blade slashed, the golden-horned lizard persistently chased. Intua, do you think? I don't know the danger in the center of the magma whirlpool, the annihilation whirlpool? Luo Feng's voice resounded around the golden-horned lizard. The golden-horned lizard was shocked, stunned for a while. How does he know? Impossible. That annihilation whirlpool is formless and colorless, and in the center of the magma whirlpool, there's no way to detect it. Normal warriors would avoid the center of the magma whirlpool when they discover the danger, and wouldn't foolishly charge into the center. Even my ancestral god sect only found out about this secret in this reincarnation era. Intua was shocked. I was originally planning to wait for him to circle around the center and use my technique to activate the annihilation whirlpool to hit him. My godly body is strong and my talent is special, that's why I could barely escape the annihilation whirlpool. A large number of universe lords, the moment they fall into that formless whirlpool, they'll be instantly destroyed, unable to even escape. But since Luo Feng knew, naturally he wouldn't fall for it. Plus Luo Feng's control of his domain, he wouldn't even have the chance to use his technique to activate the annihilation whirlpool. How does he know? Even the many powers of the second reincarnation era know very little about it. And the primal universe powers have scouted the 3 great danger zones very little. How could this secret? Intua was furious. One had to know, when universe lords fought, it was very hard to kill their opponents. However, in the 3 great danger zones, if one's survivability was stronger, and had a deeper understanding of the dangers of the 3 great danger zones, one could completely use the terrifying dangers of the danger zones to kill the opponent. Luo Feng however laughed loudly, becoming a beam of light and flying into the distance. At this time, in the center of the black rocky land caused by the magma whirlpool, a large number of rocks had been shattered and thrown away, revealing a dark blue spaceship that was previously covered by a large number of black rocks. However, this dark blue spaceship had a large number of damaged scars. At this moment, under the strong wind, this damaged dark blue spaceship gradually began to leave the ground, slowly emerging from the endless black rocky land. Treasure! The golden-horned lizard immediately rushed over. It's a treasure! Luo Feng was slightly stunned, following closely behind and rushing over. The 3 great danger zones all had large amounts of treasures appearing, even the creator of the huge axe acquired one in the inner region of Qingfeng. However, after being in the universe boat for so many years, this was the first time he saw a treasure. Even though it's a damaged treasure, its energy is very strong, and the environment here is terrible, with many dangers. The weaker treasures would have been destroyed long ago, and from the energy, it's probably a top-level palace treasure. Luo Feng swiftly made his judgment. It's fine if it's slightly damaged, teacher sitting passenger can easily repair it. Even if it's used for the white wings in the future, that'll be good too. Normal and high-level treasures had no way of surviving in the environment of the god-destroying stream. It's mine. Intua roared. Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? Luo Feng sneered. He was the closest to the core region, and he had control of his domain. When the huge dark blue ship emerged from the black rocky land, it was immediately bound by the golden light and flew towards Luo Feng, following which a thread of god energy swiftly permeated the ship. Bastard! Intua gritted his teeth. He hated it. Why did he stay in the god-destroying stream for so long? Because the god-destroying stream was the pinnacle of danger in the inner region of the universe boat. The more dangerous the place, the stronger the treasures that appeared. He didn't have the ability to enter the core region, hence he stayed in the god-destroying stream for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. He knew that when the magma whirlpool caused chaos in the god-destroying stream, treasures would appear too. He didn't expect it to coincidentally appear at this time. Ha ha ha, a top-grade flying palace-type treasure, even though it's damaged, it's still a huge gain. What an unexpected gain. This Xianxia is really my lucky star. Luo Feng controlled the dark blue ship to fly towards him. On the other side of the magma whirlpool, two silhouettes suddenly shot out from a deep cave, becoming two beams of light swiftly flying towards the magma whirlpool. It was a male and female from the Holy-Eyed clan. The appearance of the magma whirlpool, causing countless rocks to shatter. There's a high chance of treasures appearing. Look, that dark blue ship is the treasure. Lord of Five Turbid, look, there's a golden horned lizard. Oh, it should be Xianxia. One Xianxia isn't much to the Lord of Five Turbid. Ah, there's another person? The two similarly stationed in the god-destroying stream, after sensing the magma whirlpool, swiftly discovered the life form closest to the dark blue ship treasure, a human. Golden light? Silver wing? It's that silver wing leader. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote. For me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Right, it's that silver-winged leader. Five Turbid Lord, that silver-winged leader is so weak, only that feather treasure is special, he actually dares to come here. He's courting death, who can he blame? The two holy-eyed race powerhouses quickly recognized the rather famous primeval universe human. Since they dared to be in God Extermination Stream, their strength was naturally not ordinary. Moreover, the holy-eyed race was the strongest peak race in the first universe's reincarnation era. They were much stronger than the loose ancestor god sect. Luo Feng, who was flying at high speed, swiftly discovered the two holy-eyed clan warriors. It's them, Five Turbid Lord, Archery Master. Archery Master, his strength was roughly on par with his master Ice Peak Lord, and he had a pinnacle domain treasure. He was an expert in archery attacks, which were rare even in the vast universe C. Five Turbid Lord was completely different. He was comparable to the primal Chaos City leader, with a pinnacle domain, palace, and many other treasures on him. I actually met two more holy-eyed clan warriors, they sure have many. The archery master is fine, he's on the same level as Xianxia, but that Five Turbid Lord is troublesome. Luo Feng's expression changed. I heard he simultaneously studies 5 beast god paths. Space metal, space wood, space water, space fire, and space earth. When the 5 of them combine into one, even teacher is only on par with him. Damn it, when I'm down on my luck, I can't believe I've run into 3 masters of the universe and the Lord of Five Turbid in one go on such a huge cosmic boat. Luo Feng knew too, the black stone ground of the god extermination stream had many caves, and below them were endless underground mazes. The underground labyrinth was much safer. Teleportation was possible in many areas, and the danger was lower. The key was the mystery. As long as one could find a safe route and teleport, they would be able to quickly move to another location in the underground labyrinth. They would also be able to quickly avoid the lava demon god and the others. Like the first universe reincarnation era, the holy-eyed clan and ancestral god sect, these large powers spent countless amounts of effort to study the underground maze. They at least knew some safe routes. However, Xianxia's map Luo Feng obtained didn't have. Xianxia was after all the strongest solo warrior. 1. He was strong and didn't care about digging. 2. He didn't have the energy to slowly dig. Xianxia spent most of his energy in the core region, the inner region wasn't worth it. Ha ha ha. Isn't this Xianxia? Xianxia, you're a famous expert in my first reincarnation era. You can't even get a treasure from that little human. I think you should just die, the holy-eyed clan's archery master said with a laugh. Useless. The Lord of Five Turbid snorted coldly. His rumbling voice was accompanied by a mighty water ripple. The water ripple actually destroyed Luo Feng's flame ocean without a sound. With the Lord of Five Turbid as the core, it formed a mighty water ripple. Their voices passed through the water ripple and resounded everywhere. The golden one-horned lizard was instantly enraged. Jiao Jian, Wu Hun, your holy-eyed race is powerful, come on. If you have the ability, then snatch the treasure from that little human. Haha, don't get nothing and instead suffer a loss. The two of us aren't as useless as you. The archery master sneered. Luo Feng watched all of this coldly. As the first reincarnation era was about to reach its end, many warriors were crazy. Even the many powers of the first reincarnation era had infighting. Most of them were madmen. Luo Feng's gaze landed more on the distant Lord of Five Turbid. That was the most troublesome being to deal with. Because only the primal universe could produce a small universe and the strongest of the universe. The moment the first reincarnation era ended, those universe lords would never be able to become the strongest of the universe. Because of this, like the Lord of Five Turbid and other universe lords, they would forever be unable to break through. He has the pinnacle domain treasure water ripple prison on him. However, it's only average amongst the pinnacle domain treasures. Luo Feng thought. No matter how average it was, the power of the Lord of Five Turbid's control was much stronger. Unless he unleashed the full power of the Golden Country, he had no way to resist. So, the damaged universe ship treasure shrunk to the size of a fist and landed in Luo Feng's palm. Human punk, hand over the ship treasure and your wing treasure and I'll spare your life. The archer shouted loudly, the two of us aren't like Yin Tua. We both have pinnacle domain treasures. Any one of us can suppress your wing treasure's control of space. Without the support of space, that bit of strength of yours. I'm afraid you'll die today. It's better to hand it over. Otherwise, we'll lose more. The Lord of Five Turbid looked coldly at Luo Feng. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed. Just now, Yin Tua said the same thing. But in the end? Anyone can talk big. Humph. The Lord of Five Turbid suddenly snorted. Rumble. The boundless water wave purgatory suddenly began to move. The vast amounts of energy essence within the water wave purgatory immediately converged to form massive heavenly pillars. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably huge palm appeared. This palm had a total of 5 heavenly pillars. This palm was 10 billion kilometers in diameter, and the 5 fingers were respectively gold, azure, blue, red, and yellow. The Daos of the 5 great beast gods all ran through it. Since you don't hand it over, then die. The Lord of Five Turbid said coldly. The huge palm immediately enveloped Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked up fiercely. My God, the gigantic palm that was 10 billion kilometers wide, instantly covered everything above it. It was as if the sky had turned dark. The 5 fingers were like 5 pillars that supported the heavens. The gigantic palm suddenly slammed downwards. It was even more terrifying than the gigantic celestial rocks from before. This move made Luo Feng feel a chill within. He too saw how terrifying an existence on the same level as his primal Chaos City teacher was. If he didn't have the Golden Country's support, in a head-on battle, he would probably be killed in one move. Humph! In the distance, the archer master laughed within. I gave him a chance and he didn't cherish it. It's too late for regrets now. This Luo Feng, without the golden light's support, is really weak. In the distance, the golden-horned lizard shook his head. Looks like there's no hope for him. Even if he hides in a palace or treasure, he'll still be caught by Wu Hun. It'll still be a tragedy. When suddenly, the boundless water ripple purgatory that had spread out shook violently. Strands of golden light directly tore apart these boundless water ripples, expelling all the water ripples. In just an instant, the area within several dozen light years had turned into a kingdom of golden light, and the previous boundless water ripple purgatory had completely disappeared. As the water ripple prison vanished, the huge palm formed from the energy of the water ripple prison naturally vanished too, vanishing from above Luo Feng's head. What? The golden-horned lizard was shocked. Impossible. The archer master couldn't help but shout out. What a joke. Even though the water ripple prison wasn't considered a pinnacle domain treasure, it was still one of the pinnacle. And it was even controlled by the Wu Hun Lord. The Wu Hun Lord squinted his eyes for the first time. Looking at the distant Luo Feng's wings, greed filled his eyes. Good wings. Hand over the wings. I'll give you one last chance. The Wu Hun Lord's voice rumbled. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't waste words. At this time Luo Feng's eyes were completely red. Damn. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Hence, even though the wings had evolved, he hadn't fully unleashed its power. However, against the terrifying Wu Hun Lord, he had no choice. Maybe in the future it would attract many greedy bastards. However, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He just didn't want trouble before. Since he had already unleashed his full power, he might as well have some fun. Young punk, you're just too confident. The result of being confident is that you'll fall even faster. The Wuhan Lord's voice rumbled. Simultaneously, he flew at close to 100 times the speed of light towards Luo Feng. Just from the conversation before, the distance between them was already less than 3 billion kilometers. Along with his voice, the one-eyed silhouette behind him grew larger. Weng, the one-eyed silhouette immediately emitted a glaring light in all directions. The land and skies changed. Rumble, the world changed. Luo Feng and the golden-horned lizard entered a brand new world. In the sky there was a huge eye that overlooked the endless land. In the different directions of this new world, at the end of the horizon were gold, green, etc., 5 different colors. Luo Feng was constantly maintaining the vast golden country. At the moment of change, he activated the flame ocean. Wuhan world. Water ripple prison. Destroy. A rumble resounded throughout the entire world. From the sky came a 5-colored light that merged with the endless water ripples. Rumble, it immediately destroyed the endless golden country. Following which the 5-colored light swiftly formed 5 huge fingers that grabbed at Luo Feng. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. His god energy was weak. Hence the golden country itself was only slightly stronger than the water ripple prison. The water ripple prison combined with this world and immediately destroyed the golden country. Rise. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. The vast and boundless chaotic air currents instantly permeated the entire world. The miniature universe membrane was completely close to the limits of the entire world. It was very advantageous to use the miniature universe in the cosmic sea, and when combined with the Golden Kingdom, its power instantly skyrocketed once again. Pung, once again, the 5 fingers dissipated. Everything was destroyed. Clash, clash, clash. Luo Feng controlled the miniature universe and the golden country to attack that world together. This caused the energy consumption of the miniature universe to increase rapidly. Moreover, that side of the world was constantly being attacked by the magma whirlpool. Rumble. 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 In almost an instant, the world collapsed. Following which the miniature universe too dispersed. I attacked twice and you took it on. That's a good pair of wings. The 5-turbid lord looked at Luo Feng. Immediately strange black scales appeared all over his body. Especially his right hand, it became gold. I've fought with your teacher with all my strength before. I didn't think I'd have to use all my strength against you. All my strength? Luo Feng suddenly had a peculiar smile. The 5-turbid lord's expression changed. He felt something and looked up into the distant sky. In the distant endless magma ocean, an incomparably huge arm appeared. Following which, with a low roar, an incomparably majestic lava demon god descended from the magma ocean. Lava demon god. The golden-horned lizard was the first to flee in fear. Lava demon god. The Arrow Research Lord panicked too. Let's go. The 5-turbid lord's expression changed. He was calm and steady. However, his speed was extremely fast as he tried to flee. What a joke. This was the most terrifying lava demon god. Chi endless golden light and flames madly wrapped around the 5-turbid lord, the Arrow Research Lord and the golden-horned lizard. Go? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. None of you will be able to leave. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The moment Lord of 5-turbid saw the lava demon appear from the distant magma ocean, he was shocked. He knew things weren't good, however he was still calm. Because he was clear that with the distance between him and the lava demon, with his abilities, he had enough time to escape to the center point of the maze and teleport. The surrounding space was frozen, making it impossible to teleport. Even in the early stages of the maze, one couldn't teleport. Only in the deepest parts of the maze could there be ripples. Like reaching the center point, one could only escape. That human is really lucky. If not for the lava demon, I would definitely let him have a taste of my 5-beast extinction. The Lord of 5-turbid had high expectations. He had fought most of the new generation universe lords before, even the Galaxy Lord. He didn't even care about the Galaxy Lord. The Galaxy Lord's life force was peculiar, that's why he was able to fight evenly with him. Only the Primal Chaos City leader was worthy of respect. Because the Primal Chaos City leader's god body was smaller, yet he was able to fight the 5-beast extinction head-on. The 5-beast extinction was the fusion of the 5-beast god path's strongest techniques, coupled with the precious treasures he had obtained. The might of his attack was simply inconceivable. He had also spent more than a reincarnation era to truly complete this move. That Primal Chaos City Master was actually able to fight against him. To him, the most likely person to become the strongest in the Primal Universe would probably be the Primal Chaos City Master. ZZZT, 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 many thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as the Lord of Five muddled was about to fly away, he suddenly felt the boundless golden light and flames around him pressing down on him. It was as though there were countless ropes binding him. What? The Lord of Five Turbid turned and looked in disbelief at Luo Feng. If there was no obstruction, he could escape. However, with such a terrifying obstruction, he definitely wouldn't make it in time. None of you can escape. Luo Feng's voice pierced through the golden country and resounded in the ears of Lord of Five Turbid, Yin Tua and the Scholar of Arrow's owner. Human Silver Wing Leader, have you gone mad? The Scholar of Arrow's owner was panicking. He was calm about killing Luo Feng, but he wasn't willing to die himself. Silver Wing Leader, I've already given up on killing you. Don't stop me. The golden-horned lizard roared anxiously. They want to kill you, not me. The Lord of Five Turbid's eyes were cold, obviously he was extremely furious. Silver Wing Leader, you want to die together? Mutual destruction? Luo Feng was flying at high speed, you guys are being obstructed, but to me, it's an aid. This is my domain, haha, of course you guys die, I live. Lord of Five Chaos. I heard that you have a doppelganger, but this is probably your strongest doppelganger, right? You've spent nearly 3 reincarnation eras accumulating precious treasures on it. I believe you'll go crazy if you lose it. We die, and you live? The Lord of the Five Chaos sent his god power into the Golden Kingdom. You're too confident. Once I use the Five Chaos world and combine it with my Water Surge Purgatory, I can completely suppress you. Unless you unleash that miniaturized universe, but if you do that, the 5 Chaos Realms and the miniaturized universe will definitely perish together. I'll unleash it again, and we'll be in a stalemate. When that happens, neither of us will be able to escape. I've already lived for 3 reincarnation eras and am about to reach the end of my lifespan. But you're different. How long have you lived? Your lifespan is too short. It's not worth it to perish together with me. Silverwing Overlord, it's more important for us to run for our lives, Master Arrow Hunter said. Yes, yes, yes. Escaping is more important. Intua also said anxiously. Haha, you have your clones, I too have mine. If we're in a stalemate, then so be it. At most, we'll die together. Luo Feng continued to fly at high speeds. Describing was slow, but at their level of strength, communicating via god energy was terrifyingly fast. And the lava demon god speed was similarly terrifyingly fast, its strength had already reached an unbelievable level. Even the strongest warriors in the universe with powerful treasures could only flee. One could only imagine how powerful it was. He could be said to be the most powerful treasure in human form. He had already reached the level of breaking through the laws with his strength. All laws were meaningless to him. His speed had also far surpassed the limit of 100 times the speed of light. It was thousands of times faster than that. Just as it emerged from the magma ocean, following closely, Rumble, his 2 legs had already stepped on the endless black rock ground. This 10 billion kilometers tall lava demon god stomp was simply stronger than any celestial body by thousands to tens of thousands of times. Rumble, 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 the surrounding region's endless black rock was immediately shattered. Pa pa pa, in the distance, a huge ravine was formed. Simultaneously, the surrounding 10 billion kilometers region's black rock ground had sunk by a few million kilometers. The impact of this stomp caused many of the underground labyrinth's tunnels beneath the black rocky ground to collapse. This stomp, almost like it was stomping on the hearts and souls of the five-turbid Lord, Xianxia, and Master Arrow Hunter. He was panicking. Human, do you really want to perish together with me? The five-turbid Lord's eyes gleamed fiercely. This was his main battle body. He carried the most valuable treasures with him. Just like how Luo Feng carried the Star Pagoda and Wu Yu's wings, the five-turbid Lord was the same. If he died, he would probably go crazy. Human, hurry, hurry, hurry. The Master Arrow Hunter was panicking too. Silver Wing Leader, I've already given up on killing you. Why drag me down with you? Xianxia was panicking too. Even though they were all crazy, dying like this to the lava demon god was too much of a waste. Everyone dying together, we can be considered friends through life and death. Luo Feng could still laugh. The five-turbid Lord looked at the distant lava demon god. Actually, it was still very far away. As the lava demon god's body was simply too huge, he could clearly see it from far away. However, even though it was far away, the lava demon god broke through with his strength. His speed was over 100 times light speed, thousands to tens of thousands of times. This made the five-turbid Lord extremely anxious. His expression began to contort and his eyes gleamed fiercely. He gritted his teeth, Silver Wing Leader, if you continue fighting, we'll all die together. And I swear, I, five-turbid, will definitely chase after you. I'll chase after every single one of your clones. If I see one, I'll kill it. I welcome your pursuit. Your pressure is a form of training for me. Luo Feng mocked. With such training, I'll be able to step on you in the future and step into the strongest of the universe. The Arrow Hunter Lord's face twitched. This despicable human could still joke at such a critical juncture. However, he was clear, to still joke at such a time, to be able to laugh, it meant that Luo Feng's mind was set and couldn't be changed. I didn't. Xianxia was extremely anxious. Didn't you just want to kill me and steal my treasure? If you want to flee now, it's too late. Luo Feng glanced at the golden-horned lizard behind him. At the same time, he looked at the majestic lava demon god. Even though it was far away, its majestic body still made Luo Feng feel the pressure. The five-turbid Lord raged within. He was enraged and angry. The punk he could have easily killed earlier was now dragging him down with him. He really didn't want to die at the hands of a new human punk. Hence, he had to endure. Silver Wing Leader, let's flee together. Release your domain on me and I'll swear not to chase after you. I'll even give you a pinnacle treasure. The five-turbid Lord really compromised. Because time was too tight. In the distance, the lava demon god was already sprinting at high speed. Its gigantic feet stomped on the endless black rocky ground time and time again. Every time it stomped, there would be destruction. It was much more terrifying than the attack of any of the strongest experts in the universe. Rumble. 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 Rumble, running, stepping, the endless stone ground shook. Silver Wing Leader. The five-turbid Lord stared hard at Luo Feng. As arrogant as he was, his eyes revealed a pleading look. To make such a proud being lower his head, it wasn't easy at all. However, he really wasn't willing to give up the precious accumulations of the past 3 reincarnations. Quick, it's almost too late. Silver Wing Leader, Silver Wing Leader. The Arrow Hunter Lord too was begging. Why didn't I leave earlier? Why did I have to watch from the side as Luo Feng and the five-turbid Lord battled? I watched the show and lost my life. Xianxia was filled with regret. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng, who had been laughing and joking, suddenly had a ferocious glint in his eyes. His expression too had a ferocious glint. Seeing the leader of five-turbid lower his head is really interesting. However, stop dreaming. My little life was yours to take, did you even think of letting me go? You want to leave now? It's too late. We gave you a chance earlier. The Arrow Hunter Lord said. Chance? That's called a chance? You're telling me to give up the palace and wing treasures and spare my life? Luo Feng laughed coldly. Very good. Five-turbid Lord, hand over the Water Ripple Prison, Forbidden Palace and Extermination Godly Armor and I'll let you go. And the Arrow Hunter Lord, hand over the Blade Core World. I'll let you go too. Intua, hand over the Golden Sulphone Armor. I'll spare your life too. The moment those words were spoken, the Five-Turbid Lord, the Arrow Hunter Lord and Intua were all silent. Especially the Five-Turbid Lord. The Water Ripple Prison was a pinnacle domain. Treasure, the Forbidden Palace was a pinnacle palace treasure, the Extermination Godly Armor was his lifeblood, it was much more valuable than the Water Ripple Prison and Forbidden Palace combined, it was definitely comparable to a treasure. Didn't you say you gave me a chance? I've given you a chance too. Now that it's here, grab it. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Rumble. 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 Rumble, the lava demon god's footsteps were terrifyingly fast. Every step he took him close to 10 billion kilometers. One could clearly see the lava demon god getting bigger and bigger. This made the Lord of Five-Turbid anxious, so anxious that he was about to go crazy, so anxious that he wanted to chew Luo Feng's flesh, bite by bite, 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 bite by bite Luo Feng's bones, bite by bite, bite by bite, bite by bite Luo Feng's blood. This damned Luo Feng. The Five-Turbid Lord roared within. Then don't even think of living. The Five-Turbid Lord roared fiercely. The one-eyed silhouette behind him immediately let out endless light. The sky and land changed colors and immediately transformed into a world called the Five-Turbid World. The Water Ripple Prison was once again unleashed, along with the Five-Turbid World, it immediately destroyed Luo Feng's Golden Country and Flame Ocean. Luo Feng however smiled savagely and unleashed the miniature universe. Endless chaos energy emanated. On one side was the Five-Turbid World and Water Ripple Prison. On the other was the Golden Country, miniature universe and Flame Ocean. The two madly clashed. The miniature universe and Five-Turbid World clashed. Pung! The two crumbled apart. However, in that 1 second, the lava demon god was already incomparably close. It's too late. The lava demon god's golden horned lizard's voice was filled with despair. P.S. There will be 3 chapters today. Tomato will continue writing the third, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng, the Five-Turbid Lord and the Scholar of Arrows looked at the majestic lava demon god. They were all clear that it was indeed too late. Especially when Luo Feng and the Five-Turbid Lord were locked in a stalemate earlier, the miniature universe and Five-Turbid World clashed and shattered. That 1 second of stalemate had caused their safest route to be cut off. The safest route was to fly underground and drill into the cave, rushing to the intersection point, and then teleport away. However, they had lost that 1 second, and it was too late. The distance between the three. Intua, who had transformed into the golden horned lizard, was the closest to the lava demon god. Luo Feng was the second closest. The Five-Turbid Lord and the Scholar of Arrows were slightly further away. However, further, the 4 of them were not more than 10 billion kilometers away from each other. It was just 1 step away from the lava demon god. Even though Luo Feng had said before that he would hand over the Water Ripple Prison, Forbidden Palace, Extermination God Armor, Blade Core World and the Golden Horned Lizard and let them escape. But who could bear to do that? With their most important treasures, they could still fight for that last chance of survival. No matter what, they had to struggle. I can't accept it, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. The Golden Horned Lizard roared madly. Its body swiftly expanded. It was originally formed from the Golden Horned Lizard armor. After transforming into its beast god form, with Intuo's activation, it began to expand madly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 100 million kilometers huge golden horned lizard. Scholar of Arrows Lord, enter. The Five-Turbid Lord flipped his hand and immediately a palace with lightning revolving around it appeared. It was the pinnacle flying palace treasure Forbidden Palace. Yes. The Scholar of Arrows Lord didn't hesitate and entered. The Five-Turbid Lord stared coldly at the distant Luo Feng, after which he too entered the Forbidden Hall. Luo Feng too flipped his hand and a blood-red pyramid appeared before him. This blood-red pyramid was actually a star tower. Within the tower was the golden horned beast, because the golden horned beast had the blood cloud pearl. Through the blood cloud pearl, it was the best at disguising itself. It could disguise its body, aura, treasure, armor, etc. Previously, it disguised the star tower as a growing shuttle, but now it was disguised as a blood-colored pyramid. It was mainly a tower-like structure. It was easier to simulate the previous 9-story tower into a blood-colored pyramid. South Luo Feng swiftly entered the blood pyramid. Before, Luo Feng was stalling them, causing them to miss their best chance. However, as a super expert, he would definitely not be willing to die. He would definitely fight for his life. At the last moment, Yin Tuo's side, the 5 Turbid Lords' side and Luo Feng's side all began their own struggles. Fight for the last chance of survival. At this moment, boom. 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 Boom, the endless black stone ground began to crumble and crumble. The majestic lava demon god's entire body was covered in lava. Its 3 eyes burned with an endless frenzied fighting spirit. Even Luo Feng, Yin Tua, the 5 Turbid Lord and the Quasi-Arrow Lord didn't dare look directly into the lava demon god's eyes. The moment they did, the willpower it contained would make it hard for them to unleash even half of their strength. It bared its fangs and bellowed from its massive body, twisting and shattering the condensed space around it. Grow, grow, grow. The golden one-horned lizard's body had already reached a length of nearly 1 billion kilometers. Die. The lava demon god's 3 eyes were already locked on the distant golden one-horned lizard. A formless ripple was emitted from its mouth. Even though they had never heard of these words before, the fleeing Luo Feng and the 5 Turbid Lord and the others understood what it meant. Shua, the lava demon god's right leg moved. Different from the stampede from before, this leg's speed had reached an unbelievable level. That kick even made the fleeing Luo Feng and the 5 Turbid Lord feel that this kick could probably destroy a small universe. It was completely unblockable. And that kick was filled with wonders that far exceeded Luo Feng's imagination. Pung! The kick landed on the huge golden one-horned lizard. The golden one-horned lizard let out a pained roar, following closely with a ping sound. It completely exploded, large amounts of fragments flying in all directions. Many of the fragments even had cracks appearing on the materials. Obviously, with just one strike, it had already caused this pinnacle top-quality spirit weapon treasure to be damaged. While countless shrapnel flew, countless water droplets flew and landed on the endless black stone ground. Countless water droplets followed along the long shattered stone ground and swiftly flowed downwards. The lava demon god seemed to feel that there was still energy below. It stepped down again and the stone ground rumbled once more. Large amounts of water droplets were instantly destroyed. Following which, the lava demon god looked up. It noticed the 2 small flying objects that had entered the lava sea. It could feel that there were 2 living beings within each of them. So, within the blood pyramid, star tower, was Luo Feng and the golden horned beast. Within the restriction palace was the 5 Turbid Lord and the Arrow Lord. The 2 flying objects, one after the other, rushed into the sky. Shwa! Shwa! The moment the lava demon god crushed the golden one-horned lizard with 1 foot, it followed with another. The 2 flying objects dove into the vast lava sea above. The lava demon god's throat emitted a ripple. With a fierce wave of its hand, it dived straight into the lava sea above. In the depths of the endless black stone ground, a water droplet had already landed in an extremely deep place. There was already a space ripple. Shwa! It had already arrived at a distant place. It was about 200 light-years away from where the battle took place. Similarly, deep within the endless stone ground was an underground cave. This cave was rather exquisite. At this time, the red silhouette that looked like a child appeared. I'm back. Yin Tuo's body trembled slightly. He was the unique life form of the first reincarnation, Yin Tua. As he was the only one, this life form was named Yin Tua. His god body wasn't huge. However, it had one special feature, that was, any physical attack could be weakened by 1/10,000 of his god body. If combined with his armor, he could weaken the enemy's physical attack by 1/10,000 of his god body. That would be equivalent to 1/100 billion. How terrifying was that, hence he was known as the unkillable Xianxia. The lava demon god is indeed the lava demon god. One strike had damaged my golden sulfone armor and the second strike had destroyed 90% of my divine body. Luckily, he had only stepped on me and hadn't directly attacked me. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. In addition, Lord of 5 Chaos and Silverwing Overlord also attracted his attention. That's why I was able to escape. Water droplets appeared around Xianxia and fused into his god body, causing it to rapidly recover. Those water droplets were a part of his god body. Naturally, they would return to him. Previously, he actually had two choices. One was to not disintegrate his god body and use his armor. However, he knew that it would be good if the armor could be weakened by 10% of his god body's attack. If he did not disintegrate his god body, he would probably be completely wiped out. Hence, he had long since put away his armor. The instant the golden one-horned lizard collapsed, his god body also completely disintegrated, turning into countless water droplets. The second stomp destroyed 90% of the water droplets, but they were scattered everywhere. Some had already fallen deep into the ground, and they were all clones of the Lord of the Universe. Some had survived. I actually only have 11.2% of my god body left. Xianxia's eyes were filled with unwillingness. And my gold sulfone armor is also damaged. I'm afraid it doesn't even have 10% of its original power. I wonder if I can get the gold sulfone armor back. Damn it. Damn it. Xianxia was filled with rage and unwillingness. Silver Wing Leader. Lord of 5 Turbid. Xianxia was filled with hatred. Madman, that human is a madman. If he didn't go crazy, I wouldn't be in such a state. That idiot Lord of 5 Turbid couldn't even kill that Luo Feng. If he had killed him earlier, I wouldn't be in such a state. My gold sulfone armor, my god body. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His losses this time were too huge. I won't let you guys off easy. Silver Wing Leader, your Silver Wing treasure is so powerful, it's actually been hidden all this time. Its value is no less than Lord of 5 Turbid's armor. Xianxia's eyes were filled with rage. You don't want the outside world to know, but I'll make sure everyone knows. And Lord of 5 Turbid, for someone as proud as you, Luo Feng must have caused you to lose both your body and clones. Haha, a scandal, a huge scandal. I'll definitely spread it as much as I can. Both of you, don't even think about getting off easy. Xianxia hated these two. Within the endless magma ocean. Hua, the giant arm waved and grabbed in the endless magma. The forbidden chanting hall, which was as big as a glass ball, carefully moved forward. Inside the forbidden chanting hall, the faces of Lord of 5 Chaos and Master of Arrows were tense. Lord of 5 Turbid. The archer couldn't help but say. This is our only chance. Lord of 5 Turbid gritted his teeth. Passed through the magma ocean and rushed to the end of the magma ocean, to the flame lake. During this process, we'll at most have to go through 7 levels of death. The first is the lava demon god's pursuit. However, since the lava demon god has awakened, it won't rush into the magma ocean. This has always been the rule. The archer's archer nodded. From the god extermination stream, through the endless magma ocean and directly to the other dangerous place, the flame lake. This path was definitely a dead end, probably only the strongest in the universe would dare to try it. 7 levels of death. We have to pass, we have to. Lord of 5 Turbid gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with madness. Human Silver Wing Leader. Silver Wing Leader. He roared madly within. He would never forget that all of this was caused by that crazy human Silver Wing Leader. The magma whirlpool core of the magma ocean. The blood pyramid was originally very close to the magma whirlpool. The moment it entered, it swiftly approached the magma whirlpool and allowed the whirlpool to absorb it. Very quickly, it was sucked into the core of the magma whirlpool. From the god extermination stream, we'll reach the other dangerous place, the flame lake. There's a shortcut, which is to directly pass through the magma ocean. Luo Feng thought. According to the records left behind by Jia Fanzi, there are usually 6 levels of death when passing through the magma ocean. Even with my star pagoda, I'll still be stuck in the magma ocean forever. The only way is to enter the core of the magma whirlpool. The core of the magma whirlpool affects the space below and produces a destructive whirlpool. And the core of the magma whirlpool is even more terrifying. The deeper one goes, the stronger the strangling power. Even a top-tier palace treasure will shatter. However, if one has a powerful palace treasure, one can withstand the strangling power. Following the whirlpool path, one will continuously move deeper into the magma ocean. One will move faster and faster, breaking through 100 times the speed of light and directly reach the flame lake. To others, it's a dead end. However, to those with powerful palace treasures, this seemingly terrifying magma whirlpool core is actually the safest path. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even though the flame lake isn't part of my planned route, it's just a slight detour. It's worth it. P.S. 3 chapters completed. This is the second of the 5 chapters lacking updates. Tomorrow is a rest day, Saturday. Tomato will update 2 chapters, adding the 3rd and 4th chapter. However, as I have things to do during the day, tomorrow's 2 chapters will be updated at night. ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the core of the huge lava whirlpool, the dust particle-sized blood pyramid was being sucked in. It was madly being sucked deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. The deeper it went, the more terrifying the energy of the whirlpool became. Pung Luo Feng and the golden-horned beast stood within the control room, feeling the entire blood pyramid, star tower, spinning uncontrollably. Terrifying. This is definitely comparable to the wing space, that endless blade storm. Luo Feng thought, only the blade storm in the wing space was strong enough to make the star tower fly around uncontrollably. As for where to fly, it was no longer something he could control, it was all about the energy. Speed up, 300 times light speed. 500 times light speed. 1000 times light speed. 2000 times light speed. 5000 times light speed. In the core of the lava whirlpool, the powerful energy had already caused the origin laws to retreat, causing the randomly spinning blood pyramid to become a beautiful blood light. Dong dong dong. Luo Feng within the tower felt as though the star tower was being smashed by a trillion hammers. Jiafanzi was right, the core of the whirlpool is the most terrifying place in the entire lava sea. Even the pinnacle palace-level treasures would be destroyed, only with absolute palace-level treasures can one safely pass through this pathway. Luo Feng exclaimed, he was considered lucky, after all. Even though he had a few absolute treasures, there were different types of treasures too. However, there were different types of supreme treasures. For example, the ancestor god cult's 5-colored aurora lake, the void fiend celestial's protective treasure, the giant axe creator's giant axe treasure. None of them were palace-type supreme treasures. Hence the absolute treasures, the 3 reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands added together might have quite a few. However, in every category, attack, domain, protection, palace etc., there were quite a few. I wonder how the 5-turbid lord and the others are doing, whether they've died or not. Luo Feng thought. They too rushed into the lava sea, fighting for their lives. If they could still survive like that, then they're really lucky. The 5-turbid lord and the archer scholar lord were in the Forbidden Palace. They weren't affected by the whirlpool's energy and accelerated, plus the lava sea itself was heavily obstructed, hence their speed was rather slow. Be careful. Archer scholar, you take care of this side, I'll take care of that side. Yes. Lord of the 5 Chaos and Lord of the Arrow Seeker had both activated their top-tier domain-type treasures. However, the endless lava outside was too terrifying. Even their top-tier domain-type treasures could only enter a very small area. The 2 of them were working together. How long will it take for us to reach Flamewater Lake? Master Arrow Hunter could not help but ask. Go to Flamewater Lake? Our average speed is dozens of times faster than the speed of light. We still have a long way to go before we can penetrate the magma ocean. Now, we've only completed less than 1/10,000th of the journey. Lord of 5 Turbid's eyes were filled with madness. Less than 1 in 10,000? The owner of the Arrow Research Institute was on the verge of despair. It had only been a short while, but it had already made his heart tremble. The rumors were indeed true. This was indeed a land of death. If he had been alone, he would have perished during the journey just now. Fight. Lord of Five muddled looked at him ferociously. I'm here. Why are you panicking? Yes, yes. Lord of Five Chaos, I don't have any doppelgangers. This is just my main body. You must hold on. I know you can do it. Master Joero said anxiously. Of course I'll give it my all. Am I really going to give up my godly extermination armor? Am I going to give up my countless eras? Lord of Five Chaos looked at him coldly. HM. The owner of the Aero Research Institute nodded. He used all his strength to unleash his pinnacle domain treasure core world to assist. However, from a psychological point of view, one with a doppelganger and the other without, it was naturally completely different. What's more, the owner of the Aero Research Institute felt helpless against the dangers. This helplessness and despair, along with the possibility of dying, made the owner of the Aero Research Institute go crazy. On the other hand, Lord of Five muddled was fully focused. He controlled the Forbidden Chanting Hall and his Water Ripple Prison. Occasionally, he would use the Water Ripple Prison to cast his secret skills. He had created many secret skills in the past 3 reincarnation eras. He cast them one by one according to the various dangerous situations to fight for a chance of survival. As for the owner of the Aero Research Institute, he was just a subordinate. Xiao, in the core of the magma ocean whirlpool, the blood pyramid speed was getting faster and faster. It had already reached an unbelievable level. The glaring blood light was still accelerating. It had already exceeded 100,000 times the speed of light. This feeling of not being suppressed by the laws was driving Luo Feng crazy. 5 minutes and 33 seconds after entering the magma ocean. Pung! This blood-colored stream of light that had accelerated to the extreme instantly rushed out of the endless sea of lava, through the void, and plunged into the endless ice-cold water. Rumble! 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 From a speed of over 100,000 times the speed of light, it collided with the endless water domain, where every drop of water was heavier than a neutron star. Just the impact alone was enough to shatter a top-grade palace-type treasure. Fortunately, the blood-colored pyramid was a star pagoda, and it was able to withstand the terrifying impact. Its speed immediately decreased. Under the pressure of the laws and resistance, the blood pyramid's speed plummeted. 10,000 times the speed of light, 1,000 times the speed of light, 100 times the speed of light, and from the magma ocean that was hot enough to instantly burn a Universe Lord's body, to the water that was cold enough to freeze a Universe Lord's body, hot and cold swapped. Luckily the Star Pagoda withstood all of this. Pung! In the first minute and 58th second after entering the ice-cold waters, the blood-colored pyramid, which maintained a speed of 100 times the speed of light, broke through the water waves and flew out with a loud boom. Following that, the blood-colored pyramid slowed down and began to descend slowly from the sky, hovering in the air hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the bottomless lake. A human silhouette flew out of the blood pyramid that was the size of a dust particle. After flying out, it swiftly grew larger and returned to 10 m tall. Phew, even though the map described this path as safe, who knows if it would change after so many reincarnation eras. Luo Feng surveyed the endless lake below and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Luckily, everything went smoothly. I've arrived at the other danger zone. Flame Lake. Actually, the reason he dared to risk his life before was because of the map Jia Fanzi left behind. Secondly, it was because of his confidence in the Star Pagoda. With the Star Pagoda in hand, at least staying alive shouldn't be a problem. Even if he met with some special circumstances, to take revenge on the Five-Turbid Lord, it would be worth it. Five-Turbid Lord. Luo Feng gazed at the endless flame lake below. Your forbidden palace probably can barely maintain 10 times the speed of light. Just passing through the magma ocean would probably take a few days. These few days would be filled with danger, death after death. Haha, I hope you can make it through. Taking revenge on the Five-Turbid Lord was indeed satisfying. After all, he was an existence comparable to his teacher. Below the strongest in the universe, only those with powerful treasures could surpass the five-turbid lord. Flame Lake. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to think about the five-turbid lord anymore. He began to think about his new path. From the god-destroying stream, passing through the magma ocean and arriving at the Flame Lake. This way, his path would have to change slightly. He would have to go through 3 more danger zones. That's good too. At least I'll go through more danger zones. It won't be as ridiculous as the god-destroying stream. Luo Feng surveyed the endless Flame Lake. The entire lake was bubbling and bubbling. Simultaneously, the surface of the lake was covered in green flames, almost like the burning alcohol of Earth. Flame water, it got its name because of the flames surrounding it. Flame Lake. Many pieces of information appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The Flame Lake was considered a dangerous place too. However, its danger level was far less than the god-destroying stream. Even though there were close to 100 dangers, to the universe lords who were well prepared, they were only a small problem. The only danger he could deal with was the frozen lake thunder fire. Every once in a while, the entire space above the Flame Lake would suddenly descend with a boundless frozen lake thunder fire. The frozen lake thunder fire was a green flame that contained thunder within. Its body was extremely cold. Even the strongest in the universe wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The moment one was caught in the frozen lake thunder fire, it was enough to destroy a top-tier flying palace. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. The frozen lake thunder fire descended from above. It constantly spread downwards. When it touched the endless Flame Lake, it would cause the entire lake to freeze. However, to the universe lords who were adventuring, the frozen lake thunder fire wasn't dangerous at all. Firstly, it moved slowly. It moved at 10 times the speed of light. The universe lords could see it from afar, and they could easily shake it off. Secondly, other than near the lake water, there were many other places in the Flame Lake that could teleport. Hence, when they saw the frozen lake thunder fire from afar, they could teleport and escape. Even without teleportation, they could escape with speed alone. And some of the top super experts just needed to hide in a top-tier palace-type treasure to roam the frozen lake thunder fire. The frozen lake thunder fire couldn't do anything to a top-tier palace-type treasure. Hence, overall, the Flame Lake could only be considered average among the countless dangerous places on the universe ship. It was just that it was adjacent to the god-destroying stream. The god-destroying stream was a place that produced many powerful treasures. The Flame Lake also benefited from it. Occasionally, treasures would emerge from the lake water. This made the chances of treasures appearing at the Flame Lake disproportionate to the danger level. The danger level was relatively low, and the chances of treasures appearing were relatively high. Hence, according to Xianxia's records, there would usually be powerful forces stationed at the Flame Lake area, waiting for opportunities to appear. Shua, in the sky above the Flame Lake, where spatial fluctuations could teleport, a figure appeared out of thin air. I was ordered to guard this area. I felt a fluctuation just now. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? A tall and burly giant with 4 faces and 16 arms appeared out of thin air. His 4 faces had different expressions. Some were ferocious, some were smiling, and some were evil. He scanned his surroundings. The super expert's vision was extremely far. Soon, he discovered a figure far below. Over there. It seems to have the appearance of a human. The foreign race expert immediately turned into a stream of light and flew over. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Just as Luo Feng was about to fly away, he saw in the distance a golden beam of light swiftly closing in. Unlike himself, who had only become 10 m tall, the majestic flying silhouette maintained a height of over 1,000 kilometers, hence he could clearly see it with a glance. 4 faces, 16 arms? Luo Feng was shocked within Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe. Purple Moon Sacred Land was one of the 2 Sacred Land universes. Within that sacred land, the main race was the Purple Moon race. Of course, there were a few subordinate races. However, these had small living spaces and received very little resources. Within the sacred land, the power of the subordinate races was very small. All of them added together couldn't even compare to the Purple Moon race. The warriors of the Purple Moon race all had unique looks. The purest bloodline of the Purple Moon race was 8 faces 24 arms. Next was 4 faces 16 arms, then 3 faces 8 arms, and the most common was 1 face 2 arms. This also represented the 4 levels within the Purple Moon race. The 8 faces 24 arms were the rarest, with the purest bloodline and the greatest potential. However, this was only for the weak members of the Purple Moon race. The moment one became a universe lord, there was no difference in levels. After all, they were all absolute warriors. The 2 sacred lands were extremely powerful. However, as the sacred land universe was a small universe, they couldn't nurture the strongest warriors of the universe. Hence, over the countless years, the Purple Moon warriors only had to train to the universe lord level, and that was their limit. They would never be able to break through again. The universe lords from the 2 sacred lands are all extremely powerful. Luo Feng was shocked within. It's said that as long as they come out, they've all comprehended the strongest techniques. Close to 100 powers of the universe see. The strongest are without a doubt these 2 sacred lands. Maybe in the universe era. The 3 great reincarnation eras, any one of them could easily suppress a sacred land universe. However, no one was able to be absolutely united. Hence, out of the close to 100 powers, the 2 sacred lands were without a doubt the 2 strongest. Their positions were extremely high, as they didn't have to worry about their lifespans. They could live through the reincarnation eras, hence, the warriors of the 2 sacred lands all had different temperaments. Some were gentle, willing to make friends with any universe lord. Some were savage, killing and killing madly. Some were evil, temperamental, and unpredictable. Anyway, there was no absolute pressure. The universe lords had their own way of doing things. The only thing they had in common was the pride in their bones. As the 2 holy lands, they looked down on the 3 great reincarnation eras from the bottom of their hearts. More often than not, the 2 holy lands competed against each other. It's him, sealed Kuan owner. Luo Feng quickly recognized him, and couldn't help but be cautious. The master of the sealed domain was one of the top few among the hundreds of masters of the universe in the Purple Moon sacred ground. His strength should be on the same level as the master of the galaxy and the master of the 5 turbid. It was normal for him to be so powerful. As long as a universe lord appeared in the Purple Moon holy grounds, he would at least be at the peak level, at the level of the Ice Peak Lord. In other words, in the Purple Moon sacred grounds cosmos, the Ice Peak Master was considered a low-class existence. And if Luo Feng didn't kill Wu Yue, he would definitely be at the bottom. The level of the Ice Peak Master was the lowest. Primal Chaos City Lord level, it was the upper tier. The masters of the universe, who possessed supreme treasures, stood at the pinnacle. This was the division of the Sacred Land universe. Yes. In the Sacred Land universe, there were universe lords with supreme treasures, and there was more than one. These were the 3 simple divisions of the universe lords of the Sacred Land universe. Obviously, in terms of quality, they were much stronger than the 3 reincarnation eras. Right, I've trained for who knows how many reincarnation eras. Luo Feng thought. Training for 100 reincarnation eras, I'm afraid even the 10 universe lords of my human race can all reach the level of sealed domain master. How are they stronger than us? They're purely relying on time to get there. You are the primal universe human silver wing leader? The distant silhouette had already flown over. Sealed domain master. Luo Feng stood in the air above the flame water lake, smiling amicably. Sealed domain master stopped too. He looked at Luo Feng, his gaze pausing on the silver wings. I heard your wings treasure is not bad. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't immediately flee because he didn't want to make enemies with the warriors of the Purple Moon sacred land. Otherwise, with their arrogance, it would be very common for them to gang up on him. Even though Luo Feng wasn't afraid, he didn't want to offend them either. After all, the Purple Moon sacred land was much stronger than the God-Eyed clan. Whether it was quality or quantity, or the accumulation of the Purple Moon sacred land. Haha, what, you think I'll steal your wings treasure? Sealed Domain Master looked at Luo Feng and laughed. There are so many warriors in the universe. See, there are many treasures. You want to steal one? Haha, leave, this flame water lake is the territory of the Purple Moon's sacred land, hurry and leave. I'm just passing by, I'll leave as fast as I can. Luo Feng was happy within, smiling. That's for the best. Sealed Domain Master said. Luo Feng smiled, after which he became a beam of light and left. It's rare that I'm lucky enough to meet the Sealed Domain Master from the Purple Moon Sacred Land. He's much easier to talk to than Yin Tua and Five-Turbid Lord. However, it's true, the first universe era is reaching its end, most of them are going crazy. Luo Feng immediately flew upwards, maintaining 100 times light speed. After flying for a while, he felt the space around him ripple. Golden Country. Luo Feng first unleashed it, endless blurry golden light emanated and enveloped the surrounding 10 light years. I can finally teleport, go. Shua, Luo Feng immediately teleported a few light years. With the Golden Country, he could teleport a few light years at a time. The reason why he didn't teleport an extremely long distance in one go was because there were many places in the lake that could teleport. Although teleportation was possible in many parts of the Flame Lake, there were still close to 100 dangerous areas. Some of the dangerous areas had completely frozen space without any fluctuations. As long as there were no spatial fluctuations in a certain area, and the fluctuations from both sides were isolated, there was no way to teleport over that area. In one breath, he teleported over 300 light years, reaching a condensed mist space. Within the mist were countless ice shards, comparable to a normal universe lord's full-powered attack. Hence, Luo Feng began to fly. There was no other way, even someone as strong as the huge axe creator would spend thousands to tens of thousands of years in the depths of the danger zone. According to Luo Feng's estimation, the flame water lake spanned over 10,000 light years. He would probably need 1 to 2 months to pass through the more dangerous areas. While Luo Feng was advancing in the flame water lake space, a piece of news began to spread throughout the first cycle. This news, however, caused many of the absolute warriors of the first cycle to be shocked. How can this be? That Silver Wing leader Luo Feng is just a punk, he's actually that strong? He heavily injured Yin Tua, causing the Five-Turbid Lord and Arrow Master to fall? This news was from Yin Tua himself. Yin Tua has already hidden himself to recover his strength, how can it be fake? And the Five-Turbid Lord isn't dead, he has a clone. The Silver Wing Treasure's golden spacetime actually suppressed Lord of Five Chaos's water ripple hell? That Luo Feng's god energy purity isn't as high as the Five-Turbid Lord's. Doesn't this mean that his wings are heaven-defying? Right. Yin Tua even said that Silver Wing is comparable to the Extermination godly armor. It's probably just below the absolute treasures. Let's go ask the Holly-Eyed race, see if the Arrow Master and Five-Turbid Lord have fallen. Yin Tua. Spread the news. As they were all from the first era, naturally there were more communication methods in the first era. Hence, very quickly the Holly-Eyed race found out. However, this was already the 3rd day since the Five-Turbid Lord and Arrow Master entered the magma ocean. What? They said Five-Turbid and Arrow Master have fallen? Quickly. Quickly. The Holly-Eyed race was anxious. Even though they were strong, the Five-Turbid Lord was one of the strongest in their race. His position was much higher than the Inyong Lord. Very quickly, the Holly-Eyed race's first small universe. Five-Turbid. Five-Turbid. A total of 12 silhouettes appeared outside the Five-Turbid Lord's Black Palace. Within the Black Palace, a silhouette flashed out. It was the Five-Turbid Lord. Your main battle body has fallen? Killed by the Silver Wing Overlord? These 12 silhouettes were the clones of the Holly-Eyed race's other universe lords. They were all anxious. Lord of the Five-Turbid, who was dressed in a white robe and had a bald head and skin like rocks, shouted, "Don't bother me." Five-Turbid, they were all shocked. Why was the Five-Turbid Lord so anxious? Had his main battle body really fallen? The Five-Turbid Lord was even more furious. He shouted, "My main battle body hasn't fallen yet. However, it's still struggling in the magma ocean. Its life is hanging by a thread. My entire consciousness is focused on my main body. Don't disturb me and distract me." Oh. They all understood and immediately retreated, not daring to disturb him. However, just speaking didn't require much consciousness energy. However, what made the holly-eyed race furious was, after these universe lords questioned the five-turbid lord for half a day, the clones left behind by the Master of Arrow in the sixth small universe vanished into thin air. He only left one sentence. "Kill Silver Wing Lord Luo Feng and avenge me." Kill him. He had fallen. The Master of Arrow had fallen. And this sentence proved that the Master of Arrow and the five-turbid lord were indeed in a desperate situation because of Silver Wing Lord. What do we do? If the Master of Arrow has fallen, what about Wu Hun? Don't ask Wu Hun. He's going all out now. He can't afford to be distracted. If his main battle body has really fallen, we'll know soon enough. If he hasn't fallen, he must be in a very dangerous situation now. Let him go all out. Within the magma ocean, the entire Chan Prohibition Palace was shaking and flying at high speed. The entire palace was already in ruins. There were many scars. The most obvious ones were the 4 holes that pierced through the entire palace. I have to live. I have to make it out alive. I have to. The five-turbid lord gritted his teeth within the tattered palace. He was incomparably mad. Silver Wing Lord Luo Feng. Luo Feng. While the five-turbid lord was struggling for his life, he hated Luo Feng even more. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tomato's 5 chapters were lacking, only the last one was left. Tomorrow, Tomato will have 3 chapters to complete the last one. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the Universe C, news spread rather slowly. During the first reincarnation, news spread the fastest. And the 2 Sacred Lands Universe's information network was extremely strong too. Many powers had connections with the Purple Moon Sacred Land. Hence, on the 2nd day after the Holy-Eyed clan received the news, which was also the 4th day after the five-turbid lord entered the magma ocean, Tuo's news finally reached the Purple Moon Sacred Land universe. The Purple Moon Sacred Land was extremely vast and prosperous, with many strong warriors. Purple Moon Cliff was one of the legendary places of the Purple Moon clan. It was where the many universe lords of the Purple Moon clan frequently gathered. Threads of mist, under the illumination of the purple moon, made the entire cliff seem even colder. Over 100 silhouettes were happily chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Their long and limitless lifespans made them incomparably carefree. It was normal for a gathering to go on for 10,000 years. I just received news. Big news, big news. A 3-headed 8-armed silver-clothed lady shouted. What big news? Speak quickly. That primal universe human silver wing leader Luo Feng, actually in the god-destroying stream, when the lava demon god appeared, he was able to drag out the first reincarnation Irazine Tua, the five-turbid lord and the Geo Arrow lord to great losses. Tua was heavily injured because of that. The five-turbid lord and the Arrow lord even fell into the magma ocean. It's rumored that they've already fallen. What? The five-turbid lord is very strong. Fallen? There was an uproar. This caused the universe lords who had connections with the first reincarnation to immediately investigate. Very quickly, they all received the news. With the various pieces of information, the situation became clearer and clearer. I've just asked a good friend from the Holy-Eyed clan. I didn't expect him to not know either. Anyway, the upper echelon of the Holy-Eyed clan didn't say anything against this news. No objections? Looks like the news is true. The news also said that Luo Feng has an extremely powerful wing treasure that can control time and space. It's even stronger than the five-turbid lord's water ripple prison. Luo Feng's god energy is weaker than the five-turbid lord's. However, he relied on the wing treasure to suppress the five-turbid lord's water ripple prison. Looks like the wing treasure is indeed comparable to the five-turbid lord's annihilation godly armor. It's considered second only to the absolute treasures. Hee, such a treasure is special, rare, and powerful. Powerful. Haha. It's such a waste for this treasure to fall into the hands of a kid. Where is Silver Wing Overlord now? I'll go snatch that treasure. Count me in, let's go together. Treasures of this level should belong to those with strength. The experts of the Purple Moon Holy Land all had different temperaments. Although some were not belligerent, some were extremely belligerent. Because when one's lifespan was extremely long and there was no limit, they had no way to break through and become the strongest in the universe. This caused some universe lords to become extreme, evil, and crazy. In a corner of Purple Moon Cliff, a short golden-haired man with only 2 arms frowned and said softly, "Luo Feng." Shua, he immediately teleported away. Purple Moon Sanctuary Cosmos, Deity Realm. The God world was split into 3 worlds. The first world was home to countless undyings, the second world was home to large amounts of universe knights, and the third world was home to universe lords. Feng Kai, a man in black armor with short blonde hair shouted from outside a white domed temple. There were many servants outside the temple, none of them dared to disturb him, because they recognized that the one shouting was a good friend of their master, Master Feng Kai. Master Panku. Panku, why have you come to find me? The 4-faced 16-armed giant Master Feng Kai laughed loudly as he walked out. Come, let's talk inside. Master Panku said. Ah? Master Feng Kai was curious. Within the temple. The moment Master Feng Kai sat down, he asked curiously, "Just what's the matter? Didn't you tell me before that in the region you were guarding, you discovered a little primal universe punk human Luo Feng?" Master Panku said. Right, why? Master Feng Kai asked curiously. It's like this, I was at Purple Moon Cliff before and I just received the news. Master Panku immediately explained the situation in detail, after which his eyes gleamed excitedly. Feng Kai, Flame Lake is our Purple Moon Sacred Lands territory, it's also a small gathering point for us in the inner region. Including you and me, there are a total of 3 universe lords there, this is a rare opportunity. It's only second to the absolute treasures, its value is immeasurable. The moment we get it, we can use it to control space, along with a pinnacle domain treasure. In terms of domain control, we'll be invincible. Master Feng Kai was excited as he listened. It's that powerful? Master Feng Kai was excited. If you don't believe me, you can ask. The news has spread long ago, I'm guessing the other universe lords will tell you soon. Master Panku said, we have to hurry, the news said Magma Ocean, and Luo Feng appeared in Flame Lake. It seems like it's true. Master Feng Kai nodded seriously. Such a treasure, it's hard to find one. Master Panku exclaimed. Risk it. Master Feng Kai said, this opportunity only comes once in countless eras, if we don't risk it now, when will we? Where's Luo Feng now? Master Panku said. It's only been a few days, he's still within Flame Lake. According to the last time I met him, and the direction he left in, I can roughly guess where he is now. I'll let you go to a reference coordinate to stop him. Master Feng Kai said, the 2 of us will surround him as soon as possible. Back when Luo Feng made a name for himself in the Qingfeng world, many warriors knew of his winged treasure, its control of space and time, able to suppress the pinnacle domain treasures. Even though it was considered valuable, it wasn't enough to move Master Feng Kai. But now it was different. Even the 5-turbid lord personally using a pinnacle domain treasure was suppressed. And Luo Feng's god energy was obviously weak, this meant that the winged treasure instantly became second only to the absolute treasures. Absolute treasures were rare even in the Purple Moon Sacred Land, and the Annihilation godly armor and silver winged treasures were extremely rare too, at least Master Feng Kai didn't have one. Such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? Holly-I'd Race's first small universe. Master Yu Jian has already fallen, I wonder how Wu Hun is doing. Wu Hun has been staying in the shrine and not coming out, it's really making me uneasy. Maybe Wu Hun's body has fallen, or maybe he's struggling to survive, no one dares to disturb him. Let's wait. Dozens of silhouettes gathered, all waiting anxiously. As the saying goes, people of the same race share honor and disgrace. Master Yu Jian's position amongst the universe lords was average, but Wu Hun was definitely one of the flag-bearers of the Holly-eyed race. His Annihilation godly armor had long been famous, if he really fell, be it his race's reputation or treasures, it would be a huge loss. At the intersection of the Magma Sea and Flame Lake, was a piece of space. The space warped, extreme heat and coldness intersected, causing the space to warp and mist to rise. Rumble, a ferocious beast tore apart the Magma Sea, rushed out, and flew into the warped space. It had 4 thick hooves, 3 pairs of wings, and 9 tails. At the same time, it also had 5 heads, a strange head with vines wrapped around it, a single-horned lizard with a murderous aura, and a dragon head with flames surrounding it, 5 heads, a strong lion-like body, 4 hooves, 6 wings, and 9 tails. Its body was also covered in magma. Roar the beast raised its head and let out 5 roars. Some were low, some were high, some were hoarse, and some were filled with madness and joy. Its body shook, and all the magma was shaken away. Then, the ferocious beast quickly shrunk and transformed into a strange godly armor, landing on a figure. It was an expert of the holly-eyed race, Lord of Wuhan. Lord of Wuhan's eyes were filled with madness, and the black scales that appeared on his body were faintly showing signs of damage. Ah! Master of 5 Turbid raised his head and roared angrily. His roar was like thunder that shook the void and the lake water far above him. The lava below him flowed backward but shook. Ah! This roar released all the madness, anger, nervousness, and suppression he had accumulated over the past 5 days. I came out alive. I came out alive. I, Lord of Wuhan, came out alive. Lord of Wuhan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His entire body was trembling. No, it's been a long time since I've been like this. Silver Wing Leader Luo Feng, you are vicious, vicious, to force me into such a dangerous place and destroy my forbidden chanting hall. Luckily, my extermination godly armor can transform into the 5 beast gods when I use it. The 5 beast gods are comparable to the defense of a pinnacle palace treasure. Even my precious extermination godly armor is slightly damaged. Even though the impact is small, this is the extermination godly armor. Lord of Wuhan's heart ached. Almost all of his power came from the extermination godly armor. Many of his techniques were unleashed through the extermination godly armor to reach such a terrifying level. I regret it. When I first saw Luo Feng, I should have gone all out and unleashed the 5 beast annihilation. Lord of Wuhan was furious. However, he forgot that when he first discovered Luo Feng, he was still very far away from him. He couldn't attack at close range. He could only attack through the water ripple prison. I'm alive. I'm still alive. Luo Feng, I'll let you know what regret is. Lord of Wuhan was furious. How could he swallow this down? If he did, the outside world would think that he was afraid of Luo Feng. He had to kill Luo Feng with his own hands to wash away the humiliation Luo Feng brought him. Die. Lord of Wuhan flipped his hand and took out an oval-shaped ship. This was left behind by the archery master. It was also a pinnacle palace treasure. Lord of Wuhan swiftly entered it. So, the disc-shaped flying ship charged into the icy cold flaming water lake. A lady from the Purple Moon clan with a slender figure and 3 faces, one bewitching, one pure and holy, and one misty. Dressed in a tight-fitting black armor, she teleported and appeared in space. Following which, a glaring jade-green light descended. It was a domain treasure. Feng Kong, Pan Ku, I've reached the 2nd frame of reference. The previous frame of reference isn't there. I hope Luo Feng is here. I've unleashed a domain treasure to check, it's him. Feng Kong, your guess is correct. That Silver Wing Leader Luo Feng is really in this region. In the Purple Moon Sacred Lands Universe's God World, their 3 clones were together. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Howl howl howl, the raging winds howled, the wind was like knives. Silver Wing Leader, you can't escape. Struggling is just a waste of time. I'm willing to use treasures to exchange for the Wing's treasure, 3 pinnacle treasures for the Wing's treasure, how about that? Lord Godseal, you're a bit too confident, Meng Hao said. I'll just circle around in the frigid winds, and you're about a light year away from me. Space is frozen in the frigid winds, and I can't use teleportation, so I can only fly slowly. Just flying here requires a few days of work. You want to catch me? Wishful thinking. Luo Feng laughed coldly. 3 days had passed. He had been chased by the universe lords of the Purple Moon's Sacred Land universe for a total of 3 days. Ever since he was stopped by Yuya 3 days ago, he had guessed that the situation would be bad. Sure enough, not long after Master Yuya obstructed him, Master Pan Ku also appeared a day later. Just now, Master Sealed Domain had also appeared within the range of his Golden Kingdom. Furthermore, Master Sealed Domain had used a peak-level domain-type treasure to resist. At the very least, he had been able to maintain his domain in front of the Golden Kingdom. Both Master Yuya and Master Pan Ku are slightly weaker than Master Feng Kong. They are comparable to Third Master. Sealed Domain Leader, however, is comparable to the Five-Turbid Leader. And Sealed Domain Leader's Domain Treasure Stark Cloud Lamp is slightly better than the Five-Turbid Leader's Water Ripple Prison. Luo Feng felt his head hurt. The situation was very bad. The 3 universe lords of the Purple Moon's Sacred Land surrounded him from 3 directions. The strongest Sealed Domain Leader, the moment he got close to him, he could use a miniature universe technique to stop him. Treasures are indeed tempting. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. I know the moment Wu Shayi unleashes his power, it will attract trouble. However, the news travels too quickly. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with madness. However, Sealed Domain Leader and the others are too confident. They think they can stop me? Save it. Master Yuya, Master Pan Ku, and Master Feng Kong also felt troubled. Feng Kong, Pan Ku, that Luo Feng has always been within the cold wind zone. The space there is frozen, making it impossible to teleport. Even though I'm the closest to him, with the space suppression, I can't suppress him. Pan Ku is also slightly weaker than him. Feng Kong, while you're strong enough, you're still a light year away from him. He had the Golden Kingdom and could control the distance between them at any time. If you advanced, he would retreat. If you took a detour, he would do the same. In any case, Feng Kong, there's no way you can get close to him, and there's nothing the 2 of us can do. Master Yuya was getting anxious as well. They had been chasing him for 3 days. Feng Kong, do you have a way to destroy his golden dimension? His strength isn't considered strong, but with the help of the golden spacetime, Yuya and I are at a disadvantage at times. The golden spacetime created by his wing treasure is very powerful. I can barely resist it. At most, I can only protect the area around me. All of you are very far away from me, about a light year. I can't affect that far, and it's even more impossible for me to destroy that golden spacetime. Master Feng Kong said helplessly. Right now, we can only hope that he escapes the cold wind zone. The moment he leaves it and reaches a place where he can teleport, we can swiftly catch up to him. He's not stupid. He's always within the cold wind zone. Don't tell me we'll just keep wasting time like this? Let's wait and see. Feng Kong gritted his teeth and suppressed his anxiety. The frigid wind belt was a very ordinary place among the 100 or so dangerous places in the blazing lake space. It was not even considered dangerous to the masters of the universe, so even its name was very casual. Only a few truly extremely dangerous places had slightly more special reputations. The cold wind zone had a diameter of about 3 light years, and the smallest was 1.8 light years. And Luo Feng was currently circling within the cold wind zone. Feng Kong, as long as I maintain a light year distance from you, you won't be able to do anything to me. Luo Feng roared. His voice pierced through the golden spacetime and transmitted over. I'm not stupid. I won't rush out like a fool. Even if you send a few more warriors, you won't be able to do anything to me. Human Luo Feng, the wing's treasure isn't something you can possess with your current strength. Even if you manage to escape today, there will still be other dangers. You probably don't know about it yet, the news of you, Yin Tua, Wuhan and the Jiujian owner has already spread. Very quickly, the 100 powers in the universe C will know how special your wings are. They'll know their power. If you're strong, then it's fine. No one will try to steal it. However, you've only been a universe lord for a short period of time. Your strength is obviously very weak. There will be many who will try to steal it. I'm willing to use 3 of the pinnacle treasures to exchange with you. However, if it's any other power, I'm afraid you'll only die. Feng Kong said gently. Human. If you really force us, we'll summon 10 universe lords from our sacred land universe. You won't even be able to escape. Even if the creator of the huge axe comes against 10 universe lords, he won't be able to protect you. Yuya raged. Exchanging treasures with us will be beneficial to us. Pan Kazonor said too. They too didn't wish to summon too many universe lords. Because the moment the group of universe lords from the Purple Moon's sacred land arrived, they would have to split the spoils with each of them. Playing the hero and the villain, haha, it's useless. No matter who it is, if they want my wing's treasure, they'll have to use their fists to do the talking. Luo Feng still didn't lower his head. Pung. Pung. Pung, the endless hazy golden light and the golden flames overlapped each other, crazily suppressing the beautiful nebula that was constantly expanding. The expanding nebula was the domain-type treasure of the Lord of the Sealed Domain, the Nebula Lamp. It was even more valuable than the Lord of the Five Chaos Water Prison. The two domains clashed time and time again. The shockwaves from the clash were measured in light years. It too formed an incredibly shocking energy ripple. This energy fluctuation also attracted the attention of another expert in the space of the Flaming Lake. Luo Feng was trapped in the cold wind zone on the 8th day. So patient. Luo Feng looked up, waiting for an opportunity. If this goes on, I can only wait for the frozen lake thunder fire. Luo Feng's expression changed. His golden country had long spread beyond the cold wind zone. Hence when 5 Hun Hun appeared at the edge of the cold wind zone, Luo Feng naturally noticed. 5 Hun Hun Hun. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed fiercely. After which he laughed coldly and communicated, 5 Hun Hun Hun, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're really lucky. Respect, respect. His voice pierced through the golden country and exploded within 5 Hun 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 Hun's ears. Respect? I respect you too. 5 Hun 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 roared softly. I didn't expect you to survive the magma ocean. I thought your body would fall in the magma ocean. Even you didn't fall, how can I fall? My lifespan is longer than yours. Luo Feng laughed. Ah, I've lived for close to 3 reincarnation eras. From what I see, you can't even survive this one. How can you live longer than me? 5 Hun 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 laughed too. The short exchange between the two was filled with killing intent. They both understood that the other wanted them dead. A little bastard. Lord of Five Turbid clenched his teeth. He had never placed Luo Feng on the same level as him. Luo Feng was just a new kid. You want to kill me? Luo Feng wasn't afraid at all. What was there to be afraid of? He had Wu Yue and the Star Pagoda. Even if it was the strongest warrior in the universe, he wouldn't be afraid. Boom. The Lord of Five Turbid became a beam of light and swiftly flew towards Luo Feng. Simultaneously, countless blade lights revolved around him and madly clashed against the golden country. He was actually able to maintain it for a period of time. At this time, the Lord of Five Turbid was unleashing the Ka-Arrow Master's Blade Core World. The Sword Core Realm was the only peak-level domain treasure that the Master of the Arrow could use. When Master of Arrows used it, it wasn't even as powerful as Lord of Five Turbid's Water Ripple Prison. But that was mainly because the Master of the Arrow was slightly weaker. When Lord of Five Turbid used the Sword Core Realm, he was only at a disadvantage against the Golden Country and the Sea of Flames. Nebula Lamp? It's the Lord of Sealed Land, said Lord of the Five Turbid. You're the Master of the Arrow Research Institute? The Lord of Sealed Kong asked from another location. The two were about a light year apart. Just from the contact of the Sword Core Realm and the Nebula Lamp, the two were able to recognize each other's domain treasures. However, they were unable to determine each other's identities. I'm Lord of Five Turbid. Lord of Five Turbid said directly. Haha, Lord of Five Turbid, looks like you haven't fallen yet. The Lord of Sealed Kong was both happy and anxious. He was happy because he had the confidence to deal with Luo Feng if he joined forces with Lord of Five Turbid. He was angry because he had another opponent to fight for the wing treasure. I won't fall so easily. The Lord of Five Turbid snorted coldly. You guys have probably been fighting him for quite some time already. You can't do anything to him, right? You and I will join forces and surround him from 2 different directions. Whether it's you or me, Any one of us can hold him back and he'll definitely be finished. The Lord of Sealed Kong said. As for the treasure, we'll talk about it after we kill him. The Lord of Five Turbids said. Alright. The Lord of Sealed Kong didn't waste any more time. Rumble, rumble, the two of them swiftly closed in on Luo Feng from two different directions. Haha, to be able to make these two great beings team up against me, one from the first cycle and the other from the Purple Moon Sacred Land universe, I'm quite proud. However, to get the winged treasure? That's far from enough. Luo Feng laughed loudly. However, his movements immediately soared into the sky, whistling through the air as he flew upwards. He understood that he could maintain a sufficient distance from one warrior. However, the moment the two of them teamed up, he would definitely be caught by one of them. The longer this dragged on, the less room he had for himself. Hence he had to start his plan early. He's flying upwards. Flying upwards. Everyone surrounded him. And in the vast universe C, the three great reincarnation eras and two sacred land universes, news spread very slowly. Tuo's news, after reaching the two sacred land universes, finally began to spread to the second reincarnation era and the primal universe, right when Luo Feng was being chased by the Lord of Sealed Kong, Lord of Five Turbid and the other two universe lords. The news spread to the human race. What? Where did this news come from? Wasn't Luo Feng in the outer region of the universe boat? The Lord of Void Gold stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. P.S. This is the second chapter, today there are a total of 3 chapters. Updated Tomato continues writing the third chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Virtual Universe Great Alliance City, Inner City, within the main palace of Great Alliance Palace, many universe lords were gathered. I've only just heard about it from the second era, I don't know if it's true. Flintstone Lord looked around anxiously. Luo Feng has helped me before, if he's in danger, this news should be fake. Void Gold Lord shook his head. Back when I entered the universe boat with primal chaos, he even gave strict orders to Luo Feng. And his own strength is weak, he wouldn't be able to enter the inner region, much less the god-destroying stream. What's more, with that bit of strength, how could he fight the Five Turbid Lord to that extent? Right. All the universe lords present nodded. The Five Turbid Lord of the First Era, that was on equal footing with the Primal Chaos City leader. Don't rush, I have some ties with the universe lords from the Purple Moon Sacred Land. I'll ask. Pung Worker Lord laughed. Immediately the 10 universe lords present all looked at him. He was very low profile, however his strength was on the same level as the Primal Chaos City leader, his position was extremely high. Pung Worker Lord's expression gradually became serious. It's been confirmed. Pung Worker Lord gazed around. Luo Feng has indeed entered the universe boat inner region's god-destroying stream, and battled Tua, the Five Turbid Lord and the Arrow Master. And the lava demon god appeared, causing Tua to be heavily injured, forcing the Arrow Master and the Five Turbid Lord to enter the magma ocean. Of which the Arrow Master has fallen, the Five Turbid Lord has made it through the magma ocean, however his losses are probably huge. Is this true? All the universe lords in the main hall of the Hongmeng Palace were shocked and dumbfounded. Arrow Master fell, Tua was heavily injured, Five Turbid Lord was forced to pass through the magma ocean? Pung Worker, are you sure? Void Gold Lord couldn't help but ask, what a joke, the Arrow Master was on par with him. I'm sure. Pung Worker Lord nodded, I'll summon Primal Chaos. After a while, when the Primal Chaos City leader arrived and received the news, he was shocked too. The first thing he did was to summon Luo Feng. Luo Feng, come here. Teacher, Pung Worker Master, Void Gold Master, everyone. Luo Feng appeared in the palace and looked around to greet everyone. Milky Way Leader. Galactic Lord. All of them spoke up, their voices filled with respect. In the past, because Luo Feng was a new universe lord, the other universe lords didn't think much of him, they only treated him with respect. However, this matter had blown up too much, and even the master of the Arrow Research Institute had perished. Even the so-called unkillable Tua was heavily injured, and the powerful Lord of Five Turbid was forced to take a risk and cross the magma sea. Admirable. What happened between you, Yin Tua, Lord of Five Turbid, and Jiao Jian Master, is it true? Primal Chaos City Master asked. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Yin Tua was kicked twice by the lava demon god, his armor has probably been damaged. As for Yin Tua, even if he doesn't die, he probably won't have much of his body left. Master of the Arrow, his saber core world is in the hands of Lord of Five Chaos. I'm afraid he's really dead. Lord of the Five Turbid must have sacrificed a lot to cross the sea of lava. Luo Feng's words were direct, however it made the Primal Chaos City leader, the Void Gold Lord and the other warriors' heartbeats speed up. What a joke, this was risking their lives. What about you? The Primal Chaos City leader asked. Of course I can only cross the magma sea. Luo Feng said. Immediately the group of Universe Lords' hearts skipped a beat. Cross the magma sea? They simply didn't want to live. I was lucky enough to cross the magma lake alive. However, the Purple Moon Sacred Land Sealed Domain leader, Panka leader, Yuya leader, and that lucky Lord of Five Turbid. The four of them joined hands to kill me. Luo Feng said directly, right now I'm fleeing for my life, teacher summoned me. 4. Sealed Domain leader, Lord of Five Turbid? The Primal Chaos City leader held his breath. Luo Feng nodded. What do we do? What do we do now? The Primal Chaos City leader frowned. You're in the magma lake, even if I wanted to rush there, it'd take 10 years. The creator of the huge axe is still in the pinnacle world, who can save you? I won't be able to. The Void Gold Lord shook his head. Peng Gong frowned too. Luo Feng however said directly, teacher, don't worry, this battle has reached this point. That Lord of Five Turbid and I won't rest until one of us dies, at most I'll just sacrifice my main body. I definitely won't retreat at all. Right now they're chasing me, I can't afford to be distracted, I'll leave first. Luo Feng bowed, Shua, he vanished. Won't rest until one of us dies? The Primal Chaos City leader, Peng Gong and the others all felt their hearts in their throats, however they had no other choice. Powerful. As for the other Masters of Universe, especially the Masters of Universe from the subsidiary tribes of the Hong Alliance, they were shocked. Not only did he kill the Master of the Quintessence, but he was also fighting with the Master of the Five Turbid and the Purple Moon Holy Land's Master of Sealed Land. This was simply too crazy, normally they wouldn't even dare mess with the Sealed Domain leader or the Lord of Five Turbid, these terrifying beings. Luo Feng, just flee, let's see how long you can flee for. If I don't kill you, how will my Five Turbid survive in the Universe Sea? The Lord of Five Turbid roared, you're dead, you're dead. Dead? If I want to kill, I'll have to rely on my strength, not your mouth. It's better if you shut up. Luo Feng was rushing upwards from the distance. Luo Feng was currently flying above. Pan Ke and Yuya were the closest to him, less than 100 million kilometers below him. With their 100 times light speed, they could cross in a few seconds. The Lord of Five Turbid and Sealed Domain leader were chasing him from different directions. The distance between them and Luo Feng was simply too far. The Lord of Five Turbid was over 100 billion kilometers away from Luo Feng, and the Sealed Domain leader was even further away. While the higher he flew, the colder it got. At the very top of the cold wind zone was the frozen lake thunder fire that was swirling around. With a glance, endless flames covered the entire depths of the sky. Over the long years, the frozen lake thunder fire had always existed. Occasionally there would be huge ripples that would spread downwards, even into the flame lake below, causing the entire lake to freeze. If it didn't spread downwards, it would be at the very top. At the very top is the frozen lake thunder fire. He's been flying for a few days already, and there's already the frozen lake thunder fire above. Why is this silver wing leader Luo Feng still flying upwards? The frozen lake thunder fire is extremely cold, even the top-level palace treasures would freeze and shatter, it's terrifying. However, from the looks of it, he should have a top-level palace treasure. Shua, high up in the sky, Luo Feng immediately entered a blood-colored pyramid, sitting on it and rushing straight into the endless frozen lake thunder fire above. Yuya, come in. The Panko Lord too took out a silver-white ball, on it there were complex engravings, following the two of them in. The silver ball too swiftly entered the vast frozen lake thunder fire. After a while, escaping into the frozen lake thunder fire? No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape. The Lord of Five Turbid's eyes burned with rage, following which his extermination godly armor immediately disintegrated and quickly formed the five beast gods. He was within them. Controlling the five beast gods, he too entered the frozen lake thunder fire. After a while, the sealed domain leader too rode on the top-level palace treasure and rushed into the frozen lake thunder fire. That's weird. Luo Feng's speed is slowing down. Right, he's slowing down, it's really weird. Following closely behind Luo Feng, the Panko Lord and Yuya Lord were curious. Sealed domain, Luo Feng's speed has slowed down. Just follow, the path ahead is a dead end, he can't escape. The sealed domain leader replied. As Luo Feng's speed slowed, the Panko Lord and Yuya Lord knew they couldn't do anything to him, hence they too slowed down. Behind them, the Five Turbid Lord and the sealed domain leader were flying at their highest speeds. One slow, one fast. The distance between the Five Turbid Lord and Luo Feng was getting closer and closer, 60 billion kilometers, 50 billion kilometers, 40 billion kilometers. 10 billion kilometers, 5 billion kilometers, 1 billion kilometers, 100 million kilometers. Luo Feng, you're really looking for death. If I don't kill you, I'd be letting you down. The Five Turbid Lord's words were filled with endless killing intent. Five Turbid, you've chased me for so long, you sure have perseverance. Do you know what's ahead? Luo Feng's speed gradually slowed, his voice passed through the Golden Country and naturally reached the Five Turbid Lord's ears. That's a dead end. The Five Turbid Lords said. Right, a dead end, more accurately the 12 abysses. Luo Feng said. At the very top of the flame lake space, there was the frozen lake thunder fire. Where did the frozen lake thunder fire come from? They came from the 12 abysses. The 12 abysses were extremely huge and endless spaces. 6 of the abysses were constantly spewing out extremely cold frozen lake thunder fire, while the other 6 abysses were constantly devouring the endless frozen lake thunder fire. It formed a cycle. The moment the eruption was stronger than the swallowing, the endless frozen lake thunder fire would reach the flame lake below. And the abyss was a dead end. The reason why it was a dead end was because there was no other way out after entering, one could only return from the entrance of the abyss. The second reason was because only the strongest of the universe had a chance of surviving after entering, even universe lords with powerful treasures didn't dare enter. Entering meant entering a dead end. Deep abyss. Luo Feng flew upwards. The endless frozen lake's thunder fire had already been swallowed into a huge twisting whirlpool. A vast and endless black hole had appeared there. The powerful swallowing energy made Luo Feng have to rely on the Star Pagoda and the Golden Country to resist it. You want to scare me? Humph, the closer I get to the abyss, the stronger the swallowing energy gets. However, the amount you can handle definitely can't compare to mine. You're dead. The malevolent 5 beast gods roared and became beams of light, rushing towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked up at the endless abyss black hole. This was a place even more terrifying than the magma ocean. Even if he entered it, he wouldn't be able to get out. Come again, don't regret it. Luo Feng said. Haha, you should be the one regretting it. The 5 beast gods roared, their huge claws already stomping towards the blood pyramid. I'm not your match, hence. Luo Feng said softly. Rumble the miniature universe immediately formed, enveloping the Lord of Five Turbid and Luo Feng within. The huge miniature universe couldn't resist the sky-filled swallowing energy, and it didn't resist at all. It was instantly sucked in by the dark endless abyss. As the miniature universe crumbled under the swallowing energy, the Lord of Five Turbid struggled with all his might, but it was too late. No. The 5 god was shocked and raged. The 5 beast gods madly tried to fly back. To have the 5 god accompany me on this path of death, it's my honor. Luo Feng's voice resounded within the 5 gods' ears. Silence. Outside the endless abyss black hole, a silver ball was there. After a while, a palace appeared there too. Madman, madman. Pan Ke and Yuya were still trembling. That was a path of death. Even universe lords with powerful treasures didn't want to enter. This silver wing leader is actually such a madman, crazy to others, crazy to himself too. Sealed Domain Lord looked at the huge black hole in the sky, trembling within. he understood that the five god was finished. He suddenly realized, his decision to steal Luo Feng's treasure was a mistake. Luckily he caught Wu Hun and not me. Sealed Domain Lord couldn't help but rejoice within. Tomato fulfilled his promise. He had been under a lot of pressure previously, so he stopped updating for 3 days to adjust himself. During that time, he went out to watch movies, sat in front of his computer and wrote over 10,000 words. His condition was much better. He wrote with more feeling too. At this time, while maintaining his normal updates, Tomato paid back the 5 chapters he owed. Haha, after seeing Swallowed Star lagging behind in the rankings, I really wanted to ask for votes, however I was too embarrassed to do so. Now that I'm updating normally, I've paid back the 5 chapters one owed. I finally dared to ask. 4 votes. Monthly and recommended votes are lagging behind. I hope everyone supports me. 5 or 6 isn't too much, 1 isn't too little either, hehe asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The abyss was different from the magma ocean. The abyss was also called a dead end by the universe lords. It meant that the moment one entered, it would be a dead end with no chance of survival. And in the magma ocean, one could totally give it a shot and fight for a chance of survival. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the 5 beast gods and the blood pyramid were sucked into the dark, bottomless abyss. Initially trying his best to rush out, Lord of 5 Turbid began to laugh madly. His laughter was ferocious. Good, I really respect you. I didn't expect you to live this long. And you have precious treasures on you too. That silver wing and your palace, after escaping the magma ocean, you actually took the initiative to rush back into the abyss? You're really willing to give it all up. Willing to give it all up. You're different from me. I've already lived for close to 3 reincarnation eras, and I'm close to the end. There's no escaping the end. At least we don't even have a chance. Only the strongest of the universe will risk it and fight for that last chance of survival. Hence, the universe lords of the first reincarnation era were all crazy. Because, against the end, they had no power to resist. Everything depends on the strongest of the race to escape the reincarnation cycle. Lord of 5 Turbid said. The feeling of helplessness and the end of our lives make us crazy. I dare to fight you. I didn't expect you to dare to fight me and drag me, a universe lord who's about to die, into the abyss. Lord of 5 Turbid laughed. This time we'll definitely die. However, you and I both have bodies. It's just that we've both lost our strongest main bodies. In the future, we may still have a chance to fight. However, no matter how much we fight, after this, Luo Feng, no matter how much I want to kill you, no matter how much I hate you, I respect you. You're already my true opponent. I won't underestimate you anymore. A voice resounded from within the blood pyramid. What an honor. Lord of 5 Turbid, you've always looked down on me. Now you're treating me as a true opponent. Luo Feng seemed very relaxed. Haha, even though I've lost the extermination armor, my other bodies have many other treasures. My strength is still that of a level 5 universe lord, just slightly weaker. Lord of 5 muddled scoffed. But you don't have the wings and the Scarlet Palace. Do you think you can fight back the next time we meet? That's right. When he was unable to resist, the Master of 5 muddled was ready to die. As a super expert, he would naturally struggle with all his might when there was a chance of survival. When there was no chance of survival, he could still deal with it directly. You don't have to worry about that, Lord of 5 Turbid. How long have I been cultivating? Maybe the next time you meet me, I'll be even stronger than you. Even without the winged treasure, I'll still be able to defeat you and make you flee. Luo Feng said. Haha, confident, truly confident. The abyss was truly terrifying. Be it the blood-colored pyramid or the 5 beast gods, none of them could resist at all. Roar the frenzied suction caused the blood pyramid and the 5 beast gods to fly at high speed towards the depths. Unlike the strangling power of the magma whirlpool in the sea of magma, this suction was more like a black hole, except that it was trillions of times stronger than a black hole. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more powerful the suction would be. I can't maintain the 5 beast gods anymore, haha, Silver Wing leader Luo Feng, I'll leave first. Let's fight again next time. Lord of Five muddled laughed. Pa. Pa, the 5 beast gods trembled under the suction, almost as though they were about to crumble apart. Simultaneously, 2 of their scales fell off and were immediately sucked into the depths. The 5 beast gods were after all just a battle technique formed from condensation. Maybe in terms of defense, they could compare to the pinnacle palace treasures. However, in terms of stability, they were weaker than the true pinnacle palace treasures. As the suction got stronger, they could no longer maintain the 5 beast god form. Pa 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 pa. As the 2 scales fell off, a large number of the scales of the 5 divine beasts instantly disintegrated. Countless scales of the divine annihilation armor were sucked into the depths of the abyss. The moment the 5 beast gods collapsed, it naturally revealed Lord of Five muddled. Haha, Lord of Five muddled laughed madly. Selah, under the terrifying devouring power, his divine body disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. His world ring, spatial ring, and other items were also completely destroyed by this terrifying power. A large number of items, materials, and precious treasures appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, there was a loud bang. One after another, the supreme treasures shattered and were destroyed. Normal treasures, high-level treasures, top-level treasures, all of them were destroyed. Countless materials were destroyed. Although the suction force wasn't strong enough to destroy a peak palace-type supreme treasure, it was enough to destroy many peak palace-type supreme treasures and weapons. For a moment, the important items that the Lord of the Five Muddles carried with him were all destroyed. Only the Sword Core Realm, the Water Ripple Hell, the Black Pendant, and the Godly Extermination Armor remained intact. The Extermination Godly Armor, in the form of countless scales, was sucked deep into the abyss. Blade Core World, Ripple Prison, and Black Pendant were all sucked in. Lord of Five muddled, have a safe journey. Luo Feng was within the Blood Pyramid. He unleashed the Golden Country. The blurry golden light enveloped the surroundings. He could see the intact Blade Core World, Ripple Prison, and Black Pendant. To be able to survive such a terrifying suction force in the abyss, they are all precious treasures. Luo Feng tried to use the Golden Country to bind the treasures. However, the suction force was much stronger than the Golden Country's binding force. They were on completely different levels. He couldn't control the 3 items at all. Rumble. The Blood Pyramid, Blade Core World, Ripple Prison, and Black Pendant sped up. The countless scales of the Extermination Godly Armor were moving at a ridiculous speed. That is. Luo Feng could faintly see the huge crisscrossing black object below. Pung pung pung. Countless scales, Saber Core Realms, Water Ripple Purgatory, and the Black Pendant slammed into the gigantic black object. This collision caused the direction of the objects to change, and they were all sucked into it in different directions. Black Pendant. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. He immediately controlled the Star Pagoda and tried to get closer to the Black Pendant. Pung, the Star Pagoda too clashed against the black object and rolled towards the Black Pendant. Holly-eyed Race's first small universe. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lord of Five muddled laughed. His laughter was unbridled. He stood before the railing of the shrine and looked from afar, laughing without restraint. Shwa, endless light gathered in mid-air before Lord of Five muddled. It formed an old man with a single eye on his back. The old man walked over and looked at Lord of Five muddled. He said calmly, Five muddled. First true Lord. Lord of Five muddled bowed. Holly-eyed Race, 7 true lords. All of them were the strongest in the universe. And the first true lord had the highest position and was worshipped the most. My main battle body has just fallen. Lord of Five muddled said. He fell in the abyss above the flaming lake, the 9th abyss. The first true lord continued to look at Lord of Five muddled. Ha ha ha, I underestimated that Luo Feng. He's a new warrior with a long lifespan. However, after barely surviving the magma ocean, he still dared to drag me into the abyss. After barely surviving, one treasures his life even more. He should treasure it more than me. I failed. Lord of Five muddled laughed. Lost treasures? The first true lord asked. In the abyss, many treasures will be destroyed one by one. The only ones that will survive are the Black Token, Blade Core World, Ripple Prison, and Extermination Godly Armor. Of which, the Blade Core World and Ripple Prison will probably be destroyed in the abyss. Only the Black Token from the Universe Boat and the Extermination Godly Armor will be preserved. Lord of Five Muddled said, that Luo Feng's wings should be preserved too. The Black Token, the two special treasures. The first true lord nodded, it's worth it for our true lord to make a move. The abyss was a dead end. However, to the strongest of the universe, it was still possible. After a while, the third and sixth true lord of the Holly-Eyed clan, the two strongest of the universe, headed towards the Universe Boat. Their target this time was the Black Token and the two special treasures, the Extermination Godly Armor and Silver Wings. Luo Feng, you're being chased by Sealed Pond Lord and Five Muddled Lord, what's the situation? The Primal Chaos City leader sent 3 emails to Luo Feng. When Luo Feng fell into the abyss, finally, he replied with an email. Teacher, I've dragged Lord of Five Muddled into the 9th abyss. Luo Feng replied with this. He didn't want to say he was still alive. Firstly, he couldn't explain why he was still alive. Secondly, the moment he was alive, the humans would probably go and save him. It would probably cause more trouble for the humans. Because he could totally predict, the moment news of him and Lord of Five Muddled falling in spreads, it would definitely attract the strongest of the universe to fight for the treasures. If at this time, the humans still wanted to save him, it would obviously be even more troublesome. I'll settle everything myself. Luo Feng thought, to outsiders, they'll just treat my body as dead. After the Primal Chaos City leader received the news, he stood quietly outside his palace for a while. This failure, I hope it'll train you even more. You have the ability to create clones, and your training time is short. In the future, you'll definitely be able to walk even higher. The Primal Chaos City leader only replied with this, and didn't say anything else. Actually, from the way the Primal Chaos City leader saw it, such a special treasure like the wings, to get it, one needed luck. If he lost it this time, to get it again, it would be hard. However, he was clear, an absolute warrior's growth depended on himself. Others couldn't help. This disciple of mine is powerful too, dragging Wu Muddled to die with him. Wu Muddled is on par with me. The Primal Chaos City leader shook his head and followed him towards the creator of the huge axe. Huge axe. The Primal Chaos City leader arrived at the creator. Primal Chaos? Why have you come, for Luo Feng's matter? I've heard too, he seems to be being chased by the Sealed Domain Lord and Lord of Five Muddled. The creator walked out of the shrine, barefooted with messy hair. He's already entered the 9th abyss with the Lord of Five Muddled, the two of them will definitely die. The Primal Chaos City leader said, Luo Feng's treasures, Wu Muddled's treasures are both in the 9th abyss. This is a rare opportunity, huge axe, will you make a trip there? Yes, of course I'll go. The creator said. Asterisk the first chapter has arrived, Monday, requesting for recommendation votes. Last night I requested for monthly votes, everyone was very supportive, thank you Red Alliance brothers and sisters for your support, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Comment vote, your support is my biggest motivation. The news of Luo Feng's battle with Wu Hun, the Geo Arrow Master and Yin Tua had long spread throughout the 3 great reincarnation eras and 2 sacred land universes. However, there was another piece of news. It was said that the 5-turbid lord who had just escaped from the magma ocean had once again clashed with the Silver Wing leader Luo Feng, the two of them had fallen in the abyss above the lake. As soon as the news spread, it shocked everyone. Silver Wing Overlord is really stupid. How could he fight Lord of Five Chaos like that? The Lord of Five Chaos was from the first reincarnation era. These lords of the universe who were nearing the end of their lifespans were already going crazy. Even if they didn't die this time, they would all die when their lifespans came to an end. He had only cultivated for a short period of time, and his foundation was shallow. He was lucky enough to obtain the Silver Wing treasure. How could he be so hot-headed as to risk it all? Humph, if he wants to get another treasure as powerful as the Silver Wings, it will be difficult. Difficult. Silver Wing leader Luo Feng, he's pretty good. At least we can drag Wu Huan to death with us. That's a bunch of idiots going crazy. If it was a warrior from the second reincarnation era, would he have gone crazy? After experiencing the life and death situation in the magma ocean, he should have fled long ago, yet he still chased after Luo Feng. As expected of the first reincarnation era. It's fine to chase after Luo Feng, but you even lost your life and helped Luo Feng. Interesting. Both of them have the ability to split themselves and will be able to appear again very soon. This time, the grudge between them is so great. I'm afraid there will be some disturbances in the future. Without the silver wing, how will Luo Feng fight the five-turbid lord? Both of them are dead. Aren't the godly extermination armor and the silver wings in the abyss? Haha, if I'm strong enough, I'll definitely go to the abyss. There are 12 of them in the abyss. Do you know which one they are? And if one wasn't the strongest person in the universe, they wouldn't even dare to enter. Although we don't dare to go in, many of the strongest people in the universe have gone there. After this battle, Luo Feng's name had truly spread throughout the cosmic sea. At least the 3 great rebirth eras and the 2 sacred lands knew of Luo Feng. He didn't dare underestimate Luo Feng, after all he was the one who killed the Arrow Master and the five-turbid lord. Scorpion, do you want to go to the abyss? I heard that they have the godly extermination armor and silver wings, both of which are extraordinary. I have a supreme treasure with me, so I'm not lacking in those things. Moreover, out of the 12 abysses, I can at most confirm that they are the 6 great abysses that devour. But do you know which of the 6 great abysses it is? Since he did not know, even if he ran there, he would probably run to the wrong abyss. He believed that a large race like the Holy-Eyed race would definitely have the strongest warriors in the universe rush there. Compared to us loners, the strongest people in the universe who have a race value those treasures more. But to be honest, I don't care about the divine extermination armor, but the silver wing treasure is interesting. Other than the most powerful treasure, it seems to be the first treasure that can control time and space. Yes. A treasure that can control time and space. TSK, it's special. However, even though it is special, it is useless against the strongest experts of our universe. We have absolute control over a part of the universe and are much more powerful than the silver wing treasure. Since you're not going, I'll continue staying in the core area with you and watch the show. I wonder which universe's strongest experts will be rushing over. The divine extermination armor and the silver wing treasure indeed attracted many of the strongest people in the universe. After all, within the 3 great danger zones, it was extremely difficult to acquire even one treasure. The creator of the giant axe had only managed to get his hands on it after so many years, and the silver wing treasure, which was second only to the ultimate treasures, was naturally extremely precious. Enough to move the hearts of the strongest in the universe. Milky Way, Luo Feng's vast ice-cold shrine. A consciousness pierced through space and descended upon the shrine. Within the shrine were large amounts of undying servants and patrolling guards. There was also the Ganwu country leader and a few other knights waiting. However, these knights didn't even feel this powerful consciousness. In the depths of the shrine, there was a training room. The walls outside had exquisite carvings and decorations. There were even 9 undying servants dressed in armor standing guard outside. Within the training room, Luo Feng's ocean clone sat cross-legged. Behind him was a pool. This pool was the god country's transportation pathway, directly connecting to his own god country. These few years, Ocean would occasionally head over to the ancestral god sect to receive the beast god path inheritance. After which, he would return to train and study. Hua. A powerful consciousness descended and formed a blurry silhouette before Luo Feng. It was the 2-horned old man. Mountain guest. Teacher. Ocean stood up and bowed respectfully. Luo Feng. Mountain guest looked at Luo Feng. I've heard a few things about you. However, are those rumors true? Luo Feng replied respectfully, there's no problem with the rumor. I reckon that it was spread by the Purple Moon Sacred Land. Back then, I was in the Flaming Lake and was chased by the Sealed Domain Lord and the other 2 Universe Lords, along with the 5-turbid Lord. After thinking about it, I decided that I had to use some methods to scare everyone, hence I dragged the 5-turbid Lord into the 9th abyss. You did the right thing. You have the silver wing treasure, causing the other warriors to be greedy for it. Mountain Guest exclaimed. If your strength isn't enough, you'll be robbed. This time, your explosiveness has at least caused the other warriors to fear your madness. They won't easily act against you. Luo Feng nodded. You can also take the chance to pretend that your body has fallen. Sitting Mountain Passenger said, you'll lie low for a while and temper yourself. How's your beast god Dao? The 6th level is close to completion. Luo Feng said. Continue training and reach the peak of the 7th level as soon as possible. Mountain Guest's eyes were filled with worry. He said softly, remember, on the path of the strong, you have to be crazy and fight. However, you have to relax and relax. Sometimes, you have to hide. I estimate that the God-eyed race will send the strongest warrior of the universe over. Be careful. Luo Feng nodded. Hua, Mountain Guest's silhouette became blurry and vanished. Luo Feng nodded. His teacher was right. He couldn't be too crazy. If he went too far, he might end up playing himself to death. And his foundations were very important too. Even though he could create techniques, he relied on his engraving skills. His laws alone were still very lacking. He hadn't even reached the 7th level of the Beast God path. Following which, Luo Feng smiled and revealed a smile. Even though Mountain Guest had only exchanged a few words, he could feel his hidden concern and worry. After all, when Luo Feng was weak, Mountain Passenger was able to control everything and control the entire situation. However, now Luo Feng's opponent was the Lord of 5 Turbid, and even the strongest of the holly-eyed race had appeared. Even Mountain Passenger couldn't control him. Mountain Guest had looked for Luo Feng before. However, the Primal Chaos City leader hadn't come to look for him. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island's highest peak. Aren't you going to see Luo Feng? The Dragon Emperor raised his wine cup. No need to care. He's not an idiot. The Primal Chaos City leader frowned and poured himself another cup of wine. And I can't help him. Ever since this incident, with his endless dark ocean godly body, his earth body can instantly recover. However, until now, I haven't seen any movement from him. The Dragon Emperor raised his wine cup and laughed within. Primal Chaos, you said you didn't need to care, but you're still worried. 9th Abyss. Rumble the Black Pendant and the similarly small Blood Pyramid, one in front and one behind, were madly being swept along in the endless abyss. I've been in the abyss for a total of 6 days, yet I've been constantly being swallowed by the incomparably violent energy. Until now, it hasn't stopped at all. However, it's still alright, maybe this incident will attract the strongest warriors of the universe to come and search for treasures. However, to rush to the 9th abyss from other places would probably take a few years. Luo Feng was very calm. He was controlling the Blood Pyramid. Currently, the Blood Pyramid size was similar to the Black Pendants. Hence, under normal circumstances, the endless swallowing energy's trajectory was similar to the Black Pendants. Even if there were any deviations, Luo Feng could use his own god energy to control and modify it so that he could chase after the Black Pendant. As for taking it, the moment his god energy was used, it would be shattered. The Golden Country's power was far from the swallowing energy, hence it couldn't forcefully take the Black Pendant. Following the swallowing energy, I passed through the darkness and crashed into an unknown huge object. After that, I was sucked into the killing zone. The Black Pendant and my Star Pagoda both made it through. After that, I entered the extremely hot zone. Luo Feng recalled his experiences over the past 6 days inside. The abyss was very dangerous. Even Jiafanzi's records didn't have much. After all, even though Jiafanzi had entered back then, he only had a rough look around and didn't study it in detail. Because, 1, it was easy to enter but hard to leave, it was extremely dangerous. 2, the abyss was famous for being stingy. He had never heard of any powerful treasures appearing in the abyss. Even if there were treasures, they were probably dropped by other warriors after they died. Danger, harsh environment, no benefits, naturally, he couldn't be bothered to study it in detail. The swallowing energy is weakening, it's rapidly weakening. Luo Feng was suddenly overjoyed. In these 6 days, the swallowing energy reached its peak on the 4th day, after which it gradually weakened and grew stronger. However, the change was very small. Luo Feng was certain, this swallowing energy couldn't stay that strong forever. The swallowing energy rapidly weakened. In just a moment, after flying past a thick burning flame, the Golden Country was able to completely resist the swallowing energy. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng was overjoyed. He immediately controlled the Golden Country. A formless golden light wrapped around the black pendant that was flying at high speed in the distance. It constantly suppressed it, causing it to fly slower and slower as it neared the Star Pagoda. Even Luo Feng's Golden Country was able to completely negate the weak swallowing energy. A small hand reached out from the blood pyramid and grabbed the black pendant before entering the pagoda. I've acquired the black pendant. Luo Feng was elated. P.S. Update complete. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the blood pyramid, Luo Feng held the black pendant in his hand. The material of the pendant was almost exactly the same as the green token, only the color was different. On the pendant, there was also a strange beast carving that he had never seen before. The strange beast had 9 huge fangs and its eyes were spitting fire, as though it was the ruler of the darkness. Black token, corresponding to the black room. Luo Feng played with the token, nodding. The universe boat itself is indeed mysterious and unpredictable. The crazy swallowing energy from before, even the pinnacle treasures were destroyed. This one is still perfectly fine. I wonder if there are treasures within the black room. Luo Feng thought. Actually, it was very possible that there were treasures within the black room. Especially those from the first reincarnation era, those that were about to die. They normally didn't want to give the treasures they risked their lives for to the second reincarnation era, the primal universe, hence they would rather place them in the secret room or somewhere else, and then hide the token. It all depended on luck. Of course some warriors would rather destroy the treasure. Different warriors naturally had different thoughts. I hope the 5-turbid lord left the treasure within the secret room. Luo Feng thought, however the secret room itself is a treasure ground. Black token, green token, and silver token. These 3 tokens represented 3 types of independent chambers. The independent space of the secret room itself also had many special features. Plus Luo Feng was originally planning to head to the black room region where the black stone pillars were to train his willpower, hence he didn't hesitate to follow the black token. After such a long period of swallowing energy attacks, and without the protection of God energy, this black token's life imprint is already very weak. Luo Feng tried to recognize the owner. The moment his God energy rushed in, he discovered that the life imprint was very weak. With just a few attacks, the life imprint left by the 5-turbid lord immediately broke, leaving his own life imprint. The black token was now his. Rumble, the blood pyramid slowly descended, stopping in the churning green water. This green water was incomparably cold, completely comparable to the thunder fire of the frozen lake. The moment I fall into the abyss, it'll be extremely hard to get out. I'll first investigate this abyss. In the map left behind by Xianxia, there's only a very brief description of the abyss, especially this 9th abyss. The blood pyramid that floated on the surface of the green water began to emit a blurry golden light. The abyss was vast, and very complicated. Back then, Xianxia had only rushed in a straight line and left after a brief exploration. The area he had recorded was probably less than 1/1,000,000th of the abyss itself. In this abyss, I have to rely on myself. Luo Feng carefully began to investigate and understand this abyss. After all, within this short period of time, he was going to make this his home. In the endless cosmic sea, chaotic currents filled the air. 2 figures were teleporting over a long distance, shoulder to shoulder. Their auras were very ordinary, without the slightest bit of power. However, if any of the cosmic lords in the cosmic sea were to see them, they would probably be able to recognize them. After all, whenever a lord of the universe roamed the cosmic sea, he or she would be informed that there were some existences that he or she could not afford to provoke. These 2 people were definitely not to be trifled with. The 3rd true lord of the holy-eyed race. The 6th true lord. The one-eyed phantom behind them had long since disappeared, and they looked like ordinary humans. Wuhan suffered a big loss this time. Those foreign tribes are still mocking the experts of our holy-eyed clan for being useless. Humph, this time we will move together. We must let those foreign tribes understand the prestige of our holy-eyed clan. Our holy-eyed clan is the #1 power of the first reincarnation era. In the entire cosmic sea, even the 2 sacred lands wouldn't easily provoke us. That primal universe human actually dares to provoke us. Indeed. The 2 sacred lands universe didn't want to easily provoke the holy-eyed clan. Because the holy-eyed clan was extremely strong. They had many universe lords. Of course, they were still lacking compared to the 2 sacred lands. However, the holy-eyed clan had a total of 7 strongest warriors. This was much more powerful than the 2 sacred lands. The 2 sacred lands universe had no way of producing the strongest in the universe. They were all the strongest that had survived since the ancient times. Plus, the 2 sacred lands universe, the small universe of the strongest that had survived, had long been destroyed. Even though they were still alive, the destruction of their small universe had greatly affected their strength. At the level of the strongest experts in the universe, he was weak in terms of martial power. This made the 2 sacred lands universe slightly fearful of the strongest race from the 3 great reincarnation eras, the holy-eyed clan. The end is near. Another jade-eyed man with a serious expression said, "Our holy-eyed clan has to make one last gamble. Before this, anyone that dares to provoke our holy-eyed clan will be punished." This time, Silver Wing leader Luo Feng and Wu Hun fell into the abyss together, causing the Silver Wing treasure and the extermination godly armor to be within. I reckon the strongest of the universe will head over. Even the strongest human huge axe will be there. Right, that's very likely. That huge axe is a junior. Even though he's strong, he doesn't even have a treasure. How would he be a match for us? Our 7 holy-eyed clan, in the recent 3 reincarnation eras, along with the ancient techniques from the 3 great forbidden lands, studying them carefully, I'm afraid in the entire cosmic sea, only the primal ancestor that has been suppressed forever can suppress us. The other strongest of the universe are nothing to fear. This time, no matter how many strongest come, we have to punish them. Especially that creator huge axe. This matter has something to do with the humans. We've reached the universe boat. So, 2 seemingly normal silhouettes had already reached the area around the universe boat. With long-distance teleportation, they rushed towards the boat. Universe Sea, distant pinnacle world inner region. A water screen enveloped the land and land, wantonly scattering. Within the water screen, there were even huge rocks flying at high speeds. Rumble. A glaring axe appeared in midair. This huge axe was about 90,000 kilometers long. The surface of the axe was extremely huge. On the back of the axe were ancient engravings. The engravings were mysterious. At this time, this huge axe was emitting a light that shot into the sky. It immediately tore through the surrounding space, causing the water screen to disperse and the huge rocks to shatter. All laws were forced to retreat. Break! A powerful roar resounded. Rumble, the space ahead had long been frozen. There was no way to teleport. However, this huge axe completely forced back all laws. It wasn't restricted by the laws and its speed was ridiculous. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times the speed of light, it continued to rise. Within a few minutes, it had passed through the frozen space region. Then, shwa, he directly teleported, and the giant axe disappeared into thin air. Using absolute strength to sweep through everything, not caring about consuming large amounts of God energy. Whether it was teleportation or high speed, the creator of huge axe went all out. After a total of 3 months, he finally rushed out of Pinnacle World. We're finally out. The barefooted savage stood in the space outside the Pinnacle World. He gazed into the distant endless space. The god-eyed race is in the first reincarnation era. Facing the end of their lives, they're even crazier. Plus they're very arrogant. They don't even respect the 2 sacred lands. After losing face this time, they definitely have to use this opportunity to show off. The ancestor roamed the universe sea back then. He killed so many that none of the universe's strongest dared to be arrogant in front of him. This time I'll imitate the ancestor. With this huge axe, I can finally show off my true strength for once. God-eyed race, I'll start with you. The barefooted savage's eyes were filled with terrifying madness and absolute confidence. Rumble, after which, he teleported again and again. Very quickly, he left the pinnacle world region and swiftly rushed towards the universe boat in the endless universe sea. 9th Abyss, deep within. The blood pyramid flew slowly. Through the golden country, it surveyed the vast region. However, there were many special regions within the abyss. Luo Feng couldn't clearly scan 99% of them. No wonder the map Xianxia left behind was so simple. I can't scan here or there. I can only rely on my eyes to slowly scan. Luo Feng looked outside from within the blood pyramid. As an absolute treasure, the star pagoda naturally didn't obstruct Luo Feng's vision. Using such a simple and primitive method, along with the golden country that could only scan a small region, he carefully scanned. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Even though he only scanned a small region, it made Luo Feng understand, the abyss is truly dangerous and stingy. There are dangers everywhere. If I had a top-level palace treasure, I wouldn't even be able to survive 5 minutes. If I had a pinnacle palace treasure, I definitely wouldn't be able to survive a day. Luckily I have the star pagoda. Luo Feng was terrified of the abyss's danger level. In terms of the environment, the danger level of the magma ocean was pretty much common. The only difference with the god-destroying stream was, there weren't any living beings like the magma demon god that attacked. It's so dangerous, yet not a single treasure appears. This is too much. Other places, the more dangerous it is, the higher the chances of a powerful treasure appearing. This place however is special. Is there something weird about it? Luo Feng was curious. However, this weirdness had been noticed by the absolute warriors from every rebirth era. They had all come here to investigate. Like Xianxia and the others, they had at least scanned the area. However, countless experiences had proven one thing, the abyss was extremely stingy. There were no treasures appearing. Even if there were treasures, they were left here after the strong fell. The star pagoda continued to fly, discovering many dangerous areas within the abyss. However, there were no treasures. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. His vision wasn't obstructed by the star pagoda. He could see the distant whirlwind howling and flying about a black dot. Go over. Luo Feng controlled the star pagoda to fly over. As it got closer, he observed carefully. The closer he got, the more he could see. That black dot seemed to be a black scale. It seemed to be the black scale of the godly extermination armor. Don't tell me. Luo Feng's eyes revealed a sense of excitement. He urged the star pagoda over. After a while, the star pagoda flew into the wild wind region. Boundless golden light spread out. Although it was unable to investigate due to the interference, it could still unleash attacks, restraints, and other powers. It easily caught the black scale, and after a while, it put the black scale into the star tower. Holding onto the black scale, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right, this is one of the scales of the godly extermination armor. Since I've discovered this scale, it looks like the other scales are close too. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng held the black scale. The scale was about the size of a basin. After holding it, it felt slightly cold. Even looking at it with the naked eye, one could feel the terrifying energy contained within the black scale. The extermination godly armor is famous. However, it has always been in the hands of the 5-turbid lord and no other warriors have ever obtained it. Hence the true uniqueness of the extermination godly armor is just a rumor in the universe sea. However, it is publicly acknowledged, including many of the strongest warriors in the universe, they all believe it to be second only to the ultimate treasures. Luo Feng still remembered the scene of the 5-turbid lord transforming into the 5 beast gods. The extermination godly armor was definitely very suitable for him. This level of treasure is even more valuable than the wonders. Even though the wonders are powerful, they don't have any engravings to control. I wonder what power this extermination godly armor has and what its true name is. Luo Feng looked at the black scale before him and his heart was burning. I have to get the extermination godly armor. Rumble, Luo Feng's god energy immediately drilled into the black scale. This scale had been drifting through the abyss and was attacked by many things without any god energy to protect it. Just like the Wu slaying wings that had been through so much damage, even though this scale didn't have any damage, the life imprint on it was already very shallow. With just 2 attacks, it swiftly seeped in and imprinted a life imprint. Luo Feng frowned, there's no message? This scale recognized its owner, yet it didn't feel anything special. Don't tell me this scale is part of the countless scales of the extermination godly armor and there are too few of them? Hence there's no power? Luo Feng muttered to himself. This was possible too. The so-called damaged treasures, at least had to be able to be used normally for there to be a message. Begin searching. So, the blood-colored star pagoda immediately began to move. Luo Feng began to search like an inescapable net. Since he only recognized one scale, he didn't feel any calling or message, so he could only slowly search around. However, since he found the first one, there must be others nearby. Huahua Luo Feng controlled the golden country and transformed it into a huge golden hand that grabbed the dangerous areas and carefully searched. The second piece. Luo Feng was surprised, oh, the third piece. In reality, there were indeed many other scales of the extermination godly armor around. Scales were swiftly discovered one by one, causing Luo Feng's collection to continuously increase. It was a pity, even as the number of scales increased, there was still no information regarding the extermination godly armor reaching Luo Feng's consciousness. Cosmic Sea, first universe of the holy-eyed race. Lord of Five Turbid frowned and quickly walked out of the meditation room. He came to the railing of the majestic palace and looked at the sky. First True Lord. A blurry figure condensed in the air in front of him. Wu Hun. The first True Lord looked at him. First True Lord. Lord of Five muddled said anxiously. Previously, I lost my connection with my black keepsake. Although I couldn't sense its direction in the cosmic sea, I could at least sense its existence. However, the black keepsake was the first to lose contact with me. I originally thought that the attacks in the dark abyss were too terrifying, and the successive attacks caused my life imprint to shatter. But just now. The first True Lord furrowed his eyebrows, speak. Just now, I could faintly sense the countless scales of the extermination godly armor. However, just now, I realized that the scales were rapidly disappearing. Obviously, my life imprint was shattering one after another. However, my extermination godly armor broke down into countless scales and was swept in. Even under special circumstances, only a portion of the scales should be shattering a large amount of my life imprint at once. However, the continuous shattering made me feel that a strong warrior had found my extermination godly armor scales and was recognizing them as their owner. Lord of Five muddled said solemnly. A strong warrior found it? The first True Lord was confused. There's a strong warrior in the ninth abyss? Not many know about the ninth abyss. Only us, the primeval universe humans and the Purple Moon's sacred land know about it. Lord of Five muddled said solemnly. Those who dare to enter the abyss are definitely the strongest in the universe. The highest possibility is that it's the primeval universe humans or the Purple Moon's sacred land's strongest. Or it could be someone who was very close to the ninth abyss and immediately went to explore after receiving the news. The first True Lord nodded slightly. Things were troublesome. There was actually a strong warrior who snatched it first. The probability of it being another strong warrior is extremely high. It's the environment of the abyss that caused the life imprint to shatter. The probability is extremely low unless it's a coincidence. Lord of Five muddled said. I understand. First True Lord said slowly. Lord of Five muddled bowed and retreated. He was very clear that the only thing he could do now was to report the news. There was nothing else he could do. Universe Boat Inner District. The third True Lord and the sixth True Lord were advancing majestically in the inner district. What? Yes, teacher. The sixth True Body's consciousness was conversing with the first True Lord. Following which, he turned to look at the third True Lord and said solemnly, Teacher just gave me some news. It's a little troublesome. The third true lord looked over. What did God Eye say? The first true lord was also the first person in the history of the God Eye race to become the strongest in the universe. At that time, he was given the title God Eye. He also followed the path of God Eye to become the strongest in the universe. Hence, he was called the God Eye True Lord in the cosmic sea. Furthermore, 3 of the other 6 true lords were disciples of the God Eye True Lord. Teacher said that there should be experts in the 9th abyss who are collecting the scales of the godly extermination armor. The 6th true lord said solemnly, "We've just entered the inner district and are still very far away. We can't stop them even if we want to. There's actually experts there?" The 3rd true lord was instantly anxious. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't reach there directly. "We can't care anymore." The 3rd true lord gritted his teeth and roared, "Let's burn our divine power and tear through spacetime to reach there as fast as possible." 6th true lord nodded. Boom. Boom, the 2 of them were completely enraged. Although both of them had a supreme treasure, it wasn't an offensive type of supreme treasure. Hence, in terms of tearing through spacetime, they weren't as fast as the creator of the huge axe. It was just that the creator of the huge axe was slower than them at the start and had only just arrived outside the universe boat. Crazily collecting. One by one, the scales were collected. In the abyss, the Golden Kingdom turned into a huge golden monster. The golden monster grabbed, kicked, and used all sorts of methods to sweep through the area. Soon, more and more scales were collected, 9,310, 9,311. Luo Feng didn't stop at all. However, even after collecting so many, the scales were still very messy and didn't form into a single piece. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Luo Feng completely followed the distribution of the scales. The more densely packed the scales were, the more carefully he searched. In his mind, he naturally formed a picture. It was easy to guess where most of the scales were. Relying on this method, Luo Feng's efficiency was very high. The 182900. Luo Feng wasn't as excited as before. He was just looking forward to when the scales would change. While the large amount of black scales that had been placed in the core control room of the Star Tower suddenly fiercely gathered towards the 182900 scale that Luo Feng had collected. Pai Li Pa La with the 182,900 as the core. They madly connected, embedded, and assembled. Simultaneously, energy emanated from them. An incomparably crazy energy made Luo Feng recall the space in the wings. The bloodstains on the white wings contained a crazy willpower. After a while, on top of the large amount of scales, a simple black wrist guard floated. Luo Feng extended his left hand and immediately the black wrist guard flew over and wrapped around his wrist, quickly merging with it. Simultaneously, a message swiftly entered his consciousness. Luo Feng said softly, "So the true name of the exterminating god armor is the demon exterminating armor." The demon exterminating armor was its true name. Or rather, it was the name given to it by the creator of the armor. As for the exterminating god armor, it was named by the 5-turbid lord himself. After passing it around, the entire universe knew of it. Just a wrist guard, it's useless. The message this time was pitifully little. It was just the name and some of the uses of the wrist guard. The simple engravings on the wrist guard could unleash attacks. However, obviously this level of attack couldn't even compare to Luo Feng's own Universe Lord technique. However, this name, it seems like this exterminating god armor isn't normal. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. This was expected. After all, it was only second to the absolute treasures. Naturally it couldn't be normal, and according to the normal rules, to the weak, using a wonder or using an absolute treasure that couldn't truly unleash its power, the difference in unleashing power wasn't much. Absolute treasures, only in the hands of those who could truly unleash their power would they be able to unleash it. For example, to the strongest of the universe, the wonder and absolute treasures had a huge difference, and a few heavenly universe lords might be able to unleash the full power of the absolute treasures. However, to Luo Feng, who had only activated the second level of the Star Pagoda, he hadn't even unleashed the true power of the Star Pagoda. The Star Pagoda was equivalent to a wonder. Which meant, the exterminating god armor and the silver wings, in Luo Feng's hands, were equivalent to the Star Pagoda. At least for now, with the silver wings, Luo Feng didn't even care about the fourth level. With the Star Pagoda shuttle, Luo Feng could completely suppress the fourth level. However, against the Star River Lord, it still wasn't enough. I don't know the true power of the exterminating god armor, Luo Feng thought. Continue searching. Summoning. After Luo Feng acquired the first part, the wrist guard of the exterminating god armor, he could already feel the faint summoning. Like the other scales around him, and the scales scattered not too far away. Haha. According to the summoning, Luo Feng's searching speed immediately exploded and his efficiency became extremely high. Scales after scales were constantly being gathered. He even began to discover the golden scales. The entire exterminating god armor's right hand was golden, while the rest was black. In the blink of an eye, another 32 days had passed. Luo Feng's collection of scales had already reached 692,0021. According to the rough assembly, it should be about 80% of the entire exterminating god armor. Even though the quantity was large, it seemed to be lacking many parts. The entire armor was still scattered, and many of the engravings on the armor were incomplete. Rumble. Just as he recognized the owner of the 692,0021 scales, a huge change occurred again. Wrist guard, boots, skirt armor, they all began to assemble. Waves of frenzied energy constantly attacked Luo Feng's willpower. However, after experiencing the training in the wing space, he naturally resisted it easily. Very quickly, a half-completed exterminating god armor floated in midair. 2 chapters finished. Tomato begged for recommendation and monthly votes. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The half-finished god extermination armor floated in mid-air within the core control room of the Star Tower, emitting a black glow. The armor was pitch black, only the right claw was golden. Much ancient information flowed into Luo Feng. Even though he didn't understand the words, he understood the meaning. So this is the crazy demon god exterminating armor. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with glee. No wonder it's second only to the absolute treasures. Powerful, powerful, it's exactly what I need. The information he received earlier already included a large portion of the information on the armor. The crazy demon god exterminating armor had many uses. As an armor, its defense was naturally strong. It had an effect on the willpower of the soul, the material was special, even soul attacks would be weakened by 1%, its defense against material attacks was even stronger. It could completely weaken them by 1/100,000th. Just these 2 points alone made it extremely valuable. It was even more valuable than the Calamity armor. Secondly, it was formed from a total of 899,9999 scales. These 9 million scales could form many different shapes. It could be used as a spirit weapon. Just like how the Lord of Five Turbid used it to form the 5 beast gods. This was a long-range attack. Secondly, in close combat, its right claw was its strongest point of attack. Other than defense, long-range attack, and close combat, the crazy demon god vanquishing armor also had a very special ability. It was named Crazy Demon because if the user's consciousness and willpower became more and more compatible with the crazy demon god vanquishing armor, it would cause the user to become even crazier. It could even reach a certain point where the user would forget everything during battle and only know how to fight like a crazy demon. The mad state would also produce a strong willpower attack. Of course it wasn't that strong, it wasn't very useful. What a demonic mad demon exterminating armor. Luo Feng looked up at the floating mad demon destroyer armor. Immediately, the armor became a black light and swiftly flew into Luo Feng's body. Following which, black scales appeared on his body. As for the Calamity armor from before, Luo Feng had already kept it. Mad? Mad? Luo Feng frowned. Demonic, dangerous, being mad wasn't a good thing. According to the information he received, the moment one entered the mad state, one would be affected by the armor and forget everything else, only knowing to fight. This was a very dangerous state, because no matter how desperately they fought, they still had to calmly judge the situation in the depths of their hearts. No wonder I've never heard of the Lord of Five Turbid using his willpower attack. Luo Feng thought, this is indeed useless. Fortunately, his close combat, long-range attacks, and defense are all extremely heaven-defying, especially his right claw. Luo Feng was anticipating within. The entire Mad Demon Destroyer armor had many different engravings. There were specialized material defense engravings, combination engravings, even the golden right claw had a specialized 3-level engraving. However, it was obvious that many of the engravings were slightly damaged. Clearly, they were still lacking parts. In terms of defense, combination, and other aspects, secret patterns are not difficult. Luo Feng's understanding of the engravings was extremely deep, he could quickly judge. The most profound is the engravings on the golden right claw. It feels like it's comparable to the Wu Yue, however it's obviously weaker than the Star Tower. Keep looking. Luo Feng couldn't care less about studying the engravings. I'm afraid I won't be able to fully comprehend these engravings in a short period of time, and the God-Eyed clan's strongest warriors are probably rushing over. With their speed, I believe it won't be long before they arrive. I have to rush and collect all the scales before they arrive. Time passed, in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Luo Feng spent quite a bit of time going from the universe boat back then to the abyss. However, the third True Lord and sixth True Lord were extremely arrogant as they charged forwards with shocking speed. Ahead is the frozen lake thunder fire, and right above it is the abyss. According to the coordinates, if we rush upwards, we'll head towards the ninth abyss. In such a short period of time, I believe even if there's someone searching for treasure in the ninth abyss, he probably hasn't come out yet. The abyss is vast, and a large portion of the area can't be scanned with domains. We can only rely on our eyes and senses etc. to scan the entire area, and with our strongest senses, he can forget about escaping. Let's go. So, the two of them sat on the pinnacle palace treasures, becoming two beams of light that tore through space and time, causing the origin laws to retreat. Their speed soared, 500 times light speed, 1000 times light speed. They quickly rushed past the frozen lake thunder fire and saw the huge endless abyss black hole above. Their speed decreased. Even the strongest warriors of the universe wouldn't dare to rush into the abyss at such high speeds. After all, the swallowing strength of the abyss itself was shocking. Along with their own high speed, it was entirely possible that the pinnacle palace wouldn't be able to withstand it. Forcefully decreasing their speed and stopping, following the swallowing strength to slowly enter. Even universe lords riding on pinnacle palace treasures wouldn't be able to survive. But the strongest of the universe were different. They used pinnacle palace treasures, yet they could unleash even more powerful techniques, allowing them to completely traverse the abyss. Enter the abyss. I want to see who's stealing the treasures of our God-Eyed clan. The extermination godly armor and wings, these two will definitely belong to our God-Eyed clan. My time is almost up. This time I'm going to establish my might. No matter which strongest of the universe it is, you can only count yourself unlucky. The two strongest of the universe were filled with killing intent as they flew straight into the abyss. Even if it was the strongest of the universe, the two of them were prepared to fight. One had to know that the God-Eyed clan had acquired the ancient engravings from the three great forbidden grounds. After studying them carefully, the 7 true lords had comprehended many wonders, even combining their techniques. In the entire universe C, other than the ancestor, they indeed didn't fear anyone. At this time, in the depths of the ninth abyss. Where is it? Where is it? Luo Feng sat on the blood pyramid and flew within the ninth abyss. He was extremely anxious. Where are the last few scales? The extermination godly armor had a total of 899,9999 scales. Back when he was searching, he was afraid that some of the scales would be lost in some distant unknown place. Until now, it was indeed so. Right now, he had already collected a total of 899,9993 scales. Only the last 6 scales were missing. Missing even a single scale won't do. The extermination godly armor will be slightly damaged. Luo Feng was anxious. Just based on the feeling of being summoned, he couldn't find it at all. There's no feeling of being summoned. That means the scales are further away. Luo Feng closed his eyes. A map appeared in his mind. This was the distribution of the large amount of scales he had collected. Through this distribution, he began to deduce. I can deduce that there are 9 possible locations for the last 6 scales. They are all at different edges of the distribution map. Luo Feng swiftly decided on a route. So, the blood pyramid immediately flew at high speed according to the route and began to search for the last 6 scales. In terms of summoning, this extermination godly armor obviously couldn't compare to the killer Wu wings. The wings were light years away and they could still feel it intensely. However, the extermination godly armor's maximum range was less than half a light year. From this, one could see the difference between the two treasures. Just 2 of the killer Wu wings are already so strong. If there were a total of 6, how terrifying would that be? Luo Feng thought. I've already discovered a treasure shard. I reckon that after Luo Feng and Wu Hun died, the treasure flew towards this direction. Search carefully. The 3rd and 6th True Lord had already been in the abyss for a total of 8 days. The 2 of them followed the direction of the swallowing energy and quickly arrived at the approximate location. At the same time, they finally discovered a treasure shard. This made them understand, the other treasure shards and the extermination godly armor shouldn't be too far away. Luo Feng followed the large amount of scale distribution map from before and flew towards the edge. He didn't dare to use the Golden Country recklessly. Because according to his calculations, the strongest warrior in the universe would probably enter the 9th abyss soon. If he used the Golden Country, wouldn't he become a target? The dust-like blood pyramid flew at high speed. Luo Feng was wearing the black mad demon extermination armor as he searched according to the summoning. I'm still missing 2 pieces, 9 days. I found 4 scales in 9 days. I'm only missing the last 2. Luo Feng felt a sense of danger. He had a feeling that the strongest warrior in the universe could appear at any time. The last 2 pieces. And out of the 9 possible locations, I still have 3 that I haven't searched yet. The abyss is vast. The areas I've been following are all areas that can't be searched. If they want to find me, they can only look. I believe they won't be able to find me in a short period of time. The last 3 areas are rather far away. I'll probably need half a month to search them all. Luo Feng anticipated. Half a month. At the latest, I'll be able to search them all. I have to find the last 2 scales to form the complete mad demon extermination armor. The 3rd True Lord and 6th True Lord continued to search towards the area of the scales. Another 3 days passed. Luo Feng suppressed his anxiety and controlled the star pagoda to fly according to the predetermined path. When I was in the center of the whirlpool in the magma sea, my speed exceeded the control of the origin laws. If the strongest warrior in the universe were to fight, they would also have such methods. Luo Feng forced himself to calm down and carefully sense the surroundings. The moment a special energy wave appeared, he would immediately hide. Luo Feng frowned and took out a tag. This was a token given to him by his teacher, Mountain Traveler. They could communicate through this token. Luo Feng. Mountain Passenger contacted. Teacher. Luo Feng replied. Where are you right now? Mountain Passenger asked. I'm still in the 9th abyss. Luo Feng said. Not that, I'm asking you, where are you in the 9th abyss? I'm already in the 9th abyss and following the swallowing energy. I discovered the 3rd and 6th True Lord earlier. However, they didn't discover me. Tell me where you are. Mountain Passenger's message stunned Luo Feng for a moment. Teacher? Teacher is here, teacher, you. Luo Feng was indeed stunned. If I didn't come, even if you became the Universe Lord and used the Star Pagoda, you wouldn't be able to resist the swallowing energy and rush out. Don't tell me you want to stay in this abyss forever? Mountain Passenger said. Teacher. Luo Feng's heart was filled with warmth. At this time, his teacher had rushed over. Back then, he said he didn't care about Luo Feng's life and death. His words were ruthless, yet he had directly arrived. This made Luo Feng's heart filled with gratitude. However, he buried this gratitude deep within his heart and memorized it. Teacher, I'm now. Luo Feng described the surrounding dangerous areas in detail, allowing his teacher to understand his location. I'm coming. Mountain Passenger said. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng, those two true lords are within the abyss. Their senses are very strong. In order to not be discovered by them, my speed won't exceed 100 times the speed of light. Hence, I'll need about 5 days to reach you. Mountain Passenger said. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He still had the last 3 regions to go, and his teacher seemed to be quite far away. That meant he could definitely go to another region. Teacher, then let's meet at another place. Luo Feng immediately reported the last 3 regions that were closest to him. Alright, I'll need about 6 days to reach there. Mountain Passenger replied. After which, the connection was cut. Luo Feng held the tag in his hand. He was no longer anxious, only excited, his eyes gleaming. Once Teacher Mountain Passenger arrives, all the danger will disappear. Teacher knew I was in the abyss and immediately rushed over. In his heart, he had always been wary of Mountain Passenger. But this time, Mountain Passenger's swift arrival warmed Luo Feng's heart. 6 days later. In the continuous ice mountain range, the ice on the mountain range still had the frozen lake's thunder fire revolving around it. The blood-colored star tower stopped within the lake's thunder fire. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. The last 3 regions, I've searched this one too. There's nothing. Then only the last 2 regions are left. Luo Feng desperately wanted the last 2 scales of the godly annihilation armor. Without the last 2, the entire demon annihilation armor would be incomplete. Luo Feng. Suddenly, a message was transmitted. Luo Feng let out a look of glee, holding the tag in his hand and communicating, Teacher, I'm here. Come over, I'm already here. I'm at the peak of the triangular mountain peak. Mountain Passenger said. Triangular mountain peak? Luo Feng immediately understood. This continuous ice mountain range had many mountain peaks. The mountain peaks were very strange, like a Rubik's Cube. There was indeed a mountain peak that looked triangular from the side, as though it had been sliced by a knife. So, the Scarlet Pyramid quickly flew out of the frozen lake's thunder fire and headed in that direction. It flew past mountain after mountain, and soon, it saw the triangular mountain that was as smooth as if it was carved. It flew directly to the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, it could see some scattered icy mountain rocks. However, no matter how it looked, it did not see any mountain dwellers. Teacher, I'm here, where are you? Asked Luo Feng. Among the frozen rocks on the mountain peak, one of the rocks changed color. It became dark cyan and floated in the air. At the same time, a cave appeared on that rock. The cave was so small that even an ant would be able to crawl into it. Come in. Yes. The dust-like star pagoda directly flew into the cave. Within the mountain rock, it was incomparably beautiful, almost like a glass world within. Many small worlds were scattered within, and when Luo Feng entered, he was immediately guided into one of the core worlds. Within the vast core world, there were many living things, including countless animals, plants, and even humans and other races. Teacher. Luo Feng saw the mountain guest standing on a distant mountain peak. Mountain Passenger turned his head and looked at the black armor on Luo Feng's body. He frowned and looked at it carefully, then said, This is, the godly extermination armor? Yes, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He let his teacher discover it on his own accord. Otherwise, with just a thought, he could change color and shape slightly, making it hard to tell. You've gained quite a lot this time. You actually got this godly extermination armor. I've heard of its name long ago, but I've never seen it before. Mountain Passenger said, Let me take a closer look. Yes, Luo Feng knew that his teacher was an absolute being that created treasures. With a thought, the half-completed godly extermination armor immediately flew over. Mountain Passenger stood there with both hands extended, holding the godly extermination armor. He looked at it carefully, even at the engravings on the surface. The more he looked, the more he frowned. It's called. Mountain Passenger turned to look at Luo Feng, Crazy Demon Extermination Armor? Teacher, how did you know? Luo Feng was shocked. This godly extermination armor had always been with Lord of Five Turbid and hadn't been spread around. Its real name should not have been known by other warriors. Mountain Passenger laughed softly, Teacher naturally had some special encounters, so I knew about the existence of the crazy demon extermination armor. However, this was my first time looking at it carefully. Only then did I realize. Lord of Five Turbot's godly extermination armor was the crazy demon extermination armor. This is also a supreme treasure, but you must remember one thing. Luo Feng listened. The moment you enter the crazy demon extermination armor, the more crazy you become, the stronger the armor's power will be. However, the moment you lose your consciousness and enter the crazy demon extermination armor, then you won't be able to stay awake. You'll need another warrior to wake you up in a short period of time. If no warrior breaks your crazy demon extermination armor and wakes you up, you'll lose your consciousness forever. Mountain Passenger said. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. I'll remember. Luckily his teacher taught him. Mountain Passenger snorted softly, his eyes seemed to see through the endless space and time. The universe is mysterious and unpredictable. I only learned of it by chance. You don't have to worry. Use the crazy demon extermination armor to control your heart. Don't let the crazy demon extermination armor control you. The moment you can match the strongest warrior's willpower in the universe, then no matter how crazy you get, this crazy demon extermination armor won't be able to make you lose your consciousness. Also, this armor seems to be damaged? Mountain Passenger looked towards Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. I still have a few more scales. It's just that I'm still missing the last 2 scales, causing many of them to be unable to fuse. I still have 2 more areas to investigate. I believe those 2 scales should be in those 2 areas. Where? I'll follow you. Mountain Passenger smiled. Being able to obtain the crazy demon extermination armor will be a great help to you. Luo Feng immediately headed towards the last 2 areas with Mountain Passenger. The 3rd day. I can feel it, I can feel the summoning. It's in that direction. Luo Feng pointed in a direction. The mountain rock immediately turned and headed towards that direction at high speed. This mountain rock was a treasure personally crafted by Mountain Passenger. He spent a lot of time and effort on it, paying a huge price. Normally, it was a mountain peak. Mountain Passenger usually sat on this mountain peak. The Universe recognized this mountain peak as an extremely powerful treasure. However, from Luo Feng's conversation with his teacher, even though this mountain peak had many uses, it still hadn't stepped into the level of an extremely powerful treasure. Mountain Passenger said this, I'm a special life form, unique. This treasure I've crafted is most compatible with my life form, and it was personally crafted by me. I've even fused some special items into it. It's indestructible. Even though it's not an extremely powerful treasure, in my hands, it's not much different from one. Only something that suits you is the best. Mountain Passenger continued, of course, in the vast universe in terms of crafting treasures, no one can compare to me. The other warriors, however, have to search for treasures. Luo Feng was speechless. Who could be so powerful? Giving his disciple a star tower and a mountain peak. Mountain Passenger also had many tricks up his sleeves. It was hard to defend against. Even now, no one in the vast universe knew of Mountain Passenger's true strength. Because Mountain Passenger never clashed head-on with anyone. He relied on all sorts of methods to force the strongest warriors of the other universes into a sorry state. This caused many powers to be unwilling to offend the strongest Lone Ranger, Mountain Passenger. Over there. In that direction. Luo Feng pointed. Rumble, the flying mountain rock broke through many obstacles and crashed into the endless cold ground. There's no way to enter. Mountain Passenger said. But I can feel it, it's below. Luo Feng said. Mountain Passenger frowned too. Below was an endless layer of ice. It was extremely thick, without a single crack. I've been to the abyss before. This endless ice is indestructible. Mountain Passenger said softly, and it's completely frozen. Those 2 scales shouldn't be able to fly down. But I can feel it's below. Luo Feng was suspicious. I've never heard of anyone breaking through the endless ice. Mountain Passenger had no other way. Let me think. Teacher, let me go take a look too. Luo Feng said. All right. Mountain Passenger nodded. He couldn't think of a way at the moment. Maybe Luo Feng would be lucky. Luo Feng immediately sat on the blood pyramid and Mountain Passenger sat on the mountain peak. They began their research in the endless ice. Above the flame lake, within the frozen lake's thunder fire. Rumble, a huge axe tore through space and time. With terrifying speed, it charged into the frozen lake's thunder fire. It flew towards the sky and towards the top. When the endless black hole appeared, the huge axe immediately slowed down. I've arrived. I rushed here from the Qingfeng world. It took me a bit more time. If the strongest warrior from the god-eyed race were to rush at full speed, he would probably be here too. After the huge axe slowed down, it followed the suction force and flew straight into the endless dark abyss. Deep within the ninth abyss, endless ice. The blood pyramid and the dark green mountain rock were both flying above the endless ice, searching. However, after a full 2 days, they couldn't find anything. Logically speaking, if the 2 scales are below, I should be able to enter too. Luo Feng was frustrated. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng, I found it. I found a way to enter. Mountain Passenger's voice resounded, come to me. You found it? Yes, I'm coming. Luo Feng was immediately excited. The blood pyramid immediately flew into the dark green mountain rock. Mountain Passenger laughed confidently, the 12 Abyss is famous for being barren. Without treasures, no warriors are willing to enter. I didn't expect the endless ice to have such a mystery. This endless ice layer is very special. In the entire universe C, in the 3 great reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands, there are probably no more than 3 who can discover the mystery of this ice layer. Your teacher, if I say I'm number 2 in treasure making, no one would dare say they're number 1. Even this took so long to discover the mystery. If it was you, punk, even if you trained here to become a universe lord, you probably wouldn't even be able to enter the endless ice layer. Teacher, let's just go in. Luo Feng couldn't help but interrupt his teacher's bragging. I'm very curious too. Watch me. Rumble, the entire dark Xian mountain suddenly expanded and landed directly on the icy ground. Following that, countless rays of light shot out from the dark Xian mountain. The rays of light distorted and formed countless mysterious runes that began to drill into the icy ground. For a moment, a huge mysterious rune diagram with a radius of 10 billion kilometers appeared on the vast icy ground. Update complete. Today is February 22nd. Tomato is asking for 2 votes, 1 monthly vote and 1 recommendation vote. The recommendation vote hasn't been number 1 in a long time. With everyone's support, I'll be able to get to number 1, the monthly vote is also lagging behind. Tomato knows it's because I haven't done enough before. Now that the updates have stabilized, Tomato is asking for the next monthly vote. I hope everyone will support me. Lagging behind really doesn't feel good. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The huge engravings on the endless ice ground suddenly shot up into the sky. So, the dark green mountain vanished into thin air. This is a special teleportation technique. Mountain Passenger laughed within the mountain, it's a little like your star pagoda, there's a large amount of space within your pagoda, from one space to another, it'll easily form a teleportation path. This is also a method of getting closer, it just condenses the path into a single point. Luo Feng listened, his eyes filled with doubt, he understood the meaning, but he didn't understand the intricacies. Haha, I've said it before, the 3 rebirth eras, the 2 sacred lands universe, probably no more than 3 can recognize it. And their recognition speed isn't even as fast as mine. Mountain Passenger laughed, even the strongest of the universe don't understand, how would you understand, as long as you know, this is one of the universe boat's abilities, it'll be enough. Actually, from what I see, the universe boat is an incomparably mysterious treasure. It's just that compared to the most powerful treasures we know, it's even more mysterious. I think so too. Luo Feng nodded. What do you mean you think so too? This universe boat has the shape of a boat, the refinement marks are so obvious, many absolute warriors suspect it to be an incomparably terrifying treasure. Alright, the teleportation is over. Mountain Passenger said. The light outside was dim. Space and time flowed. In a quiet space, a mountain appeared out of thin air. Look outside. Mountain Passenger pointed to the outside world. The dark green mountain itself swiftly became nothing, not obstructing one's vision at all. It's very beautiful, a very simple space. Luo Feng looked out. This space wasn't big. In the middle of a huge lake was an island. There were no plants on the island, there were only beautiful sculpted stone palaces. The ancient palaces were undulating. Teacher, I can feel, the two scales are within the lake. Luo Feng said. I already know where these two scales of yours came from. Mountain Passenger pointed downwards. This huge lake, and the water of the lake, is the vast domain of ice and water that is about 3 days away from here. I reckon that your two scales fell into the domain of ice and water, and perhaps flowed here through some secret passage. Teacher, I'll head down first. Luo Feng, however, was extremely impatient. He didn't have the time to chat with his teacher. Haha, go ahead. Mountain Passenger smiled and nodded. He sat on the scarlet pyramid and flew out of the mountain peak. It whizzed down and directly dived into the icy waters. He continued to drill downwards. Before in the ice water domain, Luo Feng had collected over 100,000 scales, hence he was very clear that the ice water had no threat at all. Accurately speaking, the entire abyss had no threat to the Star Tower. At most, Luo Feng would never be able to escape. Over there. Luo Feng's senses were getting stronger. In the depths of the lake, the blood-colored pyramid continued to sink. Then, a misty golden light quickly condensed into a huge golden hand and grabbed the two scales. Haha, got it. He returned to the core space of the mountain. Mountain Passenger stood at the side with a smile. Luo Feng was extremely excited. He swiftly made the two scales in his hands recognize him as their master. Immediately, the half-finished godly extermination armor disintegrated. Along with the large amount of scales that hadn't been absorbed before, in an instant, a total of 899,9999 scales floated around Luo Feng. Most of the scales were black, with a small portion being gold. Hua, in an instant, the fusion was incomparably precise. This made Luo Feng exclaim. First, he was able to create many techniques and construct them with engravings. He even disassembled close to 9 million scales. Defense, close combat, long-range engravings were all fused exquisitely. To be able to create such a treasure, it was unbelievable. Not bad. Mountain Passenger nodded in praise. Luo Feng's black scale armor had 4 silver wings on his back. Suddenly, the color of the scale armor changed, becoming silver. Even his golden right hand became silver. The shape also changed slightly. This way, even Lord Wu Hun wouldn't be able to recognize you. Mountain Passenger smiled and nodded. Luo Feng was excited too. However, Wu Hun actually used this demon extermination armor like it was a treasure of the palace. This armor is slightly damaged. Mountain Passenger said, it should be from Wu Hun's injuries in the magma sea. Luo Feng nodded. He could feel that the demon extermination armor was indeed slightly damaged. Give it to me, I'll help you fix it. Mountain Passenger said. Yes. Luo Feng didn't act pretentiously. He was even more grateful. The damage is actually very slight. It doesn't cost much. However, this treasure is only second to the most powerful treasures. In the entire Cosmos Sea, there aren't many who can fix it. Mountain Passenger said confidently, if there's one person in the Cosmos Sea who can fix it, it's naturally me. Luo Feng was speechless. His teacher was indeed very confident when it came to crafting treasures. However, since he had a favor to ask of his teacher, he had to coax him. Luo Feng temporarily passed the demon extermination armor to his teacher. However, his teacher wasn't in a rush to fix it. Instead, he said, let's go to that island to take a look. This mysterious space is independent of many other places. It should be the space where one of the strongest warriors of the universe ship lived. Luo Feng nodded. Universe ship, a long time ago, accurately speaking, before the 2 sacred lands were born, before the universe ship was one of the 3 forbidden grounds, there should have been people who used it. This was because the black token, the green token, and the silver token corresponded to an independent space in the secret room. They were actually special spaces for resting and training. If Leaning Peak World and Flowing Mountain were said to be born naturally, the universe ship's refinement marks were very obvious. Hua! The mountain swiftly flew, very quickly reaching the air above the island in the middle of the lake. After which, it slowly descended and landed on the ground, revealing a cave on the mountain. Let's go out and take a look. Mountain Passenger led the way out. Teacher, outside. Luo Feng couldn't help but speak. One had to be careful in the abyss. There's no danger within the island. Mountain Passenger had already walked outside. Yes. Luo Feng could only follow. However, his golden horned beast was still within the blood pyramid. Following his teacher, he walked out of the mountain and landed on the island's surface. This island, it's only 1,000,000 km in diameter, it's not that big. Luo Feng thought. To him, one step was enough to rush from one side of the island to the other. Mountain Passenger, however, looked at the distant palaces. He looked quietly, almost as though he was immersed in it. Luo Feng too turned his head to look. Those palaces, with one look, he could tell that they were all carved from the mountain rocks of the island itself, forming many stone palaces. On the walls of the palaces, there were many ancient drawings. There were drawings of huge ships flying in the sky, drawings of warriors killing each other, headless warriors floating in the sky, and below them were drawings of large groups of people kneeling. Many drawings, almost as though they were telling of ancient history. The energy that rushed towards him, that was the energy of another ancient civilization, and just the carvings and drawings were filled with endless longing. That intense longing even affected Luo Feng's state of mind. What a terrifying civilization. What a terrifying warrior. Luo Feng said softly. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng. You can tell? I didn't see anything else, just that the ship flying in the sky, from the looks of it, that ship is a universe ship. To be able to create such an unbelievable treasure like the universe ship, how could such a civilization not be terrifying? Luo Feng exclaimed, and the carver, his power should be extremely terrifying. Teacher. Luo Feng turned to look at Mountain Passenger. Could it really have been an extremely powerful civilization? Maybe. Mountain Passenger sighed. Even if there was, that's something that happened before the reincarnation era. The two sacred lands universe have existed for eons. When they were here, the universe ship was already broken, and it was already one of the 3 great danger zones. Only a few ancient ruins can be found. My method of creating treasures is also a result of some special encounters, along with my own comprehension. Like the 7 true lords of the God-eyed clan, they too have acquired some ancient inheritances and studied them carefully. They even have some combination attacks. Like the two sacred lands universe, their battle methods and training methods are very unique. 1. It's because of the teachings of the sacred land universe's ancestor, and 2. It's probably because they've discovered many ancient ruins. Sacred land universe. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, Teacher, those 2 sacred land universe's ancestors, no one has seen them before. This involves the secrets of the universe's strongest warrior. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng. Don't think too much about it, work hard and train. When you become the universe's strongest warrior, you will naturally know many secrets. If you haven't reached that level, even if you know, you're just looking for trouble. Luo Feng nodded. Let's go in and take a look. Mountain Passenger headed straight in. Following the door of a palace, they walked in. Luo Feng and Mountain Guest walked side by side as they looked around. The entire palace was filled with ancient carvings. There were countless pictures of life celebrating, pictures of slaughter, pictures of leaders roaring. The countless pictures were revealing the ancient civilization. It was a very mysterious and powerful civilization. Yearning. Luo Feng could feel the yearning within the sculptor. Luo Feng even suspected that these palaces were imitations of famous buildings from the ancient civilizations, because some of the buildings in the sculpted pictures were the same as the ones in the stone palace group. After a while, after looking at the many ancient palaces, Luo Feng and Mountain Passenger entered the center. Teacher. Luo Feng suddenly realized that Mountain Passenger had stopped. Luo Feng followed his gaze, looking over. The distant huge wall had complicated words. Those words were ancient and mysterious, It was the same words the large amounts of treasure sent over. Even though he didn't recognize them, he could clearly understand the meaning. Mistake. This is a mistake. After paying such a huge price, all it brings is death. Death one by one, haha. I've broken through, so what if I've broken through, it's still death, death. The words left on the wall were filled with anger, sorrow, unwillingness, regret. It made Luo Feng and Mountain Passenger stunned for a while. The first chapter has arrived. Brothers, monthly votes and recommendation votes, awesome. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The unknown words on the stone wall carried with it an intense emotion, causing Luo Feng to feel as though he was in a frenzy. It was as though an ancient being was roaring in his ears, death by death, no one can escape, no one can escape. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Following which, Luo Feng regained his consciousness. The emotions contained within the words are actually this intense, it even contains his willpower. Luo Feng was speechless, a terrifying being that fell in who knows which era. Just the words he left behind could be like this, just how strong was he? However, these words are the same as the words the treasures use to transmit messages. Supreme treasures are born one after another, but no one knows who created them. Primal universe? Cosmic sea? Or something else? From the looks of it, many of the treasures that have been passed down are probably related to this destroyed civilization. Luo Feng guessed. Luo Feng turned to look at his teacher beside him. Mountain Guest watched silently. With his strength, he wasn't affected by the strong emotions of the words. However, his gaze was somewhat sorrowful. After a while, he slowly shook his head and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the mysterious warrior who left these words is stronger than me, stronger than any of the strongest warriors in the universe. Even your human ancestor might not be a match for him. Maybe the two sacred lands universe's ancestors could compare. He was so strong, yet his ending was so tragic. Mountain Passenger shook his head. Our cosmic sea currently has 3 rebirth eras and 2 sacred lands universe. After thousands or even tens of thousands of rebirth eras, who knows who and which race will survive? Luo Feng was stunned. Yes. Not much. After another 3 rebirth eras, of all the warriors, probably only the 2 sacred lands universe would survive. To create another sacred land universe was too difficult. Teacher. Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He said softly yet firmly, the hope may be slim, but with the 2 sacred lands there, we all see hope. No matter what, we have to give it a shot. I've only lived for a little over 100,000 years. Compared to a rebirth era, it's incomparably short. If I can reach this step today, then in 100 million years, 10 billion years, or even longer, I'll definitely be able to go even higher. Even if there's no path, we have to find a path. Furthermore, warriors have succeeded before. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng, smiling and nodding. Haha, I've been affected by those words. Young people are indeed different, full of drive. This drive is what we need. Like those old people who have lived for countless years, unable to break through for so long, their drive has long been worn out. Work hard, who knows in the future, I'll need you. Need. Luo Feng's thoughts. Let's go. Let's see what the experts who lived here left behind, said the mountain traveler. Luo Feng followed. Luo Feng followed. Both Luo Feng and Mountain Sitting Guest were extraordinary. As they roamed around, their figures were like flowing lights. With a glance, they could remember everything, so their speed was naturally extremely fast. Luo Island was no Wazning sect as god. But there isn't a single plant on this island, not a single treasure, just endless palaces. Luo Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, the mountain guest in front of him took a step forward and with a so, entered the 3rd palace in the distance. Luo Feng, come here. Mountain Passenger's voice was filled with excitement. Luo Feng increased his speed and arrived at the palace in an instant. In the huge courtyard of the palace, there were some elegant decorations and carvings. There was also a huge decorative stone wall in the courtyard. The stone wall was about 1,000 meters tall and 2,000 meters long. The entire stone wall emitted an incomparably powerful energy. This is. Luo Feng could see with a glance that the stone wall had countless tiny engravings on it. The countless engravings seemed to be embedded in the stone wall. The stone wall was like their nest, finally forming a huge 3D engraved engravings. Rumble. An energy rushed towards Luo Feng's consciousness. Originally, there was only a stone wall in front of them, but now, everything changed. The stone wall seemed to contain a world, and there were countless life forms in that world. There were stone life forms, metal life forms, flesh life forms, billions of life forms, and all of them were kneeling in a single direction. They were worshipping, and their mouths uttered the same words, devil puppet. Devil puppet. Demon puppet. The sound was like a tsunami. Luo Feng, wake up. A powerful god energy rushed towards Luo Feng, causing him to wake up. Teacher. Luo Feng turned to look at his teacher. Within, he was filled with shock. It was too terrifying. What technique was this? He had studied the engravings and had carefully studied the miniature universe engravings before. However, the miniature universe engravings, compared to the vast and mysterious engravings on the stone wall, was like comparing a flame to a star. And Luo Feng was certain that the scene he saw before was caused by the engravings on the stone wall. And the being that created the engravings, if he truly unleashed that technique, would definitely be able to make trillions of life forms submit. At least the universe lord wouldn't be able to resist it and would instantly become his slave. You sure are daring. The moment you arrived, you immediately looked at the engravings on the stone wall. This engravings was left behind by an ancient being. It's profound and unfathomable. Even I can only understand a little of it. Mountain Passenger pointed to the side. I'll let you look here first. Luo Feng followed the direction his teacher pointed. It was the courtyard wall. There were some words left behind on it. With one look, one could tell that it was left behind by the same being as the crazy words he saw before. I've finally broken through. However, death will still come soon. I can't accept it. I regret it. However, it's too late, it's all too late. One by one, they die. I've reached a new level and comprehended my strongest technique. However, it's too late. This engravings represents my pinnacle, my pinnacle. Short words. It seemed as though when writing this, the hatred wasn't as strong anymore. There was only sadness. Luo Feng looked at the words on the wall. He understood immediately. The engravings on the stone wall from before actually represented that being's pinnacle. This isn't the first time. Mountain Passenger said. In the three great danger areas, like the core areas, there will always be historical remains. Some of them were left behind by countless absolute beings from before the reincarnation era. Of the historical remains I've seen, including this one, there are a total of 9 examples. Some have great uses, while others have no use at all. Luo Feng nodded. Even he, who had obtained Jia Fanzi's historical remains, found this too. A few of the strongest beings that could enter the core areas of the 3 great danger areas, it wasn't strange for them to find many historical remains. This being only wanted to prove himself. Mountain Passenger shook his head. He didn't have the intention to inherit it. If he did, even if he didn't give detailed instructions, he would at least leave behind 10 engravings, from the lowest to the highest, so that later generations could study them. However, he directly left behind the most heavenly engravings here. Even I can't train in it, who can? The god-eyed race was once lucky and found a complete inheritance left behind by an ancient being. Mountain Passenger exclaimed. Why don't I have that kind of luck? Luo Feng, I told you not to look at the stone wall. You're looking again. Mountain Passenger couldn't help but say. At this time, Luo Feng was looking at the stone wall. However, he was only looking at a corner of the stone wall. He wasn't looking at the entire engravings like before. That corner was about 1/10,000th of the entire engravings. Countless miniature engravings formed together, even piercing through the stone wall. It gave off a feeling of the universe being the basic particles, and the basic particles forming life. Those miniature engravings. Every one of them was very beautiful. The countless miniature engravings construction made Luo Feng completely immersed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light? Space? Merging the origin laws? Bullshit. None of them. This is a completely different, even more exquisite and unfathomable. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Suddenly, Luo Feng, wake up! Mountain Passenger shouted. Luo Feng turned to look at his teacher. Teacher, I'm not affected this time. I'm very awake. You've been looking at it for over 3 days. Mountain Passenger shook his head helplessly. Don't tell me I've been standing here the entire time? Even though these engravings are mysterious and unfathomable, they're not on the same path as me. Ah, 3 days? Luo Feng was stunned. He was completely immersed in it. Time passed really quickly. Teacher, these engravings are incomparably profound. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to understand them even after 1,000,000,000 years. However, I've started from the most basic comprehension. It's allowed me to have some understanding of the engravings. My engravings have been stuck at the pinnacle of the universe night for a very long time. I feel that this is my chance to break through. Mountain Passenger laughed. Haha, that's right. It's useless to me. However, you're also walking on the engravings path. The engravings path requires you to observe more engravings and study more. Only then will you have a chance of breaking through. You've been here for 3 days. I've also looked at it for 3 days. I've comprehended some things too. I've comprehended the 5 great engravings. Take a look. Hua. Mountain Passenger pointed at the tall wall of the courtyard. Immediately, countless tiny engravings appeared on the stone wall. They were all huge engravings. Similarly, the 5 great engravings were much more profound than the miniature universe engravings. They were on 5 different positions on the wall. These 5 great engravings were comprehended by me. They all have 1,000th of that absolute art's power. With this as a springboard, your comprehension will be even faster. Mountain Passenger said directly. Luo Feng looked at the 5 great engravings. He couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder he was the one who created the most powerful treasures. His power was indeed terrifying. Stop looking. It's time to leave. Mountain Passenger laughed. This island is very peaceful and there's no danger. You just have to leave a God energy clone here and you can slowly comprehend it. Do you know, there's a huge commotion happening in the outside world. I've already felt the powerful ripples outside. It's probably the strongest people in the universe fighting. The strongest people in the universe fighting? Luo Feng was shocked. Otherwise, why would I wake you up? Mountain Passenger laughed. Take care of your God energy clone here. Even though it's very weak, no one will attack it. It'll be fine. You can completely comprehend it here. Let's go and take a look. If we make it in time, we might even be able to see the scene of the battle. Hee, who knows, the one fighting might very well be the creator of the huge axe. P.S. Update complete. Tomato thanks the brothers for your support, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. End of chapter 1230. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.